Supreme Pupillary Master, Peerless Eldest Miss Chapter 2132 to Chapter 2310. And at this moment, boom. In the Forbidden Zone, the bursts of energy that erupted from the heaven and earth became more and more intense. The spiritual energy pillar that pierced through the sky became more and more terrifying. The spiritual energy hurricane that swept out became more and more awe-inspiring. It covered the sky in the center of the Forbidden Zone. Rumble. The area covered by the spirit chi light pillar continued to expand. The white ball of light that stood in the center of the Forbidden Zone was also constantly expanding and shrinking. The increasing frequency of contraction and expansion indicated that the life born in this ball of light could be born at any time. That's right, life. Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others had already approached the center of the Forbidden Zone where the huge white ball of light was located. Even if they didn't look at the increasingly vast heaven and earth anomaly above their heads, they just looked at the white bones on the ground that would rather die than look at the huge white ball of light. They silently stretched out their hands and shouted, wanting to crawl toward the ball of light. Everyone could also be sure that this huge white ball of light was the treasure that caused so many powerhouses from other regions to fight with their lives on the line. In the end, all of them died here. It was also the main reason why the land of the fallen immortals was formed. The closer they got to the center of the Forbidden Zone, the clearer they could see the appearance of the ball of light. It was shaped like an egg, and there seemed to be something inside that was constantly swimming around. From time to time, a small bump would suddenly appear on the ball of light and then disappear. After that, a small bump would appear and then disappear again. Obviously, there was a life born in this ball of light. It was playing with it. What was this thing? A divine beast, an ancient divine beast. Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others were pleasantly surprised. They didn't know about the existence of the Sector Beast, and they had never heard of anything related to the Sector Beast. Even the Star Alliance Temple Master had only heard about it occasionally and didn't know much about it. There was no need to even mention these people who had never left the True Spill continent. The matter of the Sector Beast had nothing to do with them. They didn't know that the thing in front of them was the Sector Beast that could cause countless powerhouses from other regions to go crazy. Its rarity was even higher than that of the ancient divine beasts. After all, the ancient divine beasts could contract with humans. As for Sector Beasts, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to contract with a Sector Beast. Once a Sector Beast was born, it would immediately fly away. There was no way to capture it, and there was no way to contract it. Around the Sector Beasts that had yet to be born, there were godly beast phantoms formed by the power of the origin of heaven and earth to protect them. It could be said that in this world, almost no one could get close to an unborn Sector Beast, let alone contract with it. The bones that littered the ground were proof of that, but at this moment, this law had been broken by someone. After Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others had captured Suyu and the others, they were now close to the center of the Forbidden Zone. They were less than a kilometer away from the gigantic ball of light. More and more white bones were piling up in the surroundings. Even after so many years, the power and aura they exuded still did not dissipate. These white bones were all filled with immortal jade bones. There were sparkling immortal jade bones everywhere. Amongst them, all of them were formed from the strength of these experts after they died. The power contained within these immortal jade bones was extremely vast and terrifying. The aura of power emitted from them caused Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others to turn pale as they passed by. The invisible power and the terrifying aura they emitted was unimaginable. If these foreign powerhouses were still alive, just how powerful would they be? Perhaps with just a gentle breath, they would be able to kill all of them. Was this the power of those powerhouses outside of the True Spill continent? Was this the power of those above the Venerable Realm, or perhaps even higher? Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others from the sects of the Hidden World were so excited that their faces flushed red. At the same time, they were deeply shocked. Not because of anything else, but because so many foreign powerhouses had all died here without exception. Their corpses had piled up into mountains of bones. Yet, Luo Qingtong was able to make arrangements on Suyu and the others, allowing them to walk through this Forbidden Zone unscathed. That woman was truly an incomparably terrifying monstrous genius. Such a monstrous genius, even in the outer realms, was probably one of a kind. As everyone thought of this, they were all shocked. As for Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others from Beast Tamer King Valley, they were even more terrified. It wasn't because of anything else, but because of the grudge they had with Luo Qingtong a long time ago. In their several confrontations, the young girl's ability had exceeded their imagination. First, she had easily escaped from the forbidden zone of Beast Tamer King Valley. Then, in Shattered Star Valley, she had displayed an extremely terrifying talent and ability. Now, in this forbidden zone, she had made arrangements on Suyu and the others so that they could freely enter and exit the forbidden zone. It caused the terrifying divine beast phantom that had caused the deaths of countless Xenorace experts to turn a blind eye to them, one after another, one after another. Even if the people of Beast Tamer King Valley hated Luo Qingtong, they couldn't deny that the abilities that Luo Qingtong had displayed were all rare and unheard of. Fortunately, they had already killed her in Shattered Star Valley. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, the people from Beast Taming King's Valley rejoiced in their hearts. When Luo Qingtong first came to the hidden world, the first thing she did was to cause trouble for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known of each other's existence. By the time the other party matured, there would be no way to deal with him, thank goodness. However, in their hearts, they also hated that they had not paid attention to Luo Qingtong earlier. This way, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. However, at that time, who would have thought that a 15 to 16-year-old girl, whose strength was not obvious, would be able to create such a huge storm in the hidden world? Even if she killed the Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others, they would never have thought that Luo Qingtong could threaten a first-class sect like theirs. What a joke. However, this huge joke just happened to come true. While the members of the Beast Taming King's Valley were rejoicing in their hearts, Suyu and the others' expressions grew more and more solemn. There is no sign of Master. Everyone's hearts were indescribably heavy. The reason why they had agreed to the threat of the Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others, besides not wanting to put the Grand Principal and the others in danger, was also because they thought that Luo Qingtong might be here. In this case, the young girl would definitely have a way to deal with the people of Beast Tamer King's Valley. Suyu, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others were full of confidence in her. However, at this moment, they were already 1,000 meters away from the ball of light, but they still couldn't see the figure of their master. Even in the vicinity of the ball of light, there was nothing strange or suspicious. From the looks of it, Luo Qingtong shouldn't be here. The abnormality in the forbidden area wasn't caused by Luo Qingtong using the treasure map. Instead, it was a natural abnormality. Then they've done something wrong. They actually brought the people of Beast Taming King's Valley to this place. Once they obtained the life nurtured by the ball of light, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Everyone naturally knew what the consequences would be if Beast Taming King Guguju and the others obtained the thing in the ball of light. At that time, not only would they all die, even Luo Qingtong, whose whereabouts were still unknown, wouldn't be able to escape death. At this moment, they didn't dare to completely place their hopes on Mingxun's strength. After all, they didn't know Xianxia's true identity, nor did they know his true strength. They only knew that he was very strong, and they were afraid that the people in the hidden world wouldn't be his opponent. If they didn't enter the fallen immortal land this time, they probably wouldn't be able to enter, but even so, it didn't mean that Xianxia would be able to protect Luo Qingtong. After all, the power of the ball of light was very strong, and the white bones and the surroundings were all proof of the terrifying life within the ball of light. Once the people of Beast Taming King's Valley obtained it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Suyu and the others' complexions turned pale. They really did something wrong. They couldn't continue to make mistakes. Grand Principal, Mr. Spy. Suyu's voice was low as he secretly used the sound transmission method that Luo Qingtong taught him to send a message to the Grand Principal and Bai Suqing. Master isn't here. We can't let the people of Beast Taming King's Valley continue to advance. Otherwise, when they obtain the thing in the ball of light, not only will we be unable to escape, but will also implicate Master. Suyu's face was firm. Su Xiaoxiao, Little Overlord Yuan, Ling Tianhan, and the others beside her had the same expression. The other members of the Heavenly Diabolism did the same. At this moment, they all knew what to do. It didn't matter if they died. However, he couldn't let the people from Beast Taming King's Valley succeed, and he definitely couldn't implicate Luo Qingtong. If they had known earlier that Luo Qingtong wasn't here, they definitely wouldn't have brought the people from Beast Taming King's Valley over. Fortunately, there was still time to correct this mistake. However, they definitely couldn't care less about the people from the Sky Yuan sect. the Grand Supreme Dean and Bai Suqing had also discovered that Luo Qingtong was nowhere to be seen. Their hearts sank. Now that he heard Suyu's words, how could he not know what she meant? Bai Suqing took a deep breath and said, "You don't have to care about us. This time, it's our Heavenly Yuan sect that has implicated you. You should leave immediately. No matter what, we can't let the people from Beast Taming King's Valley get the thing in the ball of light." Without Luo Qingtong here, they couldn't deal with the people from Beast Taming King's Valley. Suyu and the others leaving immediately was the best thing to do. As long as they were gone, the people from Beast Taming King's Valley would be exposed to the power of the divine beast's shadow transformation. At that time, they would naturally suffer. As for the people from the Sky Yuan sect, Suyu and the others had already protected them once. They couldn't blame anyone, the Grand Supreme Dean said in a low voice. "That's right. You don't have to care about us. If the people from Beast Taming King's Valley get their hands on that thing, won't we still die? What's the difference between dying early or later?" The Grand Supreme Dean thought that Luo Qingtong would be here, but she wasn't. If they had known, they wouldn't have come here. However, the Grand Supreme Dean knew that the temptation of the Forbidden Area treasure was too great. Even if they didn't want to come, the people from Sky Yuan sect would want to come. At that time, wouldn't they still want to come? Therefore, this matter was simply unavoidable. Suyu and the rest had done their best. If it wasn't for them, the people from Sky Yuan sect would have been dead. After all, if Suyu and the rest weren't there to block the people from Beast Taming King's Valley, they would definitely use the people from other sects to block the disaster for them. At that time, the people from Sky Yuan sect would definitely be placed at the outermost. How could they have survived until now? The Grand Supreme Dean and Bai Suqing were very open-minded. Hearing their words, Suyu immediately nodded and said, "Okay, then Grand Dean, Master's wife, take care. Also, you can take out the immortal jade bone that Master gave you to take a look. I suspect that Master might have done something to it." Suyu thought for a long time and realized that the place where Luo Qingtong most likely had done something was the immortal jade bone. There were so many of them, and the only thing that everyone had was the immortal jade bone that Master gave them. Furthermore, when Luo Qingtong gave them the purifying immortal jade bone, she specifically instructed them not to take it out to the people from the Sky Yuan sect. They would take it out later and not use it for the time being. Suyu thought that Luo Qingtong said that to guard against Chen Tong and the other pests in Sky Yuan sect. At the same time, she wanted to train them. Now, it seemed that things weren't like that. Master might have done something to the immortal jade bone early on, so she gave them the immortal jade bone on purpose. Guarding against Chen Tong and the others was just a side effect. Suyu and the others had already taken out the purified celestial jade bones and distributed them to the Heavenly Yuan sect members who were willing to support them when the Heavenly Yuan sect members expressed their support. Suyu didn't know if her guess was right or not, but at this time, they couldn't care about the Supreme Dean and the others. They could only treat a dead horse as a living horse. Hearing Suyu's words, Bai Suqing and the Grand Supreme Dean were stunned for a moment, then they were delighted. After Suyu finished talking to them, she immediately passed her order to the people from Heavenly Diabolism. Because they were standing in a circle at the outermost part, the message was passed easily. Soon, all the people from Heavenly Diabolism, including Su Xiaoxiao and the rest, understood her order. "Let's go." Suyu's voice rang out at this moment. Her figure also abruptly shot backward. When her voice rang out, all the people from the Heavenly Diabolism began to move. In an instant, the outermost circle of the circular formation suddenly spread out in all directions and fell apart. "Bastard!" Seeing this, the beast tamer King Guguju and the others were shocked and angry. They did not expect that Suyu and the others would launch an attack at this moment. They were so eager that they did not care about the lives of the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect. The beast tamer King Guguju and the others had been paying attention to the movements of Suyu and the others. After all, it was related to their lives. Naturally, they were always on guard against Suyu and the others. However, they thought that since Suyu and the others were willing to be threatened by them for the sake of the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect, they would naturally not ignore the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect. Therefore, they were on guard that Suyu and the others would suddenly attack them. However, who would have thought that Suyu and the others did not do that and instead retreated? These people did not care about the lives of the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect. if they did that, the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect would also die. The people from the Beast Tamer Valley were caught off guard, so were the people from the other sects. They helplessly watched Suyu and the others scatter, completely exposing them to the center of the forbidden area, in front of the terrifying power of the divine beast's shadows. Seeing that those divine beasts were no different from the real form of the divine beasts, the vast power of the divine beasts rushed toward them. The people from the other sects who were drooling and excited when they saw the huge ball of light were now panic-stricken and fearful. Their voices were sharp as they chased after Suyu and the others. He wanted to capture them before they left for good, otherwise, in front of the divine beast's power of the divine beasts that could kill the experts from the extraterrestrial region like chickens and dogs, they would die without leaving a trace. This was not a metaphor, but a statement. These people would really die without leaving a single trace behind. At the same time, the beast tamer King Guguju and the others also rushed towards Suyu and the others. At this moment, no one cared about the people from the Skyuan sect. After all, Suyu and the others clearly didn't care about them. What was the use of using them to threaten Suyu and the others? What if the threat didn't work and Suyu ran away instead? Could it be that at that time, they were going to wait for death? Everyone's first reaction was, of course, to capture Suyu and the others. As for the Heavenly Yuan sect crowd, they felt an indescribable sense of panic when Suyu and the others retreated. However, they also knew that even if they didn't die now, once Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others obtained the thing in the light, they would still die. In that case, it wasn't worth it to die now. They could also see Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others' plan fail. The crowd watched as Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others angrily went to capture Suyu and the others. Their hearts were very calm. However, at this moment, the Grand Supreme Dean and Bai Suqing's voices rang out. Quick, take out the purifying immortal jade bones that you obtained from Luo Qingtong. The Grand Supreme Dean and Bai Suqing's voices were anxious and anxious. The power of the divine beast's shadows was already rushing towards them. Whether it worked or not, it all depended on this moment. Hearing this, everyone immediately took out the purifying divine jade bones that they had obtained from Suyu and the rest. Bang! At this moment, a Skyuan sect disciple was brushed by the power of a divine beast's shadow that was rushing towards them. The flame feather that was only a few millimeters away almost brushed past his shoulder and completely vaporized his shoulder. The Skyuan sect disciple was in so much pain that tears came out of his eyes. However, he was ecstatic. The power of the purifying divine jade bones is useful. It's useful. As his voice rang out, the group of people from the Heaven Yuan sect almost hugged each other and cried. What did it mean to have a silver lining? What did it mean to come back from the brink of death? At this moment, they finally understood the situation. They did not have to die. They did not have to die. Great ups and downs, great joy and great sorrow. Everyone was unable to control their emotions. At this moment, the beast tamer King Guguju and the rest also noticed the commotion at the Skyuan sect. When they turned around, they were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. These bastards. They actually have a way to avoid the power of the divine beast's shadows. The beast tamer King Guguju and the rest were furious. They could not understand why the Skyuan sect disciples did not use a way to avoid the power of the divine beast's shadows earlier if they had a way to do so. Why did they use it to threaten Suyu and the rest? Could it be that the latter and the rest deliberately set them up? However, even if they wanted to set them up, there were so many opportunities along the way. Why did they not set them up? The beast tamer King Guguju and the rest were furious. It was impossible for them to go back and capture the Skyuan sect disciples now. After a short moment of excitement, the latter and the rest immediately realized the danger they were in. Previously, the Skyuan sect disciples did not know that they also had a way to avoid the power of the divine beast's shadows, and all their attention was on Suyu and the rest. Now that they knew that they also had a way, they would naturally turn around to deal with them. Therefore, the people of the Heavenly Yuan sect quickly regained their senses and retreated out of the forbidden area. It had not been easy for them to obtain a chance of survival. They did not want to repay kindness with enmity and snatch that huge ball of light. That should be Luo Qingtong's. She was the one who had saved all of their lives. The remaining members of the Heavenly Yuan sect were not cruel and unscrupulous. They would not do such a thing. Of course, it was also fortunate that they did not do so. This was because the immortal jade bones that Luo Qingtong asked Suyu and the others to give them were different from those of Suyu and the others. The reason why these immortal jade bones were able to evade these mythological beasts was because Luo Qingtong had infused them with some mysterious power that she had studied from Bai Suqing and the Grand Supreme Dean. After Luo Qingtong's blood I restored the essence of these powers. She tried to inject these powers into the purifying immortal jade bones for Suyu and the others to protect themselves. In the future, when they entered the forbidden area, they would not be injured by those mysterious powers. However, Luo Qingtong was not sure if she could succeed at that time. Therefore, she did not tell Suyu and the others. She was afraid that they would be too lazy and rely on her, which would cause trouble instead. Suyu and the others had the most concentrated mysterious power in their purifying immortal jade bones. Therefore, they could easily avoid the power of the mythological beasts, because the latter saw them as their own kind. However, the power of the purifying immortal jade bones was different for the Heavenly Yuan sect. The mysterious power they had obtained was not enough to completely conceal their auras. That was why the Heavenly Yuan sect disciple was burned by the power of the divine beast shadow that was rushing towards them. If they wanted to use this power to rush to the vicinity of the huge ball of light, they would die before they could even reach it, not to mention that they could not withstand the scratches from the mythological beasts. Even if they reached it, the mysterious power of the purifying immortal jade bones would have been exhausted. At that time, they would still die. He could only retreat like he was doing now. Only then could they survive. After all, Luo Qingtong was not that stupid. After saving the people of the Heavenly Yuan sect, would she give them a chance to bite her back? Luo Qingtong had never been willing to gamble with people's hearts. Even in this strange world, with the warmth from Grandpa Luo and Yi Qianren, she was able to restrain the evilness and coldness in her bones. However, in reality, the defense in her heart would not disappear so easily. There was a difference between close and distant. Luo Qingtong could give the people of the Heavenly Yuan sect some help for the sake of the Grand Supreme Dean and Bai Suqing. However, there was no more help. If the people of the Heavenly Yuan sect were greedy, they would be the unlucky ones in the end. Luo Qingtong could pull them up from the abyss of despair, but she could also kick them down again. Fortunately, the people of the Heavenly Yuan sect did not make such a wrong choice. They retreated in an orderly manner towards the outside of the forbidden area. Suyu and the others, after dispersing fiercely, also rushed in the direction of the outside of the forbidden area. Their figures were extremely fast in the center of the forbidden area. The beast tamer King Guguju and the rest of the people from the other sects clearly saw them rushing towards the outside of the forbidden area from different directions, but they could not do anything to stop them. That was because the divine beasts didn't care about Suyu and the others. Instead, they rushed towards them. Under the attack of a group of divine beasts, the group could only scream miserably. Even staying alive was a problem, so how could they chase after Suyu and the others? Suyu and the others could fly through the center of the forbidden zone without a care, but could they? As long as they collided with a divine beast, it would be the end for them. How could it be compared to Suyu and the others who could do whatever they wanted? Thus, the people from beast-taming King's Valley and the other sects could only watch as Suyu's group mixed in with the divine beasts and rushed out of the forbidden area. A group of experts and sects from the hidden world could easily kill Suyu and the others countless times if they were in the outside world. However, they were blocked by the divine beasts and were unable to do anything to the other party. The beast tamer King Guguju and the others felt as if they were about to vomit blood. They had suffered a few losses in the hands of Luo Qingtong. But now, they couldn't even do anything to her subordinates. Luo Qingtong, that bitch, even if she died, she wouldn't let them have an easy time. The beast tamer King Guguju and the others were so angry that their bodies couldn't help but tremble violently. However, it was too late to say anything now. They thought that Suyu and the rest had weaknesses in their hands and would not be able to escape from their control. If they had known this would happen, they would have cut off Suyu and the rest when they had no choice but to be coerced by them. They should have cut off the other party's limbs and crippled their strength, leaving them with only their lives to lead the way. The beast tamer King Guguju and the rest were furious. However, there was nothing else they could do now. They looked at those extremely terrifying divine beasts flocking towards them. They could easily annihilate all of them. Everyone felt an indescribable chill in their hearts. Ah! Screams of agony rang out one after another. The divine beast flowing light in the center of the forbidden zone was extremely powerful. It was far from the power of the divine beast shadows that they had encountered in the forbidden zone outside. Even a powerful Saint Venerable would have a layer of skin peeled off from the mere touch of these divine beasts flowing light. The power that they were so proud of in the hidden world was not even worth mentioning in front of the divine beast flowing light. The attacks that they launched were completely eliminated before they could even reach the divine beast shadows. There was not even a splash in the air. Those terrifying divine beast phantoms only needed to flap their wings, raise their heads, and raise their hooves to neutralize their attacks, eliminate them, and then kill them. The people from the various sects and the beast tamer King Guguju and the rest were no match for them at all. Even if he wanted to escape, he had nowhere to run. They were surrounded by the power of the divine beast flowing light. Even if they wanted to escape, where could they escape to? If they could escape, there would not be so many corpses of the extraterritorial experts around. Those people must have been extremely shocked when they discovered the power of the divine beast flowing light. Among these extraterritorial experts, some fought for it and some tried to escape. But in the end, without exception, they all died here. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly escape from the divine beast flowing light's attack? The faces of the people from the various sects and the beast tamer King Guguju and the rest were filled with despair. Right at this moment. Rumble. In the sky, there was an intense rumbling sound again. At this moment, the gigantic ball of light suddenly shrank. There was a loud boom. Its entire body suddenly lifted off the ground and swept towards the sky. Above its head, the huge light pillar and spiritual chi hurricane abruptly shrank and fell. Rumble. The sound of the explosion was like the collapse of the world. In that instant, the spirit chi tornadoes and light pillars all entered the huge ball of light. A violent sound that shook the heavens and earth resounded, and the power of the mythological beast phantoms was recalled by the huge ball of light in an instant. Countless streaks of light flew towards the ball of light from all over the forbidden zone in an instant. Its seemingly transparent but incomparably hard eggshell, under the bombardment of the pillars of light and the spirit chi hurricane, produced a series of crisp and clear cracking sounds, which almost shook the heavens and the earth. The divine beast to be born, bang. The sector beast was about to be born. Was there anyone who could form a contract with it? If there was, then he would have a chance. If not, then he would really miss a great opportunity this time. The Star Alliance Temple Master was extremely nervous. His strength and status in the extraterrestrial domain were not high, but as a member of the Star Alliance, he still knew some things about the sector beast. For example, once the sector beast broke out of its shell, it would be impossible to form a contract with it. At this time, he could only hope that someone could form a contract with it in the land of the fallen immortals. In this way, he would be able to seize the sector beast. In fact, if the land of the fallen immortals did not allow extraterrestrials and powerhouses above the venerable realm to enter, he would have already rushed in and formed a contract with the sector beast. At this time, the Star Alliance Temple Master had already forgotten that so many extraterrestrial powerhouses had died here. What was he to them? Of course, even if he thought of it, he might not care. Because no one knew what kind of protection was around the unborn sector beast. Those who knew were all dead. Therefore, in the eyes of the Star Alliance Temple Master, those extraterrestrial powerhouses must have killed each other and died here in order to fight for the sector beast. He did not know that it was because of the power of the divine beast's shadow. At this time, Yi Qianming was also standing on a peak not far away, staring in the direction of the land of the fallen immortals. Bei Qing and Feng Yu stood behind him, also looking in the direction of the land of the fallen immortals nervously. The sector beast was about to be born. They did not know if the evil doctor could seize the opportunity to form a contract with it. It was a pity that Master could not enter. Even his soul could not follow the evil doctor through the connection of the 9 Phoenix Ring because it was a great supplement for the spiritual aura in the land of the fallen immortals. Otherwise, the sector beast would not be able to escape, but now, it all depended on whether the evil doctor had the luck and opportunity. At this time, Luo Qingtong and Yun Shi had just appeared outside the forbidden zone. Oh no! Looking at the scene in the sky, Little Pig instantly jumped on Luo Qingtong's shoulder like an ant on a hot pan. Oh no, it's too late. It was so angry that it kept howling. The sector beast is about to be born. They had only just arrived outside the forbidden zone. By the time they reached the center of the Forbidden Zone, how long would it be? That sector beast had already broken out of its shell and escaped. Oh my mamma mia, it had finally found such a treasure, and it had actually let it slip away right under its nose. One had to know that in this world, there were only a few who were lucky enough to meet an unborn sector beast. It was so angry, his heart ached, his stomach hurt, and his hoofs hurt, just as Little Pig was using his little hoof to cover his chubby chest as if he was suffocating. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes as she looked at the heaven and earth anomaly that suddenly appeared in the sky. It's not necessarily impossible. She looked at the streams of light that were rapidly passing by, completely ignoring her existence as they all rushed towards the center of the Forbidden Zone. If it were any other time in this forbidden area, it would be impossible for anyone to take a step forward. Luo Qingtong looked indifferent. Wu, what should I do if my heart hurts again? If it had known that the so-called mysterious power and danger in the Forbidden Zone was the power of the divine beast shadows, it would have urged Luo Qingtong to come here and contract with the sector beast first. Who would have thought that the treasure in the land of the deceased immortals would be the sector beast? Thinking of this, Little Pig pounded his feet and stomped his chest. It should have asked Luo Qingtong to come to the Forbidden Zone earlier. Why am I such a pig brain? Why am I such a pig brain? Little Pig was so sad that it completely forgot that it was a pig now. If it wasn't a pig brain, then what was it? While Little Pig was complaining in its heart, Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She raised her eyes slightly. So, tell me, the person who deliberately left the treasure map in the Saint King's tomb, wanted to resurrect himself, and came to the land of the deceased immortals to seize the treasure. How could he be so sure that he would be able to bypass the power of the divine beast shadows and enter the center of the Forbidden Zone? You should know that he doesn't have the ability to predict the future. It's also impossible for him to know that the sector beast would appear at this moment. As soon as Luo Qingtong's voice came out, Little Pig's pair of moonbeam eyes widened instantly. It looked at Luo Qingtong and suddenly pointed its little hoof at her, stammering, You mean, that's right. The blood in Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed in an instant. She smiled at it and said, no matter what the origin of that Saint King is, there must be a treasure map in the treasure map. But in that treasure map, there must be something he did that allowed him to pass through the Forbidden Zone and appear next to the sector beast. Besides this, Luo Qingtong couldn't think of any other possibility that could make that Saint King so confident and cautious. Even if he was dead, he still made countless arrangements. Once he was resurrected, he would come to the Forbidden Zone in the land of the deceased immortals and obtain the sector beast. No matter where that Saint King got the treasure map, it was also possible that he wasn't the Saint King himself at all. After all, there were countless powerhouses who died in the land of the deceased immortals. Since there was someone like Zhuge Shan who was lucky enough to escape the Forbidden Zone and live for a period of time, of course, it was also possible that someone could use special means to preserve their consciousness and then possess that Saint King. Otherwise, as a Saint King, the other party's methods were a bit too many. Luo Qingtong even suspected that the Heart of All Trees and Heart of Wood spirit that she obtained from Bright Moon Island in the North region were also cultivated by him. Saint King Shan was the immortals. If this was the case, then it could explain why there was such a high-level array formation in the Truespill continent, but now, it was no matter what. Most importantly, Luo Qingtong still had a chance to catch up with the birth of the sector beast. Let's go. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and took out the treasure map. After carefully examining it, she found that the starting point marked on the treasure map was outside the Forbidden Zone. And the end point was the place where the sector beast was at the moment when the heaven and earth anomaly was greatly absorbed. This treasure map indeed led directly to the location of the sector beast. At this moment, in the center of the forbidden area, Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others were still in a dream. They thought that they were going to die for sure, but who would have thought that just a moment ago, those divine beasts were all summoned back by that gigantic jumping ball of light in an instant. Countless divine beasts turned into beams of light and flew back into the huge jumping ball of light. At the same time, countless pillars of light and tornadoes of spirit energy were blasted into the gigantic ball of light. Even if the beast-taming King Valley Master and the others were stupid, they knew what was going on. Haha! The treasure is about to appear. The divine beast's powers have all been summoned back. It's using the power of the light pillars and spirit chi to bombard its shell. Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others were wild with joy. They didn't think that they would be able to welcome such a change and opportunity at this time. Haha, those idiots under Sky Yuan sect and Luo Qingtong, they thought that without them, we would die. In the end, we weren't fated to die. This treasure is ours. Beast Tamer King Guguju's face was crazed. He looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was filled with satisfaction and carefree. In an instant, he leaped up and charged toward the huge ball of light in front of him. Everyone from Beast Tamer King's Valley, cover me and get the treasure. Beast Tamer King Guguju's voice was stern. Here, he and the golden-winged rock were the strongest. If the people of Beast Tamer King's Valley supported him, they would definitely be able to get the treasure. At this time, the people of Beast Tamer King's Valley naturally knew what to do. If the Beast Taming King Valley's Valley Master obtained the treasure, all of them would benefit from it. But if they fought among themselves and let others get the treasure, they would be in trouble. The people of Beast Tamer King's Valley immediately united to block the people of the other sections. The moment the voice of the Beast Taming King Valley's Valley Master rang out, the latter reacted swiftly. They all rushed towards the huge ball of light. Among them were a few other first-class sections. However, the Beast Taming King Valley's members who obtained the 5th set of beast taming arts were stronger than any of the other sections. Coupled with the demonic beasts that they brought with them, it would be a piece of cake for them to stop the people from the various sections. Even if all the sects joined forces, they would still be able to resist for a while. As long as he could stall for time, it would be enough for Beast Tamer King Guguju's figure to rush in front of the huge jumping ball of light. Suyu, the Grand Supreme Dean, and the others also sensed the commotion when the gigantic ball of light moved. When Suyu and the others discovered that all the divine beasts had been recalled, their complexions instantly froze. The faces of the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect changed drastically. Not good. That treasure is about to be born, and all the streams of light have been recalled. Everyone was burning with anxiety. If that was the case, then wouldn't the Beast Tamer King, Guguju, and the others be of no threat? Then, that treasure. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly raised their heads to look in front of him. With a single glance, their expressions instantly froze. Crack, crack, crack. The shell of the huge light ball was already covered with cracks. The huge light pillar and spiritual energy hurricane that descended from the sky, as well as the divine beast flowing light that was summoned back, were all desperately crashing against the transparent shell. The surface of the shell was full of bumps and hollows. At the top of the light ball, fragments had already begun to fall down. Something was moving upwards, one arch at a time. From the Beast Tamer King Guguju's gaze, he could only vaguely see a small black thing wriggling on the surface. At the top, there was only a thin layer of membrane left, as if it could be pushed open at any time. The Beast Tamer King Guguju looked at it and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Not for anything else, but for such a huge phenomenon of heaven and earth descending from the sky. So much power poured in, but only a little of the outer shell of the light ball was blasted open, and the membrane inside was still intact. What on earth was that thing inside? He watched as the little thing pushed against the membrane more and more frequently and with more and more strength. Together with the power pouring in from the sky and the divine beast flowing light that was flying in from all directions. That membrane was pushed higher and higher, and the light on it became more and more transparent. The Beast Tamer King Guguju's heart was fiercely shocked. He didn't know why, but he always had a feeling that he must not let the thing inside rush out before he made the contract. Otherwise, everything would be lost. Although he didn't know where this feeling came from, the Beast Tamer King Guguju still trusted his intuition. He directly rushed to the front of the huge light ball without stopping. The divine beast flowing light that was summoned back had already turned into the purest power to help the huge light ball break its shell. Therefore, at this time, there was no reaction at all to the approach of the Beast Tamer King Guguju. All the divine beast flowing light all turned into rays of spiritual energy light and leaped back into the huge light ball. The Beast Tamer King Guguju was occasionally brushed by one or two rays of light. He felt the pure and rich power that merged into his body, and immediately his heart was wild with joy. He looked at the huge light ball in front of him, so excited that his eyes almost turned red. Haha! Treasure, this is definitely a peerless treasure. Before, the Beast Tamer King Guguju was still guessing that the thing inside the ball of light could be a mythical beast or even an ancient mythical beast. When he sensed the pure, rich, and untainted power of heaven and earth formed by the flowing light of the divine beasts, he was certain, among them, there must be existences like the ancient divine beasts. Even if it wasn't, it would definitely be a peerless treasure on par with it. The beast tamer King Guguju felt an indescribable excitement and madness when he thought about how he was about to obtain an existence similar to an ancient divine beast. He had never thought that he would have such a heaven-defying opportunity one day. Haha. Luo Qingtong, this valley master has to thank you. Thank you for taking away the beast mark inheritance in the Broken Star Valley. Otherwise, how could this valley master have the chance to kill you and catch up with the changes in the Forbidden Zone in time? The beast tamer King Guguju felt proud in his heart. Before, he was extremely angry with Luo Qingtong for taking away the opportunity of his beast tamer King Valley in the Broken Star Valley. However, from the looks of it, he still had to thank Luo Qingtong. Haha. As the beast tamer King Guguju laughed, he reached out his hand and bit his index finger. He raised his hand and pressed it toward the huge ball of light. He didn't know how to make a contract with such a treasure. But thinking about it, it was always right to use his own blood as a medium. Haha. Little baby, come here. The beast tamer King Guguju laughed loudly. His finger directly passed through the huge pillar of light and the spirit chi hurricane that was pouring down, and pressed towards the huge ball of light. At this moment, buzz. A blood-red array suddenly appeared on the white bone ground under the ball of light. Bang, bang, bang. Lines of the array spread out one after another. The white bone corpses all around exploded in an instant. The power contained in them instantly sank into the blood-red array that flew up and filled the lines of the array. The lines of the array on the blood-red array lit up. Then, the huge blood-red array was completely lit up. Then, a faintly discernible silhouette appeared in an instant. Somewhere outside the forbidden area. Holding the treasure in her hand, Luo Qingtong directly stepped into the blood-red array that was activated by the aura of the treasure map in her hand and suddenly lit up. Boom! The energy under her feet was activated. As the power in her body poured into the place marked on the treasure map under her feet. At the same time, it was also the center of the blood-red array. Lines of power and aura suddenly burst out from the blood-red array. The grass and soil all around flew. Countless gravel tumbled and was discharged in all directions from the location of the blood-red array. The huge blood-red array was spinning. Lines of light suddenly shot out from the lines of the array and shrouded Luo Qingtong, Yunxi, and the corpse puppet of the great Yong Saint beside her. When they touched the treasure map in Luo Qingtong's hand, they seemed to have determined something. Swoosh! Those lights concentrated on Luo Qingtong. Pa ji! Little Pig didn't have time to react and fell to the ground in an instant. And Luo Qingtong, who was beside it, disappeared without a trace. Damn. Little Pig widened his beady eyes in shock. Oh my god, this lousy map could only transport Luo Qingtong? Its eyes widened in shock as it looked at the great Yong Saint corpse puppet and Yunxi, who were also left behind. His beady eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh my god. Oh my god. Little Pig was about to go crazy. First of all, he did not know what was going on with the sector beasts. The beast taming King's Valley and the other sects were all in the forbidden area. After all, with such a huge commotion in the forbidden area, how could they not come over to take a look? Now that the godly beasts had disappeared, those people might be fine. They might have already rushed to where the sector beasts were. Didn't that mean that Luo Qingtong had to deal with so many enemies by herself? Oh my god, thinking of this, Little Pig's little tail, which was coiled into a mosquito coil, straightened. Little Pig hurriedly said to Yunxi. Then, he controlled the great Yong Saint's corpse puppet and rushed toward the center of the forbidden zone. I'm going to be King screwed. I knew that this treasure map could only teleport one person. Why would I follow Luo Qingtong here? Why didn't I bring Yunxi and the great Yong Saint's corpse puppet to the center of the forbidden zone? If not, I can hide in the 9-story exquisite pagoda. In this way, I can follow Luo Qingtong. But it's too late, my mommy, master, please don't let anything happen to you, Little Pig wailed in his heart. Carrying Yunxi and the great Yong Saint's corpse puppet, he ran toward the center of the forbidden zone. At this moment, in the center of the forbidden zone, The Heavenly Yuan sect and Suyu were rushing toward the Beast Tamer King, Guguju. But it was too late. In order to avoid being caught by the Beast Tamer King's Valley and the other sects, they desperately retreated. They were already far away from the giant jumping ball of light. But who would have thought that the giant jumping ball of light would suddenly change and summon all the divine beasts back? Originally, the Beast Tamer King's Valley and the other sects were going to be killed by the divine beasts. But now that all the divine beasts were summoned back, the Beast Tamer King's Valley and the other sects benefited instead. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first, seeing that the Beast Tamer King, Guguju, was the first to approach the giant ball of light. The Heavenly Yuan sect and Suyu were so anxious that they were about to burst into flames. They were rushing over with all their might. But they couldn't make it in time. They hadn't even reached the area where the Beast Taming King's Valley's people were blocking them, let alone the Beast Taming King's Valley master. They wouldn't be able to stop him and prevent him from obtaining the divine beast light orb. Everyone was in despair and could only watch as his finger pressed toward the giant ball of light. But at this moment, the blood-colored array suddenly activated. Everyone's eyes were instantly fixed on the huge blood-colored array formation. Who could it be? Then who was the person inside? The people from the other sects who were entangled with the Beast Taming King's Valley also fixed their gazes on the gigantic blood-colored formation. When they saw the faintly discernible figure above the array formation, their hearts trembled violently. Who was it that was able to pass through a formation and appear right in front of the ball of light at the center of the Forbidden Zone? Could it be someone from outside the realm? After all, besides the Xenorace experts that had participated in the fight for this treasure, there was no other possibility for them to set up a formation in the surroundings. However, weren't all those Xenorace experts already dead? Besides, outsiders couldn't enter the land of the fallen immortals, otherwise, the people from the Star Alliance Hall would have already come in and taken the treasure away. Everyone was very nervous. They didn't know who the figure that appeared in the array was. However, in their own hearts, they naturally wished that it was someone from outside the realm. After all, it wouldn't be a problem for them if outsiders obtained this treasure. However, if the Beast Taming King's Valley were to obtain this treasure, then everyone in the hidden world would have to submit to them. Thinking of this, everyone was anxious as they stared in the direction of the blood-red array. As for the Beast Tamer King Guguju, when he saw the blood-red array light up, he was also shocked. Not for anything else, but he could also think of what everyone else could think of. Thinking that the person who appeared in the blood-red array was most likely someone from outside the realm and had broken through the restriction to appear here, the Beast Tamer King Guguju felt a chill in his heart. Luckily, he had already broken through the light pillar's shroud. As long as he pressed down, he would be able to make the little fellow in the ball of light recognize him as its master. Now, even if the Heavenly Emperor came, no one would be able to stop him. Thinking of this, the Beast Tamer King Guguju sneered and pressed down. Haha. He laughed out loud, no one can stop me. This treasure is mine. As he spoke, his laughter was indescribably arrogant and proud. His entire person was indescribably proud of himself. Hearing this, the people from the Skyuan sect and Suyu's group all felt a chill in their hearts. The Beast Tamer King Guguju had succeeded, then they, and their master, damn it. Suyu's eyes were bloodshot as she punched the ground. She was like a trapped beast as she roared in a hoarse voice, I shouldn't have retreated. She shouldn't have retreated and let the divine beasts in the forbidden area kill the people from the sects and the Beast Tamer King's Valley. She should have led the people from the heavenly diabolism to resist and kill them. This way, when the divine beasts retreated, they could have stopped the people from the Beast Tamer King's Valley for a moment. Suyu's eyes were bloodshot. She couldn't help her master protect the opportunity that should have belonged to her. Alright, how can this be blamed on you? The Grand Dean's eyes were also slightly red. The people from the Beast Tamer King's Valley and the other sects are waiting to catch you. If you had stayed, they would have been able to get close to the giant ball of light before the divine beasts retreated. Speaking of which, it's our Skyuan sect's fault for dragging you down. With that, the Grand Supreme Dean clenched his fists tightly. If it wasn't for that bastard Chen Tong, Suyu's identity wouldn't have been exposed. Even if he had only said that Suyu and the others had a way to avoid the divine beast flowing light and didn't reveal the identities of Suyu and the others, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. But that bastard said that Suyu and the others were Luo Qingtong's people. Under such circumstances, the Beast Taming King's Valley naturally wouldn't let Suyu's group off. Even the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect had become the trump card to suppress Su Yu and the others, speaking of which, it was all their fault for harming Luo Qingtong. The Grand Supreme Dean's heart was filled with guilt. The Heaven Branch sect master and the others did not say anything. The Grand Supreme Dean was right. Indeed, they had harmed Luo Qingtong and Su Yu, as well as themselves. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong wasn't here. They could only hope that she would be able to escape the pursuit of the beast-taming King's Valley, but as everyone thought this, they felt that their hopes were very slim. After all, once the beast-taming King Guguju obtained this treasure, perhaps even the Star Alliance's temple master wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At that time, they could only treat him with respect. In this way, the entire Hidden World and True Spill continent would be under his control. Where could Luo Qingtong escape to? This time, they had really caused the other party and himself to be in deep trouble. As everyone thought this, their hearts were filled with despair. The people from the other sects were slightly better off. Listening to the voice of the beast-taming King Guguju, they felt that they could only serve him in the future. A faint, chuckling voice rang out. Beast-tamer King Guguju, you flatter me. Although I also think that this weapon in my hand is a treasure, and it's one of a kind in the world. But if beast-tamer King Guguju wants to contract with it, it's impossible. Because it already belongs to me. Her words had a double meaning. As this voice rang out, the Heavenly Yuan Zone, Su Yu and the others, who had originally been in despair, instantly revealed surprised and joyful expressions. At this moment, they were so moved that they almost shed tears. Master! Luo Qingtong! Their voices sounded at the same time. Almost as soon as they raised their heads, they saw a girl in a fiery red robe standing in front of beast-tamer King Guguju, looking down at the heavens. Luo Qingtong swung her sword, which happened to block Guguju's finger. When the latter touched it with his finger, he felt a cold sensation. He thought that he had touched the outer shell of the huge ball of light. At this moment, hearing Luo Qingtong's voice, beast-tamer King Guguju's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at the girl in front of him with a shocked expression, not knowing why she suddenly appeared here. Luo Qingtong? You bitch, didn't you die in the Broken Stars Valley? Beast-tamer King Guguju's face was filled with indescribable shock and disbelief. At that time, they had destroyed the cave, and even the 4 in-corpse beasts and in-corpses were completely motionless. How could Luo Qingtong come out of the cave alive? Beast-tamer King Guguju couldn't believe what he was seeing at this moment. Moreover, how did she appear in front of him? Beast-tamer King Guguju's eyes popped out. Looking at Luo Qingtong standing in front of him, he seemed to think of something, and suddenly lowered his head to look at the huge blood-red formation. As expected, the figure on the blood-red formation had disappeared. Beast-tamer King Guguju's face was ferocious. He looked at Luo Qingtong and shouted, "Bitch, did you come here through that blood-red formation? The person in the blood-red formation was you? This bitch, it must be the treasure map's credit. Damn it, previously, even if they had confirmed that she was dead, they should have searched for the treasure map from her." However, the changes in the Forbidden Zone had come too suddenly. They had been overjoyed at the time, thinking that since the Forbidden Zone had changed, it didn't matter if they didn't have her treasure map. Plus, they were afraid of losing the initiative, so they hurriedly rushed here. In the end, he was almost killed by Su Yu and the others and even gave Luo Qingtong a chance to rush here. It was really infuriating. If they knew that the treasure map could be sent directly to this light ball through the formation, they would have gotten it no matter what, beast-tamer King Guguju thought, and his teeth almost broke from clenching. He fiercely waved his hand, and was about to blast Luo Qingtong away. And press on the huge light ball's outer shell again. However, before he could make a move, Luo Qingtong, who had already seen through his plan, directly blocked it with her sword. Boom! The sharp sword chi from the life and death dual right sword in her hand, mixed with the aura of the death edge and annihilation, forced beast-tamer King Guguju to retreat. You? Beast-tamer King Guguju didn't expect Luo Qingtong to have such strength. She didn't die in the cave in the Shattered Star Valley, and she even improved her strength? Beast-tamer King Guguju looked at the aura of the Holy Emperor realm around Luo Qingtong and almost went crazy. How did this woman become such a monster? She was just a Holy Emperor before. How did she reach the Holy Emperor realm in such a short time? How did she do it? Beast tamer King Guguju didn't know that Luo Qingtong could purify the immortal jade bones, especially the blood immortal jade bones. Naturally, he didn't know where the girl's frightening growth and strength came from. He couldn't help but wonder if there were other more powerful inheritances in the cave. Because they destroyed the cave, Luo Qingtong took advantage of it? Thinking of this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It was fine that Luo Qingtong got the beast mark inheritance, but if Luo Qingtong also got another inheritance because of them, beast tamer King Guguju felt like he wanted to die. Not only did he fail to kill her, he even gave her benefits. Beast tamer King Guguju didn't feel good just thinking about it. What made him even angrier was that Luo Qingtong raised her hand and pressed one of her fingers on the huge ball of light after forcing him away. There was a wound on her finger that Luo Qingtong had just been cut by the sword energy. The blood on the wound was immediately absorbed by the huge transparent ball of light as soon as it touched the outer shell. Buzz, blood-colored patterns suddenly spread out on the huge ball of light. This was the formation of a contract. At the same time, the rays of light that fell from the sky enveloped Luo Qingtong in an instant. Countless spirit chi hurricanes and divine beast lights were also distributed to Luo Qingtong as they rushed toward the huge ball of light. Through the power transmitted from the huge ball of light, the latter's entire body was pulled into the air in an instant. Countless spirit chi laws and power rushed into her body in an instant. The aura and power in Luo Qingtong's body kept increasing. It turned out that the power that was used to break the shell of the realm beast was transmitted to Luo Qingtong through the contract at this moment, giving her the opportunity to be infused with the power of heaven and earth. Such an opportunity was comparable to a rare opportunity. After all, the power of heaven and earth was the purest, most fundamental power. This power infused into Luo Qingtong's body was greatly beneficial to her strength. It would have a far-reaching impact in the future. After all, not everyone could obtain the blessings and suppression of the heavenly Tao. Watching this scene, the beast-taming King Valley Master's eyes turned red with jealousy. *TCH. He rushed toward Luo Qingtong. He never thought that contracting with this ball of light would give him such benefits. The power that Luo Qingtong's sword had stimulated just now had already shocked him. Luo Qingtong was a monster. After so many confrontations, Beast King Guguju knew how terrifying the girl's strength and ability were. When she was at the Holy Emperor realm, she could easily dodge the attacks of a group of holy venerables. Beast Tamer King Guguju could not believe his eyes when he first came into contact with that power. He could not allow her to successfully contract with that gigantic ball of light. He could not allow her strength to increase any further, otherwise, all of them who had a grudge against her would die here. At this moment, Beast Tamer King Guguju's desire to kill Luo Qingtong was even greater than his desire for that gigantic ball of light. Even if he had to destroy that gigantic ball of light, he could not allow Luo Qingtong to successfully contract with it. Beast Tamer King Guguju's expression was ferocious. He immediately charged towards Luo Qingtong. Then, with a boom, an attack that had been brewing up to its peak was blasted towards Luo Qingtong. Boom! That boundless power gathered all of Beast Tamer King Guguju's strength. All of his strength was gathered in this one move. In an instant, that attack was like a surging sea. A hurricane swept across the sky and blasted towards Luo Qingtong. Buzz! That attack formed the shape of a roaring tiger in midair and blasted towards Luo Qingtong. The move was like its form, gathering the power of heaven and earth to form a spirit. This move even contained the chi of the immortals. The Holy Venerable Realm was the last realm of the Venerable Realm. At the same time, it was the realm closest to the Venerable Realm. Beast Tamer King Guguju's strength was still at the peak of the Venerable Realm. This ferocious tiger that was conjured by his move was vivid and lifelike, just like a real tiger. It even had an aura of agility. It was no longer like a tiger formed by a move, which only had the form but not the spirit. The beast-taming King Valley's Valley Master had transformed into a ferocious tiger that possessed a spiritual aura. It roared fiercely at Luo Qingtong and then charged towards Luo Qingtong. That bloody mouth was filled with the essence of beast-tamer King Guguju's attack. He vowed to kill Luo Qingtong under his palm. The young girl's threat to him was so great that he couldn't bear it. It was even to the point of fear. Go to hell, bitch. The beast-tamer King Guguju's expression was cold. he was certain that Luo Qingtong would be immobilized by the aura of the light ball. The fact that the other party was able to obtain an increase in strength this time was an opportunity, but at the same time, a restriction. When one's aura was being injected and raised, one could not move casually. With the power of heaven and earth pouring in, Luo Qingtong could not move even if she wanted to. She probably didn't think of this when she made the contract, right? Beast Tamer King Guguju sneered. Right now, he was going to kill this B*TCH on the spot. Roar. The power of the tiger swept out in an instant and rushed towards Luo Qingtong. The latter looked at the power of the tiger that was rushing towards her with cold eyes. Luo Qingtong did not expect that after making the contract with the light ball, she would be faced with an increase in strength. If Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others were not here, such an increase in strength was definitely a great opportunity. But now that Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others were here, this opportunity became a crisis for her. Luo Qingtong's body was fixed in midair. The blood in her hand was being sucked out continuously. The huge light beam and the spirit aura hurricane in the sky were also being injected. Through the contract with the light ball, they were increasing her strength and aura. Unless she immediately gave up the contract with this sector beast, she would not be able to escape the attack of Beast Tamer King Guguju. Luo Qingtong frowned slightly. The bloody light in her eyes flickered. Even though there were countless ways to avoid this attack, Luo Qingtong couldn't move because she couldn't give up. In her dictionary of life, there was never such a word. She could choose not to fight for temporary gains and losses and avoid the attack. But this time, if she dared to retreat, Beast Tamer King Guguju would definitely take the opportunity to attack. At that time, if he seized the opportunity to contract with the sector beast, Luo Qingtong wouldn't be able to avoid it either. In that case, why should she hide? At the moment of life and death, only by fighting with all her strength could she have a chance of survival. This was the experience that Luo Qingtong had gained from countless pursuits in the past when she fell into adversity. At the moment of life and death, she would never retreat. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. In just an instant, her mind communicated with the 9-layered exquisite pagoda in her mind. At this time, only this suppressive artifact might be able to solve her crisis. However, the only thing that Luo Qingtong was worried about was that this 9-layered exquisite pagoda had another name, which was Suppressing Demon Pagoda. And she was in the process of contracting with the sector beast. She didn't know if this would affect her. Luo Qingtong thought about it, and her frown deepened. But at this moment, the ferocious tiger formed by the move was already in front of her. There was no time to hesitate. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She communicated with the 9-layered exquisite pagoda directly and was about to draw out the opponent's aura. At this moment, bang! A figure rushed in front of her in an instant and blocked the fierce tiger's attack. Bang! The figure was instantly blasted away by the fierce tiger's attack. With a boom, he hit the ground not far from Luo Qingtong. The white bones on the ground were smashed into powder. Cough, cough. The person coughed violently and then raised his head. It was the Sky Yuan sect master. That's right, to be able to block the Beast Tamer King Guguju's attack, one must be at the same level as him. At this moment, the other sects were being held back by the Beast Taming King's Valley. Only the Heavenly Yuan sect and Suyu's group managed to catch up. While everyone was still stunned by Luo Qingtong's appearance, they bypassed the Beast Tamer Valley's group and appeared not far away from Luo Qingtong and Guguju. As soon as Luo Qingtong made a move, the Sky Yuan sect master immediately rushed over and stood in front of her. After all, if the Beast Tamer King Guguju could see the situation Luo Qingtong was in, how could they not? Pooh! The Heaven Branch sect master raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Beast Tamer King Guguju had obtained the 5th Beast Tamer incantation. His strength and his contracted beasts were becoming more and more compatible. The strength he could unleash was also several times stronger than before. They were both peak holy venerables, but the Heaven Branch sect master was no match for the Beast Tamer King Guguju. Fortunately, he had obtained the divine jade bone that Luo Qingtong had given him in advance because of the Grand Supreme President and Bai Suqing's relationship. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured and on the verge of death after taking on the Beast Tamer King Guguju's attack. Sect Master. Father. Master. Everyone from the Heavenly Yuan sect had already rushed over. Seeing the heavenly Yuan sect master fall, they hurriedly helped him up. Su Yu, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others rushed in front of Luo Qingtong and looked at Luo Qingtong through the huge light pillar and spiritual energy storm. Master. Their eyes were filled with tears as they looked at Luo Qingtong. Mistress, we're here. Don't worry, we won't let anyone disturb you. Su Yu said firmly to Luo Qingtong. The people of heavenly diabolism behind her stood upright, just like when they were in the Luo family, following Luo Qingtong. Among the people of heavenly diabolism, there were people from heavenly diabolism, as well as people from the Luo family's Iron Army. Because they were sent by Luo Qingtong to the western regions to assist Su Yu, they merged with the people of heavenly diabolism. They followed Su Yu and were called heavenly diabolism. At this moment, they were all standing silently behind Su Yu, looking at Luo Qingtong in the light beam. In the past, it was always the young mistress who stood in front of them, blocking all the bloody storms for them. She only let out a little wind and rain, allowing them to temper themselves and improve themselves. Under the young mistress's wings, they slowly grew and improved. The young mistress was so powerful that she could recruit more people who were willing to work for her, who were willing to serve her. But the young mistress had always led them. She didn't despise them for being weak, nor did she despise them for being stupid. She spent a lot of effort to pave the way for them and improve their strength. But for the promise she made to them in the past, I promise you here that as long as the Luo family exists, you will all enjoy the same glory. In the future, no one can stop you from soaring for thousands of miles. At that time, the young lady was high-spirited, standing in the martial arts arena of the Luo family. When the Luo family was at its weakest, surrounded by wolves, she made a promise to them. At that time, they thought that Luo Qingtong was trying to appease them. But who knew that so many years had passed? The Luo family had leaped from the aristocratic family of the Eastern Fence country to the ruler of the Great Yong sacred dynasty. Luo Qingtong had even walked out of the secular world of the True Spill continent and came to the hidden world. They had reached a level they had never imagined. But in the end, he had never forgotten them. The girl who had once promised them that she would soar into the heavens and no one could stop her had really brought them all out with her own strength. From the Eastern Fence country to the Western regions, from the Western regions to the hidden world, and then to the land of the fallen immortals, they had traveled to places they had never dared to imagine. They now possessed strength that they had never dared to dream of before. Not only that, but they also had a proud status that surpassed even those of the True Spill continent. All of this came from the young girl in front of him. She used her own strength to bring them to witness her glory, and gave them the same honor. Their lives were worth it. Miss, just focus on breaking through the contract. We will stay by your side and not let anyone get close to you. That is, unless all of them died. Su Xiaoxiao, Little Overlord Yuan, and the others had the same thoughts as them. The girl met them in the branch of the Empire of Qin in the Tianyu Empire. He had brought them from good-for-nothing trash to their current strength and status. Everything they had was given to them by Luo Qingtong. Now that the girl was in trouble, they were naturally duty-bound. Boss, just focus on breaking through the contract. Little Overlord Yuan said with a carefree face, full of heroism. With us here, no one will be able to get close to you. Their voices were sonorous. Luo Qingtong looked at these people around her. She looked at them, telling her to break through the contract and not to worry. They would protect her. Her heart was touched again and again. That uncontrollable warmth. From her eyes, heart, and soul, it kept flowing. Luo Qingtong's life was full of ups and downs. Except for the old beggar who withdrew from her life early. In her last life, she did not get any warmth about people and humanity. After her ability was exposed, everyone tried to get close to her in order to obtain her ability so that they could use her. All the kindness and warmth had a price. It was not that she did not choose to believe. But in the end, all she got was betrayal. Therefore, her character became more and more evil, more and more independent, and more unscrupulous. After coming to this different world, why did she protect the Luo family and Old Master Luo so much? That was because Old Master Luo's love and care for the previous Luo Qingtong was like the old beggar's love and care for her in her last life. In her last life, Luo Qingtong could not give him a good life because her ability awakened too late. She could not protect him until he grew old. So in this life, she would never let old Master Luo be sad and sad. If he wanted to revive the Luo family, she would revive the Luo family. If he wanted to know the safety of Luo Jinghong and the others, she would work hard to find them. Luo Qingtong did not want the tragedy of her last life to repeat in this life. She was used to carrying everything on her own. Before she met Xianxia, she did not even think about who she would rely on and who she could rely on. She had to rely on herself for everything. She fought against the heavens and was bruised all over. But the man used his broad shoulders to shelter her from the wind and rain, to resist the wind and frost for her. He never coveted her ability. His strength was extraordinary, and his status was outstanding, but he never forced her because of it. He let her escape and alienate, so that she could slowly adapt and accept him. It could be said that Xianxia was the first person to give Luo Qingtong a sense of security. His love had never brought Luo Qingtong a sense of suffocation or oppression. On the contrary, it was incomparably reassuring. As for Suyu and the others, Luo Qingtong's gaze swept over the figures and faces in front of her. These people said that she had given them everything. But to Luo Qingtong, she was just fulfilling her duty as a master and boss. She wanted to have her own forces and team, so naturally, she wouldn't be stingy with giving benefits to the people around her. However, they remembered her kindness in their hearts and stood by her side at the crucial moment. There was no calculation, no coldness, no indifference. These people had stood by her side without hesitation when she was in the most difficult situation. They were completely different from those who had come to her side for the sake of benefits and her ability in her previous life. Their eyes were filled with sincerity and passion. His eyes were filled with determination, and he was not stingy about giving up his life for her. She had all the warmth and tenderness that she could not get in the past in this life. Luo Qingtong looked at them and smiled. If this was her goal in coming here in this life, then in her previous life, she did not die unjustly. But in this life, she wanted to live a good life, for a long, long time, because of the people around her. Okay. Luo Qingtong looked at them and nodded. It's all up to you. Protect me. Luo Qingtong had always been used to fighting against the heavens. Other than Yi Qianming, she had never put her life in the hands of anyone else. This time, she put her life in the hands of Suyu and the others. Swish. She closed her eyes, and the aura around her started to rise at a rapid speed. At the same time, the blood-red lines in her hand where the light ball was connected to were also moving quickly. Round and round, they moved quickly to the outer shell of the light ball. Once these blood-red lines covered the entire body of the outer shell, the contract between Luo Qingtong and the sector beast would be completed. Luo Qingtong's wholehearted devotion obviously sped up the process. Boom. When Luo Qingtong was wholeheartedly devoted to the contract and the breakthrough, on the other side, beast tamer King Guguju saw that his attack was blocked and rushed over again. However, he was stopped by the people from the Sky Yuan sect when he was halfway there. Cough, cough. The Sky Yuan sect master appeared in front of him with the help of the people of the Sky Yuan sect. Beast tamer King Guguju, don't waste your time. With the people of the Sky Yuan sect here, don't even think about taking a step forward. If Luo Qingtong succeeded in the contract, it would be a good thing for the people of the Sky Yuan sect. Not to mention, they owed Luo Qingtong a favor. If it weren't for the girl and Suyu, they would have suffered heavy losses after entering the Forbidden Zone. Not to mention, Luo Qingtong was in this predicament because Qingtong betrayed Suyu and the others. Otherwise, beast tamer King Guguju and the others would never have had the chance to get close to the light ball. They owed Luo Qingtong too much. Whether it was for her or for themselves, they couldn't let the people of Beast Taming King's Valley stop Luo Qingtong from forming a contract with the Ball of Light. You want to stop me? The Beast Tamer King Guguju looked at them angrily. He could ignore Suyu and the others, but he couldn't afford to be careless with the people from the Sky Yuan sect. It was not that he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat the people from the Sky Yuan sect. Instead, he couldn't allow them to stall for time. Luo Qingtong's aura was becoming denser and denser. She was about to break through to the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. The blood-colored veins on the ball of light had already covered a small half of it. The beast tamer King Guguju's expression was unusually cold. Good, good, good. He sneered at the Tian Yuan sect master and the others. He snorted, "Do you think you can stop me with just you? If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of being successfully contracted by that bitch, I could kill all of you by myself with a bit of time." The beast tamer King Guguju's heart was filled with disdain. Even the strongest person in the Sky Yuan sect, the sect master, had been injured by him. How could the others possibly be a match for him? Of course, this was also because the Sky Yuan sect master had rushed out in a hurry. He couldn't block Guguju's attack with all his strength. Otherwise, his injuries wouldn't be so serious. But it was useless to say more. The remaining elders of the Sky Yuan sect could only delay the beast tamer King Guguju for a short while. But the beast tamer King Guguju wasn't willing to give them even that short moment. After all, that woman Luo Qingtong was too strange and cunning. His opponent had already reached a terrifying level. The beast tamer King Guguju had never tasted defeat like Luo Qingtong against a cultivator who was weaker than him. To him, his opponent was no longer just a cultivator who was weaker than him. The pressure and threat she brought to him was much more intense and terrifying than a cultivator who was stronger than him. He absolutely could not give Luo Qingtong any chance to breathe. He absolutely could not let her succeed in forming the contract. With this thought in mind, the beast tamer King Guju's face darkened as he said to the other sects who were blocked outside, "Everyone, you've seen it too. That bitch Luo Qingtong is about to succeed in forming the contract with that ball of light. The treasure in this forbidden area is extremely powerful and terrifying. I wonder what level it is. If she gets her hands on that ball of light, our beast tamer King's Valley will be in big trouble. You people who helped her with her evil deeds and almost killed her subordinates won't be able to escape either, right?" He sneered. "Moreover, we just threatened the Sky Yuan sect. Do you think they won't take revenge after that bitch Luo Qingtong successfully forms the contract with that ball of light?" The beast tamer King Guguju's face was cold and gloomy. Hearing his words, everyone, including the Sky Yuan sect master and Suyu, felt their hearts skip a beat. Especially Suyu and the others. They had just finished speaking with Luo Qingtong and were now gathering with the Sky Yuan sect to guard against the beast tamer King Guguju. Their hearts skipped a beat when they heard the other party's words. The beast tamer King Guguju was obviously trying to drive a wedge between them. He wanted the other sects to join forces to deal with them. In this way, even if they joined forces with the Sky Yuan sect, they might not be able to hold them off for long. After all, there were many first-class and second-class sects among the other sections. On their side, there was only the Heavenly Yuan sect, which was a first-class sect. As for the other sects in the hidden world, their hearts skipped a beat when they heard the words of the beast tamer King Guguju. Even though they knew that the beast tamer King Guguju was trying to drive a wedge between them and the Heavenly Yuan sect, as well as Suyu and the others, they didn't know what to do. However, the people from the various sects had to admit it. The beast tamer King Guguju's scheme was blatantly obvious. So what if they saw through the other party's thoughts? What the other party said was the truth. Previously, in order to reach the center of the Forbidden Zone, they had joined forces with beast tamer King Guguju and the others to force the Heavenly Yuan sect and Suyu. Not only that, he even threatened Suyu and the others with the lives of the Heavenly Yuan sect's people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all of these were mortal enemies. If they allowed Luo Qingtong to successfully contract with the ball of light, would they still have a good time? They didn't dare to gamble. From the looks of it, it would be better to help the beast tamer King Valley obtain the ball of light. After all, if the beast tamer King Valley obtained the ball of light, they would at most be disbanded and forced to join the beast tamer King Valley. However, if Luo Qingtong obtained the ball of light, as the crowd thought about it, their gazes towards the Heavenly Yuan sect and Suyu changed. Seeing the change in their expressions, the Heavenly Yuan sect master, Suyu, and the others' gazes changed abruptly. Everyone. The Heavenly Yuan sect master wanted to say something. The people from the various sects were already standing on the side of the beast tamer King Guguju. Sky Branch sect master, we know what you want to say. A first-rate sect master said in a low voice, but to us, your words are not persuasive at all. So what if the Sky Branch sect master told them that they wouldn't pursue the matter? The people from the various sects didn't dare to bet on what Luo Qingtong would do in the end. They couldn't use their own sect's future to gamble with the Sky Branch sect. Of course, the people from the various sects also had other thoughts. That was, the people from the Beast Tamer King's Valley wouldn't stop them now. Then, when they dealt with the people from the Sky Branch sect later, would they be able to seize the opportunity to obtain the contract rights to that ball of light? With such thoughts in mind, they didn't listen to the Sky Branch sect master's words and directly stood on the side of the Beast Tamer King, Guguju. Ha ha ha. The Beast Tamer King, Guguju, raised his head to the sky and laughed. His laughter was unusually sinister and complacent. Do you see that? Sky Branch sect master, and all of you. He looked coldly at the Sky Branch sect master, Suyu, and the rest and laughed coldly. You can't protect Luo Qingtong. If you know what's good for you, then scram. This way, if I'm in a good mood, I might reluctantly spare your worthless lives. Of course, Luo Qingtong's people are an exception. All of them must die. Suyu and the rest looked coldly at him, completely unmoved. The Sky Branch sect master and the rest didn't care about the Beast Tamer King, Guguju's words. They were bound together with Luo Qingtong for good or ill. The words of the Beast Tamer King, Guguju, were simply not to be trusted. Furthermore, to become a dog under the feet of the Beast Tamer King, Guguju, in order to survive, they might even be worse than a dog. The people of the Sky Branch weren't that cheap. Father. Master. Bai Suqing and the Grand Supreme Dean were afraid that the Heaven Branch sect master would be persuaded by the Beast Tamer King Guguju. Just as they were about to speak, the Heaven Branch sect master waved his hand at them. Then, he ordered the people of the Sky Yuan sect set up the array. With the Sky Yuan sect's ability, they would risk their lives to protect Luo Qingtong. If he succeeded, the Heavenly Yuan sect would have nothing to worry about in the future. If it doesn't work, then I'll just treat it as giving away my life to Luo Qingtong and the others. In any case, this was what they owed the other party. Yes. Bai Suqing and the Grand Supreme Dean wept with joy. They quickly set up the array with the others. The crowd surrounded Luo Qingtong and the ball of light in the middle. Seeing this, the Beast Tamer King Guguju's expression turned cold. Humph, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since you're so stubborn, then go die with Luo Qingtong and the others. His eyes were cold. Now that he had the people of the other sects and the Beast Tamer King's Valley on his side, how long would it take to deal with the Heaven Branch sect master and the others? It could kill them all in an instant. At that time, they would go to hell with Luo Qingtong and the others. The Beast Tamer King, Guguju sneered. Boom, he raised his hand and instantly, an attack was launched towards the Heaven Branch sect master and the others. At the same time, he waved his hand and shouted, "Attack!" As he spoke, he had already raised his hand. Golden-winged condor. Previously, the golden-winged condor had been fighting the people of the other sects with the people of the Beast Tamer King's Valley and the other demonic beasts. Boom! The Beast Taming King Valley's Valley Master roared. Instantly, the golden-winged eagle with bloodshot eyes spread its huge wings and flew in front of the Beast Tamer King Guguju. Kill! The Beast Tamer King Guguju's voice was cold as he flew onto the golden-winged eagle. The other members of the Beast Taming King's Valley also jumped onto their contracted beasts in an instant. The power of their beast taming art combined with their contracted beasts increased the strength of both parties. This was the power of a beast tamer. Not only were they strong, but they also had the help of their contracted beasts. They could also increase the strength of their contracted beasts in battle. They could make 1 + 1 greater than 2. This kind of increase in strength was not something an ordinary warrior or soul master could achieve. Unless it was a soul master with a special soul seal. Otherwise, an ordinary soul master of the same level would not be able to compete with a beast tamer's fighting strength. Boom! After the group of people jumped onto their respective beasts, their strength increased greatly. They immediately rushed towards the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect. Behind them was a group of people from the other sections. They wanted the contracted light balls and rushed towards the Heavenly Yuan sect and Suyu without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of extremely powerful aura fluctuations burst out from the group of people from the other sections. Then, the group of people rushed towards Luo Qingtong like a tide. Protect Master. People from the Heavenly Diabolism, let them go. Along with Suyu's voice, suddenly, a bright light, like a living thing, lit up from the direction of their bodies. The group of people from the Heavenly Yuan sect did not know what Suyu meant by let them go at first. But when they saw the huge whirlpool and the figure that appeared beside them, everyone's eyes widened. This is, the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect were shocked. The Grand Supreme Dean slapped his thigh. Damn. Great. This evil Dr. Brat is actually hiding so many things from me. Ha ha ha. This stinky girl, wait till she successfully breaks through the contract, I will definitely settle the score with her. He hid it too well. As the Grand Supreme Dean scolded him, he laughed heartily. Not because of anything else, but because what appeared next to Suyu and the others were demonic beasts. Furthermore, although the level of this group of demonic beasts was not as high as the golden-winged Great Ping and the others under the beast tamer King Guguju and the others, their tyrannical auras were strangely not overpowered by them. Beside Suyu, the thunder beast's figure grew bigger in an instant. With a roar, it threw Suyu onto its back. Roar. Suyu stepped on the thunder beast's shoulder and looked in the direction of the beast tamer King Guguju and the others. His eyes were cold. Let us deal with those demons. Suyu and the others' contracts were all heaven and earth contracts. As for the demonic beasts under them, they were originally savage beasts that were hiding at the edge of the western wilderness. Although these demonic beasts were not as high level as the golden-winged Great Ping and the others, their ferocious auras were not any weaker than the golden-winged Great Ping and the others. After all, the demonic beasts that could raise their strength to the Saint Realm and above in that area were all extremely powerful and ferocious. Furthermore, they had previously been fed by Luo Qingtong with the aura of the 9-story exquisite pagoda. Among the beast-taming King Valley's group, apart from the few holy venerate-level demonic beasts under the Dark Elder's command, there were no other demonic beasts. When the other demonic beasts sensed the aura of the demonic beasts around Suyu and the others, they were all inexplicably flustered. Even though they had not regained their senses due to the control of beast-taming King Guguju and the others. However, the pressure and fear that came from their souls still caused them to retreat in a frenzy. Sensing the demonic beast's emotions, beast-taming King Guguju and the others were indescribably shocked and furious. You are all beast-taming masters. Beast-taming King Guguju and the other higher-ups looked at Suyu and the others with gloomy and furious expressions. They were all beast-taming masters. Bastard, Luo Qingtong, that bitch. Could it be that after secretly peeking at our beast-taming King Valley's beast-taming art, she taught it to Suyu and the others in the blink of an eye? But how could it be so coincidental? Among this group of people, there just happened to be people who had the talent to cultivate the beast-taming art, or could it be that these people were specially selected by Luo Qingtong to cultivate the beast-taming art? But what was up with the demonic beasts around them? Where did they find so many high-level demonic beasts? How did they contract with them? Even if beast-taming King Guguju and the others racked their brains, they would not be able to figure out that the demonic beasts that Suyu and the others had contracted were not the beast marks that they cultivated with the beast-taming art. Instead, they were the heaven and earth contracts that Luo Qingtong had personally drawn up for them. With the power of the heaven and earth contracts, what kind of demonic beasts couldn't they contract with? Suyu and the others had already contracted with the powerful demonic beasts of the far west wilderness for a long time and were already familiar with each other. Now that they were released to fight, their strength had increased by a notch. Not only that, the demonic beasts contracted by the heaven and earth contracts were not under the control of beast-taming King Guguju and the others. At this moment, seeing the shocked expressions of the beast-tamer King Guguju and the others, Suyu and the others' lips curled up slightly. Their eyes were filled with pride. How can you understand my master's methods? We are indeed all beast-tamers. You didn't expect this, did you? Suyu's eyes were cold. Beast-tamer King Guguju and the others looked at them with cold eyes. Humph, shameless boasting. It's just a few demonic beasts. You dare to show off your beast-taming arts in front of our beast-taming King Valley? I'm afraid your master didn't tell you that your beast-taming arts were all stolen from our beast-taming King Valley? Beast-tamer King Guguju sneered. At that time, we didn't notice her wild ambition. However, a stolen beast-taming incantation is still a stolen beast-taming incantation. What she taught you should be the 4th level of the beast-taming art, right? You think we can't do anything to you? It's a pity that we've already obtained the 5th magic incantation in the Broken Stars Valley. Idiots. Beast Tamer King Guguju sneered. Then, he suddenly raised his hand and said to Suyu and the others, "Now, I'll let you know what it means to display your slight skill in front of an expert. Give all of your demonic beasts to us." Haha. Beast Tamer King Guguju said and raised his hand to form a seal. In an instant, the beast mark that he was cultivating suddenly released streams of energy. Then, he waved his hands one by one and sent the beast-taming incantation towards the demonic beasts around Suyu and the others. "Come here." Following the beast-tamer King Guguju's shout, the rays of light from the beast mark swept into the bodies of the demonic beasts beside Suyu and the others. This scene was not unfamiliar to Suyu and the others. Didn't Han Dong want to use this move to forcefully take control of the lightning beast back in the far west wilderness? However, it was a pity that their beast-taming technique was nothing under the heaven and earth contract that their master had signed for them. Everyone already knew what the beast-taming King Valley's Valley Master would be facing at the end of this move, so they didn't show the slightest change in their expressions. All of them had a calm and collected look on their faces. Suyu led them and didn't even move as they watched the beast mark energy released by the beast-tamer King Guguju sweep towards the contracted beasts beside them. On the contrary, the people from the Sky Yuan sect all cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. "No, quickly get out of the way. This move of the beast-tamer King Guguju can control your contracted beasts." The people from the Sky Yuan sect were so anxious that they stomped their feet. Especially the Grand Principal. He originally wanted to go with Bai Suqing and the others to face the people from the other sects who rushed over with the beast-tamer King's Valley. When he turned around and saw this scene, he was instantly dumbfounded. Oh my god, Suyu and the others had never fought against the people from the beast-tamer King's Valley before, so they didn't know about their ultimate move. The people from the beast-tamer King's Valley could control other people's contracted beasts. Therefore, the people from the beast-tamer King's Valley had such a high status in the hidden world. Think about it. The sects in the hidden world wanted the beast-tamer King's Valley's help to contract demonic beasts, but they couldn't use these demonic beasts to deal with the people from the beast-tamer King's Valley. Without any other choice, they could only support the people from the beast-tamer King's Valley. This also caused the people from the beast-tamer King's Valley to be arrogant and despotic in the hidden world. If people wanted to contract demonic beasts, they could only beg the beast-tamer King's Valley and couldn't pose any threat to them. How could the beast-taming King's Valley not be arrogant, when he saw that Suyu and the others didn't know the strength of the beast-taming King's Valley and were just casually waiting for the beast-taming King Guguju's beast mark to come over? The Grand Supreme Dean almost fainted. "No. Sigh. Suyu. Hide." The Grand Supreme Dean stomped his feet and was about to rush back. However, before he could move, he was stopped by Su Xiaoxiao and the others. "It's all right, Grand Principal. Suyu and the others will be fine," Little Overlord Yuan said proudly. How could his boss's people be so brainless? Suyu and the others definitely had a way to deal with beast-tamer King Guguju's forces. Thinking that Suyu and the others' demonic beasts were all contracted by Luo Qingtong, the team members were very confident. Seeing them like this, the Grand Supreme Dean almost fainted. Don't know your head. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his strength, he would have knocked Little Overlord Yuan to death. The Grand Supreme Dean jumped up and gave him a knock on the head. What do you know? The beast-taming King's Valley's control over demonic beasts. Before the Grand Supreme Dean could finish his words, his gaze swept across the scene in front of him. In an instant, his eyes bulged out. My mother. This. The beast-tamer King Guguju's beast mark entered the bodies of the demonic beasts beside Suyu and the rest. However, the latter and the other demonic beasts were not affected at all. Roar. The violent roar shook the sky, but it was not because of the beast-tamer King Guguju's control. Instead, it was because he wanted to control them. Trash, he wanted to control them? Was he dreaming? The demonic beasts looked at him with disdain. The contract that they signed with Suyu and the rest was a reverse contract that only divine beasts could sign with humans. In the heavens and earth, only 1 in 100 was revered. What the hell was the beast-tamer King Guguju's beast mark control? The 5 beast-tamer arts combined into one was just an ordinary beast-tamer art practiced by the Zhuge clan. It could not even compare to the heaven and earth beast-tamer art improved by Zhuge Shursan. How dare he try to take control of the contract between them and Suyu and the rest, who gave him the confidence? The eyes of the demonic beasts were filled with disdain and disdain. Anyone with eyes could see the blatant disdain in their eyes when they looked at the Valley Master of the Beast-Taming King Valley. Everyone from the Beast-Taming King's Valley and the other sects were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Even the Beast-Tamer King Guguju himself was in disbelief. This is impossible? He shouted in disbelief and continued to blast the Beast Mark's power out of his body. The Beast Mark power blasted into the demonic beasts beside Suyu and the rest. However, the latter did not care about him at all. One of the demonic beasts even raised its claws to scratch the itch on its body, then continued to watch the Beast-Tamer King Guguju's monkey show. When the Beast-Tamer King Guguju raised its claws, he thought that his control finally worked. Just as he was about to laugh out loud, he realized that the demonic beast was actually scratching the itch on its body. Instantly, his smile froze on his face. Ha ha ha. This time, it was the Grand Supreme Dean and the others who laughed. They looked at the Beast-Tamer King Guguju's stiff expression and the disbelief on the faces of the Beast-Tamer King's Valley and the other sects behind him. Their hearts were filled with satisfaction. F***ck. I didn't expect Suyu and the others to have such a trump card. Ha ha ha. The Grand Supreme Dean was the one who laughed the loudest. That carefree laughter was about to break through the sky. Oh my god, this feels so good. Ha ha ha. Seeing the dumbfounded looks on the faces of Beast-Tamer King Guguju and the rest, the Grand Dean felt as if he had drunk ice water during the hottest days of summer. No, that wasn't right. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been splashed onto his body in the heat of summer. Awesome, how carefree. As for Bai Suqing and the people from the Sky Yuan sect, after recovering from their initial shock, they began to laugh. Alright. The Heaven Yuan sect master could not help but yell. The group of Heavenly Yuan sect elders beside him also smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Suyu and the others demonic beasts were able to resist the plundering of the Beast-Tamer King's Valley. To them, this was great news. With the demonic beasts around, they could hold on for a little longer, as long as they could hold on until Luo Qingtong successfully formed a contract, then Beast-Tamer King Guguju and the others would be in big trouble. Speaking of which, Luo Qingtong, this young lady, was really mysterious. The people of the Beast-Taming King's Valley ran amok in the hidden world. Their beast-taming technique made many sects and experts in the hidden world fear them. But who would have thought that the Beast-Taming King Guguju's beast-taming technique would not be able to deal with Suyu and the others? Even her subordinates were trained so well. Luo Qingtong. What kind of person was she? Even in heaven and earth, they had never seen a girl as outstanding as Luo Qingtong, who made them gasp in amazement, although the other party's strength was not as strong as theirs. However, his methods were truly impressive. At this time, the group of Sky Yuan sect people realized that the people of Beast-Taming King's Valley and Celestial Palace had been fooled by Luo Qingtong. It was not because they were too stupid. It was because Luo Qingtong was too strong. As for the elite disciples and protectors of the Sky Yuan sect, they were extremely excited. Did you see that? Haha. The people of Beast-Taming King's Valley are like fools. Haha, yes. We will definitely be able to resist them this time. As long as Miss Luo can successfully break through the contract, these people are nothing to be afraid of. The group of people had long been convinced by Luo Qingtong. Even the way they addressed Luo Qingtong had changed to Miss Luo. If it was said that Luo Qingtong had received the honorary guest elder token before, they had doubted it and were unconvinced. But now, after Luo Qingtong's methods, their reverence for the girl was indescribable. If it were not for the girl's arrangements for Suyu and the others, the group of Sky Yuan sect people would have suffered heavy losses in the forbidden area. Previously, they thought that Luo Qingtong had asked them to help take care of Suyu and the others because she wanted to drag them down and take advantage of them. But in the end, it was proven that if it were not for Suyu and the others by their side, they would have died many times in the forbidden area. Luo Qingtong did not take advantage of them. Instead, they relied on Luo Qingtong's arrangements for Suyu and the others to survive until now. The group of people who had previously cheered with Chen Tong and the others and had dark thoughts in their hearts were now filled with regret and guilt. Fortunately, Chen Tong was already dead. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would have to go through another torture that was worse than death. While the people of Skyuan sect were happy, the beast-taming King's Valley and the other sects' faces were unsightly. Especially those people from the other sects. But soon, the group of people denied their own thoughts. The people of beast-taming King's Valley could steal other people's contracted beasts. This was not a rumor, it was witnessed by many people, it could not be fake. Then there was only one possibility. The beast-taming art that Luo Qingtong and the others cultivated was actually better than the people of beast-taming King's Valley? The group of people felt that it was inconceivable. But the truth was in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it, that Luo Qingtong's ability was actually so powerful. First, she could let her people walk freely in the forbidden area. Now, she could let them have the ability to contract beasts. That was the beast-tamer King Guguju. In the beast-tamer King Valley, he was the one with the strongest beast-taming ability and the highest level. Suyu and the rest could resist his plundering. How strong was the beast-taming technique that Luo Qingtong taught them? The group of people did not forget what the beast-tamer King Guguju had said before. Their beast-taming technique had been completed, and their strength and power were more than twice as strong as before. Under such circumstances, the beast-taming technique that Luo Qingtong taught Suyu and the rest could resist his plundering. The significance of this was simply terrifying. The group of people shuddered in their hearts as they thought about it. They began to wonder if they had made the wrong choice. After all, if the ability of Suyu and the rest to walk in the forbidden area came from the treasure map that Luo Qingtong obtained, then where did the contract technique that she taught them come from? The young girl's ability was so strong. If they could not kill her here, what kind of terrible situation would they face in the future? The group of people thought, and their hearts grew colder and colder. They looked at Luo Qingtong with more and more fear in their eyes. Some people were even thinking if they should take advantage of the fact that they had not made a big mistake and turn the tables. However, just as they were thinking this, the beast-tamer King Guguju's words had already shattered their fantasy. Stop dreaming. I advise you to properly deal with them with us. Killing Luo Qingtong and blocking her path to contract is the right thing to do. Otherwise, do you think she will let you go? You already have the intention to kill her. Moreover, you have already boarded the ship of our beast-tamer King Valley. Do you think it will be so easy to get off? You don't want to cooperate with us? Then we, the people of the beast-tamer King Valley, can only drag you down with us. The beast-tamer King Guguju's face was sinister. Before this, he had never thought that Suyu and the rest would have such a trick up their sleeves. Luo Qingtong, that bitch, had too many tricks up her sleeves. She had actually set up layers upon layers of traps on her subordinates. But so what, just a bunch of demonic beasts. In terms of strength and numbers, they had the advantage in numbers. Now that everyone from these sects had boarded his pirate ship, it was impossible for them to get off. He could only fight alongside them to kill Luo Qingtong. He did not believe that the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect could withstand it. Hearing this, the expressions of the people from the other sects changed. They looked at beast-tamer King Guguju and the others. The latter and the others had ferocious looks on their faces as they surrounded them. Obviously, as long as the people from the various sects dared to make a move, they would immediately launch an attack. If they died, the people from the other sects would not be able to live either. Such a method of mutual destruction instantly caused the people from the various sects present to suck in a deep breath. Only now did they know what it meant to ask a tiger for its skin. Now that they had boarded the pirate ship of the beast-tamer King Valley, they could only deal with Luo Qingtong and the rest with them. Otherwise, the people from the beast-tamer King Valley would drag them down with them even if they died. Thinking of this, the crowd suddenly had no other ideas and could only continue to charge towards Suyu and the others. After a brief moment of pleasure, Suyu's group and the people from the Heavenly Run sect waited for their arrival with rapt attention. Protect Master. Suyu's face had always been very calm. Except for the pride in Luo Qingtong shown on her face when she was defeated by Guguju, the beast-tamer king. She didn't reveal any other emotions on her face. She was the leader of the Heavenly Diabolism. She was appointed by Master to take charge of the Heavenly Diabolism. The girl rescued her from the slave market, gave her freedom, dignity, and growth. Her only hope in this life was to become an indestructible shield in front of Luo Qingtong, a sword that could break through anything. At this moment, It was time for them to protect their master and kill everything for their master. Fight! Fight! As Suyu's voice sounded, the people of the heavenly diabolism behind her also jumped onto their contracted beasts. They looked at the people of the heavenly diabolism and the beast tamer King Guguju, who were charging at them with determination and coldness. Kill! Not far from them, Su Xiaoxiao, little overlord Yuan, and the others were also ready. They were not as strong as the people of the heavenly diabolism. Their individual strength was far less powerful than the people of the heavenly diabolism's formation. They guarded Luo Qingtong with cold eyes, as the last line of defense in front of her. If the people of the heavenly diabolism were killed, the people of the Tianyuan sect would all die. Then it would be their turn to die for Luo Qingtong. Buzz! Su Xiaoxiao closed her eyes tightly. Her long hair was flying. The girl's timid and delicate face was full of cold determination at this moment. After so many experiences, Su Xiaoxiao changed from a little rabbit who cried easily with tears in her eyes to a strong and cold girl in battle. When it came to anything related to Luo Qingtong, all her timidity and delicateness no longer existed. "Boss, I said I would be your personal combat alchemist," she murmured in a low voice. His entire perception spread out in an instant. Su Xiaoxiao's talent in alchemy was truly unique. Her medicine refining skill was slow and time-consuming, and the effect was not good. However, she had one thing that no alchemist, not even alchemist, possessed. That was his powerful perception. She was able to mix any element in the world and superimpose its medicinal properties. At this moment, she was trying to fuse and break down the spiritual qi and elements in the air of this forbidden zone. Aside from Luo Qingtong, no one else in this world could compare to her innate talent in alchemy. Su Xiaoxiao's hands kept dancing in a dazzling manner. She was going to use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in this forbidden area to combine and develop a unique medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid was guided by the power of the mythological beasts and fused with the spirit qi light pillar that plunged down from the sky. The power of the combined medicinal liquid was something that even Su Xiaoxiao, the person who refined this medicinal liquid, couldn't control and unravel. At that time, she and everyone around her would all die. This medicinal liquid was the last line of defense that Su Xiaoxiao was protecting for Luo Qingtong. Beside her, Ling Tianhan, little tyrant Yuan, Sima Ju, and the others also displayed their strongest and most forbidden abilities. Ling Tianhan's left and right hand swords, as well as the mother and son swords, were all ready. He was a natural sword son, and his ability to control the sword was unparalleled. He didn't feel his talent before. Until now, he had already used the mother-child double swords that Luo Qingtong had made for him. He was very familiar with them, as if they were his own arms. And Sima Ju released all the power of his body of all poisons. In an instant, his entire body became as black as Chen Mo. Even Sima Ju himself would suffer from this kind of black. But the young man just glanced at his body coldly, and then fiercely swallowed back the blood in his mouth. Yuan little tyrant activated the petrification soul seal in his body to the extreme. He had always listened to Luo Qingtong and used his petrification soul seal to the extreme, constantly switching between extreme softness and extreme hardness. This time, he went against Luo Qingtong's teachings and activated his petrification soul seal to the extreme. "Boss, you said that my petrification soul seal is at the extreme, and it can be easily smashed into powder by a punch. Why don't I use the combination of hardness and softness to trap the ground?" But, the smile on his lips was careless, and he still looked silly. But he said with a smile, "If you want to use hardness and softness, you have to retreat and disperse the force. I won't retreat this time. Damn it, without boss, what's the point of living? Trap my ass. I'm going to fight with them. Let them know how powerful I, Yuan little tyrant, am. Damn it, it's not easy for me to improve my strength. I haven't had time to show off to boss. It's ruined by these bastards. Forget it, if there's a next life, I'll reincarnate into a better soul seal. Boss, don't despise me in the future. Otherwise, I'll hug your leg and cry for you to see." As he said, he suddenly grinned. Ling Tianchen, Ling Yu'er and the others behind him didn't say anything. They just silently took out their weapons and stood behind him unswervingly. "Kill! The people of the Skyuan sect stood together with Suyu and the others. They were also ready for battle. The Grand Supreme Dean looked at the direction where the beast tamer King Guguju and the others were coming from. He then looked at Bai Suqing and said, "Hey, Qing. If we don't die this time, let's go back and get married, okay? When the time comes, I want you to marry me grandly. Then, we'll have another chubby boy. Let that girl, Luo Qingtong, be his godmother. That way, we won't have to worry about our son not having anything good. That girl definitely won't be so stingy." When Bai Suqing heard his words, her heart skipped a beat. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "Dream on." Letting his student be his son's godmother, only he could think of such a thing. However, as Bai Suqing said those words, she turned around and tears filled her eyes. If she could return alive, of course she was willing. But what he was afraid of was that, he couldn't. While the Grand Supreme Dean and Bai Suqing were talking, Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others were already very close to the Skyuan sex group. "Kill. Beast." Tamer King Guguju's face was cold. He stared fiercely in the direction where Luo Qingtong was. At this moment, the huge ball of light beside the young girl had already spread to almost half of the blood-red veins. Her strength had also increased to the middle stage divine spirit realm. This kind of speed of improvement was really too shocking. He couldn't let the B*TCH continue to improve. Boom, the two sides collided heavily. In an instant, the color of the sky changed abruptly and there was an unusually strong and intense fluctuation of energy. The battle had begun. Rumble. The entire world changed color. In the center of the Forbidden Zone, countless amounts of heaven and earth spirit chi surged, colliding rapidly with each other like raging waves. This kind of collision was extremely violent, and those who heard it from afar were extremely shocked. Outside the land of the fallen immortals, even though they were quite a distance away, Bei Qing, Fengyu, and the others could still hear the violent collision coming from inside. Looking from where they were, the huge spirit chi whirlpool had been spreading out from the center of the Forbidden Zone. That was not the place where the spirit chi hurricane poured in when the sector beast was born. Obviously, because of the existence of the sector beast, the sects there had already started fighting. That evil doctor, everyone couldn't help but look at Xianxia. The latter's eyes were fixed on the center of the land of the fallen immortals. His hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, clenched and unclenched again and again. Xianxia's eyes were cold, but his feet, which were standing on the mountain peak, didn't even take a step forward. He had promised Luo Qingtong that he would wait for her to come back. His Qingtong was a phoenix soaring in the sky, the most beautiful in the world. She wasn't the canary that he held in his palm. When the girl was extremely weak, she was able to escape from his hands again and again. He didn't believe in her. He didn't believe in himself. He couldn't destroy Luo Qingtong. The girl's experience didn't need his intervention. He couldn't stop her transformation. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and kept rubbing the Shurfang dragon ring on the ring finger of his left hand. The gloomy black light on it continued to flicker. The light in Xianxia's eyes was extremely dark. The viciousness and coldness within it continued to rise and be suppressed. As the ruler of a region, he had never restrained himself like this before. In the past, he could be angry and happy whenever he wanted. But that woman was really his nemesis. Xianxia looked in the direction of the land of the fallen immortals and slowly closed his eyes, feeling the torment of not being able to make a move. He could feel that Luo Qingtong was going through a very important transformation. Once he made a move, he would destroy the land of the fallen immortals and this transformation. Xianxia's eyes were cold as he suppressed the bloodthirst in his heart. While his heart was cold, the Star Alliance Palace Master, who was not far from the land of the fallen immortals, was extremely surprised. "Haha, good. Good. Fighting in the center of the Forbidden Zone, which means they're inside, someone can get that sector beast." He was very expectant. All the experts from the Star Alliance Branch Palace had been mobilized by him. Of the immortals, of the alliance of the fallen immortals, the immortals. At that time, that once-in-a-lifetime treasure would be his, thinking that he might be able to get the sector beast that so many strong people in the star fields wanted. The Palace Master of the Star Alliance Palace Master was extremely excited. He finally felt that being banished to this remote and low-level continent wasn't a bad thing. At least, if he stayed in those high-level continents, or even in the Star Alliance, he wouldn't even be able to see the sector beast, not to mention obtaining the other party. Thinking of this, he was very proud. Oh my god. I really wish I could grow 8 legs at this time. Damn it. Little Pig was anxious as he listened to the spiritual energy fluctuations and sounds coming from the center of the Forbidden Zone. If it weren't for the fact that Luo Qingtong's blood had been unsealed and that this was the land of the fallen immortals, he couldn't ruin Luo Qingtong's chance of obtaining the sector beast. Did he have to be so aggrieved? If he transformed into his original form, he could just kill her with one claw. Anyway, he had already unsealed one claw. If Grandpa Pig didn't show his power, did they really think he was a pushover? Little Pig's heart was full of depression. Xianxia could also feel the waves of spiritual energy that were constantly coming from the front. She frowned when she sensed the beast mark fluctuations of the Beast Tamer King, Guguju, and the others. The Beast Tamer King, Guguju, and the others were also there. It seemed that their worries were true. Most of the people from the sects in the hidden world had run to the center of the Forbidden Zone. She didn't know how Luo Qingtong was doing. However, judging from this large-scale collision, the possibility of Luo Qingtong making a move was very small. Otherwise, with her ability, the demonic beasts on the side of the Beast Tamer King, Guguju, would have already turned on her. Thinking about it, was she already in the contract? Xianxia lived in the cracks of the Yun family all year round, so she was very sensitive and meticulous. She sensed the energy fluctuations in front of her and had already guessed the situation. Thinking of this, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. I won't go over, she said to Little Pig. I'll stay here and lure all the demonic beasts controlled by the people of the Beast Tamer King's Valley here. You take the Yin corpse there. The Yin corpse Xianxia mentioned was naturally the corpse puppet of the great young saint. Little Pig was a little angry when he heard her stop, but after hearing her words, he suddenly understood. Okay, you stay here. Luring the demonic beasts of the Beast Tamer King's Valley here was better than Xianxia going over there and seizing control of them one by one. After all, it wasn't necessarily urgent. Secondly, the Beast Tamer King, Guguju, and the others weren't to be trifled with. They had cultivated the beast taming art for so many years. How powerful were they? Although the power of Zhuge Shursan's beast mark that Xianxia had inherited was powerful, she could only exert a part of it. How much time would it waste just by relying on level suppression? But now, time was life. Are you confident? Little Pig asked worriedly. There was still quite a distance between here and there. Yes. Xianxia nodded. In the beast mark that Zhuge Shursan had passed down to her, there was a method that could only be performed by the direct descendants of the Zhuge family. It was a method to urgently recall all the demonic beasts that could be controlled. It was used when the Zhuge family was in danger. Although Xianxia was not a member of the Zhuge family, she had inherited Zhuge Shursan's beast mark. Zhuge Shursan was a direct descendant of the Zhuge family. If Xianxia used his beast mark inheritance to perform this move, there would be no problem at all. However, this meant that her beast mark inheritance would be wasted for at least a year, and she wouldn't be able to use it again. But for the sake of Luo Qingtong, it didn't matter. Xianxia was grateful to Luo Qingtong, so she didn't mind losing a year of time. Moreover, if it weren't for Luo Qingtong's help, she wouldn't even have this inheritance, so how could it be wasted? The more Xianxia understood the power of this beast mark inheritance, the more grateful she was to Luo Qingtong. Not to mention that Luo Qingtong had saved her and solved all her crises. Thinking that she could go back and take over the Yun family after she got out of here and free her mother, who had been enduring hardships for her, Xianxia felt very happy and elated. Okay. Little Pig didn't know the details and thought it was a simple matter. He nodded and said, okay, then hurry up. I'll bring this guy over first. As he spoke, he continued to rush forward with the great young saint corpse puppet. At this moment, in the center of the Forbidden Zone. Rumble. Violent sounds mixed with violent fluctuations of aura surged within. The air was filled with violently fluctuating spiritual energy. The surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations were stirred to the extreme, forming tornado-like hurricanes in the air. Rumble. The violent sounds of collision stirred up tens of thousands of waves. In just an instant, the people on Guguju's side and the people on the Skyuan sect's side all let out a muffled groan. In the face of the violent collision, the violent sounds and energy fluctuations that could destroy the heavens and the earth, those who were slightly weaker would be sent flying while vomiting blood. The Sky Yuan sect's master and the others were already desperately resisting. However, in terms of the number of experts, they were much less than Guguju's side. Not to mention, the strength of the experts in the beast-taming valley was equivalent to the strength of 2 first-rate sect experts. The other first-rate, second-, and third-rate sects had gathered. Their combined strength was not to be underestimated. The Sky Yuan sect was already one of the stronger first-rate sects below the beast-taming valley. The other first-rate sects were not as strong as them. After that, Luo Qingtong provided them with the energy to purify the immortal jade bone. Everyone's strength had increased by a lot. However, in the end, they couldn't defeat the combined strength of so many people. Those people from the other sections. Because of Guguju's words, they knew that they had no way out. If the people of the Sky Yuan sect didn't die, they would be dragged down with the beast-taming valley. Immediately, they didn't hesitate or hold back. Everyone attacked with all their might. Rumble, even if the people of the Sky Yuan sect tried their best to resist, they were still sent flying while vomiting blood. As for the beast-taming King Guguju and the others, they brought their contracted beasts and faced off against Suyu's group. Humph. A grain of rice dares to compete with the sun and moon. The strength of the demonic beasts under you is not bad. That bitch, Luo Qingtong, is also willing to work on you guys. Beast-tamer King Guguju's gaze swept past Suyu and the others like a snake. His gaze was extremely cold. Luo Qingtong, that bitch, even gave such a precious beast-taming method to the people around her. She had never lacked beast-taming techniques. The beast-taming talent and strength he had displayed back in beast-taming King Valley was real. How hateful. She had always been playing them in the palm of her hand. She wanted them to think that she was deliberately mystifying herself in order to sneak into the beast-taming King Valley. What was more infuriating was that bitch had such powerful beast-taming incantations, yet she still tried to rob them of their legacies in the Shattered Star Valley. It was simply hateful to the extreme. *TCH. It was no wonder that she had passed down the beast mark to the weak girl beside her without any hesitation. It turned out that she didn't care about this beast-taming inheritance at all. When the beast-tamer King Guguju and the others thought of this, they were so angry that the veins on their foreheads bulged. That's right. So what if Suyu's ability to control demonic beasts was better than theirs? So what if their compatibility with demonic beasts was higher than theirs? So what if the increase in strength was greater than theirs? The beast-tamer King Guguju sneered. Suyu's growth time was too short. It was so short that it was impossible for them to compete with him and the others. It wasn't a competition of beast-taming ability or demonic beast strength. It wasn't a competition of compatibility or increase in strength. They could forcefully ignore all these disadvantages and crush Suyu's group with their holy venerate strength alone. So what if the other party's beast-taming ability was stronger? 1 + 1 might not be greater than 2, but what about 1 + 3, what about 4? The coldness in the depths of the beast-taming King Valley's Valley Master's eyes reached the extreme. Charge. Break through their defense line surrounding Luo Qingtong. He must kill Luo Qingtong. Boom. The beast-tamer King Guguju's roar rang out. In an instant, he and the people from the beast-tamer valley beside him rode on their respective demonic beasts and charged towards Suyu's group behind the Sky Yuan sect's defense line that was torn open by the people from the other sections. Suyu. The Grand Supreme Dean fiercely wiped the blood on his face and wanted to return to defend with the people from the Sky Yuan sect to stop the beast-tamer King Guguju's group. However, the people from the other sects were stubbornly holding them back. A group of first-rate and second-rate sect leaders and elders attacked the Sky Yuan sect's sect master and the others with all their might. They were stubbornly holding back the Sky Yuan sect's sect master and the others. They didn't let them return to defend and help Suyu's group. These people from the other sects had already formed a blood feud with the Sky Yuan sect's Suyu's group. Naturally, they couldn't let the latter and the others ruin the plans of the beast-tamer King Guguju's group. After all, with the various abilities displayed by Luo Qingtong, if the other party didn't die, it would be them and the people from the beast-tamer valley's turn to die. With such thoughts in mind, how could they dare to hold back? At that moment, he really used all his strength. Even if he couldn't kill the Heaven Branch sect master and the others, he couldn't let them obstruct Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others from killing Luo Qingtong. The Tian Yuan sect master and the others did not even have the chance to turn back as they were held back by them. There weren't many people left on their side. Once they were killed, these sects would be able to join forces with the beast-taming King's Valley to deal with Suyu's group. As a result, the sect master and the others could only remain in a stalemate with the people from the other sections. They did not have the strength to assist Suyu and the others. Seeing Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others rushing over, Suyu and the others gripped their weapons tightly. Fight to the death. Don't retreat. As Suyu's cold voice sounded, everyone waved their weapons in unison. With a boom, they urged their demonic beasts to charge towards Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others. Beast Tamer King Guguju was right. Suyu and the others' beast-taming techniques were more advanced than theirs. Their beast-taming skills were stronger than theirs. If they were at the same level, they could completely crush Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others. However, they had not had enough time to grow. Their current strength was not enough to deal with Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others. But so what, as long as one of them was here, Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others would not be able to take another step forward, even if their swords and halberds were broken and their shields destroyed. They would not retreat even half a step, because what they were protecting behind them was something more important than their lives. Roar. Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others clashed with Suyu and the others. The golden-winged great condors beneath them weren't willing to submit. Even though the fifth part of the beast-taming incantation had completely suppressed the clarity in their eyes, the depths of their souls were still subconsciously resisting the beast-taming King Valley's Valley Master and the others. They weren't able to fully cooperate with them. Facing the power of the heaven and earth contract emitted by Suyu and the others, they subconsciously became restless and wanted to retreat. However, they were forcibly suppressed by Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others. Kill. Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others fiercely suppressed the golden-winged condors and the others' thoughts of resisting and retreating because of the heaven and earth contract. They forcibly suppressed them with their own strength. Then, they heavily clashed with Suyu and the others. Pfft. Suyu and the others spat out a mouthful of blood. They were instantly sent flying by the violent and terrifying power around Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others. The terrifying power that belonged to the Holy Venerate realm completely ignored the cooperation between Suyu and the others and the contracted beasts. It forcefully mixed with the unwilling power of the golden-winged condors and violently blasted towards Suyu and the others. Suyu. Everyone from the heavenly diabolism. Little Tyrant Yuan and the others at the back watched with red eyes. However, they were the last line of defense around Luo Qingtong. They could not leave. They watched as Suyu and the others spat out blood because of the huge difference in strength. Little Tyrant Yuan and the others fiercely clenched their fingers. Bastard! Little Tyrant Yuan's eyes were blood red. His eyes were as round as copper bells. Behind him, Su Xiaoxiao fiercely clenched the medicinal liquid in her hand that had already formed. Her face was pale. If Suyu and the others could not stop them, then they would be the last line of defense around Luo Qingtong. Would his concoction be able to stop the beast-taming King Valley's Valley Master and the others? And even if it could, what about the people from the other sects? Boss, you have to quickly succeed in breaking through the contract. It doesn't matter if we die, but you have to live. As she thought, she could not help but look back at Luo Qingtong. The blood-red patterns on the ball of light around the latter had already spread by more than half. Her strength had also broken through to the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. Soon, boss, you can do it. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Luo Qingtong, crying and laughing. Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others spat out blood and the others. And Beast Tamer King forced and the others and condors and spat out blood. And the others spat out blood and retreating and the others and the. Didn't Luo Qingtong love her subordinates, their SS and the of them? Of used beasts, and many layers as sets lins. If they guessed correctly, these people must have followed Luo Qingtong from the secular world. At first, they thought it was just a fake identity that Luo Qingtong used to sneak into the Skyuan sect and did not pay much attention to it. After all, the girl's ability was so varied and extraordinary. How could she be from a barren place like the secular world? However, this depended on the relationship between the Skyuan sect and Luo Qingtong. This identity was probably not far from the truth. Then, to be able to come here from the secular world with Luo Qingtong and increase their strength so much. How much effort did that bitch Luo Qingtong spend on them? If they killed them, that bitch Luo Qingtong would definitely be heartbroken, right? Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others thought. They suddenly sneered and raised their hands. Boom! The golden-winged eagles under them suddenly froze. Bang! Before the Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others could react, in an instant, the golden-winged eagles and other beasts under them suddenly lifted up and broke free from their bodies. Then, as if they had been summoned by something, they gathered together and rushed toward the back. Bastards! What are you doing? Come back! The Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others were caught off guard. They were almost thrown to the ground by the golden-winged eagles and the others. Naturally, there was no way to launch the attack that had locked onto Suyu and the others. They looked angrily at the backs of the golden-winged eagles and the others as they left. They raised their hands and made seals to summon them back to suppress them again. However, what they didn't expect was that their summons and suppression were ineffective. The golden-winged eagles and the others completely ignored their summons and suppression. What was going on? They were their contracted beasts. Under their strong suppression, what other choice did they have other than to obey orders? What was going on? While the Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others were indescribably flustered and exasperated, outside the center of the Forbidden Zone, Xianxia stood in the open space. Under her feet was a huge array that she had drawn with her own blood. Standing on this array, she pressed a drop of her heart's blood onto her forehead. In an instant, she completely activated the power of the beast mark of Zhuge 13 in her body. Using the secret method of the Zhuge family, she summoned the golden-winged eagles and the others. This kind of summoning was only temporary. When the power of the beast mark of inheritance in Xianxia's body was exhausted, the golden-winged eagles and the others would be controlled by the Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others again. But even so, being able to buy a little time was already a great help to Suyu and the others. Because of the change in the golden-winged eagles and the others, the Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others panicked and didn't have time to deal with Suyu and the others. Soon, the latter and the others regained their senses. Fiercely wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Suyu looked at the Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others with a wolf-like arrogance and ruthlessness. It was a vicious gaze that said that even if he had to die, he would still ruthlessly bite off a piece of the other party's flesh. Suyu used to be such a wolf-like person. However, back then, the wolf had met someone worthy of loyalty and received the other party's love and respect. Therefore, it restrained its wolf nature slightly when it was beside the girl. But now, behind her was the person she swore to protect. Her wolf nature was completely unleashed. Stop them! Seeing that the Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others had failed to summon and were about to rush forward to stop the golden-winged condor and the other beasts, Suyu gave this order almost instantly without hesitation. She didn't know why these beasts retreated in an instant and completely ignored the orders of the Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others. However, this didn't prevent Suyu from judging in an instant what was best and most beneficial for them. Boom! The Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others were blocked by Suyu and the others in an instant, causing them to miss the best opportunity to stop the golden-winged condor and the others from leaving. In the end, they even injured a lot of people from other sects who tried to stop them and left the center of the forbidden area. Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others were furious. Bastards! You're all courting death. The golden-winged condor and the others were already far away from the center of the forbidden area. It was impossible to find them again. Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others were furious. They raised their hands and sent Suyu and the others flying along with their demonic beasts. Bastards! You bunch of trash are really as disgusting as that bitch Luo Qingtong. Do you think you can stop us from killing that bitch Luo Qingtong? Let me tell you, even without the golden-winged condor and the others, you still can't stop us. All of you, get out of here. Beast Tamer King Guguju's face was full of hostility. The successive defeats, especially when facing Suyu and the others, made his heart irritable to the extreme. It was fine if they couldn't deal with that bitch Luo Qingtong. Who were Suyu and the others? Did they have the right to stop them? Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others were furious. The attacks in their hands were extremely violent as they blasted towards Suyu and the others. The latter and the others had already suffered heavy injuries when they were controlling the golden-winged condor and the others. At this moment, under the attacks of Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others, even with the demonic beasts under them helping to block some of the attacks, the terrifying power still sent them flying and vomiting blood. Cough cough, puff. Suyu and the others coughed violently and fell to the ground. They spat out a mouthful of blood, but they still supported their demonic beasts and stood up with all their might. They said that unless they died, they wouldn't let the people of Beast Tamer King's Valley take a step forward. Unless they stepped on their corpses, the people of Beast Tamer King's Valley wouldn't be able to harm Luo Qingtong. Continue. Suyu looked coldly in the direction of Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others. The gazes of the latter and the others were filled with ferocity and malice. A bunch of bastards. The Beast Tamer King Guguju's voice was cold. Since you want to die for that bitch, Luo Qingtong, then die. As Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others spoke, they once again launched attacks at Suyu and the others. Boom boom boom. The violent and terrifying power of a paragon venerate suddenly blasted towards Suyu and the others. At this moment, Suyu and the others had just gotten up from the ground. They hadn't even stabilized themselves yet. Suyu. The eyes of little Overlord Yuan and the others instantly turned red when they saw that the attacks were about to land on Suyu and the others. The Grand Supreme Dean and the others also saw the scene at this moment. They desperately tried to rush over. But they couldn't, they were completely surrounded by the people of the other sections. The latter and the others blocked their way, not allowing them to move even a little bit, let alone support Suyu and the others. Seeing that the attacks were about to drown Suyu and the others, the people of the Heavenly Yuan sect were instantly filled with grief. Suyu. Once Suyu and the others fell, only little Overlord Yuan and the others would be left to protect Luo Qingtong. The consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone was filled with despair as they thought about it. At this moment, boom. The violent attacks from the beast-taming King Valley's Valley Master and the others were all blocked by that person. The latter's figure kept retreating, but the berserk attacks did not send it flying. What? Seeing this scene, the pupils of Guguju and the others shrank fiercely. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Ah! Hurry, hurry, hurry! We finally made it. Little Pig stood on top of the great young saint's corpse puppet and sighed with emotion. We finally made it, oh my god, it's 4 little hooves, yo, they're almost bald from running. Beat them up. Little Pig lifted his short and fat front hooves and pointed at Guguju and the others. After receiving Little Pig's order, the great young saint corpse puppet instantly rushed toward Guguju and the others. Its strength had already reached the holy venerable realm. Although it had suffered a lot of injuries from the attacks of Guguju and the others, it was still a holy venerable. But it was a corpse puppet, it was not afraid of pain or injuries. Unless its core was completely destroyed, it would not be able to exert its strength even if its limbs were broken. At this moment, it suddenly rushed toward Guguju and the others, turning the tables on Suyu and the others. After all, although Guguju and the others had the advantage in numbers, they were all powerful. But the great young saint corpse puppet alone was enough to restrain them all. In addition, Suyu and the others attacked and harassed them. In an instant, Guguju and the others felt as if they had fallen into a swamp and could not move a single step. Bastard! Seeing their attacks being blocked by the great young saint corpse puppet again and again, the latter was not afraid of pain or injuries, and its strength did not show any signs of weakening. Guguju and the others were furious. The beast-taming King Valley Master's heart was filled with rage. He recognized the great young saint corpse puppet. Wasn't it the Een corpse that had been guarding Luo Qingtong in the cave in Shattered Star Valley? Because of its existence, Guguju and the others' attacks were blocked several times. Otherwise, even if Luo Qingtong could escape from them, she would have to pay a price. Previously, they did not see it clearly, but later on, from its injuries, they realized it was a Een corpse. When they thought of how Luo Qingtong could control Een corpses, their hearts trembled for a long time. Now, not only did the Een corpse not die, but its strength also reached the holy venerable realm. Luo Qingtong, that bitch, had a great opportunity after the cave collapse. That must be it. Then, did that mean that the weak woman beside her didn't die either? Thinking up to this point, the beast-taming King Valley Master finally knew where their contracted beasts went. It must be the girl who had inherited the beast mark and summoned them away. The other party's beast mark was of a higher level than theirs, and her beast-taming technique was stronger than theirs. Naturally, she could easily summon their contracted beasts away. Damn it, why did that bitch Luo Qingtong have so many trump cards by her side? Thinking of this, Guguju's heart was about to explode. He looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong. He saw that the girl's strength had already reached the holy venerable realm, and the blood-red pattern on the light ball beside her had already spread more than half. If this continued, she would succeed. No. He must not let her succeed. He grabbed an elder of the beast-taming King Valley and stuffed something into the elder's mouth before he could react. The elder of the beast-taming King Valley was forced to swallow the food in his mouth before he knew what was going on. Valley Master? He looked at the beast-tamer King Guguju and his expression changed. Valley Master. You. What did you feed me? Ah. As soon as the words left his mouth, his expression became incomparably ferocious and pained. A series of growling sounds came from his body. Then, countless tentacle-like things sprouted from the elder's body. Rows of spikes protruded from his back. Ah, roar. His voice was sharp and miserable. Then, it suddenly turned into a roar like that of a wild beast. This elder of the beast-taming King Valley had mutated. It's the immortal jade bone. It's the immortal jade bone. The other higher-ups of the beast-taming King Valley turned pale when they saw the change in the elder's body. They were all too familiar with his appearance. Didn't those demonic beasts that had swallowed the immortal jade bones become like this, neither human nor ghost? Valley Master. They looked at the beast-tamer King Guguju in shock. Even Elder Dark and the others turned to look at the beast-taming King Valley Master. Was he crazy? Why would he attack his own people at this time? However, the beast-taming King Valley's Valley Master's words caused their expressions to turn serious. Luo Qingtong, that bitch, is about to complete her contract breakthrough. If we don't stop her, we might all die here. Are you willing to let a portion of us die here, or are you willing to let all of us die here? As he spoke, he tossed the beast-taming King Valley Elder towards Suyu and the others. Seeing his actions, Elder Dark and the others instantly understood what he was thinking. It turned out that Guguju wanted to use a portion of them to stop Suyu and the rest, or rather, to stop the corpse puppet from Great Yong. After mutating, the beast-tamer Valley Elder went berserk and began to wreak havoc in the middle of Suyu and the rest. He directly pounced towards the corpse puppet that posed the greatest threat to him. Eldarin and the rest were speechless. On the other hand, the expressions of the weakest elders in the beast-taming King Valley changed drastically. This was because the few of them were clearly the best candidates to be sacrificed. Valley Master. Eldarin, don't. Ah. The weakest elders of the beast-taming King Valley didn't even have the chance to escape before they were captured by the Valley Master. After feeding them a large amount of immortal jade bones, they were thrown to Suyu and the others. After being fed with the immortal jade bones, the mutated elders had lost all rationality and were only acting on instinct. Their strength had increased greatly, almost breaking through to the venerable realm. They all rushed towards Suyu and the rest. This was because their instinct was to attack everyone in the vicinity. Among them, the corpse puppet that posed the greatest threat was the Great Yong Saint. Without any hesitation, they charged towards the Great Yong Saint corpse puppet. Roar! Beast-tamer King Guguju and the others gave a sinister smile when they saw this. They looked in Luo Qingtong's direction and sneered, "Slut, let's see what method you have to stop us now." The Ing corpse was already pinned down by them. In this kind of situation, Suyu's group and the people around her had no way of stopping them. Luo Qingtong, that slut, was dead for sure. Without any hesitation, beast-tamer King Guguju and the Dark Elders group leaped forward and rushed towards Luo Qingtong's direction. On the way, Suyu's group tried their best to stop them, but the difference in strength was too big. They were all sent flying by the attack. Pung! Beast-tamer King Guguju stomped Suyu to the ground. Looking at the other party's unyielding, stubborn, and aloof gaze, he laughed coldly. You really are Luo Qingtong's good dog. His voice was ice cold. Originally, I wanted to kill all of you so that Luo Qingtong, that be *tch, would be heartbroken when she wakes up. But now, I've changed my mind. He sneered as he looked at Suyu's unyielding gaze and said, since you're so loyal to that slut Luo Qingtong, I'll let you see with your own eyes how that slut will die without a burial ground in our hands. At that time, I'll watch you die with hatred and bitterness. Beast Tamer King Guguju laughed loudly as he said this. These ant-like people, for that slut Luo Qingtong, actually dared to challenge their dignity. Beast Tamer King Guguju was a first-class master of the Great Mason Forest and a peak Saint Venerable expert. In the hidden world, he could call the wind and summon the rain, arrogant and domineering. For people like Suyu and the others, he was usually too lazy to even look at them. But just now, this group of ant-like people, relying on the various trump cards and benefits that Luo Qingtong gave them. They made him suffer one loss after another. In the end, they even had to throw away their own sex elders to open a path for them to break through their defensive line. To Beast Tamer King Guguju, this was a great shame and humiliation for him. He actually suffered such a big loss at the hands of these people who were like ants that he could easily trample to death. Beast Tamer King Guguju's face became distorted as he thought about it. Letting these people die like this was too easy for them. Didn't they want to protect Luo Qingtong? Then let them see how that slut Luo Qingtong would die at their hands. How did the treasure that she wanted end up in his hands? Beast Tamer King Guguju's face was extremely cold as he thought about it. He lifted his leg and kicked Suyu to one side. When he spoke, he had already rushed towards him without caring about anything else. The aura in his body was frantically mobilized, and he was about to explode. However, since Beast Tamer King Guguju wanted to let them watch Luo Qingtong suffer, how could he let them die so easily? He had already prepared for this move of theirs. Suyu had just mobilized the aura in his body when he felt a sharp pain in his dantian. When Beast Tamer King Guguju made his move, he had already mixed a wisp of his aura into his attack and blasted it into the bodies of the heavenly diabolism and the aura in their dantian. Humph, you want to blow yourself up? Beast Tamer King Guguju sneered. Leading the Dark Elder and the others, he strode past Suyu and the others, who were lying on the ground, unable to move. You guys just stay here and watch how Luo Qingtong dies. When Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others arrived, only little Overlord Yuan, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others were left by Luo Qingtong's side. This group of young men and women, who met Luo Qingtong in the Tianyu Empire, followed behind Luo Qingtong and witnessed the splendor and prosperity of this world that originally did not belong to them. They also witnessed the great changes of the four great sacred dynasties of the eastern region. They rose from humble beginnings and met Luo Qingtong as trash. Their lives, which should have been incomparably miserable, had undergone earth-shaking changes because of Luo Qingtong's existence. This group of people knew that they were lucky. They also knew that without this luck, they would not be qualified to follow Luo Qingtong at all. The girl protected them as they grew up. She said that if they could not keep up, she would not wait for them. But boss, you gave us so many opportunities and resources, how could we not keep up? People said that evil Dr. Ghost I was unrestrained and arrogant, cold and ruthless, and his methods were ruthless. But what they saw was the cold-hearted and ruthless if you don't leave, I won't abandon you. It was the arrogant and unrestrained no one is allowed to touch my people. It was the ruthless my benefactors will flourish for 3 generations, my enemies will be returned 1,000 times over. It was the deep affection that gave them a sense of belonging and security after they called her boss. In this world, perhaps there were many people who came because of their achievements as geniuses and experts. But when they were weak and helpless, there was only one Luo Qingtong, who reached out her slender hand to them, pulled them out of the abyss, and helped them become dragons. Get ready. Little Overlord Yuan said calmly. He took the lead and stood in front of Su Xiaoxiao. The others didn't say a word. They all stood by his side, surrounding Su Xiaoxiao in the middle. With their strength, they had no chance of winning against Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others. They did not step forward to fight to the death with Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others. Instead, it was to cover Su Xiaoxiao when she released the bottle of liquid medicine at a close distance. Su Xiaoxiao's combat ability as a pharmacist was getting stronger and stronger. Her ability to concoct medicinal liquids in battle was also getting better and better. Even She didn't know how much power this bottle of liquid concocted from the mythological beast flowing light and the spiritual chi light pillars could exert. Could they kill the beast tamer King Guguju and the others? But, it was better than them trying to stop the enemy. Luo Qingtong was about to succeed. Even if they died, they had to hold on a little longer for Luo Qingtong. TSK, overestimating yourselves. Seeing their actions, the hearts of beast tamer King Guguju and the others were filled with coldness and disdain. What did the people around Luo Qingtong think they were? It was true that any random cat or dog wanted to find some sense of existence on them. Did they really think that Luo Qingtong was a god? Forget about Suyu and the others from before. With the abilities of a beast tamer and the cooperation of the demonic beasts around them, they could at least exchange a few blows with them. But what did the group of young men and women in front of them have? Beast tamer King Guguju and the others looked gloomy, feeling like they were being looked down upon and humiliated. The people around that bitch Luo Qingtong were really as arrogant and condescending as she was. However, arrogance without strength was even worse than stupidity. Beast tamer King Guguju and the others sneered and rushed toward little tyrant Yuan and the others. Let's just torture and kill this group of people. Anyway, Suyu and the others have already come to make Luo Qingtong suffer. Thinking so, they looked at little tyrant Yuan and the others with unspeakable ruthlessness. At this moment, Little Pig had just rushed out of the encirclement of the great Yong Saint corpse puppet by the group of mutated beast tamer King Valley elders. Seeing this scene, she was so scared that her two little ears instantly stood up. Oh my god! The people of beast tamer King Valley were so close to killing Luo Qingtong. No, this can't go on like this. He had to hurry to Luo Qingtong's side. Little Pig couldn't change back to his original form alone. He still needed Luo Qingtong's blood and the contract mark to unseal. Thinking of this, he hurriedly rushed toward Luo Qingtong like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, little tyrant Yuan and the others also faced off against beast tamer King Guguju and the others. Seeing that beast tamer King Guguju and the others had already rushed in front of them, little tyrant Yuan's petrification soul seal was activated to the extreme. His skin instantly became as hard as granite. Under his activation, the skin all over his body even made cracking sounds. That was little tyrant Yuan's petrification soul seal being activated to the extreme, almost tearing his skin apart. Behind little tyrant Yuan and the others, Ling Tianhan, Sima Ju, and the others were all ready. Boom! The moment beast tamer King Guguju and the others rushed in front of them, Su Xiaoxiao released the medicinal liquid in her hand. The medicinal liquid needed 1 or 2 breaths of time to activate. And this was the reason why little overlord Yuan and the others had prepared. Bastard! Beast tamer King Guguju and the others felt a dangerous aura the moment Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. They didn't expect that Su Xiaoxiao, who looked delicate and weak, and whose strength was even the weakest among Yuan little overlord and the others, could actually make them feel a sense of danger from the aura emanating from her hands. What was that? Everyone was shocked. Almost without thinking, they aimed all their attacks at Su Xiaoxiao. However, the latter was protected behind little overlord Yuan and the others. When beast tamer King Guguju and the others attacked, Yuan little overlord took the lead to meet them. Pung pung pung. The skin all over his body exploded into pieces of blood clots. The skin that was as hard as granite all shattered in an instant, revealing his flesh and bones. Yuan little overlord cried out in pain, but his feet on the ground were like 2 iron pliers, fiercely clamping the ground. He didn't retreat a single step. Behind him, Sima Ju, Ling Tianhan, and the others followed behind him and released their own attacks, clashing with the attacks of the beast-taming King Valley's Valley Master and the others. Pung pung pung. When their attacks collided with the attacks of beast-tamer King Guguju and the others, they couldn't match at all and shattered inch by inch. But it bought Su Xiaoxiao the most precious time. Boom! As Yuan little overlord and Ling Tianhan were bombarded to the point of vomiting blood and kneeling on the ground, their bodies exploded into bloody figures. Ah! The medicinal liquid's aura wafted out. In an instant, the beast-taming King Valley members who had rushed past little overlord Yuan and the others to kill Su Xiaoxiao let out miserable cries. They screamed miserably, and with a bang, they collapsed in front of Su Xiaoxiao and the others, turning into skeletons. That was the divine beast flowing light's power. Su Xiaoxiao had fused it with the aura of the spiritual qi and the medicinal herbs in her hands to refine this bottle of medicinal liquid. Even Saint Venerables would be corroded by the medicinal liquid's aura. Once it entered their bodies, they would never be able to escape. And Su Xiaoxiao and the others were also infected by the medicinal liquid's aura. Pfft. Su Xiaoxiao spat out a mouthful of blood. She had already concocted the corresponding antidote for herself, little Overlord Yuan, and the others. But just as she had guessed before, the medicinal liquid's aura was too strong, and it had already surpassed her control. The antidote she concocted could not dissolve the divine beast flowing light's power, but could only slow it down. Watching their palms and feet slowly turn into bones, Su Xiaoxiao and the others strangely did not feel any sadness in their hearts. They had finally protected Luo Qingtong. Boss, did you see that? I really became your personal combat pharmacist, I did it. Su Xiaoxiao looked in Luo Qingtong's direction with tears in her eyes. She was sad and happy at the same time. All her strength in this life came after she met Luo Qingtong. The girl taught her self-confidence and self-improvement. She taught her how to use her talent. How did she go from being a useless pharmacist who was disliked by everyone to becoming a pharmacist genius? It was a pity that Luo Qingtong could not see her strongest moment in her life. Su Xiaoxiao's face was both crying and laughing. At this moment, an incomparably cold voice rang out from a distance in front of him. Bitch! The beast tamer King Guguju was standing not far away. In each of his hands was an elder of the beast taming King's Valley, and he was hiding himself behind the group of elders. When Su Xiaoxiao had waved her hand, because he had suffered too much in the hands of Luo Qingtong, he didn't charge forward with the rest of the beast taming King's Valley. Instead, he grabbed the two beast taming King's Valley members and retreated. Under such circumstances, he managed to survive in the medicinal liquid that Su Xiaoxiao had just created. Furthermore, he was completely unharmed. Bastard! The veins on Guguju's forehead bulged. He looked at the dead bodies of Eldarin and the others, and his face was twisted with malevolence. These people around Luo Qingtong were really hard to deal with. Even among these weak young men and women, there was a hidden genius in alchemy like Su Xiaoxiao. A medicinal liquid defeated all the experts of the beast taming King's Valley. If word got out, others would think that this was a fantasy, but now, all of this was over. The beast tamer King Guguju's face was dark and ruthless. He threw away the corpses of the two beast taming King's Valley elders in his hands and rushed towards Luo Qingtong behind Su Xiaoxiao and the others like a gust of wind. As for Su Xiaoxiao and the others who were slowly turning into white bones, their limbs unable to move, they could die miserably like this. The beast tamer King Guguju didn't even look at them. He dashed toward Luo Qingtong, who was inside the light pillar. At the same time, Little Pig had also reached Luo Qingtong's side. Oh my god! Hurry up! Seeing beast tamer King Guguju dashing toward them and Luo Qingtong being defenseless, Little Pig's ears were shaking so hard that they were about to fall off. As long as he could reach Luo Qingtong's side, he would be able to unlock the seal on his main body. At that time, he would slap him to death. Anyway, the sector beast was already in his hands. If the land of the deceased immortals was gone, so be it. However, just as Little Pig was thinking this, bang! Oh my god! Little Pig fell head first into the huge light pillar that surrounded Luo Qingtong. The surrounding spiritual energy hurricane was raging, but it had no effect on Luo Qingtong's body. Instead, it sent Little Pig flying. Little Pig was dumbfounded by this flick. What's going on? That light pillar didn't allow him to rush in? If he couldn't rush in and get close to Luo Qingtong, how was he going to deal with beast tamer King Guguju? Little Pig was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't expect this at all. Before Luo Qingtong, he had never heard of anyone who could form a contract with a sector beast. Of course, even if there was, no one would know. Therefore, Little Pig had no idea that the light pillar wouldn't let him get close. Was it because Luo Qingtong was in the process of forming a contract with the sector beast, or was it because the sector beast was about to be born? If it was the latter, then he was doomed. He couldn't get close to beast tamer King Guguju, but Luo Qingtong would be in danger. Just as Little Pig's heart was in his mouth, beast tamer King Guguju had already rushed to Luo Qingtong. Ha ha ha, Luo Qingtong. You bitch, let's see how you're going to block this. Beast Tamer King Guguju directly sent a palm strike towards Luo Qingtong. Little Pig panicked when he saw Tang Wulin's palm break through the range of the light beam and directly attack Luo Qingtong. F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. He really didn't want it to get close. It's over, it's over. Master. Ow ow ow. Little Pig began to squeal. It desperately pounced in the direction of Luo Qingtong. No, you have to wake up. Do not contract with that breakworld beast. I'm going to die. Little Pig originally thought that as long as he was here, even if he had to destroy the land of the deceased immortals, nothing would happen to Luo Qingtong. The latter probably thought the same. That was why he was so assured in signing the contract. Because as long as Suyu and the others could hold on for a while, he would be able to rush over. At that time, they could easily crush the Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others. However, who would have thought that, this breakworld beast, damn it, was so troublesome when it came out, it actually didn't allow him to get close. He couldn't get close to Luo Qingtong because he couldn't unseal her aura. Damn it, he couldn't change back to his original form. It's over, Yi Qianming, come quickly. Just as Little Pig was screaming anxiously in his heart, outside the land of the deceased immortals, Yi Qianming suddenly raised his head and looked towards the center of the forbidden area where Luo Qingtong was. Just as the energy around the man's body stirred and was about to rush out, shwa. Her right hand was firmly pressed on the huge ball of light. The blood-red lines on it were spinning rapidly and had already spread to 90% of the ball of light. There was still nearly 10% left, but it was already too late. Humph. Luo Qingtong. Looking at the girl who had opened her eyes, the Beast Tamer King Guguju was indescribably proud and cold. How is it? You didn't expect this, did you? Your subordinates still couldn't stop me. You have indeed trained them well. They were able to withstand our attacks with their weak bodies. If not for the fact that they have only grown for a short period of time and are not strong enough, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get close to you this time. But it's too late to say anything now. He said ferociously, just give me your life. By the way, the ball of light in your hand is also mine. The Beast Tamer King Guguju laughed wildly as he spoke. The power around his body surged wildly. Combined with the majestic power of the spiritual energy light pillars around him, it surged almost unscrupulously. Then, with an extremely powerful and overwhelming power, it violently blasted towards Luo Qingtong. Bitch, die. Seeing the vast and violent power rushing towards Luo Qingtong like a surging wave, Suyu, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others all shouted themselves hoarse. Master. Boss. They desperately wanted to rush towards Luo Qingtong. However, they were either seriously injured or about to turn into white bones. Before they could even take a step forward, they had already fallen heavily to the ground. Master. Boss. The crowd looked towards the place where Luo Qingtong was, with tears of blood flowing from their eyes. When the people from the Sky Yuan sect heard their voices, they immediately turned to look in their direction. Seeing the Beast Tamer King Guguju's attack towards Luo Qingtong, their pupils suddenly shrank fiercely. Evil Dr. Brat. The Grand Supreme Dean was already covered with injuries. It was already not easy for them to hold on until now under the attacks of the various sections. At this moment, seeing that Luo Qingtong failed to contract successfully and was instead killed by the Beast Tamer King Guguju, everyone's eyes were instantly filled with uncontrollable grief and despair. Evil Dr. Brat. The Grand Supreme Dean madly rushed towards Luo Qingtong's direction. When the people who had been desperately trying to stop them, seeing that Luo Qingtong was about to be killed by the Beast Tamer King Guguju on the spot, they were too lazy to stop the Grand Supreme Dean and the others. Even if the people from the Sky Yuan sect rushed over, it would be too late, Luo Qingtong's dead. Unless there was a miracle and Luo Qingtong immediately broke through the contract. But how was this possible? Everyone could clearly see that Luo Qingtong was still close to 10% away from successfully forming the contract. The top part of the light ball, where the outer shell was broken, had not been covered by those blood-red veins. And that was the most important part. That was where the little guy in the light ball was. Without covering that part, the contract could not be completed. Luo Qingtong was dead. While they were thinking this, Luo Qingtong looked coldly at the Beast Tamer King Guguju's attack in the light beam. Who said they didn't block you? No one has done a better job than them. Luo Qingtong's voice rang out. In an instant, Su Yu, Su Xiaoxiao and the rest's tears flowed even more violently. They obviously didn't do that well, but Luo Qingtong had never blamed them. Even at this time, she was still comforting them, saying that they had done a good enough job. Su Yu, Su Xiaoxiao and the rest's eyes were completely choked with sobs. Master, boss, everyone's hearts were filled with unbearable grief. When beast tamer King Guguju heard Luo Qingtong's words, he immediately sneered with disdain. Luo Qingtong, what tricks are you up to now? Deliberately mystifying things? Whatever you say, even if it's a deluge of heavenly flowers, this time I won't hold back at all. Beast tamer King Guguju sneered at Luo Qingtong. This woman, did she think that after suffering so many losses at her hands, he would fall for her trick again? Speak. Continue to let her speak, beast tamer King Gu. Guju sneered. Even if a flower came out of her mouth, the power of his attack would not be reduced in the slightest. Let's see how Luo Qingtong would dodge his attack this time. The contract imprint on that huge ball of light was still 10% incomplete. Luo Qingtong would definitely not be able to complete it in the time it took for his palm to land. She was dead for sure. Even if she didn't die, she would immediately retreat and dodge his attack. Then, this huge ball of light would fall into his hands. At that time, he would drip his essence blood on it, and immediately take over Luo Qingtong's incomplete contract imprint. Once he formed a contract with this ball of light, wouldn't Luo Qingtong and the rest die all the same? The beast tamer King Guguju was very pleased with himself. He was certain that Luo Qingtong would die no matter what she did. There was absolutely no possibility of escaping again. This time, he wanted to kill her with his own hands, then, he would chop her into minced meat and force the people around her to eat. Not only could he ruthlessly torture these people and let them know the consequences of going against him, but he could also make Luo Qingtong completely die without a burial place. This time, she would never be able to escape like she did in the Broken Star Valley. Thinking of this, the beast tamer King Guguju's eyes shone with a cruel light. He looked at Luo Qingtong as if he was looking at a helpless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In his mind, he was already thinking about how to ruthlessly torture and kill Luo Qingtong. Let her and the people around her know the meaning of grief, despair, and heartbreak. Boom. The beast tamer King Guguju's attack was unceasingly bombarded in the direction of Luo Qingtong. That violent and terrifying power, which had a cold murderous intent, rushed towards Luo Qingtong. Looking at his attack, Luo Qingtong's eyes were extremely cold. Idiot! Looking at the beast tamer King Guguju's eyes, Luo Qingtong suddenly sneered. Her eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Who told you that I let them block in front of me to buy time and successfully form a contract? Luo Qingtong's eyes were full of coldness. She didn't know where little pig, Yunxi, and the great Yong Saint corpse puppet had gone. She also didn't know when they would arrive. How could Luo Qingtong allow Su Yu and the others to risk their lives just to successfully contract with the sector beast? Who knew how long it would take to contract with the sector beast? Would there be any unforeseen circumstances during the process? Luo Qingtong could put her life in the hands of Su Yu and the others, but she wouldn't put her life in the hands of the contract with the sector beast. She let Su Yu and the others block for her and stall for time for a completely different reason. Life and death Yin Yang sword. Just before the palm of the beast tamer King Guguju was about to hit her, Luo Qingtong's voice suddenly rose. In the next second, the life and death Yin Yang sword, which was black and white and had a fierce aura, appeared in front of her. Swoosh! When the life and death Yin Yang sword appeared, Luo Qingtong's mind suddenly moved. In an instant, her mind moved at will. The life and death Yin Yang sword and her soul were in pain. Suddenly, she raised it up. An incomparably vast and fierce aura instantly spread out from the life and death Yin Yang sword. In an instant, the black and white longsword's color turned into a deep black. The death blade was activated. Heaven-conquering art, annihilation. Now, Luo Qingtong had the strength of a holy venerable. Although she had just broken through to the holy venerable realm, her aura was still very unstable. However, she was indeed already a holy exalted, combined with the power of the death blade and the heaven-conquering art's annihilation attack. The majestic power of the life and death Yin Yang sword in front of Luo Qingtong was not inferior to that of the beast tamer King Guguju. Boom! The power of the sword carried a vast power of death. It kept colliding and annihilating along the way, blocking the palm of the beast tamer King Guguju. At the same time, Luo Qingtong's right index finger, which was pressed on the ball of light, broke the shell of the ball of light, and stabbed into the ball of light. Pucci, her hand was completely submerged into the ball of light. Seeing this, the expressions of the beast tamer King Guguju and the others all changed. B** starred. B** tch, what are you doing? The beast tamer King Guguju's face was full of exasperation. He didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be able to use the life and death yin-yang sword to make such a powerful and terrifying attack and directly blocked his attack. Damn it. That sword's a weapon, otherwise, a normal weapon could be controlled. A weapon tsa swords Guguju was, Luo's was Lin tsa t's guz, s. T's ss des b's. SSSS the SS. S is God, she was trying her best to break through its shell. With Luo Qingtong's attack, the weapon of light would be born in advance. Luo Qingtong, that B** tch, had ruined his chance of obtaining the weapon of light. Ah! The beast tamer King Guguju's face turned black and white in an instant. His face was as cold as a ghost's. Luo Qingtong, you B** tch, die. As he spoke, he suddenly flew into a rage and pounced on Luo Qingtong. Had she destroyed his chance to obtain this treasure? She had indeed destroyed his chance, because this treasure was destined to be hers. Boom! When beast tamer King Guguju pounced toward Luo Qingtong, the girl's blood-red eyes suddenly shone brightly. In just an instant, Luo Qingtong looked like a demon. That pair of blood-red demon eyes were at their limit. The blood-red light inside was like an incomparable sea of blood in purgatory. It was boundless and almost drowned the world. In Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes, the scene inside the huge ball of light suddenly appeared. Just now, Luo Qingtong had asked Suyu and the others to resist while she devoted herself to it. It was not to successfully contract with the sector beast, but to be able to operate her eye technique and see the scene inside the ball of light clearly. Now, she finally broke through the power of the universe that covered the ball of light and saw the scene inside clearly. Boom! Luo Qingtong's mind power pierced into the huge ball of light like a sharp sword and easily found the little thing inside the ball of light. The little thing was following the power ripples in the ball of light and was rapidly descending from the top where the thin film was. It was about to leave through the hole that Luo Qingtong had broken open. However, Luo Qingtong's mind power stopped it at this moment. At the same time, the life and death yin-yang sword rapidly transformed into the shape of a living blade. Almost instantly, it rushed into the hole that Luo Qingtong had broken into the ball of light and rushed toward the little thing inside the ball of light. Chirp! Chirp, chirp! When the little thing saw Luo Qingtong's life and death yin-yang sword rushing toward it, it almost subconsciously dodged to the side. The space inside the ball of light was huge, and it was only a small lump. If it wasn't facing Luo Qingtong, it could easily dodge and rush out of the hole that Luo Qingtong had created. However, Luo Qingtong had already used her blood-red eyes to lock on to its movements. How could she let it dodge? As soon as it moved, the direction of the life and death yin-yang sword instantly changed. Chirp! Chirp, chirp! The little thing dodged left and right for a while. When it realized that it really couldn't dodge Luo Qingtong's attack, it suddenly became anxious and hurriedly cried out loudly. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's cold voice rang out. Submit to me, or die. That's right. This was Luo Qingtong's real motive. She wanted the sector beast to voluntarily submit to her. Like the sector beast, a godly creature of the universe was the same as a godly beast. It wasn't so easy for a cultivator to form a contract with it. However, if it voluntarily submitted and signed a contract with a cultivator, then the contract would be formed immediately. From the very beginning, Luo Qingtong had planned to make the sector beast voluntarily submit to her. In this world, she never believed in luck or fluke. She only believed in her own strength. She wanted the sector beast. She also wanted the lives of beast tamer King Guguju and the others. Chirp! Chirp, chirp! When Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, the little thing, which was already incomparably close to the life and death yin-yang sword, suddenly nodded vigorously. Boom! The moment it nodded its head, Yi Zichen nodded. On the light shell, 10% of the white area was instantly covered by the blood-red lines. How is this possible? The people from the various sects who were waiting for Luo Qingtong to be killed by the beast tamer King Valley's Valley Master couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the blood-red patterns on the huge ball of light. How was this possible? There was still 10% of progress left. How could Luo Qingtong complete it in an instant? They were still saying that unless a miracle happened, Luo Qingtong would be dead for sure, but now, a miracle really happened. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't know what was going on. They only saw Luo Qingtong break the huge ball of light, and then the contract was completed. Could it be that the treasure in the contract was actually very simple? Just break the shell and it would be done, but after breaking the shell, the treasure inside came out and ran away. How could Luo Qingtong succeed in the contract? Not only that, this speed was simply heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. They couldn't figure out what was going on no matter how hard they racked their brains. Beast tamer King Guguju, who was rushing towards Luo Qingtong, was also shocked when he saw the contract brand suddenly completed. "No, this is impossible!" he screamed. He couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. How was this possible? Luo Qingtong was obviously going to die. After breaking the huge ball of light, the treasure inside should have come out and left, and without that treasure, even if Luo Qingtong's strength increased, she wouldn't be a match for them. He naturally had countless ways to kill her. She shouldn't think of leaving here alive. When the time came, he would chop her into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Then he would mercilessly torture those related to her to death. But how did Luo Qingtong succeed in the contract? The beast-taming King Valley's Valley Master's eyes were bulging out of their sockets due to excessive shock. She looked exactly like a goldfish with its eyes rolled up. Boom! While his face was filled with shock, Luo Qingtong's aura also shook violently. That little fellow took the initiative to submit to her. After forming a contract with her, Luo Qingtong regained her freedom. At the same time, her strength as a newly ascended paragon also soared. Boom! Luo Qingtong's power directly broke through to the peak of the Holy Venerate realm with the help of the little fellow's power. Bang! Luo Qingtong raised her hand. In the blink of an eye, he caught beast tamer King Guguju's punch. The latter was at the pinnacle of the hidden world, and his strength was far above that of an ordinary Holy Venerate. However, in front of Luo Qingtong, he could not even withstand a single blow. Luo Qingtong did not even use the power of the life and death yin yang sword. She only used one hand to catch beast tamer King Guguju's attack. The corners of her lips curled up coldly. The curve of her lips was unusually cold and evil. Beast tamer King Guguju, did you have fun just now? Did it feel good to beat up my people? When you were chasing after me, you must have felt very good in your heart, right? Luo Qingtong chuckled. She looked at beast tamer King Guguju. The light in her eyes was like a boundless sea of blood, rippling. When beast tamer King Guguju saw the blood-red color in her eyes, his heart could not help but violently contract. That powerful and terrifying feeling almost drowned him completely, making him unable to breathe. You, he looks at Luo Qingtong in shock. The girl in front of him is like a demon, like a demon. The beast tamer King Guguju has seen a lot of experts in his life. When he was young, he also met a lot of experts who were many times stronger than him, and he also experienced being hunted down. At that time, he wasn't as strong as he is now, and he also experienced several life and death situations. But no one has ever given him such a terrible feeling of fear like Luo Qingtong. It's like he's not facing a person at this moment, but an azure from the boundless purgatory, a bloody sea of hell. How strong does a person's aura have to be like Luo Qingtong, able to make people tremble in fear with just her aura alone? How high does a person's former status have to be like Luo Qingtong, as if a gentle glance is already irresistible, like the arrival of a king? Even that Star Alliance Palace Master from the Star Alliance Palace, who has the power of the Venerable Realm, didn't make the beast tamer King Guguju so scared. Luo Qingtong, what is her identity? A girl from the secular world. To hell with the secular world. How can a place like the secular world cultivate a girl with such an extraordinary aura like Luo Qingtong, like the arrival of a king, not to mention her terrifying talent and ability, as well as the endless trump cards and treasures on her body? The other party is definitely not as simple as a person from the secular world. The beast tamer King Guguju's heart trembles. He looks at Luo Qingtong, his throat rolling violently. The sweat on his forehead seeps out densely, dripping down along his temples. The beast tamer King Guguju has been struggling with all his might. However, his hand is firmly grasped in Luo Qingtong's hand, as if it's been soldered to death. No matter how hard the beast tamer King Guguju struggles, he can't move the slightest bit. Luo Qingtong's strength had actually reached such a level. One must know that Luo Qingtong and the beast-taming King Valley Master were both at the peak of the Holy Venerate realm. As for the beast-tamer King Guguju, he had been in this realm for who knows how many years. Whether it was in terms of experience, strength, it was not something an ordinary peak Holy Venerate expert could compare to. And Luo Qingtong's strength had only just increased. Other than the fact that his strength was on par with his, everything else should be inferior to his. However, the situation was the exact opposite. He had been stuck at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm for God knows how many years, but he was still inferior to Luo Qingtong, who had just broken through to the heavenly venerable realm, and had even leaped several realms in succession. What kind of fantasy was this, if it wasn't for the fact that the beast tamer King Guguju was the main character of this story? He would have thought that the other party was joking. However, such a joke actually happened. The beast tamer King Guguju clearly sensed that no matter how much strength he used, how much strength he struggled, Luo Qingtong could easily counter his situation and dissolve all his strength. How did the other party do it? This strength, this method. She was like an old monster who had been immersed in this realm for God knows how many years. How was she like someone who had just advanced? A strong chill rose in the beast tamer King Guguju's heart. He looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. Ka. In an instant, beast tamer King Guguju's 5 fingers were crushed into powder by Luo Qingtong in a series of explosive sounds. Then, Luo Qingtong's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. She suddenly raised her hand and crushed beast tamer King Guguju's palm into a pile of flesh and blood. Ah! During this process, beast tamer King Guguju's voice was extremely miserable. He constantly struggled with all his might. However, under the same realm and strength, Luo Qingtong's pair of blood-red eyes, all of his strength was within Luo Qingtong's expectations. If Luo Qingtong was an ultra-precision microscope, then beast tamer King Guguju was a sieve full of holes. Under such circumstances, how could he be Luo Qingtong's opponent? Bang! After crushing beast tamer King Guguju's palm, Luo Qingtong lifted her leg and kicked him away. Pooh! Beast tamer King Guguju's body flew along the ground where Luo Qingtong kicked him. He flew for nearly a kilometer before heavily smashing into the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bang bang bang! Beast tamer King Guguju's body finally smashed into the group of people from the various sections. Quite a few of them were sent flying. It wasn't that no one wanted to stop beast tamer King Guguju's flying body. However, when they stretched out their hands to stop beast tamer King Guguju, they were all sent flying by the terrifying and vast power coming from his body. This power naturally couldn't belong to beast tamer King Guguju, then it could only belong to Luo Qingtong. Thinking of this, the crowd was extremely shocked. Just like how the beast tamer King Guguju did not dare to believe in Luo Qingtong's strength. The crowd couldn't believe that Luo Qingtong was so powerful. The other party had just broken through to the peak of the holy venerable stage. He actually tortured the beast tamer King Guguju like he was torturing a dog, not to mention that all of them were here to stop her, but they couldn't even stop beast tamer King Guguju, who was sent flying by her. What kind of terrifying power was this? What kind of monstrous talent was this? Everyone had seen their fair share of young geniuses in this world. But at this moment, in front of Luo Qingtong, it seemed that all the young geniuses had lost their radiance and color. Which young genius could be like Luo Qingtong, who had just made a breakthrough and was able to beat up experts of the same realm as if he had been immersed in this realm for countless years? This could no longer be called a genius, it was a monster. If it was said that Luo Qingtong was lucky to be able to contract with that treasure light ball and improve her strength, then using her newly improved strength to torture the beast tamer King Guguju, that was true strength. While everyone was shocked, Sky Yuan Sect, Su Yu, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others were pleasantly surprised. Master! Boss! Su Yu, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others were surprised and happy, crying and laughing at the same time. The so-called going from hell to heaven was just like this. Their hearts were filled with grief just now. Who would have thought that Luo Qingtong would actually turn the tide at the last moment? Thinking of what Luo Qingtong said before, they did very well. Tears of excitement flowed down everyone's cheeks. They had really helped their master, they really protected their master. Everyone's tears flowed freely, crying uncontrollably. No one knew how much they wanted to stand by Luo Qingtong's side and block all the wind, frost, sword, and rain for her. They wanted to tell everyone in this world that they weren't trash, they weren't burdens by Luo Qingtong's side. They cultivated with all their might, not fearing danger, not fearing hardship, not fearing death. It was for nothing else but to be able to stay by Luo Qingtong's side. Now, they did it. Everyone was laughing and jumping, almost unable to control themselves. Su Xiaoxiao, little tyrant Yuan, and the others were so excited that they hugged each other. The joy in their hearts at this moment made them unable to feel the pain of their bodies turning into white bones. The people from Sky Yuan sect were also pleasantly surprised. They couldn't help but look in Luo Qingtong's direction. The girls' reversal was too shocking. They really thought that Luo Qingtong was dead for sure. They didn't expect her to have such a move. The group of people from Sky Yuan sect didn't know how Luo Qingtong managed to complete the contract in an instant. But this didn't stop them from feeling happy. Luo Qingtong's contract was successful and her strength increased. The beast tamer King Guguju and those people from the sects were dead for sure, and the people from Sky Yuan sect were celebrating. It was the end of those people from the sections. They looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong and the others. Their faces were as if they had lost their parents, and they kept retreating. Run! They screamed at the top of their lungs, then turned around and ran. If there was a chance, these people from the sects wouldn't run away without dignity. But the beast tamer King Guguju was easily sent flying by Luo Qingtong. None of them caught him when they went to catch him. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to stay and deal with Luo Qingtong? The other party was simply an inhuman, an evildoer, a monster. After giving Luo Qingtong a bunch of definitions in their hearts, the group turned and ran. However, the people from Sky Yuan sect had long had enough of their sufferings. It wasn't easy for the situation to turn around. How could they let these people from the sects escape? Immediately, all of them were stopped. This time, the tables had turned. Previously, they were the ones who desperately blocked the people from Sky Yuan sect. Now, it was the people from Sky Yuan sect's turn to attack them. Under the attacks of the people from Sky Yuan sect, the people from the other sects desperately fled left and right. But the people from Sky Yuan sect had hope and hope. How could they let them go? They immediately used 120% of their strength to stop them on the spot. After all, Luo Qingtong sighed. She's SSSSSSSSSSSSSS? How's? Your injuries is? Luo Qingtong looked at the injuries of Su Yu and Su Xiaoxiao. The latter's is SSS. The power of the medicinal liquid Su Xiaoxiao concocted is constantly corroding and invading their bodies, turning them into white bones. Su Xiaoxiao, little tyrant Yuan, and the others were almost half skeletons. But when Luo Qingtong asked them, they grinned and said, "It's okay, boss. We're fine." Little tyrant Yuan raised his hand to pat his chest, only to find that his limbs had all turned into white bones. He couldn't even lift them. Luo Qingtong looked at them. The bloody light in her eyes surged fiercely, but in the end, she didn't say anything. There was no need to say anything more. Luo Qingtong nodded at them, then used her blood-red eyes to analyze the composition of Su Xiaoxiao's concoction. Soon, she finished concocting the antidote and gave it to little Overlord Yuan and the others. At the same time, she used the power of the life blade to replenish their vitality. Su Xiaoxiao and the others almost lost half of their lives this time. If they couldn't replenish their vitality, even if they took the antidote, they would be plagued with illness in the future, and their bodies would be extremely weak. Fortunately, the power of Luo Qingtong's life blade was specially used to replenish vitality. Very quickly, the life force that they had lost was replenished. At the same time, Luo Qingtong plucked a leaf from the ancient heavenly spirit tree and gave it to them. She told them to wait until the right time to consume it. It would be best to consume it when they were breaking through. This way, the awakened soul imprint would be stronger. Su Xiaoxiao and the others complied, then sat down to meditate and recover their vitality. Su Yu and the others' internal injuries were also healed by Luo Qingtong. She also gave the blood-colored immortal jade bones that she had obtained before to Su Yu and the others. She told them to hold on to them so that they could break through in the future. Those blood-colored immortal jade bones had already been refined by Luo Qingtong when they were in the Shattered Star Valley. Because the ancient heavenly spirit tree had absorbed a lot of death energy and evil energy from the immortal jade bones, its growth was also very fast. Now, it already had more than 30 leaves. Luo Qingtong let Little Pig take it to stroll around the area, purifying and picking up all the immortal jade bones among the white bones. With so many immortal jade bones, it was enough for the ancient heavenly spirit tree to grow more leaves. At that time, Luo Qingtong would leave behind some essential leaves, and give the rest to Suyu and the others. When Little Pig heard this, he immediately agreed to it. He had been scared to death just now. Luo Qingtong was still fine. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He urgently needed to do something to calm himself down. It was good to pick up treasures. Just as Little Pig was about to leave, Luo Qingtong shifted her gaze back to Beast Tamer King Guguju. The latter was lying on the ground, coughing up blood. He tried his best to get up, but he couldn't. Luo Qingtong's kick was not a random one. The pain Suyu and the others had suffered at the hands of the Beast Tamer King, Guguju, she wanted him to return it 1,000 times over. How is it? Comfortable? Luo Qingtong looked indifferent. She sneered as she looked at the figure of the Beast Tamer King Guguju in front of her and slowly walked over. Isn't it great? When you dealt with my people before, did you also have such a look of absolute control over their lives? Luo Qingtong smiled. The young girl's face was absolutely beautiful. When she smiled, it was as if she was radiating a dazzling light. Her beauty was indescribable, and her charm could topple cities. However, the depths of her eyes were very cold. His blood-red eyes were like ice-cold flames as they flickered. She walked in front of the Beast Tamer King Guguju. She lowered her head and looked at him, then stepped on his hand. Ah! Beast Tamer King Guguju screamed miserably. Luo Qingtong directly crushed his other hand into meat paste. Sorry, I couldn't control my temper. Luo Qingtong looked at the Beast Tamer King Guguju with a smile. She raised her hand and brushed a strand of hair behind her head. You probably don't know, Luo Qingtong looked indifferent. I hate it when people touch my things. Don't even think about it, touching my people. Luo Qingtong said. The smile on her face became even more evil. Luo Qingtong's voice rang out. Instantly, Beast Tamer King Guguju screamed shrilly. Luo Qingtong. Don't be so smug. Perhaps because he knew he was going to die, Beast Tamer King Guguju threw caution to the wind. He looked at Luo Qingtong with a twisted and strange smile. So what if you kill me? The leader of the Star Alliance is still waiting outside. As he spoke, he laughed coldly. If we obtain the treasures in this forbidden area, perhaps we can still escape from his hands, or perhaps we can even preserve our lives from his hands. But you. He looked at Luo Qingtong with disdain and laughed loudly. You can only be killed by the people of the Star Alliance. Bitch. Ha ha ha. Beast Tamer King Guguju laughed loudly, his heart filled with unspeakable joy and pride. So what if he died? Luo Qingtong, that bitch, would still come to accompany him in the end. At that time, he would wait for Luo Qingtong, that bitch. In the underground, Luo Qingtong looked at his smug and arrogant expression and suddenly raised her eyebrows. Is that so? Luo Qingtong looked at him and said carelessly, someone beside me didn't come in here. Not only that, but several people beside him also didn't come in here. Can you guess why? Beast Tamer King Guguju's eyes widened at Luo Qingtong's words. You. He looked at Luo Qingtong in shock and then suddenly remembered that he didn't see the masked man beside her in the land of the deceased immortals. That mysterious masked man was very powerful. If he was in the land of the deceased immortals, he wouldn't be able to deal with Luo Qingtong. But the masked man didn't appear. Why was that? If not for Luo Qingtong's words, even if Beast Tamer King Guguju thought of this, he wouldn't think too much about it. But now, after hearing Luo Qingtong's words, he couldn't help but think of a terrible idea. He's from outside the domain. He's from outside the domain, right? Beast Tamer King Guguju instantly went crazy. Someone from outside the domain. The masked man was actually from outside the domain, and there was no news of that man in the hidden world. And he came from the secular world with Luo Qingtong. Beast Tamer King Gu was very clear about what this meant. This meant that the other party didn't need to go through the stargate that connected the hidden world to the outside world. They could easily break through the barrier and reach the secular world. That was why the people of the hidden world knew nothing about him. Thinking of this, Beast Tamer King Guguju's heart trembled with indescribable madness. The masked man beside Luo Qingtong actually had such a background. While Beast Tamer King Guguju's heart went crazy and was in disbelief, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly twitched. Alright, you already know what you need to know. You can die peacefully now. Also. The corners of Luo Qingtong's lips curled up, and her expression was indescribably indifferent. Since you don't want to choose a way to die, then I'll choose for you. Luo Qingtong basically didn't want to talk so much nonsense. But if she could let Beast Tamer King Guguju die with remaining grievances, she was still willing to talk a little more nonsense. While speaking, Luo Qingtong waved her hand. In an instant, several figures were dragged over by her. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she released the power that bound those figures. In an instant, those figures pounced towards Beast Tamer King Guguju. Ah! When he saw Luo Qingtong dragging those figures over, Beast Tamer King Guguju's eyes widened. These people were none other than the Beast Taming King Valley's Valley Master. They were the ones who had turned the Beast Taming King Valley's elders into mindless monsters. These people had been fed the immortal jade bone and mutated in front of Beast Tamer King Guguju and the others. Afterwards, they were thrown to Suyu and the others to deal with the great Yong Saint Corpse puppet. Now that Luo Qingtong had dragged them over, they could deal with Beast Tamer King Guguju. Naturally, only Beast Tamer King Guguju could reap the fruits of his own actions. Ah! Beast Tamer King Guguju screamed miserably. At this moment, his aura was sealed by Luo Qingtong, just like Suyu and the others. When those mutated Beast Tamer King Valley elders rushed over, he was unable to resist. At this moment, Luo Qingtong temporarily removed the influence in the minds of those mutated Beast Tamer King Valley elders, allowing them to regain some of their consciousness. Under such circumstances, these Beast Tamer King Valley elders looked at Beast Tamer King Guguju as if they wished they could chew on his bones and eat his flesh. They madly rushed towards Beast Tamer King Guguju. Using their mutated tentacles and sharp thorns, they ruthlessly pierced into Guguju's body, sweeping him up and tearing him apart bit by bit. A group of people rushed over, desperately gnawing at his body and flesh. Beast Tamer King Guguju struggled with all his might, but he couldn't use any strength. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Instead, it stimulated those mutated Beast Tamer King Valley elders, who tore and gnawed at him even more crazily. Those miserable screams mixed with the sound of chewing continued to ring out, causing one's hair to stand on end. The people from the other sects who had tried their best to escape but had been stopped by the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect turned around and saw the scene. Immediately, many of them were so frightened that they cried and knelt down, begging Luo Qingtong to spare their lives. The girl stood in the center of the forbidden zone, her face cold. Kneel down and swear that you will be my slaves forever, and I will spare your lives. For Luo Qingtong, anyone who tried to kill her was unforgivable. However, most of the experts from the sects in the hidden world were here. If Luo Qingtong killed all of these people, she would have to face the mess of the hidden world in the future. On the contrary, it was not beautiful. It was better to have these people submit, swear to be slaves, and never betray him. This way, she could save a lot of trouble. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, the faces of many sects people stiffened. Swearing to be a slave forever meant that he would be Luo Qingtong's slave for the rest of his life. Not only that, he would not be free even after death. In the future, when he reincarnated, he would still have to be Luo Qingtong's slave. Many people hesitated. At this moment, Luo Qingtong waved her hand indifferently. Kill. Suyu and the others had already recovered their strength. Hearing this, they immediately jumped up, brought their contracted beasts, and started to kill with the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect. Seeing this, the people from the other sects were instantly scared out of their wits. Those who were still hesitating before saw Suyu and the others rushing over and remembered that this was the land of the fallen immortals. Once they died here, their consciousness and soul might be completely left here in the future, not to mention the afterlife. Thinking of this, the crowd immediately swore. Luo Qingtong looked at them and raised her eyebrows. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly, chirp chirp chirp. There was a slight sound, and then a small figure appeared in front of Luo Qingtong like a flash of lightning. Paji. The moment the figure appeared, Luo Qingtong subconsciously slapped it. In an instant, the little thing was slapped to the ground, and it fell with a loud thud. Woo! Wah! Before Luo Qingtong could react, she saw a small white ball on the ground looking at her with a pout. Then it started to cry. Chirp 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 chirp. Luo Qingtong looked at it jumping on the ground with tears in its eyes. She didn't know what it was complaining about, and her lips twitched. She looked at the little thing and saw that it was round and looked like a ball. There was a small tuft of something on its head that she didn't know if it was fur or a mark. She suddenly reached out to touch it curiously. You are, that Sector Beast? Luo Qingtong held the last two words in her mouth, but she didn't say them out loud. In this forbidden area, there was such a small, round, chubby thing, and it seemed to be a newborn beast. Other than the Sector Beast and the Ball of Light, Luo Qingtong couldn't think of anything else. However, this Sector Beast was actually like this. Luo Qingtong looked at the little thing that was crying so hard that its tears almost piled up into a small pond. Her lips twitched even more. She raised her hand to touch the soft little thing, then saw it pout and cry even harder. She couldn't help but raise her hand to support her forehead. This was the Sector Beast, the treasure that the great beings from other regions had risked their lives to get here. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. She suddenly felt like her heart was disillusioned. What happened to being so domineering? It was so soft and crybaby, and it was so small. It didn't match the domineering and powerful aura it had shown when it was about to be born. Luo Qingtong didn't know what to say. She looked at the huge ball of light behind her. The latter had already shattered into several pieces. Streams of origin aura emanated from it. Obviously, this little fellow was that Sector Beast. There was no doubt about it. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she thought about it. Right after she completed the contract, she was busy dealing with the beast tamer King Guguju. He did not pay too much attention to this small Sector Beast. The latter did not come out immediately after completing the contract with her. Did he just come out after absorbing the energy from the light ball? Luo Qingtong looked at the little dumpling on the ground. The latter was also looking at her. Seeing that she had no intention of comforting it, it suddenly jumped towards Luo Qingtong. This time, Luo Qingtong didn't send it flying. That little ball rushed into Luo Qingtong's arms and rubbed against her chest pitifully. Then, it blinked a pair of big eyes and looked at her. She looked both aggrieved and pitiful. There was even a hint of anticipation in his voice. Luo Qingtong looked at its eyes and said uncertainly, "Do you want me to hug you?" She reached out and picked it up. After being picked up by her, the latter was so happy that it jumped up and down. Its big, cute eyes narrowed into slits, looking like crescent moons. It was very cute. Obviously, it wanted Luo Qingtong to hug it. The corners of Luo Qingtong's lips twitched slightly. It turned out that this little guy was here to ask for kisses, hugs, and hugs. It was also here to complain about how she had bullied it. This was really, Luo Qingtong felt that the image of the Sector Beast in her mind had been completely destroyed. Speaking of which, among her pets, Snowball was the only one who looked like a divine beast. The rest were Little Pig, this Sector Beast, and that gold-seeking hamster. They were all a bunch of adorable fools. They did not have any powerful aura at all. As Luo Qingtong thought about this, the corners of her lips twitched again. At this moment, the little ball jumped out of her arms and hopped toward the place where the huge light shell had broken. Chirp chirp chirp. It hopped on the huge light shell fragments and chirped toward Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong looked at it and immediately walked over. "What are you trying to do?" Luo Qingtong looked at it and thought for a while. Then she asked, "Do you want me to take them away?" She watched as Xiao Tuanzi bounced around on the fragments of the light shell. Chirp chirp chirp. The soft and cute little ball quickly nodded and chirped. "Okay." Luo Qingtong nodded. In the waist ring in her hand, there was no lack of huge space. It was more than enough to store these light shells. Although she did not know what these light shells were used for, they were the light balls of the Sector Beast's birth. Maybe they were useful to it. As Luo Qingtong thought about it, she immediately kept the huge shards of the light shell. She picked out a huge space. ring from the waist ring that little pig had given her. She waved her hand and put the huge light shell fragments scattered on the ground into the waist ring. Seeing this, the Sky Yuan sect leader and the others, who were walking toward Luo Qingtong, were shocked. They also had Sumeru space spirit weapons. However, they could not do what Luo Qingtong did and put away the huge light shell fragments with a wave of her hand. Because it required too much space, Luo Qingtong actually had such a huge spatial Sumeru spirit tool in her hands. Everyone looked at Luo Qingtong with amazement and awe. Not because of anything else, the ability Luo Qingtong had revealed was already extraordinary. Now that she had such a large spatial Sumeru spirit tool in her hands, everyone couldn't help but guess the true identity of Luo Qingtong. Even if the highest dean had tried his best to testify that Luo Qingtong was someone from the true Spill continent's secular world. However, just like how the beast tamer King Guguju couldn't believe that Luo Qingtong was from the secular world, the Sky Yuan sect couldn't believe it either. After all, was there anyone in the secular world who had an endless trump card like Luo Qingtong and an unfathomable ability? With the talent and strength that Luo Qingtong had displayed, no one would doubt that she was a powerful direct descendant of a great race or a high-level power. While everyone was thinking, they had already walked to Luo Qingtong's side. Miss Luo, the Sky Yuan sect leader, was deliberating, thinking of just how to broach the subject with Luo Qingtong. Now that most of the influences in the hidden world had already submitted to Luo Qingtong, the people of the Sky Yuan sect also intended to pledge their allegiance to Luo Qingtong. After all, with the general trend of events, there was no benefit to their Sky Yuan sect remaining independent. On the contrary, with the friendship that they had with Su Yu and the others in protecting Luo Qingtong, if they pledged their allegiance, Luo Qingtong absolutely wouldn't treat them badly. As the Sky Yuan sect leader thought this, he opened his mouth to speak. Rumble. The entire Forbidden Zone was in turmoil again. Just where Luo Qingtong and the others were standing, in the sky above the center of the Forbidden Zone, dark clouds suddenly rolled and roared. The entire Forbidden Zone, and even the land of the fallen immortals, was shaken. The commotion was not any weaker than when the sector beasts were born. What's going on? In the Forbidden Zone, everyone's faces were filled with shock. They didn't know why there would be such a commotion and change in the land of the fallen immortals. Hadn't that ball of light already been born? The treasure that the extraterrestrial experts were fighting for had already belonged to Luo Qingtong. How could there still be such a big commotion and change? Could it be that there were other treasures in the Forbidden Zone, but that ball of light was already something that the extraterrestrial experts were fighting for? What treasure could be more precious than it? Everyone was thinking about this, and then they looked at the scene that had suddenly condensed in the sky. They saw an incomparably huge human face appear in the sky above the center of the Forbidden Zone. The face was extremely strange and ugly. When pieced together, it looked like a ferocious ghost monster. The lines on the face were constantly twisting and moving. Everyone looked at the shape of the human face. Suddenly, a sect member raised his hand and pointed at the huge human face. With a shocked expression, he shouted, "Look, this isn't a human face. It's something formed by countless human faces mixed together. What the hell is this?" His voice was filled with indescribable panic and fear. Anyone who saw such a scene could not help but feel their hair stand on end. On the huge face, there were countless faces densely packed together. The expressions on these faces were different, and they were constantly changing and twisting. That was why the expression on the huge face was so strange and terrifying. Everyone looked at the huge face in the sky and felt their hair stand on end. Just as the person from the sect said, "What the hell was this? How could there be such a big commotion in the land of the fallen immortals at this time?" As for Luo Qingtong, she frowned when the huge face appeared. Not for any other reason, but when the huge face appeared, the little ball jumped up and rushed into her arms. Then, it kept chirping something. Luo Qingtong couldn't understand its words, but she could hear the panic and fear in its words. Was this huge face coming for this little guy? Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She raised her head and looked at the place where the giant face had appeared. Her blood-red eyes flickered, and she quickly saw the true appearance of the giant face. The densely packed human faces embedded in the huge human face had completely merged with the aura of the fallen immortal land. The faces were derived from the aura of the land of the deceased immortals. What are they? Luo Qingtong looked at the faces crowded together. The bloody light in her eyes flickered. Soon, she had an idea. These human faces couldn't be the manifestation of the obsessions of the foreign race experts that died here, right? At this thought, Luo Qingtong's heart skipped a beat. She carefully looked at the densely packed human faces and quickly confirmed that her idea was correct. These human faces were really a collection of the obsessions of the foreign race experts. Rumble. With the appearance of the giant face, the aura in the land of the fallen immortals boiled even more violently. Violent auras filled the air. They thought that the opening of the land of the fallen immortals would cause the aura to weaken. Now that the giant face had appeared, the aura became even denser. The black aura spread throughout the land of the fallen immortals, causing everyone in the forbidden area to panic. Oh no! The aura in the land of the fallen immortals is getting stronger. Yeah. Quick, let's get out of here, or we'll all die here. Everyone's heart was filled with panic. The land of the fallen immortals was never a friendly place. If it weren't for the fact that the land of the fallen immortals would open for a period of time every year, causing the aura inside to weaken, they wouldn't have come here. But now, the aura in the land of the fallen immortals was getting stronger again. It wasn't time for the land of the fallen immortals to close yet, but the aura was getting stronger. No matter how stupid they were, they could guess that it had something to do with the giant face that had appeared in the forbidden area. Everyone panicked and hurriedly asked Luo Qingtong to take them away. After all, they were Luo Qingtong's slaves now. They couldn't leave without permission. However, as soon as they spoke, Luo Qingtong's voice sounded faintly. It's too late. Luo Qingtong looked around as she spoke. Thick black fog had already spread out in the center of the forbidden area. It was even more corrosive than the aura in the land of the fallen immortals. In the blink of an eye, the black fog spread from the edge of the forbidden area. Ah! A few disciples who came into contact with the black fog screamed in agony. Then, they quickly turned into walking corpses. They screamed shrilly as they rushed towards their fellow disciples. The latter didn't have time to react. Many of them were pushed to the ground. Left with no other choice, the others took action and killed the corrupted disciples. Everyone retreated with pale faces, not knowing what to do. The aura in the forbidden area was too terrifying. If it was the aura of the land of the fallen immortals outside, it would be fine. They had immortal jade bones on them, so they could just barely hold on for a while. As long as they were fast enough, they could still escape. However, at this moment, they were surrounded in the center of the forbidden area. The aura inside was enough to kill them the moment they touched it. Even the immortal jade bones aura was of no use. What the hell is going on? Everyone felt despair in their hearts. The Heavenly Yuan sect master and the others, who had originally planned on talking to Luo Qingtong about pledging their allegiance, paled at this sight. Miss Luo, do you have any ideas? They looked hopefully at Luo Qingtong. If there was anyone here who had a solution, it would probably be Luo Qingtong. Before the girl entered the Forbidden Zone, she was already able to help them neutralize the power from the Forbidden Zone. After that, he made arrangements on Suyu and the others to ensure that they would be safe in the Forbidden Zone. Perhaps there would be a way this time as well. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Suyu, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others stopped recovering and retreated to Luo Qingtong's side in a well-trained manner. Master, boss. Luo Qingtong responded in a low voice. She glanced at the spreading black fog and said to Suyu and the others, distribute some of the blood-colored immortal jade bones to them. Luo Qingtong had given Suyu and the others a lot of purified blood-colored immortal jade bones. They hadn't absorbed much when they recovered, so they immediately responded and distributed some of the purified blood-colored immortal jade bones to the people from the sections. These blood-colored immortal jade bones had a stronger aura than ordinary immortal jade bones, and the power of blood was also thicker. After the people from the sects received the blood-colored immortal jade bones, they were no longer attacked by the black fog. But this alone wasn't enough. Luo Qingtong stared intently at the spreading black fog. Crack, 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 amidst the black fog, the sound of rusty gears grinding could be heard continuously. It also sounded like something sharp was scraping in the air, making one's hair stand on end. Roar. As those voices continued to ring out, sharp and sinister whistles began to ring out one after another. Then, everyone saw one figure after another stepping out of the thick black fog. Their skeletons were wretched, their eye sockets were empty, and dark flames were rising from them. These figures that appeared in the thick fog were actually skeletons. Those are the corpses of the foreign experts who died here. Seeing this scene, many people from the sects cried out with pale faces. They're all alive. When their voices rang out, Luo Qing's eyes clearly saw the white skeletons standing up one after another in the places where the black fog filled the air. At this moment, they were surrounded by an army of skeletons that stretched as far as the eye could see. Obviously, these skeletons were all under the control of the giant human face in the sky. Seeing this, Luo Qingtong instantly figured out many things. She recalled that Bai Suqing had once told her that divine beasts would pass by the restricted area of the fallen immortal land from time to time. Therefore, they suspected that there were divine beasts among them. Now, it was confirmed that the divine beasts were actually the power of the giant sector beast's light ball to protect itself. Then there was a problem. The foreign experts in the restricted area were all dead. The sects in the hidden world knew of the dangers in the restricted area, so they wouldn't go in easily. In that case, who was the mythical beast flowing light fighting against, or rather, what kind of power were they fighting against? Luo Qingtong looked at the giant human face floating in the sky. She already had an answer in her heart. Obviously, these foreign experts were still unwilling to give up after their deaths. They wanted to obtain the sector beast, so their minds were entangled and wouldn't dissipate even after death. When the fallen immortal land was formed, they had always been coveting the sector beast, but this time, when the sector beasts were born, they were scattered by the majestic and vast spirit chi light pillars and hurricanes. They could not gather together at all, and they could not get close to the sector beasts. Under such circumstances, they had deliberately loosened the restrictions of the Forbidden Zone and allowed people from the outside sects to enter. This was all to prevent the birth of the sector beast. After the sector beast was born, they would no longer have any chance to obtain the sector beast. When Luo Qingtong thought of this, she immediately understood what was going on. At this moment, swoosh. Oh, my mommy mia! Little Pig ran like a gust of wind with his two little ears perked up. He dashed out of the black mist. He was picking up and purifying the celestial jade bones with the ancient heavenly spirit wood when the black mist spread over. Then the white bones came back to life. Fortunately, he ran fast enough. Otherwise, he might have been made into a pork hot pot. It ran to Luo Qingtong's side and handed the useless ring containing the ancient heavenly spiritual wood to Luo Qingtong. Then, with a look of lingering fear, it patted its chest with its little hoof and said, "Oh my God, I was scared to death." "Hey, what is this?" He looked at the little ball in Luo Qingtong's arms and poked it with his little hoof. Instantly, Xiao Tuanzi jumped to his feet. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It bounced toward Little Pig, but was stopped by Little Pig with one of its hoof. Wait. The corner of Little Pig's mouth twitched as he looked at the little meatball that was struggling and jumping around in his hand. This guy that looks like a glutinous rice ball, is that sector beast? Just like Luo Qingtong, Little Pig was in disbelief. Oh my God, what happened to being domineering and cool? What happened to being more awesome than an ancient divine beast? Did Luo Qingtong take such a huge risk to contract with a meatball just now? Little Pig looked at the little ball of meat in his hands. His whole body, no, Pig, was a little uncomfortable. What's the use of this little guy? Is he going to throw it to the enemy to choke them to death? This was simply too hilarious. Wait, is it because you cut it out that it's stunted? Little Pig shook the little sector beast in his hands. The little sector beast looked at him with a gloomy face. Then, it roared and bit at Little Pig's hoof. Ouch! Little Pig wanted to see what ability this little sector beast had and whether it was affected in any way. Logically speaking, when a sector beast was born, it should be an adult. This was because they weren't real beasts, but the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. It was not that Little Pig had never seen a sector beast before, but he had never seen one as small as this. Could it be that this guy was really affected by Luo Qingtong's autopsy and that it wasn't time for him to be born yet? If that was the case, he didn't know if its ability was still there. However, before it could check, the little ball bit it. Little Pig swung his little hooves and jumped on the spot while squealing. Little Furball, on the other hand, ran back into Luo Qingtong's arms. You bastard! Little Pig clenched his teeth as he looked at it. However, before he could run over and grab Xiao Tuanzi, the giant face in the sky moved. Roar! It opened its mouth wide and roared. The white bones in the black fog rushed towards Luo Qingtong and the others. These white bones were formed from the corpses of the alien experts. Now, under the control of the aura of their obsessions, although they didn't have the full strength they had when they were alive, they still had 10 to 20% of their strength. This army of white bones spread all over the mountains and plains, making people look awe-inspiring. Master. Boss. Su Yu and Su Xiaoxiao immediately went to Luo Qingtong's side to protect her. All of you, come here. Luo Qingtong looked at the army of skeletons rushing over with a very cold expression. Back then, the foreign experts who came here to fight for the sector beast were all above the venerable realm. Now, even if these skeletons only had 10 to 20% of their strength, they were still at the holy venerable realm. Not to mention that the black fog around them was corrosive. The people from the various sects would be at a disadvantage if they were to fight in the black fog. After all, the blood immortal jade bones that Luo Qingtong had obtained before were limited. Once the power of the blood immortal jade bones was exhausted, Su Yu and the others, as well as the people of the sects, would not be able to resist the attack of the black fog. Luo Qingtong thought and immediately gathered Su Yu and the others. Among them were those who had already sworn to become Luo Qingtong's slaves. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong had made them swear before. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble would have happened in the forbidden area at this moment? Luo Qingtong did not have the time to deal with them at this time. But now, there was no need to worry. These people were already on her side, and they even helped Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong was very glad that she had not killed these people along with beast tamer King Guguzhu. Yes. When the people of the sects heard Luo Qingtong's words, they immediately ran over to her. The young girl was their only hope and way out. Not to mention that they had already sworn to become Luo Qingtong's slaves. Even if they had not sworn, at this moment in the forbidden area, only Luo Qingtong could save them. The crowd ran over in a panic. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and released the ancient heavenly spirit wood from the waist ring in her hand. Bang! The ancient heavenly spirit wood was much taller than the sapling from before. It was about 5 meters tall. Also, the waist ring in Luo Qingtong's hand was refined by Tian Mingzi, so the space inside was extraordinarily big. Otherwise, it would not be able to hold it. Swoosh! After the ancient heavenly spirit wood landed on the ground, it immediately stretched out its branches and leaves. Wherever its branches and leaves went, the black fog could not get close at all. In an instant, there was a vacuum between Luo Qingtong and the others. Seeing this scene, the people of the sects and the Sky Yuan sect were both surprised and delighted. Luo Qingtong's methods were endless. Was she really just a young girl from the secular world? The people of the Sky Yuan sect could not help but think. As for the people from the other sects, they swore to be Luo Qingtong's slaves unwillingly. At this moment, he no longer had any complaints in his heart. Luo Qingtong had too many tricks up her sleeve. They wouldn't be at a disadvantage if they followed such a person. If they performed better in the future, they might even be able to enjoy endless benefits. Thinking of this, the crowd suddenly rejoiced in their hearts. While the crowd surrounded Luo Qingtong, relying on the ancient heavenly spirit wood to resist the skeleton army, screech. From an unknown place within the black fog, a series of beast cries and roars could be vaguely heard. Hearing these sounds, Luo Qingtong felt inexplicably familiar. In this forbidden area, there were other people besides them? Oh my god! Oh no, oh no! I forgot. That girl named Yunxi. The one you gave the beast mark inheritance to in the Broken Star Valley. She deliberately stopped outside the center of the forbidden area for you and lured away the contracted beasts of the beast tamer King Guguzhu and the others. Oh my mamma mia, how could it forget about this? No wonder I kept feeling that something was wrong when I collected those immortal jade bones. I forgot about one person. Luo Qingtong's expression changed when she heard this. No wonder she didn't see the golden-winged condor and the others when she tortured the beast tamer King Guguzhu. Luo Qingtong didn't expect that Yunxi lured them away outside the center of the forbidden area. You guys stay here. I'll go get them. The beast tamer King Guguzhu and the others were dead, and the golden-winged condor and the others had recovered from the control of the beast tamer spell. They should be on their way here right now. As Luo Qingtong thought about it, her figure shot forward like an arrow. Hey, Wait, I'll go with you. Little Pig said as he quickly hopped on his four hooves to catch up. Bang! Outside the center of the forbidden area, Xianxia lay on the back of the golden-winged condor. The golden-winged condor carried her and rushed toward the center of the forbidden area with a group of other demonic beasts. They had completely regained consciousness after the death of the beast tamer King Guguju. It was just that Xianxia fell into a coma after using the beast mark inheritance. Because the group of demonic beasts was summoned by her, they could only wait for her by her side. Fortunately, Xianxia woke up not long after she fell into a coma. After asking about her relationship with Luo Qingtong, the golden-winged condor carried her toward the center of the forbidden area. However, no one expected that there would be a change in the center of the forbidden area halfway. Looking at the white bones waking up one after another, the group of demonic beasts didn't know what was going on. They could only try their best to rush toward the center of the forbidden area. However, there were simply too many skeletons. Coupled with the invasion of the black mist, fortunately, Xianxia had the blood celestial jade bone that Luo Qingtong had given her. Otherwise, they would have been corroded before these skeletons could do anything. Just as the golden-winged condor and the others were desperately killing the skeletons, Luo Qingtong arrived. Bang! The young girl's sword was like a dragon, and in an instant, it swept into the group of the golden-winged condors, killing all the white bones that were entangled around them. Go! Luo Qingtong rushed to the golden-winged condor and said to it. It was only then that the latter discovered that Luo Qingtong's strength had actually increased to peak holy exalted level. Oh my god, isn't this little girl's strength increasing too quickly? What on earth did she do? The golden-winged condor looked at Luo Qingtong with a strange expression on its face. Its consciousness had been suppressed by the beast tamer King Guguju before, so it didn't know what was going on in the outside world. It also didn't know that Luo Qingtong had successfully contracted a sector beast. However, seeing Luo Qingtong like this, it should have also obtained a great opportunity. The golden-winged condor didn't ask any more questions. It followed Luo Qingtong and swept toward the center of the forbidden area. At this time, in the outside world, the palace master of the Star Alliance and the others had been paying close attention to the movements in the land of the deceased immortals. When they saw the huge human face appear in the sky, everyone present was shocked. What is this? The people in the palace master of the Star Alliance were shocked. On the other hand, the Star Alliance temple master was extremely excited. So that's how it is. He looked at the giant face in the sky and finally understood why the land of the fallen immortals didn't allow outsiders and experts above the Exalt realm to enter. It turned out that the great beings from other domains who had died here were still unwilling to give up on the sector beasts inside. That was why they had gathered their consciousness bodies to prevent the others from entering and taking away the sector beasts, but they suddenly appeared now. Was it because someone had already obtained the sector beast? Thinking of this, the Star Alliance temple master was indescribably excited. He had just seen the heaven and earth anomaly in the sky disappear, so he did not know whether the sector beast had successfully been born or not. Is there anyone who has contracted it? Now that he saw the giant face, he immediately had an idea. Obviously, the sector beast had indeed been born, and someone had already obtained it. Very good, ha ha ha. The Star Alliance temple master laughed loudly. Someone had obtained the sector beast, which meant he could also obtain the sector beast, as long as he could kill the person who had contracted the sector beast. Let's go. The Star Alliance temple master's expression was cold. He looked at the giant face in the land of the fallen immortals and said in a low voice, "Take our people and enter the land of the fallen immortals." They had not entered the land of the fallen immortals before because they did not know what treasures were in it. Besides, the land of the fallen immortals did not allow them to enter, or they would collapse. But now, he knew that the treasure inside was a sector beast, and he also knew that the giant human face was an amalgamation of the minds of the great beings from other regions. It was the face that controlled the aura in the land of the fallen immortals and prevented them from entering. Since that was the case, what was there to worry about? This giant human face was probably waiting to kill the person who had contracted the sector beast. Under such circumstances, how could it have the time to stop them from entering? If they went now, they could be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. Thinking of this, the Star Alliance temple master could not wait any longer. He leaped and led the people of the Star Alliance temple into the land of the fallen immortals. The experts of the Star Alliance Hall dashed into the thick black mist in the land of the deceased immortals. With their strength, the fog's influence on them was limited. Moreover, they also had immortal jade bones. When the Star Alliance Temple Master and the others entered the land of the deceased immortals, Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others also looked up at Xianxia. Master? Their voices were inquiring. As soon as the huge human face appeared, they could tell its origin at a glance. Obviously, the sector beast had been taken by someone else. He wondered if that person was the evil physician. But even if he wasn't an evil doctor, now, this giant human face was going to deal with the person who had obtained the sector beast. Evil doctor was in the middle of it, so he was afraid that he would be implicated and would not be spared. Go. Xianxian's eyes were cold. His gaze never left the sky at the center of the forbidden area in the land of the deceased immortals. He had seen the giant human face transform with his own eyes. If his guess was correct, the person who had obtained the sector beast should be that woman. The light of warning that had been flashing intensely above the ladder, disturbing his state of mind, had disappeared at this moment. Obviously, Luo Qingtong was out of danger. That woman, if she hadn't gotten the sector beast, how could she be so safe and sound? Xianxian thought, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Then, in the next second, his figure swept up, and in an instant, like a graceful sunset, he swept toward the land of the deceased immortals. Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others followed closely behind him. At this moment, in the center of the forbidden area in the land of the deceased immortals. After Luo Qingtong went to meet Yunxi and the golden-winged eagle, the skeleton army immediately changed their direction and rushed toward the direction that Luo Qingtong had left. When Luo Qingtong brought Yunxi and the others back, the resistance they encountered was dozens of times greater than when she had left. Bang! Luo Qingtong raised her sword and killed a skeleton that was rushing toward her. Another skeleton of the Holy Venerable Realm also rushed toward her at this moment. Their target was the little dumpling in her arms. Sensing the movements of these skeletons, Luo Qingtong became more and more certain of her previous guess. She came out to meet Yunxi and the others in person to confirm whether her previous guess was right. Unfortunately, it seemed that she had guessed right. Looking at the dense skeleton army in front of her, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. The blood-red light in them suddenly exploded and gathered again. In her eyes, an extremely magnificent and ever-changing scene was formed. Heaven-conquering art, annihilation. After confirming the most vulnerable and easiest route in the skeleton army through her blood-red eyes, Luo Qingtong's figure swept up in an instant. The black sword light shone brilliantly in an instant, almost the most brilliant killing intent and the most dazzling light in the world. The light, like the god of death spreading his wings, swept straight up, and streaked across the sky with a cold light that almost broke the sky, and blasted forward. Bang bang bang. Countless skeletons were killed by the death-blade light transformed from the life and death yin-yang sword in Luo Qingtong's hand at this moment. The power of death was already very effective against these skeletons. If it weren't for the fact that these skeletons had a physical body, if they were the ghosts and blood-red phantoms that Luo Qingtong had faced before, Luo Qingtong would have been able to annihilate this army of skeletons by herself. Her death blade was the nemesis of all death chi and souls in this world. Boom boom boom. Luo Qingtong's sword light smashed the bones into pieces. Luo Qingtong's figure flew up. Her red dress streaked across the sky like the world's most stunning ray of light. Go. She led the golden-winged condor and the others and flew forward along the path she had created. Along the way, all the white bones that blocked her way were all shattered and exploded in an instant, turning into clouds of white smoke. Bang bang bang. Just as Suyu and the others couldn't wait and wanted to rush out to find her, Luo Qingtong and the golden-winged condor appeared in their line of sight. Everyone, go in. Seeing that Suyu and the others were about to rush out of the range of the ancient heavenly spiritual wood, Luo Qingtong frowned slightly and berated them in a low voice. Everyone hurriedly retreated when they heard this. Luo Qingtong led the golden-winged condor and the others in. Master. Suyu and the others quickly surrounded Luo Qingtong after she rushed in. Yes. Luo Qingtong nodded, then looked at Yunxi, who was on the golden-winged condor. The latter's body was covered in blood, and she looked very scary. Obviously, Yunxi had paid a great price to forcibly summon the golden-winged condor and the others. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered, and she quickly found out everything about Xianxia's body. She had temporarily lost her strength, and the time to recover was not long. At the same time, the power of the beast mark inheritance in Xianxia's body had disappeared. It seemed that Xianxia had used the forbidden power of the Zhuge 13 beast mark inheritance to become like this. However, this power could be recovered. Luo Qingtong watched the power of the beast mark in Xianxia's body slowly recover. However, at this speed, it would take Xianxia a year and a half for her strength to recover. That was too long, and Luo Qingtong looked at the cracks on the beast mark in Xianxia's body. If it was not repaired, even if Xianxia's strength recovered in the future, the power she could use would be greatly reduced. It could be said that in order to help her this time, Xianxia had wasted most of the power of the beast mark inheritance. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed, and she remembered this in her heart. After leaving the land of the fallen immortals, she would find a way to help Xianxia restore the power of the beast mark in her body. However, the level of the Zhuge 13 beast mark was very high. Luo Qingtong would need the herbs to repair it, which were not available in the True Spill continent. She would have to see if she could find them in the extraterrestrial. Just as Luo Qingtong was thinking, she heard a series of fierce roars from outside. Then, the army of bones that had been left behind by Luo Qingtong and the golden-winged condor rushed over again. There seemed to be no end to those white bones. Too many extraterrestrial powerhouses had died here in the past. Perhaps it was because of the obsession of those extraterrestrial powerhouses after they died, but the bones gathered again after being smashed. It was no wonder that in this forbidden zone, there had been an endless stream of attacks aimed at the sector beast's light mass. They wanted to get the sector beast. If it wasn't for this, it would have been shattered by the divine beasts. It was impossible for it to exist for so many years. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed. She looked at the endless white bone army and said to the people around her, "Follow closely. Let's go." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and the ancient heaven spirit wood that she had placed on the ground was pulled up by her. Shwa. The ancient heavenly spirit wood floated above her head as she held it up with one hand. Go. Luo Qingtong shouted in a low voice, and in an instant, her figure swept out. Suyu, the Sky Yuan sect, and the other sects followed beside her. The group of people rushed towards the center of the forbidden zone. Bang bang bang. The branches of the ancient heavenly spirit tree extended. The thick black fog lingered 3 inches away from it, unable to get close at all. Below it, Luo Qingtong and the others only cared about killing the enemies. Countless skeletons fell under their attacks. Especially Luo Qingtong. With a slash of her sword, she swept away a large number of white bones. They forcefully carved out a bloody path in the dense army of skeletons. But even so, with so many of them, the number of bones they cleared was still very impressive. The group of people kept approaching the edge of the forbidden area. Luo Qingtong and the others were about to leave the center of the forbidden area, and the army of bones could not stop them at all. In the sky, the huge human face that was constantly changing its expression and shape roared fiercely at this moment. The sharp and sinister cry resounded through the sky in an instant. In the next second, its figure looked down at the world and suddenly rushed towards Luo Qingtong and the others. Boom, as its figure surged. The thick black fog between heaven and earth was like boiling water in an instant. It constantly surged and rolled violently towards Luo Qingtong and the others. Seeing this scene, the group of people following Luo Qingtong could not help but gasp in shock and fear. They didn't know if the strange tree above their heads could block the attack. After all, the black fog was enough to easily erode them. Now, the fog, stirred by the huge human face, was so dense that it almost turned into liquid. Countless black water droplets lingered around them and flew towards them. Ah! A sect disciple on the periphery of the ancient heaven spirit tree was distracted for a moment and was accidentally entangled by the attack of a skeleton. Then, with a bang, he was dragged out of the area covered by the ancient heaven spirit tree. In just an instant, his body was eroded into white bones. He didn't even have time to scream before he was transformed into a walking corpse. Then, those white bones rushed in the direction of the crowd with a greenish-black face. The blood-colored immortal jade bones on his body did not have any effect on the liquefied black fog. Everyone looked on and could not help but feel a burst of fear in their hearts. Their bodies also trembled fiercely. Miss Luo. Some of the sect disciples with weaker mental fortitude almost couldn't help but kneel on the ground. They looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong and could not help but shout loudly. A group of people from a sect still had to rely on a 15 or 16-year-old girl. If word of this spread, no one would believe it. But now, it had really happened. Not only that, everyone saw Luo Qingtong as their only savior. If there was really someone who could lead them out of here, it would definitely be Luo Qingtong. Everyone regretted it now. If they had known that the girl was so powerful and extraordinary, why would they have gone against her in the first place? If they had stood on her side with the people from the Skyuan sect, they would not have to worry and be afraid. After all, Luo Qingtong was a person who valued kindness and friendship. Her methods were ruthless, but she did not lose her principles. As her enemy, it was naturally the most painful and terrible thing in this world. However, being her friend and companion was the happiest thing in the world. Because as long as it was within the girl's power, she would protect you better than anyone else. At this moment, Su Yu and the others were beside Luo Qingtong. Then, it was the people from the Skyuan sect. Finally, it was the turn of the people from the sects who had sworn loyalty to them. Their hearts were filled with fear and trepidation. At the same time, they felt a deep sense of regret. As they spoke, Luo Qingtong turned around and noticed the rolling black fog. Bang! Her gaze froze. Seeing that the black fog was about to invade the 3 inches of light around the ancient heavenly spirit tree, Luo Qingtong threw out a pile of immortal jade bones. Throw out all the immortal jade bones in your hands. Luo Qingtong said in a low voice. She had a limited number of immortal jade bones that hadn't been purified yet. Once the ancient heavenly spirit tree couldn't withstand the black fog, Luo Qingtong would be the first to abandon them, just as the other sects thought. After all, she had to shrink the ancient heavenly spirit tree and concentrate its energy if she wanted to protect Su Yu and the others. Luo Qingtong didn't know what all life was equal or that life was priceless. She only knew that the lives of the people around her were more valuable than anyone else's. Yes. When the people from the various sects heard this, they immediately threw out the immortal jade bones in their hands. They were afraid that if they threw them out any later, the ancient heavenly spirit tree wouldn't be able to withstand the black fog. At that time, all of them would die. Everyone threw out all the immortal jade bones in their hands. In order to enter the land of the fallen immortals, these sects naturally had a lot of immortal jade bones in their hands. They weren't like Luo Qingtong and the others, who could refine and purify immortal jade bones. Therefore, at Luo Qingtong's command, the immortal jade bones flew toward the ancient heavenly spirit tree in the sky like scattered petals. The latter received the nourishment of the death energy contained in the immortal jade bones and instantly emitted beams of clear light from its canopy. It forced out the black fog that was about to invade its canopy. At the same time, the giant human face rushed to the front of the ancient heavenly spirit tree. Roar! The giant face opened its mouth wide. Countless faces twisted their expressions and screeched sharply, biting toward Luo Qingtong and the others. Buzz! The radiance of the ancient heavenly spirit wood, which had been strengthened by the death energy of the immortal jade bones, was gradually suppressed. Seeing this, Luo Qingtong frowned. As for the people from the sects on the periphery, they had already begun their attack. Boom boom boom. Their attacks landed on the giant face that was rushing towards them. Countless human faces were shattered and reformed by their attacks, but they were not damaged at all. These human faces were all manifestations of the consciousness of the extraterrestrial experts. Ordinary attacks were useless against them. Only attacks that contained mental power were useful. However, how many people from the various sects could launch such an attack? Even if they could, how many people would be able to hurt them? The huge face whizzed over, and under everyone's horrified gazes, it suddenly opened its mouth wide and bit towards them. It was going to devour them along with the ancient heavenly spiritual wood. Countless faces twisted and shrieked, waiting to capture Luo Qingtong and the others in one fell swoop. Seeing this, many people from the various sects were so frightened that their legs went weak and they fell to the ground. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's figure suddenly leaped out from among them. Swoosh! Get down! As Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, the life and death sword in her hand vibrated. With a clang, the black and white longsword in Luo Qingtong's hand suddenly split into two. Annihilation. The life blade and the death blade were held in her hands at the same time. These two swords represented the power of life and the power of death at the same time. Regardless of whether it was the exuberant power of life or the most evil power of death in the world, they were both the nemesis of the Yin souls in this world. Especially the power of death. The Yin souls could still resist the power of life by relying on their own death aura. However, the power of death was of the same origin as them and was of a much higher level than their own aura. There was almost no way to resist the power of this sword. At this moment, Luo Qingtong transformed the life and death sword into two long swords and held them in her hands at the same time. The bloody light in her eyes flickered violently at this moment. Then, she raised her hands and swung the swords. Boom! Two rays of annihilation suddenly blasted out from her hands. They intertwined with each other and turned into two rays of light of the two extremes of yin and yang, rushing forward wildly. The light of annihilation blasted out by Luo Qingtong could originally transform other forces for her own use. Now, the two long swords in her hands swung out a ray of light at the same time. The two rays of light annihilated each other and transformed into the shape of the 8 trigrams of yin and yang at the same time, rushing forward violently. Even though the thought bodies formed by these extraterrestrial experts were extremely powerful and were almost unafraid of any soul attacks, they still couldn't help but tremble when they saw the rays blasted out by Luo Qingtong. Boom! Luo Qingtong's two rays of light almost brushed past the scalps of the people lying on the ground in front of her and flew towards the huge face. At this moment, the latter was opening its mouth wide, waiting to devour Luo Qingtong and the others along with the ancient heavenly spiritual wood. When it saw Luo Qingtong's two rays of light flying towards it, its heart trembled, but it was already too late to move. Boom! Luo Qingtong's two rays of light directly blasted into the huge face's wide-open mouth. Bang! The mouth of the huge face suddenly burst open. The countless human faces that made up the huge mouth howled miserably as they turned into ashes in front of everyone. In front of everyone's eyes, half of the huge face was directly blasted apart, leaving only the upper half of the face above the mouth. It's the power of life and death. The human faces that made up the giant face screamed in terror, making shrill sounds that only they could understand. They looked at the two black and white swords in Luo Qingtong's hands with shock and fear. Their hearts were filled with unspeakable fear. The other party actually had such a heaven-defying artifact in his hands, although the consciousness bodies of these extraterrestrial experts were formed purely from their consciousness, they didn't have a physical body. They were the lingering wills of all the foreign experts who died in the land of the fallen immortals. They were the embodiment of all the death qi and hostility in the land. But they were still ghosts after all. Under the attack of Luo Qingtong's life and death two right swords, they couldn't even escape and turned into ashes. If not for the fact that their bodies were large enough, the attack just now would have been enough to kill them completely. Buzz. The land of the deceased immortals existed because of these human faces. The black fog was created by them. Now that almost half of those human faces had been killed by Luo Qingtong, the aura in the land of the deceased immortals had naturally dissipated. At this moment, the Star Alliance Temple Master and the others, who were rushing toward the Forbidden Zone, felt the change in the aura around them, and their expressions changed slightly. The collective consciousness of those strong extraterrestrials has been injured. The Star Alliance Temple Master's face was filled with fanaticism. The power of the Sector Beast was actually so strong. The Star Alliance Temple Master didn't know that the attack was launched by Luo Qingtong. He thought that the person who had contracted the Sector Beast had obtained the Sector Beast and released it with its help. His heart was filled with excitement. The collective consciousness of those strong extraterrestrials was completely connected to the land of the deceased immortals. It could be said that as long as the land of the deceased immortals was not destroyed, the collective consciousness of those strong extraterrestrials would not be destroyed. The Star Alliance Temple Master had come prepared this time, so he naturally knew how to deal with the collective consciousness of those strong extraterrestrials. However, the people from the sects in the land of the deceased immortals didn't have the strength or ability to deal with the collective consciousness of those strong extraterrestrials. It must be that Sector Beast. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. The Star Alliance Temple Master said good 3 times in a row. That sector beast was indeed extraordinary to be able to severely injure the collective consciousness of those strong extraterrestrials. He laughed loudly and continued to rush toward the forbidden zone with the people around him. He couldn't wait any longer. Xianxia and the others, who had originally been behind them, had already quietly passed by them. At this moment, after sensing the change in the aura of the land of the deceased immortals, they suddenly stopped. "Master, it's the evil doctor." Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others were excited. They could feel the power of the heaven-conquering art that Luo Qingtong had used. That was a move that Yi Qianxian had created. In this world, only Yi Qianxian could use it. Of course, Luo Qingtong was added to the list. The evil doctor was actually fine, not only that, but he had also injured the manifestation of those extraterrestrial experts' wills. Everyone was astonished to the extreme. Although they weren't afraid of the huge faces formed by the consciousness of these foreign powerhouses, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. After all, he had the entire land of the fallen immortals to rely on. Unless they destroyed this place, they might not be able to do what the evil doctor did if they attacked directly without unleashing their full strength. But how strong was the evil doctor when he entered the immortal graveyard, Saint Emperor stage? Right now, he was only at the holy venerable realm. After all, they didn't sense the aura of an exalted realm breakthrough. But the level of the true spill continent was too low. It was impossible to break through to the exalted realm. In other words, the evil doctor was able to injure the enormous human face with a strength below the exalt realm. Everyone was speechless as they thought about it. Oh my God, that's all they can do, should they say, as expected of the person that master had taken a fancy to. The more Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others came into contact with Luo Qingtong, the more they admired Yi Qianxian's foresight. When master first met the evil doctor, the girl was only at the martial general realm. Or was she at the martial master realm? At that time, the evil doctor was like an ant that they could kill with a puff of air. But master had a discerning eye. He had taken a fancy to the evil doctor at first glance. After pursuing her several times, he had resolutely refused to let her go. Now, every time the evil doctor grew, it proved what he had said back then: the girl was a pearl in the sea, lost to the world. Bang! In the center of the restricted area, Luo Qingtong's figure landed, but her expression was not so relaxed. The annihilation technique that Yi Qianxian had taught her was no longer as powerful as when she had been weak when she had advanced to the holy venerate realm. Otherwise, based on the strength she had been able to display before, this attack, coupled with the dual transformations of the life and death yin-yang swords, would have been enough to severely injure that huge face to the point where it could no longer transform. Now, she had only injured half of its face. After all, this move had the advantage of catching them off guard. Once the consciousnesses of these Xenorace experts gathered and knew that she possessed such a divine weapon that could injure them, then the attacks that came down wouldn't be so easily effective. Sure enough, after Luo Qingtong had killed a small portion of their transformations, the extraterrestrial experts' consciousnesses did not dare to be careless anymore. Their gazes towards Luo Qingtong were filled with fear and apprehension. Even so, they were unwilling to let go of the little ball in her arms. They had waited so long for that sector beast, from when it was alive to after its death, just to obtain it. Especially since they were just a collection of consciousnesses. Once they obtained that sector beast, they could use the aura of the origin of laws on it to reconstruct their bodies. Even if they turned into a ghost body, it was still better than being imprisoned in the land of the deceased immortals with their consciousnesses lingering. Therefore, although the extraterrestrial experts' consciousnesses were very afraid of Luo Qingtong, they were still unwilling to leave. They surrounded Luo Qingtong and the others, circling around the entire ancient heaven spirit tree, constantly whistling and spiraling. When Luo Qingtong's attack blasted over, they immediately scattered in all directions. Then, they immediately gathered again. Under its interference, the energy that the ancient heaven spirit tree had replenished from the immortal jade bones was constantly being depleted. If this went on, the ancient heaven spirit tree would not have enough power to resist the invasion of the surrounding black gas. At that time, Suyu and the others would not be able to withstand the onslaught of the black mist. Even if it was Luo Qingtong, under the attack of the black fog, the strength of her attack would definitely be greatly affected. At that time, there would be an opportunity to take advantage of the gathering of the foreign experts' wills. Luo Qingtong thought and made a prompt decision. Let's go. As she spoke, she leaped forward and placed a finger on her forehead. In my name, release the seal. As Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, Little Pig's arrogant voice followed suit. Humph, let's see how your Grandpa Pig will deal with you. Little Pig couldn't hold himself back any longer. However, Luo Qingtong knew that it could only be unsealed once in a short period of time. Naturally, she couldn't use it easily. It just had to hold it in. Now, it was finally Grandpa Pig's turn. Boom, Little Pig's body suddenly emitted a burst of light that enveloped its chubby and plump body. Under such circumstances, its body abruptly dashed forward. Roar. Between the heavens and the earth, a boundless roar that seemed to resound throughout the world, the ancient plains, and the endless years of desolation. In the next second, a huge claw covered in scales abruptly extended from midair. With a boom, the huge human face was heavily pressed into the ground. At this moment, those distorted faces violently surged and dissipated. Just like how it dealt with Luo Qingtong's sword light, when the claw pressed down on them, they quickly dissipated and gathered again in the air. However, no matter how they twisted and struggled, the huge claw still caught them. There seemed to be a strange power within the claw. Even the illusory bodies of these foreign experts couldn't escape from it. These distorted faces were mixed with their aggregates, and they were ruthlessly suppressed to the ground by Little Pig's true body. Rumble. An incomparably violent wave of dirt rose up in the sky. At the same time, Luo Qingtong's figure flew up in an instant. Attack. Annihilation. Following Luo Qingtong's clear shout, the Heavenly Yuan sect and the other sect's members who were shocked to the extreme by Little Pig's attack immediately regained their senses. They attacked together with Luo Qingtong, Suyu, and the others. They were overwhelmed with shock. It turned out that Luo Qingtong hadn't used her full strength before. Beast Tamer King Guguju's death wasn't unjust. If he hadn't taken advantage of the fact that Luo Qingtong's contracted light ball couldn't move and that Little Pig couldn't charge into Luo Qingtong's light pillar, he wouldn't even know how he died. Everyone was shocked, but at the same time, they were extremely excited. Now that they were all Luo Qingtong's people, the stronger the girl's strength, the better it was for them. Everyone cheered indescribably in their hearts as they thought of this. Those who had previously submitted to Luo Qingtong were even more glad that they didn't take the wrong path at that time. Otherwise, how would they be able to survive now? Everyone's attacks violently blasted forward. In front of them, there were densely packed white bones. The white bones in the center of the forbidden area were gathered by the foreign experts' wills, blocking the path in front of Luo Qingtong and the others to prevent them from leaving. And at this moment, under the attacks of Luo Qingtong and the others, those white bones exploded into pieces one after another. Luo Qingtong's figure swept up in an instant. With a wave of her sleeve, she fiercely swept up Little Pig, who had fallen from the air, and then led everyone to the center of the forbidden area. As long as they left the forbidden area, the foreign experts' wills wouldn't be able to do anything to them. After all, although the foreign experts' wills were incomparably powerful, they relied on the aura of the fallen immortal land to live. It was almost equivalent to being bound in this forbidden area. Once Luo Qingtong and the others left, they would no longer be able to catch up. And when Luo Qingtong and the others' figures swept forward, those distorted human faces rose up from where Little Pig had pressed them down. Their power dissipated from the huge pit underground, forming a huge human face in the air. Compared to before, this huge human face's figure had shrunk by almost half. At this moment, its mouth was wide open, and its eyes were filled with resentment and ruthlessness as it looked in the direction Luo Qingtong and the others left. However, there were no more obstacles in front of Luo Qingtong and the others. Their figures flitted quickly. In addition, Luo Qingtong had the life and death sword, which could threaten the wills of those extraterrestrial experts. Every time the girl attacked the back, she would slow down the speed of the giant face's pursuit. Luo Qingtong and the others were getting farther and farther away, and the distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. That huge face suddenly let out a long howl, and then let out a sharp roar. Boom! 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 After hearing its roar, the white bones that were chasing Luo Qingtong and the others suddenly trembled violently. Then, boom, their bodies exploded into pieces in an instant. In the distance, several sect experts among Luo Qingtong and the others were surprised when they saw the scene. What's going on? How did these white bones explode into pieces in an instant? They were surprised and wanted to inform Luo Qingtong, but when they glanced behind them, they took a deep breath. My God! They were shocked and aghast as they watched the broken white bones in front of them recombine in an instant, turning into a giant white bone that stood between heaven and earth. This white bone was almost the collection of the white bones from before. It stood between heaven and earth like a huge mountain. Roar! The wills of those extraterrestrial experts gathered and rushed toward the giant white bone with a roar in an instant. At the sight of this, the experts from the various sects widened their eyes in shock. They watched the giant face rush into the white bone, and then there was a violent burst of cracking sounds. The giant white bone moved, boom, the soaring aura almost broke through the intense black fog that shrouded the land of the deceased immortals. They looked at the terrifying white bone that came to life in an instant, and its aura and strength soared in an instant. The sect experts who saw this scene were almost scared out of their wits. Luo! Miss Luo! Their voices were sharp and shrill, and they cried out almost instantly. Hearing their voices, Luo Qingtong and the others who were rushing in front turned around and saw the scene behind them. Suddenly, everyone's pupils contracted violently. Oh my God! The Tianyuan sect master and the others stared at the colossal, mountain-like skeleton and the terrifying presence that surged from it. Immediately, their hearts chilled. How could this be? Despair filled the faces of the Heaven Yuan sect master and the others. Even Luo Qingtong's expression was grave. Exalted realm. Looking at the bursts of aura coming from the white skeleton. The tyrannical aura it emitted made Luo Qingtong and the others, who were thousands of meters away, feel suffocated. Purple Venerable Realm Expert. Looking at the rays of light that suddenly blossomed from the white skeleton, the deep purple marks within it were extremely dense, and almost pierced the eyes of the Tianyuan sect master and the others. Those rays of light rippled out from behind the skeleton. A total of 9 halos appeared behind the white skeleton. Level 9 Expert. Purple Venerable Realm 9. When the Tianyuan sect master and the others saw the purple marks on the white skeleton, they were already incomparably shocked. When they saw the 9 huge rays of light behind the white skeleton, they couldn't control themselves. A Purple Venerable Expert was already terrifying enough. Amethyst Elder's 9th Realm? Luo Qingtong looked at the skeleton that seemed to stand between the heavens and earth. This skeleton gave her a feeling of extreme danger and dread. It was the same feeling Luo Qingtong had when she first crossed over to this strange world and met the heaven-connecting beast. At that time, if she hadn't met Xianxia and borrowed his strength to deal with the heaven-connecting beast, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have been able to escape from the heaven-connecting beast's clutches. And at this moment, this skeleton actually gave her the same feeling. And this was in a situation where her strength had already risen to the Saint Realm. Just how strong was this skeleton? Amethyst Elder's 9th Realm. Just what kind of boundary was that? As if he knew the question in Luo Qingtong's heart, the Sky Branch sect master said with a trembling voice, Miss Luo, you've just reached the Saint Realm and you haven't been in the hidden world for long. Do you know the divisions of strength above the Saint Realm? The truth is that we don't know much, but we do know the general divisions of the realms. The Sky Branch sect master said. As the top echelons of a first-class sect, a Saint Realm powerhouse was the final step of the Saint Realm. They naturally knew more than the average person. After all, they had a certain chance of breaking through the barrier of the Saint Realm in the future and successfully breaking through. Thus, they still had some basic knowledge of the Saint Realm. Above the Saint Realm, there are 7 levels. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. Each level is further divided into 9 realms, from the 1st to the 9th. Now, this skeleton has the strength of an Amethyst Elder's 9th realm. As the Sky Branch sect master spoke to hear, his voice was filled with a deep sense of despair. As far as they knew, the Amethyst Elder's 9th realm was the highest boundary of the Saint Realm. It was said that a powerhouse at this level could already dominate a region in the outer realms. It was an existence that could suppress an entire star field. The Sky Branch sect master and the others only knew that such a powerhouse existed in this world from the ancient texts of their sects and the words of the Star Alliance's Palace Hall. But they had never seen one before. After all, the True Spill continent was a remote and barren place. It was impossible for a normal High Lord realm powerhouse to come here, much less a supreme powerhouse like a purple High Lord. Only a high realm powerhouse like the Star Alliance's Temple Master would be sent to guard the True Spill continent. After hearing his words, Luo Qingtong frowned. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. 7 levels? Then why didn't I see any colors on the Star Alliance Hall Masters? Luo Qingtong was referring to the body of the Star Alliance Hall Master and Zhuge Shursan. She could understand why Zhuge Shursan had turned into a Yin corpse. After all, he only retained a trace of the power of the Venerable Realm after his death. It was normal for him to not have a colored halo. But why didn't the Star Alliance Hall Master have any? Luo Qingtong had seen the Star Alliance Palace Master fight outside the land of the deceased immortals. That's because before the Red Venerable Realm, there is another level, and that is the Entering Venerable Realm. The Sky Branch Sect Master said, the so-called Entering Venerable Realm is the level of power that has just entered the Venerable Realm. He bitterly smiled and said, at that time, the Venerable Realm powerhouse has already come into contact with the power of immortal spiritual energy and can absorb it into their attacks. But, they haven't completely comprehended it yet. At that time, the Venerable Realm expert would be a true Venerable Realm expert. The deeper one's understanding of the immortal chi, the stronger the energy used, and the deeper the radiance around the Venerable Realm expert. From red to purple, that's how it came to be. And purple is the meaning of the purple chi from the east. It's the strongest Venerable Realm expert. And the 9th level of the Amethyst Venerable Realm is the peak of the Amethyst Venerable Realm. As the Heavenly Branch Sect Master spoke, his face was filled with disappointment. Before they broke through to the Venerable Realm, they often fantasized about the strength of the Amethyst Venerable Realm. How terrifying and unbridled would it be? But now that they saw the 9th level of the Amethyst Venerable Realm, they couldn't feel happy at all, because the strength of the skeleton had reached such a terrifying level, they didn't have any hope of escaping. Even if Luo Qingtong had displayed all kinds of powerful and unpredictable abilities in front of them, they still couldn't escape. Furthermore, the giant claw that had just descended from the sky had pressed the huge face to the ground, displaying an absolute and domineering power. But Little Pig had already fainted. No matter how powerful Luo Qingtong was, no matter how many tricks she had, it was impossible for her to cross the huge gap between the Venerable Realm and the 9th level of the Amethyst Venerable Realm. The gap between the two realms wasn't something that could be bridged with ordinary talent and strength. When everyone thought of this, their hearts were filled with indescribable despair. They were about to escape from this forbidden area, but they didn't expect the foreign experts to gather their wills and have such a trick up their sleeves. They were actually able to condense all those skeletons together, turning them into an indomitable skeleton and attaching themselves to it. How many foreign experts had died in the land of the fallen immortals? When these people's corpses were condensed together and attached to the huge face, it wasn't surprising that they could reach the 9th level of the Amethyst Venerable Realm. Everyone's hearts were filled with despair, and the foreign experts' wills in the skeleton were also filled with anger. They hadn't used this trick before because once their bodies were completely condensed and fused with the skeleton, they couldn't be separated anymore. They couldn't scatter and gather like before when they formed the huge face. These foreign experts' wills also had their own selfish motives. They wanted to separate from the sector beast and obtain its flesh, blood, and the power of law origin to reconstruct their bodies. They didn't want to fuse with each other. But now, after they entered the skeleton, they could no longer separate. Not only that, if this skeleton was destroyed, they would also be destroyed. They couldn't rely on the aura of the land of the fallen immortals to be reborn. But no matter how unwilling they were, seeing that Luo Qingtong and the others were about to escape this forbidden zone, they could only compromise. Even if they fused into the same body and shared the same soul with countless consciousnesses, it was still better than letting Luo Qingtong and the others escape from this forbidden zone and completely losing track of the sector beast. Plus, once he escapes, she will find a way to destroy the land of the deceased immortals. She will never let him go again. With this thought in mind, the extraterrestrial experts shattered all the white bones and condensed them into a giant skeleton. Boom! When the huge skeleton's aura soared into the sky, it had already swept into the land of the deceased immortals. The Star Alliance Temple Master and the others who were rushing towards the Forbidden Zone were indescribably surprised. They watched as the black fog around them all rushed towards the direction of the Forbidden Zone. And there, waves of majestic and terrifying aura were being emitted. The power contained in those auras caused the expressions of the Star Alliance Temple Masters to change greatly. Temple Master? The people in the Star Alliance Temple Master looked at the Star Alliance Temple Master with bewildered expressions. The power of those auras was too domineering and overbearing, and they vaguely gave them an extremely terrifying feeling. It had to be known that there was no lack of venerable realm powerhouses among the Star Alliance Temple Masters, but they were not as powerful as the Star Alliance Temple Master. Now that they felt the huge power coming from the center of the Forbidden Zone, they were shocked and frightened. What the hell was going on? How could there be such a shocking and terrifying aura in this low-level Truespill continent? After the Star Alliance Temple Master felt the terrifying power in the Forbidden Zone, his expression changed greatly. But soon, he calmed down and looked at the direction of the Forbidden Zone with even more fanaticism. "What are you afraid of?" he coldly shouted. "Let's continue." The Star Alliance Temple Master was excited to the extreme. These auras were obviously the collective thoughts of those powerhouses from outside the domain. The stronger the auras they emitted, the more powerful the sector beast was. They had to do this in order to deal with it. Under such circumstances, how could he not be excited? The stronger the sector beast was, the stronger his strength would be after he obtained it in the future. Haha. The Star Alliance Palace Master laughed and rushed towards the forbidden area in front of him at an even faster speed than before. The people from the Star Alliance Temple behind him were very confused, but when they saw the Star Alliance Temple Master's actions, they looked at each other in dismay. Finally, they followed the Star Alliance Temple Master and rushed towards the Forbidden Zone. Not far in front of them, Xianxia and the others, who had concealed themselves and were also rushing towards the Forbidden Zone, suddenly changed their expressions when they sensed the aura coming from the Forbidden Zone in front of them. "Master! It's Amethyst Elder's level 9 power." Unlike the Star Alliance Palace Master and the others, Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others sensed the terrifying power emitted by the huge skeleton almost immediately. They sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. Amethyst Elder's level 9 power. My god, what did Evil Doctor and the others do? They actually forced the collective thoughts of those powerhouses from outside the domain to emit such a terrifying power. Just as their voices rang out, a black stream of light exploded in front of them and then disappeared in front of them. Xianxia's eyes were cold, and he rushed towards the Forbidden Zone almost instantly. If it weren't for the special geographical environment here that prevented him from tearing space, Xianxia would have done so immediately and appeared in front of Luo Qingtong. Amethyst Elder's level 9 power was definitely not something that woman could deal with. It was the same even if she had contracted the sector beast. As for the newly born realm beast, it was still far from being invincible. The world lands it carried had yet to be nurtured. Even if it shared its innate ability to control the origin of laws with Luo Qingtong, it could only increase her strength by a little. It was far from reaching the level where she could deal with the Amethyst Elder's level 9 strength. Damn it, the combined consciousness of those powerhouses from outside the star domain had actually reached such a level. What did that woman do to them in the Forbidden Land? Xianxia's heart was filled with pride and anger. He was proud of Luo Qingtong's extraordinary strength and ability. He was angry that this woman didn't know how to rely on him more. Couldn't she just obediently wait for him to come over, just as Xianxia and the others were rushing towards the Forbidden Zone? Bang! In the Forbidden Land, the giant skeleton suddenly moved. Countless distorted faces screamed from within its body. Then, it controlled the giant skeleton and fiercely rushed towards Luo Qingtong and the others. The giant bone sword in its hand rose into the sky. The boundless power shook the entire land of the fallen immortals, and even the entire hidden world, to the point where it began to tremble. The 9th level Amethyst Elder's strength was already enough to look down on a star field. This was also because this power was displayed in the land of the fallen immortals. The land of the fallen immortals was in the hidden world and belonged to the Truespill continent. As for the Truespill continent, as a 9th level continent, it didn't have any celestial spiritual energy. Otherwise, this skeleton's attack alone was enough to shatter the entire Truespill continent and even the hidden world. Countless living beings would die in anguish. This was the strength of an Amethyst Elder. However, without the existence of celestial spiritual energy, the 9th level Amethyst Elder's strength wasn't that strong. Even so, it wasn't something that anyone below the Amethyst Elder realm could resist. Not to mention Luo Qingtong and the others. They weren't even in the Amethyst Elder realm. Bang bang bang, the giant sword light instantly shattered the void and tore the entire land of the fallen immortals into pieces. Every fragment was enough to kill anyone below the Amethyst Elder realm. Rumble. Along with this attack, the black aura in the countless forbidden zones surged, instantly turning into vapor and liquid. It was like a surging tide that came crashing down. Bang, the ancient heavenly spirit tree above Luo Qingtong and the others exploded into pieces in an instant. Its body shrunk rapidly until it turned into a black seed. Obviously, it couldn't withstand the impact of the black aura. The moment the ancient sky spirit would shattered, the people from the outermost sects cried out in agony one after another. Their bodies were completely melted by the thick black fog that was rolling over, and they disappeared. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly narrowed. 9-layered exquisite pagoda. Luo Qingtong shouted. In an instant, countless auras from the pagoda were drawn out by her and enveloped everyone around her. The aura from the 9-layered exquisite pagoda fiercely rushed out, and the black aura that was rushing towards them was pushed away. But this was only temporary. Without the support of the ancient heavenly spirit tree, the black aura would come back again. The aura from the 9-layered exquisite pagoda that Luo Qingtong could draw out wasn't endless. Boom! The terrifying power accompanied by the black aura rushed above Luo Qingtong and the others. The black aura was pushed away by the aura of the 9-story exquisite pagoda, but the white bone's power wasn't affected at all. Its giant sword slashed down in Luo Qingtong's direction. Luo Qingtong's eyes froze. Her blood-red eyes stared at the white bone's power attack, trying to find a flaw and avoid it. After all, they were only a step away from the forbidden area. As long as they could avoid this attack, Luo Qingtong would have a way to take Suyu and the others out of here in an instant. At that time, even if the white bone had infinite abilities and boundless power, it couldn't do anything to them. But, no, Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes spun rapidly. Her pupil technique was activated to the extreme. The flaw in this attack faintly appeared in her eyes. But it wasn't enough for them to use this flaw to escape from this sword. Luo Qingtong's eyes froze. The power of this attack was simply too tyrannical. Amethyst Elder 9th Realm, above the Venerable Realm, the first level, the pinnacle of power, overlooking the star field. Unless Luo Qingtong could destroy the land of the deceased immortals and destroy the source of the extraterrestrial expert's power, Luo Qingtong couldn't escape from this sword. The difference in power was too great. The expression in Luo Qingtong's eyes was extremely solemn. At this moment, Suyu and Su Xiaoxiao rushed in front of her. Master, immediately use the aura of the 9-story exquisite pagoda to infuse the golden-winged condor and the others, then leave this place. Don't worry about us. Yes, boss, you should leave quickly. Suyu, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others knew that if it weren't for them, with Luo Qingtong's strength alone, she might have already escaped the pursuit of those foreign experts. They were the ones who dragged Luo Qingtong down. Master, leave quickly. Their faces were resolute as they brandished their swords and charged towards the huge attack from the white bones. Only when they were dead would Master be able to leave without any worries. Moreover, their deaths could buy some time for Luo Qingtong. Even if it was only for 1 or 2 breaths, it should be enough for Luo Qingtong to escape. Once Master left this place, this skeleton would not be able to harm her. The combined wills of the extraterrestrial experts could only look at the ocean and lament their inadequacy. This was the only thing they could do for Luo Qingtong. Their master had planned for them and helped them improve their strength. Amidst all the dangers in the land of the fallen immortals, he had made the most appropriate arrangements for them. In the end, he had always protected them. They were the ones who failed to live up to Master's expectations and couldn't share his worries. Now, to be able to escort Luo Qingtong safely away was their only wish. In this life, they were willing to be the shield and sword in the girl's hands. They would sacrifice their flesh and blood to protect her. Go! With a cold shout from Suyu, the group was about to rush out from Luo Qingtong's side. They all clasped an immortal jade bone in their hands. When they rushed out, they would immediately swallow it. After their mutation, they should be able to buy 1 or 2 breaths of time for Luo Qingtong, allowing Luo Qingtong to safely escape from the attack of this huge white bone sword. Shut up, all of you! Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. She stood there, her red clothes fluttering in the wind. She looked at the giant white bone sword in the sky that was slashing towards her. the light in her eyes changed violently. In her previous life, everyone in the ancient martial arts world knew about supernatural abilities. The supreme eye sorcerer Luo Qingtong was evil and arrogant. She was cold by nature. She would rather betray the world than let the world betray her. She was an evil eye. She was cold, bloodthirsty, and ruthless. Those who provoked her would be returned 1,000 times. Those who abused her would be killed 10,000 times. In order to live a better life, she could sacrifice everything around her. But all of this changed after she transmigrated to this strange world. She saved Suyu and the others just to have more help by her side. In Luo Qingtong's opinion, her help and improvement for them was normal. After all, how could the other party's strength not be enough for her subordinates to work for her? What's more, dealing with her people was like slapping her in the face. She naturally had to help the other party get back at them. From the beginning, her starting point was all for herself. But this original intention slowly changed as she got to know Suyu and the others. They were willing to go through fire and water for her. They were willing to risk their lives for her. They were willing to fight against the heavens for her. No matter if she was in adversity or prosperity, these people had never betrayed her in the slightest. She stood proudly in the world. They cheered for her and felt honored. When she was in deep danger, they exhausted everything for her. They would not abandon her even if they died. Luo Qingtong's heart was filled with warmth little by little. She had once mocked the people of this world for being unpredictable and cold. She refused to believe in people's hearts and feelings, but now, she had gained unparalleled friendship. Suyu and the others were going to die for her. As their master, she would not allow it. All of you, get back here. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She looked straight at the huge bone sword falling from the sky. She held the life and death sword in her right hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The long sword engraved with divine inscriptions hummed softly in Luo Qingtong's hand. Luo Qingtong looked at this long sword. This was Tian Mingzi's inheritance that she obtained from the Immortal Slayer Palace. Even the powerful Immortal Slaughterer Palace was destroyed because of it. Along the way, this sword had brought Luo Qingtong countless benefits and conveniences. In the future, once the divine inscriptions on it were perfected, it would definitely be a unique divine weapon. But now, Luo Qingtong wants to destroy this sword. With the power of the self-explosion of the life and death sword, it would definitely be able to withstand the bone sword attack of the skeleton. At that time, she would be able to lead Suyu and the others out of this place. Even if the sword was gone, she could always make another one in the future, but if he was gone, then he was truly gone. Luo Qingtong would rather use this life and death yin-yang sword in exchange for the lives of Suyu and the others. Buzz. Luo Qingtong poured her aura into the life and death yin-yang sword. Instantly, the life and death right sword in Luo Qingtong's hand kept buzzing and vibrating. It almost flew up and flew towards the huge white bone sword that was smashing towards her. At this moment, chirp, chirp, chirp. The little ball in Luo Qingtong's arm suddenly jumped up at this moment. It looked at the huge bone sword that was flying towards Luo Qingtong, and the small tuft of hair on its head twisted in circles. Hiss. Luo Qingtong was in pain, and the aura she injected into the life and death yin-yang sword was instantly cut off. Before she could come back to her senses, her vision turned black. Boom. In front of Luo Qingtong appeared a starry sky with an inverted Milky Way. In the boundless Milky Way, one face after another was reflected. Luo Qingtong was extremely shocked to find that one of the faces was actually her from her previous life, the Supreme Ocular Sorcerer, Evil Eye. The Supreme Maiden of the 24th century, dressed in a light blue dress, was as cute and lovely as an oriental porcelain doll. But the smile at the corner of her mouth was unusually cold, and the light at the bottom of her eyes was unbridled and cold. That was her from her previous life, the supreme being of the 24th century in the ancient martial world with supernatural abilities. She did things her own way, unbridled and cold. What was going on? How did he end up here in his previous life? Moreover, those other people were also him. Luo Qingtong looked at the figures and faces in the Milky Way. These people all looked exactly the same as her, only their clothes and auras were different. Looking at these figures, Luo Qingtong suddenly had a strange idea in her mind. These people couldn't all be from her previous life, right? Just as she was thinking about this, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Chirp chirp. That's right, it was the voice of Xiao Tuanzi. Luo Qingtong recognized Xiao Tuanzi's voice immediately. Then she saw the soft and cute Xiao Tuanzi appear in front of her. Chirp chirp chirp. Xiao Tuanzi jumped in front of Luo Qingtong, and then looked at the figures in the Milky Way in front of her. Strangely, Luo Qingtong couldn't understand Xiao Tuanzi's words when she was outside, but now she clearly understood the meaning of Xiao Tuanzi's words in her mind. Master, these are all your previous lives. My innate ability is reincarnation. I can help you recall your strongest power from the endless reincarnation. As long as you have reached that level, I can help you summon that power back and let you have that level of strength in an instant. But I'm still young, so the time I can be summoned back is limited. And the stronger you are, the shorter the time you can summon them back. Master, take a look at the reincarnation river. Is there anything stronger than Baigu? Xiao Tuanzi chirped, looking at her with eyes full of expectation, but also very nervous. This ability of his was of little value. It would only be useful if the opponent was extremely powerful. Otherwise, if the other party was a complete weakling in his previous life, his ability would be useless. Therefore, when it was in Luo Qingtong's arms, it didn't tell Luo Qingtong about its ability. He was just afraid that Luo Qingtong would dislike it. However, now that the gigantic skeleton was charging over, it could no longer hide. You should at least try harder. If it really doesn't work, then we'll talk about it. But Master was so powerful, and her ability was so powerful. She must have been very powerful in her previous life, right? With this thought in mind, Xiao Tuanzi activated his innate ability the moment the gigantic skeleton sword charged over. At this moment, time in the outside world was still. Xiao Tuanzi looked at Luo Qingtong expectantly, hoping that she could find an incomparably powerful strength from his innate ability. And when Xiao Tuanzi's words sounded, Luo Qingtong knew what was going on. It turned out that these people were really her previous life. Luo Qingtong looked surprised. She didn't expect Xiao Tuanzi to have such an ability. Although she had heard from Little Pig that the ability of the sector beast was extraordinary. But Xiao Tuanzi was cut out by her. Luo Qingtong didn't know if this had any effect on it. Therefore, when Xiao Tuanzi hid in her arms and didn't move, she didn't think too much about it. But she didn't expect Xiao Tuanzi to have such an ability. It could summon the peak power of her previous life. Luo Qingtong thought so, and immediately looked at the image of her supreme pupil master from the 24th century. She didn't know about other previous lives. But as the supreme pupil master from the 24th century, she knew it very well. Although her strength in her previous life couldn't be compared to now because of the cutoff of spiritual aura. But in her previous life, Luo Qingtong's pupil technique had been cultivated to the peak of perfection. More importantly, in her previous life, she had explored countless deep mountains and old forests and copied many of the immortal secret manuals of the sects whose ancestors were said to be cultivators. At that time, there was no spiritual aura on earth, let alone a mortal aura. Therefore, after Luo Qingtong copied those immortal secret manuals, she couldn't use them at all. But this time, in this different world, it was completely different, and in this different world, the Venerable Realm experts had to use the immortal aura to advance. Was the immortal aura in the immortal secret manuals similar to the immortal aura? If so, then the power of those immortal secret manuals was comparable to the power of the Venerable Realm and above. In this way, as long as Luo Qingtong could summon the power of her supreme pupil master from her previous life, relying on the power of her peak pupil technique, she could perfectly display those immortal secret manuals. The power she could display should be able to offset the giant sword light from the huge white bone. As Luo Qingtong thought so, she immediately raised her hand and was about to point at the image of the supreme ocular sorcerer in her previous life. However, at this moment, her gaze suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure not far away. The figure was completely covered in blood-red armor. The armor was unusually tight and charming, outlining the woman's tall breasts and slender waist. That charming and enchanting demeanor seemed to carry 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings, 10,000 kinds of grace. It just so happened that a type of absolute and domineering aura lingered around her body. That 1,000 types of flirtatious and graceful bearing had all transformed into an unbridled arrogance that was above the 9 heavens, a might that ruled over the world. His domineering aura suppressed all worlds, evil, unrestrained, enchanting, unbridled charm. The evil and domineering aura emanating from her body was even stronger than when she was a supreme ocular technique master in her previous life. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed when she saw this figure. She immediately raised her hand and pointed at her body. I choose her. As Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, in an instant, the little dumpling chirped twice, and then there was a boom. The entire starry river hanging upside down in the sky instantly flowed with a rumbling sound. The countless starlight, the power of time, and the light of reincarnation on it all flowed rapidly in an instant. The power of countless stars flowed down in reverse. Boom. In the outside world, time had stopped at the moment when Xiao Tuanzi had bitten Luo Qingtong. Master. Suyu and the others watched as Luo Qingtong was bitten by Xiao Tuanzi. The aura that they had injected into the life and death yin-yang sword was cut off. They were almost defenseless as they rushed toward the huge bone sword in front of them. They were so anxious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were almost heartbroken as they rushed toward Luo Qingtong. Master. They desperately wanted to run toward Luo Qingtong and block this terrifying attack for her. It was so powerful that it almost destroyed this part of the world. Their eyes and faces were full of tears. Master. Everyone knew that they would never be able to block this attack. Even if they paid the price with their lives, the biggest possibility was that they would die together with Luo Qingtong. They were so sad that they couldn't suppress their grief. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Master shouldn't have died here. She still had a lot of years ahead of her. She had incomparably monstrous strength and extraordinary abilities waiting for her to display. She should have made a name for herself in the outside world. From then on, she would laugh proudly in the world and awe the heavens. How could she die here? Master. Boss. Everyone's voices were almost crying blood. At this moment, a black lightning bolt not far away rushed toward them. It was as if it could destroy everything in its path. The swift and fierce figure that tore through the air was even fiercer and more wanton than the attack from the huge white bone sword, shattering the surrounding space into pieces. Qingtong. The moment he saw that Luo Qingtong was about to be hit by the huge bone sword, Xianxia flicked his sleeves and was about to attack regardless of the consequences. Even if his attack was likely to cause a boundless catastrophe in the land of the deceased immortals and even the hidden world, he couldn't care less. However, just as he was about to attack, all of a sudden, boom. An explosive sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Then, a vast and boundless aura suddenly came from the direction of Luo Qingtong. The girl's evil and arrogant aura reached its peak in an instant. Her eyes were blood red, and the images of the myriad worlds and the countless galaxies were reflected in them. Everything in the world, the sun, the moon, and the stars were all in her eyes. Ha! The young girl's figure floated in midair, her unruly and arrogant aura directly facing the giant white bone sword in front of her. She lifted her hand and brushed the hair on her forehead. The girl's figure was indescribably languid and domineering, with an unbridled charm. Ant-like thing, you dare to come and deal with this lord? The appearance of the giant white bone sword was reflected in his blood-red eyes. Luo Qingtong, or rather, that figure, chuckled and waved her hand. In an instant, Suyu and the others, who were about to rush in front of her, were all blown away by a gentle force. At the same time, Luo Qingtong lifted a finger and casually pushed it forward. In an instant, the terrifying bone sword attack, which carried an unparalleled aura and almost broke the entire world apart, was blocked by Luo Qingtong's hand. Then, Luo Qingtong suddenly flicked her finger. Clang, clang, clang. An incomparably loud and intense sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. That incomparably terrifying giant white bone sword, which towered into the sky, was actually casually flicked by Luo Qingtong. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook violently. Under Luo Qingtong's finger, the huge white bone sword was instantly smashed into pieces. Countless white bones floated down from the sky. It made the peerless figure in the sky look like a demon, evil, domineering, and unparalleled. Roar. The huge white bone was shaken by Luo Qingtong's finger and was instantly sent flying backward. The grief on Suyu and the rest's faces froze. Their tears stopped in their eyes. Their faces were filled with extreme grief and despair. At this moment, all of them were filled with uncontrollable shock and ecstasy. Master. The group of people's faces were filled with tears, laughter, shock, and joy. Master is fine. Boss is fine. The group of people hugged each other, crying, laughing, and cheering. As for the people from the Sky Yuan sect and the other sects, their mouths were agape as they looked at the domineering figure in the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. They could not utter a single word. The attack of the 9th level Amethyst Elder, the Peerless attack, had been blocked by Luo Qingtong. When they saw the white bone sword turn into white bone powder that floated down from the sky, everyone thought that they had seen wrongly. In the end, they didn't see wrongly, instead. Luo Qingtong, she really did it. Hiss. The Heaven Yuan sect master and the others all gasped in shock. They looked at the Peerless figure in the sky and didn't know what to say. This girl's future is limitless. An elder beside the Sky Yuan sect master muttered, "Sect master, our Sky Yuan sect is on the right side this time." His voice was filled with zeal and reverence. He stared at the figure in the sky and said in a low voice, "Our Sky Yuan sect will soar in the future. Our legacy will be in the future." When he said that, the Sky Yuan sect master and the rest of the holy venerables couldn't help but tremble. Then, everyone looked at the girl in the sky with zeal and reverence. They said in a low voice, "Indeed." The Sky Yuan sect master's voice was low and powerful. He said decisively, "Pass down my orders. After we return, Zhu Yi and Su Qing will get married immediately. At the same time, the position of Sky Yuan sect master will be passed to Zhu Yi." When he said that, everyone from the Sky Yuan sect was shocked. However, no one objected to it. Not only did no one express anything, but the crowd instead revealed expressions of ecstasy. The Grand Dean was Luo Qingtong's teacher. With the other party taking over the Heavenly Yuan sect, their relationship with Luo Qingtong would only become closer in the future. Sect master is brilliant. The people from the Sky Yuan sect were overjoyed. When the people from the other sects heard the Sky Yuan sect master's words, they cursed the Sky Yuan sect for being shameless. They actually wanted to use such a method to deepen their relationship with Luo Qingtong. At the same time, they were filled with envy and jealousy. Why didn't they encounter such a good thing in their sects? Why didn't they have someone who was on good terms with Luo Qingtong? Many people from the other sects felt regretful. Even if it was just to express her attitude, given the girl's character. They would still benefit immensely in the future. Everyone had already regretted it once before. But now, as Luo Qingtong revealed more and more strength, her abilities became more and more powerful. They were so regretful that their intestines were about to be tied up. The sect masters and elders who were originally on good terms with the Heavenly Yuan sect and who were very likely to have a relationship with Luo Qingtong were so regretful that they wanted to jump off a building, while everyone's hearts were filled with shock and fear. Not far away, Yi Qianming, who was about to attack, also silently withdrew his attack. He stood above the boundless shattered sky. The surrounding spatial turbulence and fragments violently surged around him, but they were cut into pieces by the invisible aura that seeped out from his body. Not a single bit of it could get close to his body. He looked deeply at the peerless and dazzling figure in front of him. Her figure was hidden in the sky and was not revealed. The girl's figure was too dazzling. Proud like the scorching sun, proud like the dawn, bright like the bright moon, and fierce like the endless waves. Yi Qianxian had never thought that when he rushed over, he would see Luo Qingtong blossoming so recklessly. She was like a stunning flower wrapped in an inconspicuous bud. Once it bloomed, it immediately shed its ordinary appearance. The heavens shook, and the myriad worlds filled with fragrance. The blood-red figure in the sky was arrogant and domineering to the extreme. That unbridled and charming demeanor made it seem as if the myriad worlds were toys in the palm of her hand. She could control the universe with one hand and destroy the world with a flip of her hand. Yi Qianxian stared deeply at Luo Qingtong. The love in his eyes was so uncontrollable that it seemed as if it could burn the entire world. At this moment, the huge skeleton in the sky screamed coldly again after being pushed back by Luo Qingtong. And in the next second, boom boom boom. In the sky, countless black auras surged violently at this moment, and then swept into the huge white bone. Rumble. In the land of the fallen immortals, the black aura of death and hostility were all absorbed by the enormous skeleton in an instant. In just an instant, the huge skeleton's body grew even taller. Not only that, but the deep purple color around its body had also become denser. At this moment, the 9 halos that revolved around it faintly showed signs of merging into one. Roar. After doing all this, the huge skeleton roared angrily and charged towards Luo Qingtong with a heavy step. The foreign experts didn't know how Luo Qingtong managed to block their attack. But this time, they would absolutely not fail again, with the death energy and evil energy of the entire immortal graveyard as their power. This attack was the strongest attack of the 9 realms of the Amethyst Elder. No one below the 9th level of the Amethyst Elder could stop him. The lives of the small realm beast and the young girl were definitely theirs. Once they killed the young girl, they would devour her soul completely. They would imprison her in the land of the fallen immortals forever. And never let her reincarnate. Roar. Master. Seeing this attack that was even more majestic and terrifying than the previous attack of the huge bone sword, Suyu and the others' faces instantly froze. They looked nervously in Luo Qingtong's direction. They didn't know if the young girl could block this attack. Master. While everyone was feeling apprehensive, the girl in the sky had a languid expression on her face, and her charm was wanton to the extreme. She glanced lightly at the attack from the giant white skeleton and suddenly chuckled. Originally, I wanted to play with you for a while longer. After all, it wasn't easy for this lord's power to return. However, time's almost up. She raised her head as she spoke, and the blood-red pupils in her eyes began to spin like a blazing sun. Soaring blood sun, 10,000 blood will slash. Luo Qingtong's voice rang out. The girl stood in the sky with her arms crossed. Her gaze was cold and indifferent as she looked at the incoming attack from the giant white skeleton. She didn't even change her posture. In an instant, countless blood-red blazing suns rose in her eyes. Those blood-red blazing suns rose from her eyes, and in the next second, with a clang, they all turned into rays of light that resembled crescent moons. When the blood-red light rose from Luo Qingtong's eyes, an identical scene appeared in the sky outside. Countless blood-red rays of light appeared in the sky, accompanied by violent clanging sounds. Then, with a boom, they flew towards the giant white skeleton in front of them. In an instant, it was cut into pieces. Ah! In the sky, the intertwined wills of the extraterrestrial experts had no power to resist the blood-red rays of light. Their bodies were cut into pieces, and their wills were eliminated. Their wills, which were supposed to be illusory, wouldn't be easily hurt by ordinary attacks. However, under those rays of blood-red light, they had no power to dodge or fight back. Their screams were accompanied by those white bones, and in an instant, they were cut into pieces by the swarming rays of light. Rumble. The ground and sky of the fallen immortal land shook violently when the wills of the alien experts were sliced into pieces. The wills of the alien experts were the seal and support of the land of the fallen immortals. Now that the wills of the extraterrestrial experts had been severed and eliminated, the aura and light that shrouded the land of the fallen immortals also vanished in an instant. The air and sunlight from the outside had entered the land of the fallen immortals. From now on, there would be no more immortal burial grounds in the hidden world. Boom boom boom. Amidst the great tremors, the girl in the sky moved lightly, and in a flash, she appeared where Xianxia was hiding. This lord's boy toy? Seeing the person hiding in the air, the girl chuckled and raised her hand to pinch Xianxia's chin. The man did not dodge and allowed her to hold his chin. Firstly, Luo Qingtong was very strong. If he resisted, he would inevitably hurt her. Secondly, this woman actually lost consciousness again. Xianxia frowned as he looked at the girl in front of him, who was even more beautiful and enchanting than usual. This was the second time he had seen Luo Qingtong like this. What was wrong with this woman? Why did she become like this every time she lost consciousness? His body suddenly stiffened. The girl grabbed his chin and pulled him closer to her. Then, she kissed him. This lord likes your concern. This is a reward for you. Remember to keep it up in the future, The young girl smiled wickedly, and then her voice disappeared in his mouth. A pair of thin and soft lips pressed against his. In an instant, Xianxia's mind buzzed, and he didn't know what to do. He suddenly held the back of the young girl's head, and deepened the kiss. Xianxia's willpower was extremely strong. In this world, there was almost nothing that could shake his willpower. But that was before he met Luo Qingtong. After meeting Luo Qingtong, his willpower was as thin as paper. Just a light kiss from the young girl, a glance from her, was enough to break all of his principles and perseverance. Moreover, the young girl came with boundless power. She was domineering, unrestrained, enchanting, and charming. Xianxia couldn't resist at all. He originally wanted to ask who the other party was, and find out some information about Luo Qingtong's loss of consciousness. But the young girl's kiss instantly disintegrated. However, sensing his movements, Luo Qingtong's eyes widened, and she raised her hand to block his hand. This lord doesn't like male pets taking the initiative? As Luo Qingtong spoke, she opened her mouth and bit Yi Qianxian's lips. She had bitten him hard this time. Yi Qianren couldn't help but groan. She could feel that she had bitten her lips to the point of bleeding. You. Before he could get angry, the young girl's lips pressed against his again. Good boy. Luo Qingtong lightly licked his lips. The evil smile in her eyes was enchanting and domineering. This is your punishment. Remember it in the future. You are this lord's man. Even if you want to take the initiative, only this lord can do it. While speaking, Luo Qingtong directly blocked Yi Qianxian's lips. That action was domineering and powerful. Yi Qianxian was so angry that his face darkened. Did this woman really treat him as a pet boy? Yi Qianxian was grinding his teeth in his heart, but he couldn't do anything about Luo Qingtong. If this woman didn't have the strength, he could easily capture her. However, Luo Qingtong was extremely strong. Yi Qianxian was afraid of hurting her, so he did not dare to make a move. He could only let her suppress him. Just as he was feeling annoyed, Luo Qingtong's body suddenly went soft and she fell on top of him. Clear pupil. Yi Qianxian's eyes narrowed. Ignoring the anger in his heart, he raised his hand to catch Luo Qingtong's limp body. Oh. Luo Qingtong leaned into his arms and felt dizzy. She shook her head with all her might, and it took her a lot of effort to wake up. She felt weak all over, as if all her strength and stamina had been sucked out. What was going on? Luo Qingtong frowned and thought carefully. Then she remembered that she had chosen a power from her previous life to help her with the help of the small sector beast. Was this the after effect of using the power from her previous life? But why was her mind blank and she couldn't remember anything? This situation was very similar to when she lost control in the past. Luo Qingtong frowned. She was not sure if she had succeeded in using the power from her previous life. She raised her head and looked around, wanting to see how the huge skeleton was doing. She raised her head and saw the man in front of her. Qianming? Luo Qingtong looked at the man in front of her in a daze. The most dazed thing was, why was there a bite mark on Yi Qianming's lips? Luo Qingtong stared at the bite mark and before she could react, she blurted out, Qianming, why is there a bite mark on your lips? Who bit him? Luo Qingtong was about to ask this when she suddenly remembered. With this man's strength, who could leave a bite mark on his lips? It seemed that the bite was not light and blood was seeping out. Luo Qingtong didn't think that Yi Qianming was a masochist. Biting himself, then it must be, cough, cough, cough. Luo Qingtong laid in Yi Qianming's arms and coughed violently. She also felt that her lips were red and swollen. There was no need to guess who the culprit who bit Yi Qianming was. But why did she bite Yi Qianming for no reason? Luo Qingtong was thinking when she heard the man's cold snort above her head. What do you think? Ha, ha, Luo Qingtong laughed and changed the topic. That. Qianming, what happened to me? Also, where's that huge skeleton? Yi Qianming narrowed his eyes and looked at her. After confirming that she really didn't know about this, he snorted, your strength increased sharply just now. That skeleton was killed by you. His eyes were deep as he said this. Luo Qingtong's strength was simply terrifying. Even Yi Qianming might not be able to take her down even if his meridians were to burst. How did her strength increase so much all of a sudden? Yi Qianming looked deeply at Luo Qingtong. After the latter heard that she killed the skeleton, her eyes blinked slightly. I really killed it? So the power from her previous life was really used successfully? Yes. Yi Qianming nodded. One hit, one kill. His expression was indifferent. With his strength, he could naturally see that Luo Qingtong was able to kill the skeleton with her first move. The reason why he used two moves was because he was intentionally going easy on him. Therefore, he directly described it as a one-hit kill. He knew that what Luo Qingtong wanted to know was her strength at that time. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Luo Qingtong's eyes instantly lit up. A one-hit kill. Didn't that mean that the power of the previous life that he had chosen was much stronger than the Purple Elder's 9th level? It was indeed the right choice to change the candidate at the last minute. It was just that losing consciousness was a bit of a joke. Luo Qingtong didn't like the feeling of being out of control. In the past, because she often lost control, she had to control her temper, not to mention losing her consciousness for a little power. If this drawback was unavoidable, then she might not use the little dumpling's innate ability in the future. Speaking of the little dumpling, Luo Qingtong suddenly remembered that she didn't know where the little dumpling was. She reached out and searched her body. Very quickly, she found the little dumpling lying in her sleeve, looking soft and crying. The little dumpling looked at her with a pitiful expression and pursed its lips. If it wasn't for the fact that it had no strength left, it would have burst into tears long ago. It couldn't be helped. It didn't expect that the power of the previous life that Luo Qingtong had chosen would be so strong. With its current ability, it was completely unable to summon that power. There seemed to be a mysterious power in Luo Qingtong's body that supported the power of her previous life. It was so close to being sucked dry by that power. Woo woo woo, it was really too scary. What kind of master did it find? That kind of power shouldn't even exist in this world. The little dumpling wanted to cry but had no tears. It had suffered a great loss. In a short period of time, not to mention using its innate ability, it didn't even know if it would affect its future growth. So miserable, the little dumpling felt wronged. It looked at Luo Qingtong pitifully and weakly chirped, asking Luo Qingtong to kiss and hug it. Luo Qingtong looked at its appearance and her lips twitched. She wanted to ask the little dumpling what was going on. But looking at it now, forget it, let's talk about it after it wakes up. Luo Qingtong couldn't understand what it was chirping about. And looking at its appearance, it seemed to have suffered a great loss. The innate ability of her previous life seemed to be very harmful to it. If it wasn't necessary in the future, she would try not to use it again. She would wait until the little dumpling grew up. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she immediately picked it up. Then she sent it into the 9-story exquisite pagoda. After doing all this, Luo Qingtong turned around and was about to say something to Yi Qianming. Suddenly, haha! A loud voice suddenly resounded in the sky. Then, the Star Alliance Hall Master and the people of the Star Alliance Hall appeared. They had arrived when Luo Qingtong killed the skeleton. Originally, when they saw Luo Qingtong display her supreme power and kill the huge skeleton of the 9th realm Purple Elder without even moving, the Star Alliance Hall Master and the others were scared out of their wits. Under such circumstances, they didn't dare to provoke Luo Qingtong and turn to leave. But who would have thought that the girl would lose her power in an instant? The Star Alliance Hall Master and the others waited for a long time. After confirming that Luo Qingtong really didn't have the terrifying power from before, they appeared with a big smile. Even the heavens were helping him. The Star Alliance Hall Master was excited. He was sure that Luo Qingtong's terrifying power came from that terrifying sector beast, otherwise, how could a little girl from the mundane world possess such terrifying strength? The Star Alliance Hall Master was ecstatic. The strength of that sector beast was really beyond his imagination. It could actually raise the strength of a girl from the secular world to the Saint realm. Not only that, it could also temporarily increase her strength to such a terrifying level. With that sector beast, what was he afraid of? In the future, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the entire star field, even in the outer regions. He didn't even care about the position of the Alliance Master of the Star Alliance. Thinking of this, the Star Alliance Hall Master laughed even louder. Ha ha ha. Little girl, hand over the sector beast in your hands. I'll spare your life. Otherwise, as he spoke, his eyes swept past Luo Qingtong, Yi Qianming, and the others. With a cruel and cold expression, he said, everyone related to you will be tortured to death. Little girl, I advise you to obediently do as I say. Don't force me to use extreme measures. Star Alliance Hall Master. Seeing the Star Alliance Hall Master and the others appear, the people from the various sects, including Tianrun Sect Master and the others, who were ecstatic because Luo Qingtong killed White Bone, suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on their hearts. How could they forget that the people from the Star Alliance Hall were still guarding outside the land of the deceased immortals? If it was before, they wouldn't have to worry at all. Because the people from the Star Alliance Hall weren't very interested in the opening of the land of the deceased immortals. In the past, when the land of the deceased immortals opened, they never appeared. But this time was different. Because Celestial Palace and Beast-Taming King Valley were in an uproar because of the treasure map. The people from Celestial Palace even sought refuge with the Star Alliance Hall and told them everything about the treasure map. Therefore, when the land of the deceased immortals opened this time, the people from the Star Alliance Hall came. Not only that, but the Star Alliance Hall Master himself came, as well as a group of strong people around him. These people were all strong people in the Venerable Realm or very close to the Venerable Realm. The people from the various sects and the Tianyuan sect thought, and suddenly their hearts jumped. Not because of anything else, but because Luo Qingtong had already lost her strength. These people from the Star Alliance Hall suddenly appeared, and they clearly knew that Luo Qingtong had a sector beast on her body. Did they just arrive here and see the scene of Luo Qingtong killing that huge white bone? If that was the case, then they should be very clear that Luo Qingtong had lost her strength. Damn it, these people from the Star Alliance Hall came prepared. The people from the various sects and the Tianyuan sect thought in their hearts, and suddenly they felt a chill. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Luo Qingtong worked so hard to kill that huge white bone, but it was all for the people from the Star Alliance Hall. The excitement and ecstasy in everyone's hearts were completely washed away, leaving only indescribable palpitations and depression. Miss Luo, they looked at Luo Qingtong. At this moment, the people from the various sects were either dead or injured. Of course, if they were at their best, they wouldn't be able to deal with the Star Alliance Hall Master and the others. After all, an expert above the Exalted Realm was enough to slaughter everyone present. It was needless to say that the leader of the Star Alliance had more than one expert above the Venerable State, including him. As the crowd thought of this, they suddenly felt an indescribable sense of dejection. They couldn't help Luo Qingtong at all. After going through life and death situations previously, everyone already had a sense of identity with Luo Qingtong. Regardless of whether the other party saved their lives because of their allegiance or not, Luo Qingtong didn't give up on them. Moreover, they had already sworn to sell themselves to Luo Qingtong as slaves. The latter was dead, and their souls were connected to her, so they couldn't escape. As the crowd thought of this, they couldn't help but feel despair. The Tianyuan sect master and the others moved their lips, wanting to send a message to Luo Qingtong to leave. They would cover her. However, before he could speak, he recalled that what they were facing this time wasn't the consciousness of a xenorace expert that had been restrained. The latter couldn't leave the forbidden area, or even the land of the fallen immortals, so Luo Qingtong still had room to escape. But this time, they were facing the people from the Star Alliance Hall. The latter wasn't restricted at all. Even if Luo Qingtong escaped from here, where could she escape to? As soon as the Star Alliance Hall Master gave the order, the entire hidden world would be sealed. The joy and excitement on everyone's faces froze on their faces. Suyu and the others were also very nervous. They looked at the man standing side by side with Luo Qingtong, and they were very uncertain. Ming Zun. He should be able to protect Master, right? Suyu and the others knew that Xianxia was very strong, but they had never seen him fight with all his strength. They also didn't know if Xianxia could protect Luo Qingtong in such a situation. After all, the girl had almost used up all her trump cards. It was impossible for her to deal with the Star Alliance Temple Master and the others. While everyone was feeling anxious and worried, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows slightly. She looked at the Star Alliance Palace Master, who was overjoyed and seemed to have victory in his hands, and said, "Are you talking to me?" Threatening her to hand over the sector beast, or else she would be tortured to death, and he wouldn't even let go of the people around her. Luo Qingtong had a smile in the corner of her eyes, but the smile did not reach her eyes at all. As for the Star Alliance Hall Master, when he heard her words, his face immediately darkened. "You know the answer. Don't think you can escape by playing dumb. We all saw the scene just now." The Star Alliance Temple Master's face was cold. He misunderstood Luo Qingtong's meaning and thought she was deliberately playing dumb. Oh. Luo Qingtong thought to herself. These people came at the right time. If they had come a little earlier, they would have ended up like that skeleton. However, their visit this time was no different from their previous visit. Because Xianxia was here. Luo Qingtong smiled and looked at the man beside her. The latter held her waist tightly with one hand, supporting her body to float in the air. From the beginning to the end, his attention was focused on Luo Qingtong, and he didn't even look at the Star Alliance Temple Master and the others. Qianren, they want me to hand over the Sector Beast. Luo Qingtong's eyes twinkled with a smile. She had no power now, so she couldn't even use the blood eyes. She didn't try to be brave. She just leaned on Xianxia with a smile and asked, "Do you think I should hand it over or not?" When the man heard her, he looked up, glanced at the Star Alliance Temple Master and the others coldly, and said, "Hand it over. Let them exchange it with their lives." When Xianxian's first sentence was heard, the Temple Master and the others of the Star Alliance Temple Master were ecstatic. He was just about to laugh out loud and praise Luo Qingtong for being a wise woman who knew when to submit to the circumstances. However, Xianxian's last sentence was heard. In an instant, his expression froze. That string of laughter was also stuck in his throat. "Bastards, you two are asking for death." The Temple Master of the Star Alliance Temple Master looked at Luo Qingtong and Xianxia, and he was furious. These two were obviously teaming up to trick him. "Okay. You don't want to hand it over?" The Temple Master of the Star Alliance Temple Master looked ferocious. He looked at Luo Qingtong and Xianxia, raised his hand, and shouted, "Arrest them! I don't believe that we can't interrogate them and find out the whereabouts of the Sector Beast." If he wasn't afraid that Luo Qingtong would kill the Sector Beast in the end, he would have killed them. The Temple Master of the Star Alliance Temple Master would have killed these two who didn't know what was good for them. How dare they trick him? The Star Alliance Palace Master's expression was cold and stern. Following his order, a group of people from the Star Alliance Palace immediately rushed toward Luo Qingtong and Xianxia. Everyone's expression was very lazy and casual. They didn't take Luo Qingtong and Xianxia seriously at all. In fact, that was indeed the case. These two people, although one of them had obtained a Sector Beast and was very powerful. Unfortunately, in order to deal with that huge skeleton, she had used up all of her strength. Now, she didn't have any strength left in her body. There was nothing to be afraid of. As for Xianxia, it was needless to say. The group of people from the Star Alliance Palace were very familiar with the strong people in this hidden world. But they had never even seen Xianxia before. It was obvious that the other party was not even ranked in the hidden world. Under such circumstances, what kind of power did they need to spend to capture these two people? Of course, they had to be a little careful and not let these two people escape. After all, that girl had a Sector Beast on her. The group of people from the Star Alliance Palace didn't know that the treasure in this fallen immortal land was actually a Sector Beast. And it was obtained by this girl in front of him. Thinking of the scene they saw when they were hiding in the dark, the scene of Luo Qingtong dealing with that huge white skeleton with one hand, everyone's hearts trembled with excitement. If it weren't for the fact that the Star Alliance Palace Master's strength was far above theirs and was about to break through the Venerable Realm and enter the Red Venerable Realm, they wouldn't have been able to resist. They probably wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to snatch Luo Qingtong away. As the group of people thought so, they had already rushed in front of Luo Qingtong and Xianxia and raised their hands to grab Luo Qingtong. As for Xianxia, he was just incidental. Only a few attacks blasted toward him. The group of people from the Star Alliance Palace was confident in their strength. Even if it was just a few casual attacks, the other party would definitely not be able to escape. As for whether or not the other party would be seriously injured, and to what extent, it was not within the scope of their consideration. After all, the other party had spoken without thinking and had offended the Palace Master to such an extent. Under such circumstances, did he still want to live well? It would be good enough if the Palace Master didn't use him as a tool to interrogate Luo Qingtong and torture him to death. In this world, there were always so many people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and were bent on seeking death. The Star Alliance member sneered. However, right at this moment, bang bang bang. Qianren, who they didn't even put in their eyes, suddenly emitted waves of energy aura around him. Xianxia held Luo Qingtong in his hand and stood in midair, his eyes cold. His figure didn't move at all as he faced the attacks of the Star Alliance members. The aura around his body shook, and in an instant, screams rang out. Ah! The Star Alliance members besieging Luo Qingtong and Xianxia, under the shock of the aura around Xianxia, in an instant, as if they had suffered a terrible attack, their limbs were directly blasted out, and their faces swelled up as they flew outside. Bang bang bang. Their figures crashed heavily onto the ground, but in an instant, they lost their breath. What? The Star Alliance Palace Master's heart trembled violently. He looked at the figures of those people who had completely lost their breath after crashing onto the ground and was extremely shocked. With the strength of these people, even if he attacked with all his strength, he might not be able to kill them all in an instant. His face was full of shock. At this moment, Xianxia's cold voice sounded. I said, you want the sector beast? Sure. You can exchange it with your lives. You. The Star Alliance Temple Master's heart skipped a beat when he saw the man's eyes that seemed to contain a bloody sword. Don't be so smug. He shouted harshly. Our Star Alliance Temple Master has more people in the land of the deceased immortals. The Star Alliance Temple Master's palms were all sweaty. The man beside Luo Qingtong was so strong, but fortunately, he was already prepared for this. His people were all around the land of the deceased immortals. As long as he used the Star Alliance Temple's unique summoning talisman to summon them. Immediately, those people in the Star Alliance Temple Master's temple would appear beside him. Thinking of this, the Star Alliance Temple Master raised his hand. Buzz. In the outside world, the Star Alliance Temple guards outside the land of the deceased immortals were all shocked when they saw the land of the deceased immortals collapse. At this moment, the teleportation summoning talismans on their bodies lit up. Everyone's face froze, and then they said in a low voice, it's the Temple Master's emergency summon. Let's go. Their voices sounded, and then they mobilized the aura in their bodies to respond to the summon of the Star Alliance Temple Master. In an instant, the figures of the people from the Star Alliance Palace who were guarding outside the land of the fallen immortals disappeared. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. In the forbidden area, rays of light lit up beside the Star Alliance Temple Master. All of the people from the Star Alliance Palace that he had gathered had all appeared. Humph. You didn't expect this, did you? I had such an arrangement. Haha. The Star Alliance Temple Master laughed loudly. The man beside Luo Qingtong was smart enough to hide his identity and take them by surprise, but so what, he had already made full preparations for this. Today, none of them could leave this place. Hand over the sector beast. I can even leave your corpses intact. Otherwise. The Star Alliance Hall Master sneered. Suyu and the others looked at the figures that appeared one after another beside the Star Alliance Palace Master. They instantly clenched their fists tightly, and they were extremely nervous. They didn't know if Yi Qianming could deal with so many Star Alliance members. After all, the members of the Star Alliance Hall were different from others. The weakest among them was a paragon. At this moment, the Star Alliance Temple Master summoned them through the summoning talisman. There were more than 1,000 people in the Star Alliance Hall. With so many powerhouses here, could Ming Zun deal with him? Luo Qingtong looked at these people and frowned slightly. She saw that there weren't many people around the Star Alliance Hall Master, so she didn't expect him to be able to gather them. The aura of the land of the fallen immortals had been broken. Otherwise, the people from the Star Alliance Hall wouldn't have been able to teleport in. She looked up at the man beside her. Qianming, we can't let these people go. Are you confident? Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed. The sector beast was born. It was fine if the Star Alliance Temple Master and the others didn't know that she had the sector beast. But since they already knew, these people couldn't leave here alive. Luo Qingtong secretly calculated what she should do if Yi Qianming couldn't keep them all here. It wasn't that Luo Qingtong didn't believe in Yi Qianming's strength. It was that the man's meridians were injured. Luo Qingtong couldn't let him take the risk. Yes. Yi Qianming's eyes, which seemed to contain countless bloody swords, coldly stared at the Star Alliance Hall Master and the others. He was waiting for the moment when the Star Alliance Hall Master summoned everyone. Otherwise, when the other party took out the summoning talisman, he could easily kill them. The reason why he didn't do anything was to let the Star Alliance Hall Master summon everyone. Just as Luo Qingtong said, these people knew that she had contracted a sector beast, so none of them could be left alive. The Star Alliance Hall Master summoned everyone, which saved him a lot of trouble. Come out. As Yi Qianming's voice sounded, in an instant, several figures appeared beside him. The aura that soared into the sky was no less than that of the Star Alliance Hall Master. These people were none other than Bei Qing, Wind Feather, and the others. They had arrived before the Star Alliance Hall Master and the others, but because they didn't have Yi Qianming's order, they had been hiding and didn't show themselves. At this moment, they all bowed respectfully to Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianming. Master. Evil Doctor. Everyone's respect came from the bottom of their hearts. Except for Bei Qing, Wind Feather, and the others who already knew about Luo Qingtong's strength and unpredictable means. The other powerhouses of the Black Field, who had been summoned from outside the Truespill continent, were also impressed by the scene of Luo Qingtong killing the huge skeleton. Unlike the Star Alliance Hall Master and the others who were ignorant, the powerhouses of the Black Field knew that even if Luo Qingtong had contracted an adult sector beast, she might not be able to display such strength. Therefore, there must be something special about this girl. What's more, they had just seen with their own eyes that Yi Qianming was extremely indulgent towards Luo Qingtong and deeply in love with her, which was incomparable. Master's approval, powerful ability, Luo Qingtong had everything. Everyone naturally nodded and bowed willingly, treating her as their future mistress. Yes. Luo Qingtong looked at them and nodded. Then she smiled at Yi Qianming and asked, "When did you prepare it?" "Not long after you entered the land of the fallen immortals." Yi Qianming's expression was indifferent. He didn't say that he had already prepared people before Luo Qingtong entered the land of the deceased immortals. However, when the land of the deceased immortals was shaken, the Star Alliance Hall Master mobilized people, so he had to make new arrangements. Naturally, he would ensure that this woman was safe and sound, no matter how much effort and price he had to pay. Yi Qianming looked deeply at Luo Qingtong. Not far away, the leader of the Star Alliance was stunned when he saw Bei Qing and the others. You. He looked at Bei Qing and the others in shock. Their auras were no weaker than theirs, and he could not believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? You. He raised his hand and pointed at Bei Qing and the others. He couldn't believe everything in front of him. These people in front of them were not inferior to them at all. What was going on? Who were the other party? At this time, the leader of the Star Alliance Hall Master no longer thought that Yi Qianming was just a nobody in the land of the hidden world. How could a nobody have such strength? The other party must be someone from the outer region, but why had he never heard of anything related to the other party in the land of the hidden world? After all, if someone from the outer region wanted to enter the Truespill continent, they had to go through the Stargate of the land of the hidden world. Wait, there was a way to not go through the Stargate in the hidden world, that was, to tear open the barrier of the continent and directly descend on the continent. Thinking of this, the Star Alliance Temple Master took a deep breath. Tearing open the space barrier was something that only masters above the Green Supremacy realm could do. The man in front of him actually had such strength. The Star Alliance Temple Master took a deep breath and was shocked. A master of the Green Supremacy realm. He looked at Yi Qianming in shock. At this moment, the man waved his hand lightly. Kill. Leave no one alive. Yi Qianming didn't finish his words, but Bei Qing and the others all understood what he meant. The news that the evil doctor had successfully contracted a sector beast must not be spread easily. If the Star Alliance Temple Master and the others didn't have any evil intentions, it would be fine. Master might have other ways to make them keep their mouths shut. But now, since they dared to have evil intentions, these people could only wait for death. Boom! Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others thought, and the aura around them suddenly burst out. Because they were in the hidden world, they didn't need to suppress their strength as much as they did in the secular world. Bei Qing and the others shot towards the Star Alliance Temple Master like lightning. The latter and the others were already stunned when Bei Qing and the others appeared. In the land of the deceased immortals, there were forces that were comparable to the Star Alliance Temple Master. How was this possible? However, the strength of Bei Qing and the others couldn't be faked. The people of the Star Alliance Temple Master were almost at a loss as to what to do. As for the Star Alliance Temple Master, the moment Bei Qing and the others rushed over, he knew that he was definitely done for this time. With Yi Qianming's strength, it would be fine if there were no other people around him. Now that Bei Qing and the others were here, the Star Alliance Temple Master's previous idea of using numbers to deal with him was completely in vain. There was an indescribable uneasiness in his heart. When Bei Qing and the others rushed over, he suddenly turned around and quickly rushed out. He wanted to leave this place immediately. If he couldn't get the Sector Beast, he couldn't get it. With this information, when he returned to the Star Alliance, he could use this information to exchange for great benefits. At that time, there would naturally be someone to deal with Luo Qingtong and the others. With that thought in mind, the Star Alliance Hall Master moved extremely fast. However, he had only taken a few steps forward. Boom, Yi Qianming appeared in front of him in an instant. Bang, the man flicked his sleeve, and in the next second, a majestic attack shot out from Yi Qianming's sleeve in an instant. Bang, when the Star Alliance Hall Master saw Yi Qianming's attack, he hurriedly tried to dodge. However, the man's strength was vast and ferocious. Before he could dodge to the side, he was swept away by the shockwave of the attack from afar. In an instant, the Star Alliance Hall Master was sent flying while coughing up blood. Ah! His body rubbed against the ground fiercely and flew back hundreds of meters before landing heavily on the ground. Puff, the Star Alliance Hall Master spat out blood. At this moment, buzz, above the sky, a huge light gate appeared. The invisible power of the space barrier instantly rippled with the appearance of this light gate. Rumble. The spiritual chi in the entire hidden world began to surge violently at this moment. Starry Sky Gate. This is the Starry Sky Gate. Under the attacks of Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others, the group of people from the Star Alliance Palace could not fight back at all. They were all knocked to the ground and were about to be killed by Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others. Seeing the scene in the sky, they were overjoyed. It was not for anything else. The scene of the Starry Sky Gate in front of them was not something that could appear at ordinary times. Only powerhouses above the Xian Venerable Realm would appear in the sky through the Starry Sky Gate. It was a powerhouse above the Xian Venerable Realm. The people from the Star Alliance Palace were ecstatic. Especially the Palace Master of the Star Alliance. He climbed up from the ground and crazily urged the power in his body to rush towards the Starry Sky Gate. Help! Sir! We are subordinates of the Star Alliance. We are from the Star Alliance Palace. Sir, please save us. As the Palace Master of the Star Alliance rushed towards the Starry Sky Gate, a group of figures appeared in the Starry Sky Gate. These people were none other than Mo Zhuling and the others who came to the Truespill continent after finding out about Yi Qianxian's whereabouts. This is the Truespill continent? Mo Zhuling led a group of Star Alliance powerhouses to look at the scene in the hidden world. He frowned slightly. It was not because of anything else. The spiritual energy in this continent was too scarce, too barren. There was not even a bit of immortal spiritual energy. Ordinary Venerable Realm powerhouses could not even display 1/10 of their strength here. How could such a peerless, powerful, and handsome man appear in such a place? Even if he was looking for a continent as a temporary base, there was no need for him to look for such a low-level continent. Mo Zhuling frowned. He really disliked the low level of spiritual energy here. But when he thought of Yi Qianxian, he had no choice but to endure it. Just as she was about to order her people to search for Yi Qianxian's whereabouts on this continent, she heard the voice of the Star Alliance Hall Master. Soon after, he rushed over with a disheveled appearance. His entire body was covered in blood. Who is it? Mo Zhuling looked at the Hallmaster of the Star Alliance and frowned. At this moment, a guard beside her took a step forward and sent the Star Alliance Hall Master flying with a blow. How dare you? How dare you offend young miss? Bang! The Star Alliance Hall Master was sent flying by this attack and spat out another mouthful of blood. However, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Not for anything else, but because he recognized their clothes. They were from the Star Alliance. Are they from the Star Alliance, or was it the eldest miss? Thinking of the princess that was held in the palm of his own Star Alliance Hall Master, the Star Alliance Hall Master was instantly ecstatic. He quickly got up from the ground and did not even bother to wipe the blood from his mouth. He quickly knelt on the ground and said to Mo Zhuling, "Young miss, save me. I am the Hallmaster of the Star Alliance Hallmaster of the Truespill continent. Someone wants to harm our Star Alliance and sneak into the Truespill continent to kill all of us from the Star Alliance Hall." The Hallmaster of the Star Alliance Hallmaster was very cunning. He did not mention the matter of the Sector Beast. Instead, he casually accused Yi Qianxian of something. Although he didn't know why these people from the Star Alliance would appear here, since they were here, then they were safe. Not only that, but they could also kill the people around Luo Qingtong. He didn't expect that the man beside Luo Qingtong was actually someone from outside the Star Alliance. Moreover, he had such a strong force in his hands. The Star Alliance Temple Master's heart was filled with resentment and palpitations. Just a little bit more, he was about to die at the hands of the other party, but it didn't matter now. The eldest miss and the others were here. Luo Qingtong and the others were dead meat. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to complain to Imo Zhuling and the others. He said that Luo Qingtong and the others were heinous beyond redemption because of the Star Alliance's supreme status in this star field. Eldest miss. These people are up to no good. You have to make a decision for us. I suspect that they have an even bigger conspiracy behind their backs. Maybe they were instigated by someone else to deal with our Star Alliance. Maybe they have accomplices in other continents, waiting to kill the people of the Star Alliance Temple. The Star Alliance Temple Master knelt on the ground, weeping as if he was complaining. He lowered his head, seemingly respectful. But in fact, his eyes were completely cold and treacherous. Imo Zhuling and the others heard this and immediately frowned. There's such a thing? A Star Alliance powerhouse beside Imo Zhuling coldly said, "Where are those bastards?" There was a ferocious look on his face. For this kind of thing, he would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Daring to kill the people of the Star Alliance Temple in their star field was a provocation to the Star Alliance. They absolutely couldn't be forgiven. As soon as this powerhouse said this, the Star Alliance Temple Master felt a burst of pride and joy in his heart. He quickly said, "They're down there." As he said this, he rolled his eyes and said, "Down there is a special place in the True Spill continent called the Land of the Fallen Immortals. It's said that there are treasures inside. After those people went in, the treasures disappeared. I don't know if they got it or the treasures ran away. When the eldest miss and the other sirs go over, those people might use the treasures to beg for mercy." As he said this, the Star Alliance powerhouse sneered and said, "It's just a 9th-class low-level continent. What treasures can there be?" The Star Alliance elite felt disdain in his heart. The Star Alliance powerhouses and the others around him were also Star Alliance powerhouses' heart. A mere item from a 9th-grade inferior continent wanted to bribe them? What a jokes, not to mention, Imo Zhuling. Her expression was calm and she did not take the Star Alliance Palace Master's words seriously at all. "Let's go," she said to the people around her. "Let's settle this first. Let's go find that young master." "Yes." The Star Alliance members responded. Seeing this, the Star Alliance Temple Master felt an indescribable joy and pride in his heart. With his words, even if Luo Qingtong and the others wanted to use the Sector Beast to beg for mercy, no one would believe them. Haha, he was ecstatic in his heart and led the Star Alliance members downwards. In the Land of the Fallen Immortals, Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others frowned as they looked at Yi Qianxian. "Master, it's the Star Alliance's people." They didn't expect the Star Alliance's people to appear here. When their voices sounded, the group of people who had just surrounded Luo Qingtong turned deathly pale. Star Alliance? Was this the Star Alliance they were thinking of? Extraterrestrial Star Alliance. Star Alliance's headquarters. The true master of this star field, thinking that the person who had appeared in the Door of Light was actually such a giant, the group of people from the various sects turned pale without a trace of blood. The one who had come was actually someone from the Star Alliance. How could this be? No one could understand why. Someone from the extraterritorial Star Alliance would appear here. Logically speaking, such a colossal force shouldn't appear in such a lowly continent like theirs, although saying this was a bit too demeaning. But the group of people from the various sects knew that the level of the True Spill continent in this star field was very, very low. It was so low that it was hard to imagine. In their continent, there wasn't even the slightest bit of immortal spiritual energy. The amount and quality of immortal spiritual energy completely determined the level of a continent and the development of its powerhouses. The richer the immortal spiritual energy, the higher the level of the continent, the more powerhouses it could give birth to, and the more powerful they would be. But the True Spill continent didn't have any immortal spiritual energy. Not only that, but the spiritual energy in the continent wasn't particularly rich. Therefore, the powerhouses it could give birth to were very few, including the beast tamer King Guguju who had died before. the number of Saint Venerable powerhouses in the entire True Spill continent's hidden world didn't exceed 500. An entire continent, with such a large population base, the number of top-notch experts that could be born was only 500. Could it be that this was all because their talent was too poor? Out of so many people, only 500 had the talent to become a holy venerate? How was this possible? That was because they didn't have enough resources and spiritual energy to break through. Spiritual energy was too scarce. Every step forward was extremely difficult. If Luo Qingtong hadn't been able to purify the immortal jade bones in the graveyard of immortals, she wouldn't have been able to cultivate. She and the people around her wouldn't have been able to increase their strength so quickly. After all, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice, no matter how talented a person was. Without sufficient resources and spiritual energy, they could only slowly endure. Not to mention the fact that there was no immortal chi in the continent. If he wanted to break through to the exalted realm, he would have to leave this place and head to the outer realm. Thus, the strength of powerhouses in True Spill continent was extremely low. Compared to the other middle-ranked and high-ranked continents, it was simply incomparable. On the other hand, those Exalt Realm experts disdained to come to such a place, therefore, they couldn't figure out why people from the Star Alliance would appear here. After all, Exalt Realm experts weren't ordinary Exalt Realm experts who were able to roam the region in the name of the Star Alliance. He was at least a Green Supremacy Realm expert. Not to mention the scene of the Starry Skylight Gate that had just appeared. It was obvious that there were experts above the Xian Venerable Realm among the people who had come. What was going on? The strength of these people was enough to move unhindered through the star field. So why would they appear in a small 9th-grade low-level continent? Everyone's hearts were filled with indescribable fear and despair. When the huge skeleton appeared, their hearts were filled with despair. When the Temple Master of the Star Alliance appeared, their hearts were filled with despair, but that couldn't compare to the despair they felt at this moment. When that skeleton appeared, they could still escape, as long as they escaped from the restricted area. When the leader of the Star Alliance appeared, Xianxia's strength and power gave them hope. But at this moment, the people of the Star Alliance appeared. What else could they do? They couldn't hope that Xianxia was stronger than the Star Alliance, could they? That was simply a fantasy story. It was impossible. Even the Grand Dean felt an uncontrollable sadness and despair in his heart. The strength of the Star Alliance was already the strongest in this star sector. Even if he knew that Xianxia was also from another star region, how could he defeat the Star Alliance? Thinking of this, he felt bitter in his heart. He originally thought that if he could go back alive this time, he would hold a proper wedding with Su Qing. But now, it seemed that there was no chance, and Su Yu and the others felt their hearts tighten. Master, they looked at Luo Qingtong with red eyes and their hearts collapsed to the extreme. How could this be? Ming Zun was about to make a move and Master's crisis would be resolved. Now that the people of the Star Alliance had arrived, Master, Wu, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't hold it in anymore. She bit her arm and sobbed bitterly. She didn't want Master to see her like this, but she couldn't help it. She was a crybaby to begin with. Because of Luo Qingtong, she became strong step by step. But now, Luo Qingtong was about to face a desperate situation. And in this desperate situation, there was nothing they could do. Suddenly, they couldn't bear it anymore. Beside her, Yuan Little Overlord, Sima Ju, Ling Tianhan and the others all had red eyes and silently shed tears. And Luo Qingtong straightened her back after Mo Zhuling and the others appeared. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the figure flying down from the sky. She was constantly thinking of a way to resolve this crisis. However, after calculating all the chips in her hands, she realized that there was nothing she could do about it. The strength of the people of the Star Alliance was extraordinary. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold as she looked at the figures that were rushing towards her. Her palm was cold. Right at this moment, a broad palm stretched out from the side and held her hand in the center of it. Don't worry. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He completely wrapped Luo Qingtong's hand in his palm and warmed her cold fingers little by little. You have me. You have me. These few words immediately calmed all the coldness and uneasiness in Luo Qingtong's heart. She looked at the man beside her. Ming Zun slowly raised his head, looked at Luo Qingtong's eyes. Luo Qingtong, you should try to trust me. Didn't she think that he would be by her side? Yi Qianming's eyes were deep. Luo Qingtong looked at him and her heart was in a trance. She really didn't think of it. Luo Qingtong was used to relying on herself. She had never thought of taking the initiative to rely on someone in a life-and-death crisis. So just now, Yi Qianming's existence was completely ignored by her. Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianming. His eyes were cold to everything he looked at. Only when he looked at her, his eyes were warm. It was not the kind of warmth that was like a spring breeze. It was the kind of warmth that was like the spring snow melting and the iceberg bursting. It was as if all his feelings and emotions were only for her. I won't let anyone hurt you. Qingtong, trust me. Yi Qianming looked deeply at the girl in front of him. This woman had always been stubborn and independent. Whenever she encountered something, she would always solve it by herself and rarely relied on him. There were only a few times when he took the initiative to attack. Otherwise, this woman would have solved it by herself. This kind of Luo Qingtong made Yi Qianming love and feel depressed. He loved that she was independent and strong with extraordinary means, which made her feel proud. He was depressed that she was too independent and strong. She carried everything by herself and never knew how to rely on him. Yes. Luo Qingtong looked at him and nodded. Unconsciously, she relaxed her tense body. She let Yi Qianming hold her tightly in his arms. Her heart was full and she didn't know what to feel. So this was the feeling of having someone to rely on. In her previous life, Luo Qingtong was besieged on all sides and hunted down everywhere. No one had ever stood in front of her to protect her and tell her that no one could hurt her. She clasped Yi Qianming's hand tightly. She couldn't tell what feeling was surging in her heart at this moment. But this man, from now on, no matter if it was the heavens or the earth, the blue sky or the yellow springs, she would never let go of him. Life, he was her man. Death, he was her soul. Luo Qingtong pursed her lips tightly. She didn't know that at this moment, there was a trace of extremely evil and cold-bloody light in her eyes. This light was abnormally cold and cruel. When it flashed in Luo Qingtong's eyes, she was like a queen who ruled the world. But Luo Qingtong's eye technique was obviously no longer usable. The bloody pupils in her eyes didn't even appear. He didn't know where this blood-red light came from. It quickly flashed and disappeared from Luo Qingtong's eyes. Luo Qingtong was unaware of all this. She held Yi Qianming's fingers tightly. At this moment, Mo Zhuling and the others, as well as the Star Alliance Hallmaster, appeared in front of them. Young miss, sirs. They are the thieves. The Star Alliance Hallmaster arrogantly pointed at Luo Qingtong, Yi Qianming, and the others. Especially Yi Qianming. If it weren't for this man, she wouldn't have been beaten so badly just now. Luo Qingtong and the sector beast in her hands had long fallen into his hands. When he thought about how he almost died in Yi Qianming's hands, the Star Alliance Hallmaster's heart was filled with indescribable ruthlessness and coldness. This man should just wait for his death. Later, he would let him know what the consequences of attacking him were. When the Star Alliance Hallmaster raised his finger to point at Luo Qingtong and the others, Mo Zhuling and the others had already seen Yi Qianming standing in the crowd like a crane in a flock of chickens. The man wasn't wearing a mask. With just a glance, Mo Zhuling and the others recognized him. It's you? Mo Zhuling's face was filled with joy. She didn't expect to meet this man as soon as she arrived. The other party was just as she had imagined. He was shockingly charming and handsome. When the Star Alliance Temple Master heard the surprise and excitement in her voice, he thought he had heard it wrong. This must be anger and coldness. As he thought about it, he felt even more proud. It seemed that he had drawn a lot of hatred just now. Miss already hated them so much. Next, it was time to cut them into pieces. As long as these people died, Luo Qingtong and the sector beast on her would immediately fall into his hands. Thinking of this, he quickly said, "That's right. Miss, it's them. These people forced their way into the True Spill continent and wanted to harm the Star Alliance. The people of the Star Alliance Temple fought with all their might, but they were outnumbered. Miss, you have to uphold justice for us." The Star Alliance Temple Master pretended to be good at singing. In the end, crocodile tears flowed from his eyes. Hearing his words, Su Yu and the others were all furious. "Shameless! You're twisting the truth." Su Xiaoxiao and the others were so angry that they trembled. The Star Alliance Temple Master looked at them with a sneer and said, "Twisting the truth? How am I twisting the truth?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the people of the Star Alliance Temple who were either seriously injured or dead. "You didn't hurt these people?" he said with righteous indignation. "You attacked the people of the Star Alliance, and you still think you're in the right? Then tell me, if you didn't have evil intentions towards the Star Alliance, why did you attack the people of the Star Alliance Temple?" Su Xiaoxiao and the others were speechless. They couldn't tell the people of the Star Alliance that the Temple Master and the others had evil intentions towards them because Luo Qingtong had the Sector Beast. That was why they attacked them. First of all, they might not believe them. Second of all, once the matter of the Sector Beast was exposed, Luo Qingtong's situation wouldn't be any better. It would only be more dangerous. "You." Su Xiaoxiao and the others were so angry that their faces turned red. Even Su Yu and the others looked at the Star Alliance Temple Master with cold eyes. The other party was shameless to the extreme. When the Star Alliance Hall Master saw how speechless they were, he felt even more pleased with himself. He knew that these people would not dare to expose the existence of the Sector Beasts. As he thought this, he coldly said to Mo Zhuling and the others, "Eldest Miss, sirs, look. They have nothing to say." In fact, Yi Qianming and the others had not said a word from the beginning. Did an ant like him have the right to defend himself, not to mention Mo Zhuling and the others? Even if the leader of the Star Alliance was here, Yi Qianming's expression wouldn't change at all. "When I went to hunt the nine-tailed celestial fox, it was you guys from the Star Alliance who stopped me. Do you still want to court death today?" Yi Qianming's voice was cold. When Mo Zhuling and the others heard his words, they were all shocked. Heavenly nine-tailed fox, Mo Zhuling's eyes glowed. She knew that the Alliance had organized a hunt for the heavenly demon fox last time. 36 Grand Hall Masters gathered together and returned in defeat. More than half of the 36 Grand Hall Masters were seriously injured. The others were all dead. No one survived. According to them, they had encountered a mysterious strong man. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's target was the nine-tailed celestial fox, they wouldn't have been able to escape. None of them would be able to escape. All of them would die there. The Star Alliance strong men beside Mo Zhuling were also very shocked. Of course, they knew about this. At that time, the Alliance had made a big fuss over this matter. They searched everywhere for the identity of the mysterious strong man, but they found nothing. They didn't expect it to be done by this man. But it was normal. It was just that they didn't think too deeply about it before. Now that they heard Yi Qianming's words, they were shocked. The Star Alliance Hall Master laughed when he heard Yi Qianming's words. Ridiculous. It was as if he heard an incredible joke. Hunting the nine-tailed fox? Who do you think you are? His face was full of mockery. That time, all the top powerhouses in the Star Alliance went to hunt the nine-tailed fox, except for the Alliance Master who was training outside and in seclusion. Everyone else came out in full force. However, who would have thought that they were almost wiped out in the end? After that, the Star Alliance was troubled by many things and was completely under pressure. The incident caused a sensation at that time. In the entire star field, the high-level continents and some powerful mid-level continents had all heard about it. They didn't know where this man got the news from, but he actually used it as a big bad wolf. Ridiculous. Did he know what level the person who killed the nine-tailed fox was? At that time, so many top powerhouses in the Star Alliance couldn't do anything to the other party and the nine-tailed fox was forcibly taken away by someone. The other party actually used this incident to show off in front of them. Ridiculous. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The person beside me is our Star Alliance's young miss, the Alliance Master's beloved daughter. You want to use this matter to make us back off? That's ridiculous. The Star Alliance Hall Master said with an arrogant expression, as if he was a villain who had succeeded. However, before he finished speaking, Mo Zhuling's cold and gloomy voice sounded. Shut up. Slap him. Yes. The Star Alliance Hall Master was even more proud when he heard this. Yes, we do need to slap him. He actually dared to impersonate that mysterious powerhouse to threaten us. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Before he finished speaking, a Star Alliance powerhouse standing behind Mo Zhuling instantly rushed out. then, he slapped his palm toward him. Pa! A sharp and clear sound rang out. In an instant, the Star Alliance Hall Master was sent flying by this fierce slap. Ah! He screamed miserably as he fell in front of Luo Qingtong, Yi Qianming and the others. He fell flat on his face. Not only that, his right cheek fiercely swelled up, and then with a wah sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with a mouthful of teeth. Clack! 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 The leader of the Star Alliance was dumbfounded. He had never thought that he would be the one being beaten. What was going on? Shouldn't Eldest miss and the others hit Yi Qianren instead? After all, the other party had pretended to be that mysterious expert and wanted to play them like fools. Thinking of this, the Star Alliance Temple Master's body suddenly stiffened. He suddenly thought of something. If he knew such an obvious fact, Mo Zhuling and the others would definitely not be mistaken, and now that Mo Zhuling and the others had attacked him, wouldn't that mean, just as he thought of this, he heard Mo Zhuling's cold voice, "Shut up. How can you slander this, sir?" As she spoke, she led a group of Star Alliance members to Yi Qianming and said softly, "Young master, I'm sorry. Our Star Alliance wasn't strict enough and caused you to suffer." Mo Zhuling's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Yi Qianming. The expression on her face was incomparably shy. At this moment, the Star Alliance Temple Master's body trembled violently because of Mo Zhuling's words. "Sir," he looked at Yi Qianming's direction in horror, his face full of disbelief. What Yi Qianming said before was actually true. Was he really the person who killed the nine-tailed fox? But didn't that mysterious powerhouse say that he hadn't found her yet? You're too soft, is it, wrong? The Star Alliance Temple Master's body trembled like a leaf. His face was deathly pale. He suddenly thought that Mo Zhuling and the others suddenly appeared in the True Spill continent. Was it because they were looking for Yi Qianming? Thinking of this, his teeth chattered. He wanted to cry but had no tears. How could this be? How could the man beside Luo Qingtong be the mysterious powerhouse who killed the nine-tailed fox? If this was the case, why did he hide his identity and appear in the True Spill continent? Was it just for Luo Qingtong? The Star Alliance Temple Master was terrified to the extreme at this moment. Especially when he saw Mo Zhuling lead the Star Alliance powerhouses around her to salute Yi Qianming, and those Star Alliance powerhouses didn't object at all. This made him even more afraid. These powerhouses were all convinced. It seemed that Mo Zhuling was telling the truth. Thinking of this, the Star Alliance Temple Master's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. However, he couldn't faint. If he did, he would be dead for sure. Thinking of this, the Star Alliance Temple Master got up from the ground and rushed to Mo Zhuling. "Young miss. Listen to me," the girl beside him, "there's..." As he spoke, a vast and majestic force suddenly descended upon him from not far in front of him. Gege. The Star Alliance Temple Master's voice sounded like a rusty saw, but he couldn't utter a single word. That vast and boundless power was simply too terrifying. The Star Alliance Hall Master's eyes widened as he stared at Xianxia in shock. At this moment, the power around the man's body suddenly surged violently. It turned out that he hadn't used his full strength all this time. The Star Alliance Temple Master was indescribably shocked when he saw Yi Qianxian's power. He finally realized that Yi Qianxian wasn't lying at all. The man's strength was terrifyingly strong. If he had used this kind of power at that time, he would not have had a chance to ask Mo Zhuling for help. That was indeed the case. Yi Qianren's meridians were damaged. Because he had killed the nine-tailed sky demon fox and obtained its essence, blood and soul power, he was able to repair his meridians slightly. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox's power was decreasing. In order to conserve this power and not damage his meridians too much, Yi Qianxian had been using a limited amount of power. If he could use 10% of his power, he wouldn't use 20%. Previously, because he didn't know Mo Zhuling and the others would come, he had let the Star Alliance Temple Master escape. Now, he knew that the Temple Master was going to die together with him and announce that Luo Qingtong had a sector beast in her body. Why would he give him a chance? She was his woman, so naturally, he would protect her. He had said that he wouldn't let anyone hurt her. The Star Alliance leader's regret had reached its peak. If he had known that this man was so strong, he would never have thought about that sector beast. Instead, he would have sold the information about that sector beast to the Star Alliance. If that had happened, how much would he have benefited from it? Most importantly, Luo Qingtong, that B*TCH, would never have been able to escape being hunted down. If that had happened, no matter how strong this man was, he might not have been able to protect her. After all, the sector beast was something that defied the natural order. It was enough to drive people crazy. Unfortunately, a single mistake could lead to everlasting regret. When he had met Mo Zhuling and the others, he should not have only asked them for help and kept the matter of the sector beast a secret. The Star Alliance leader's heart was filled with regret. He had died with his eyes wide open, crushed into ashes by the power controlled by Xianxia. Not even a bit of his soul was left. As for the people from the Star Alliance palace who had luckily survived the appearance of Mo Zhuling and the others, when Xianxia's power erupted, they were all targeted and killed. After doing all this, Xianxia slowly raised his eyes and looked at Mo Zhuling and the others in front of him. "You can leave now." Xianxia was not at all interested in how Mo Zhuling and the others knew him or what their intentions were. Since these people did not attack him because of the Star Alliance palace, he would not attack them either. As he spoke, he prepared to leave with Luo Qingtong. However, at this moment, Mo Zhuling's voice suddenly rang out. "Master, are you leaving just like that?" She smiled as she looked at Xianxia and Luo Qingtong. Her gaze was fixed on their intertwined hands. Her eyes were very hazy. She had almost lost her composure when she saw the scene just now. The man she had her eyes on had been taken by someone else. Mo Zhuling's heart was filled with panic. Ever since she met Xianxia, she felt that no man in this world was pleasing to her eyes. The man was strong and handsome. Mo Zhuling came with the heart of a young girl. She thought that her identity as the eldest daughter of the Star Alliance would be enough to move the other party. However, before she could get to know him, there was already a woman by his side. Mo Zhuling looked at Luo Qingtong's beautiful face, which was even more beautiful than his own. He clenched his sleeves so hard that they were about to be torn apart. The only thing that comforted her was that the other party seemed to have no strength at all. Seeing that Luo Qingtong did not emit any energy fluctuations or aura, Mo Zhuling felt much more comfortable. She only used her face to seduce men. Such a woman would only be a burden to the other party. Thinking of Luo Qingtong being protected in Xianxia's arms, she couldn't help him at all. Furthermore, Mo Zhuling's gaze swept across everyone present. If she guessed correctly, this woman seemed to be from this low-level continent. If that was the case, then she was even less worthy of the man in front of her. Mo Zhuling's heart was filled with disdain as she thought about it. She looked at Luo Qingtong and Xianxia and chuckled. "This girl seems to have some good treasure on her." "Sir, aren't you worried about her safety in the future?" Mo Zhuling snorted disdainfully at this so-called treasure. After all, what good things could a low-level level 9 continent have? However, this didn't stop her from making an issue out of it. The moment she spoke, Xianxia narrowed his eyes coldly and turned to look at her. Interesting. This miss of the Star Alliance seemed to have taken a fancy to her man. Luo Qingtong cast a sidelong glance at Xianxia with a faint smile. The meaning behind her gaze was very obvious. "You always say that I wronged you. But today, I didn't wrongly accuse you, did I? Others had already come to find you, yet you still had the audacity to target me." Luo Qingtong snorted. When Xianxia saw Luo Qingtong's glance and the meaning behind it, his body suddenly stiffened. He looked in Mo Zhuling's direction with a cold and angry expression and said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Xianxia's eyes, which seemed to contain the light of swords and sabers, narrowed coldly. He looked at Mo Zhuling and the others with an unusually cold gaze. He didn't care where these people had seen him or why they had come to find him. But if Luo Qingtong misunderstood him because of this, these people would not be able to escape death even if they died 10,000 times. When Xianxia's words came out, the experts of the Star Alliance behind Mo Zhuling were instantly shocked. Mississippi, one of the experts of the Star Alliance, hurriedly stepped forward and whispered to Mo Zhuling, "Miss, this person's strength is unfathomable. You'd better not provoke him." The experts of the Star Alliance had already heard the intense anger in Xianxia's words. They already knew that Xianxia's strength was tyrannical. In addition, they also knew that he was the mysterious expert who had killed the 9-tailed celestial fox previously. They were instantly even more shocked. The prism through the ice prism wasn't particularly clear. They could only see that Xianxia's strength was tyrannical from the shattering of the ice prism. But they didn't have a clear idea of how strong he was. However, with the addition of the heavenly nine-tailed fox, they immediately knew what was going on. Most of the top players of the Star Alliance, except for those who didn't go, were still recuperating, and this was the result of escaping death in the end. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not want to anger Xianxia. As for Emo Zhuling's little girl's thoughts, Xianxia obviously looked down on Emo Zhuling. Since that was the case, it was useless for them to think highly of him. Sticking to him would only make him look cheap. Furthermore, offending a top expert like Xianxia was not worth it. Emo Zhuling naturally sensed the thoughts of the Star Alliance experts. But she just couldn't accept it. She had come here full of expectations, but as soon as she saw the man, she was mercilessly dismissed by him. Not only that, the person he liked was a flower vase with no strength or ability. She only relied on her face to get the man to protect her. Moreover, she was a girl from a low-level continent. How could Emo Zhuling swallow this? Which part of her wasn't stronger than the other party, except for her face? But what was the use of just having a face? She had the entire Star Alliance as her backing, and her own talent wasn't bad either. Only someone like her was a good match for him, Emo Zhuling thought. She immediately bit her lip and ignored the dissuasion of the Star Alliance experts. She said to Xianxia, "Gongzi must be joking. I'm not threatening you. I'm just reminding you." Also, she lowered her eyes slightly and suppressed the jealousy and hatred in her eyes. She said, "Young master killed someone from the Star Alliance palace in front of us." As she spoke, she glanced at Luo Qingtong and said, "It's still unknown whether this girl's treasure is related to our Star Alliance. After all, when that Star Alliance Hall Master asked us for help, he already explained the reason. This treasure was actually discovered by the people from the Star Alliance Palace. Since that's the case, they should die for offending young master. But shouldn't this girl's treasure be returned to our Star Alliance?" As she spoke, she looked at Xianxia with rippling eyes and said softly, "Young master, do you think I'm wrong? Of course, if young master joins our Star Alliance and becomes a member of our Star Alliance, this matter will naturally be written off." As soon as Emo Zhuling's words came out, the Star Alliance experts were instantly shocked. "Young miss." They didn't expect Emo Zhuling to be so obstinate even after they tried to stop him. Not only that, he didn't hesitate to lie and distort the truth. When did that Star Alliance Hall Master say that the girl's treasure was discovered by their Star Alliance Hall? He only said that the girl might have a treasure on her. They simply didn't care about a treasure from a low-level continent like this, let alone the young miss. The reason why Xianxia deliberately brought this matter up was clearly to use the treasure on that young lady to force Xianxia to lower his head. How could the young miss be so muddle-headed? Because of what happened with the Star Alliance Hall, the other party didn't have a good impression of him. This time, they should take advantage of the situation to leave and let the other party calm down. After their impression of them cooled down, they could approach the other party and rope him in. If it really didn't work out, then forget it. If they could maintain a friendly relationship with the other party, it would also be beneficial for their Star Alliance. Who would have thought that Emo Zhuling would do something like this? As everyone thought about it, they suddenly felt vexed. A forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. Didn't the young miss understand this principle? However, Emo Zhuling didn't think so. She wanted to keep Xianxia in the Star Alliance first. This way, he would have more opportunities to interact with her in the future. At that time, when the two of them were compared, the other party would definitely know that compared to the low-level girl beside him who had nothing but a face, the other party would definitely know. She was the most suitable one for him, therefore, she risked angering Xianxia by speaking up. After all, with how much the other party valued this girl, they wouldn't put her in danger of being targeted by the Star Alliance. Emo Zhuling couldn't help but feel jealous when she recalled how the Star Alliance Palace Master had merely mentioned that the treasures on this young lady might not even be worth their attention, and yet Yi Qianming had killed her with a wave of his hand. She suppressed this emotion and quickly adjusted her mood. She raised her head and looked at Yi Qianren with sparkling eyes. "What does young master think?" Before Yi Qianxian could speak, Luo Qingtong on the other side laughed first. She seduced her man in front of her and even used her to threaten him. This young miss of the Star Alliance was very good. Luo Qingtong looked at the young miss of the Star Alliance's eyes and naturally knew what kind of image she had in the other party's eyes. A vase that only relied on her face, a useless piece of trash. Luo Qingtong felt that after her blood eye rose and became famous in the Truespill continent, she had never been looked down upon again. She really missed it. She raised her eyebrows slightly as she looked at the young lady of the Star Alliance, who was looking at Xianxia affectionately. She suddenly had a mischievous thought. So what if she played with this young lady of the Star Alliance? She was actually very familiar with this delicate and pitiful white flower who had nothing but a pretty face. In her previous life, Luo Qingtong had tried all kinds of immoral characters in order to avoid being hunted down and killed. She had only acted as a useless vase. She was very good at it. After all, sometimes, when she was exhausted and her enemies were not completely killed, Luo Qingtong would not care about anything else. She would use all kinds of methods to pretend to be weak, lure her enemies over, and kill them in one strike. Thinking of this, the smile on her lips became even wider. Husband. Luo Qingtong pretended to be very delicate and weak as she threw herself into Xianxia's arms. Then, she blinked her clear eyes, which were rippling with a bloody mist, and looked in the direction of Mo Zhuling in a coquettish and angry manner. Layers of mist rose from her eyes. Who is this lady? Why is she looking at you like that? Did you go out to attract bees and butterflies again? Woo-woo. How many girls have come to you already? You heartless man. You clearly said that you would only love me. As expected, you only coveted my beauty. Plop. Hearing Luo Qingtong's coquettish voice and seeing her crying face, Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others were instantly stunned. Especially Bei Qing, who was originally furious, suddenly took a step forward, ready to attack Mo Zhuling and the others as soon as Xianxia gave the order. However, Luo Qingtong's sudden move scared him so much that he slipped and almost fell to the ground, his face covered in dirt. Fortunately, Feng Yu, who was next to him, caught him in time. Otherwise, he would have lost all his face as a leader. Oh my evil doctor, what are you doing now? Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others all looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. They had expected many reactions from Luo Qingtong. Some would be cold, some would be angry, and some would turn against their master. However, they did not expect that Luo Qingtong would act in front of Mo Zhuling. However, Feng Yu looked at Mo Zhuling sympathetically. If he was not wrong, this young mistress of the Star Alliance seemed to think that the evil doctor was a flower vase who used his looks to attract people. What's more, he was a good-for-nothing. Oh my god, Feng Yu felt he couldn't watch this anymore. This young lady of the Star Alliance would definitely regret this in the future. Those who knew how powerful the evil doctor was would be miserable if they went against her. However, those who didn't know how powerful she was would be even more miserable if they went against her. Feng Yu still remembered how Luo Qingtong had used her acting skills to trick the Beast Tamer Valley. At that time, the Beast Tamer Valley had been turned upside down. It was said that after the evil doctor and his master left, the Beast Tamer King Guguju was about to vomit blood. It was fine that this young lady of the Star Alliance did not know how powerful the evil doctor was. However, she still treated her like a pretty vase. She would suffer in the future. No, he would probably get a taste of his own medicine soon. Su Yu, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others behind Luo Qingtong, as well as the people from the Skyuan sect and the other sects, were all stunned when they saw Luo Qingtong's change in attitude. Especially those from the sections. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the feeling that Luo Qingtong gave them was that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex turning into a docile kitten. Moreover, it was the kind that meowed and acted cute. The contrast was too great, they really couldn't handle it. Just as everyone was stunned by Luo Qingtong's sudden change in expression and contrast, Luo Qingtong's expression suddenly changed. Mo Zhuling and the other experts of the Star Alliance, who were completely unaware of Luo Qingtong's original personality, looked at Luo Qingtong strangely. The style of the young girl that this expert liked was a bit strange. He actually liked this kind of delicate and pitiful girl, who was like a delicate flower that would break with a snap. However, this young girl looked like she was born with a natural charm. She was truly a rare stunner. The flirtatious charm in her eyes was truly intoxicating. It was no wonder that this expert doted on her so much. For her sake, he didn't hesitate to kill the palace master of the Star Alliance and the others in front of them. Not only that, he didn't even mind that she was from a low-level continent. Only Emo Zhuling saw Luo Qingtong throw herself into Yi Qianxian's arms. Her delicate and enchanting appearance was like a pear blossom in the rain. Her fingernails, which were hidden in her sleeves, dug deeply into her palms. Especially when she saw Yi Qianxian subconsciously block Luo Qingtong and trap her in his arms. His careful appearance was as if he was afraid that she would fall to the ground. The jealousy and anger in her heart grew even stronger. Vixen slut, she nonchalantly pulled her fingernails out of her palms and wiped them clean in her sleeves without batting an eyelid. Then, she looked at Luo Qingtong and said with a smile, "Hello, little sister. You've misunderstood. I don't have feelings for the young master." Emo Zhuling knew that even if she had feelings for Yi Qianxian, she couldn't admit it in front of him. After all, this girl called Yi Qianxian husband, which meant that the two of them were husband and wife. Since that was the case, if Emo Zhuling admitted in front of everyone that she was interested in Yi Qianxian, it would mean that she wanted to be his concubine, but how was that possible, not to mention that Emo Zhuling himself was unwilling. Even if she was willing, Star Alliance couldn't afford to lose face like this. Emo Zhuling wanted to get rid of Luo Qingtong and take over the man by her side. As Emo Zhuling thought of this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, concealing the viciousness and coldness in his eyes. However, while she was talking enthusiastically, Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianren did not bother with her at all. Luo Qi. Yi Qianxian lowered his voice and supported Luo Qingtong. He gritted his teeth subconsciously. What was this woman doing? What a load of nonsense. When did he start flirting with bees and butterflies again? And who knew how many girls he lured home? When did that happen? He didn't even know the woman in front of him. Okay, even though he knew that Luo Qingtong was acting, Yi Qianxian, who had been wrongly accused and discredited, still gritted his teeth. This woman, if she didn't give him some trouble, he would panic. To think that he was so worried that she had lost all her strength and whether there would be any problems. Now it seemed that she was in good condition. The veins on Yi Qianxian's forehead bulged slightly. When Luo Qingtong threw herself into his arms, she used the blind spot to look back at him. What are you doing? You're the only one who's allowed to flirt with bees and butterflies, but I'm not allowed to bully your sweetheart. If you didn't provoke her, why don't you tell me why she came looking for you? She lowered her head abruptly and said helplessly, I know that you despise me for being weak. But you said that you didn't care. You men are all bad guys. Luo Qingtong said and even imitated the melodramatic TV series of the 24th century, pounding Yi Qianxian's chest with her small fists. Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others only felt their mouths twitching and their stomachs hurting. Evil doctor, please stop acting, it's so painful to the eyes. In fact, Luo Qingtong's face was so beautiful that it could topple cities. At this moment, she was crying and looked so delicate and lovely, which was very enchanting and charming. She had an indescribable charm, just like a fairy that could captivate one's soul, causing one to be unable to take their eyes off her. However, Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others were used to Luo Qingtong's domineering and beautiful appearance. It was really difficult for them to associate this, delicate and pitiful girl with Luo Qingtong. They felt that their eyes were cramping and they had misjudged her. Needless to say, the people from the sex were completely dumbfounded. Yi Qianxian looked at the little woman in front of him who was addicted to acting and felt helpless. How did he fall in love with such a seductive spirit? He gritted his teeth slightly and grabbed Luo Qingtong's hand that was pounding and touching him. He accepted his fate and cooperated with her. Yes, it's my fault. Yi Qianxian said and gritted his teeth. I shouldn't be involved with outsiders. He took a deep breath and said, if you don't like them, I will drive them away immediately. Great, Luo Qingtong smiled and gave Yi Qianxian a look that said, you are a promising child. Then she covered her face and cried, look, you finally admitted it. Humph, I knew that she looked at you the same way those people looked at you when we passed by Wanhua building that day. They couldn't wait to tear off your clothes and eat you. How can there be no relationship? Woo woo woo. You men are all liars. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she purposely stomped her feet. She acted very realistically as a woman who caught her man cheating on her and made a scene out of nothing. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Bei Qing and Feng Yu's lips twitched even more. Master's lifetime of wisdom. Ah. Fortunately, this place was remote and no one knew the identity of the master. Otherwise, if word got out, who knew how many jaws would drop? His master, who had always been cold, dignified and noble, like the Son of God, actually had such a helpless side, lowering his head and compromising. Or was he playing along with Luo Qingtong? This was probably something that only the evil doctor could do, right? She wanted her master to completely give up her dignity and nobility, allowing her to do whatever she wanted and pamper her. Everyone was sighing. On the other side, Mo Zhuling couldn't hold it in anymore. It was fine that her words were ignored, but Luo Qingtong and Xianxia were openly showing off their affection in front of her. Compared to Luo Qingtong's unreasonable behavior and Xianxia's indulgence, Mo Zhuling felt as if her heart had been pierced. What made her clench her teeth even more was that Luo Qingtong actually said that she and those people from Wanhua Building, wasn't that the name of a brothel? She said that she was the same as the prostitutes in a brothel? She hated that she couldn't tear off Xianxia's clothes and bite him. Mo Zhuling did indeed have some unknown thoughts about Xianxia, but it wasn't to the extent of revealing them so blatantly. She suppressed the emotions in her eyes very well. But when Luo Qingtong said those words, it seemed as if she was really looking at Xianxia shamelessly. In an instant, Mo Zhuling looked as if someone had ruthlessly ripped off a layer of his skin. He was battered and exhausted. After all, how thirsty was she? How much did she want a man? That was why she was so fixated on Xianxia. To put it bluntly, brothel prostitutes had to see if the patron was rich and whether they could settle the matter with money. She was great. She had only glanced at Xianxia from God knows where outside, and then eagerly came looking for him. She even used Luo Qingtong's matter to threaten Xianxia to join the Star Alliance. She couldn't wait to throw herself at him. She was worse than a brothel prostitute. Luo Qingtong's short sentence seemed to be making trouble for Xianxia, but in reality, she had ripped off Mo Zhuling's skin, put it on the ground, and stepped on it again and again. She made it sound as if she was worthless. Mo Zhuling's entire body trembled. She glanced at the group of Star Alliance experts beside her, only to see that they were all looking at her with a strange expression. They obviously believed Luo Qingtong's words. After all, they were standing beside Mo Zhuling. They didn't notice the way Mo Zhuling looked at Xianxia earlier. But from the fact that she ignored their attempts to stop her and stubbornly wanted to use Luo Qingtong's matter to threaten Xianxia and didn't hesitate to lie, they still believed Luo Qingtong's words. After all, Mo Zhuling had made it so obvious. This was simply too embarrassing. All the experts from the Star Alliance felt extremely ashamed. They knew that Mo Zhuling was interested in Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased after him in every possible way and traveled thousands of miles to find him. For this reason, he did not hesitate to use the Alliance Master's favor in the past. But Eldest Miss should at least be a little more subtle, right? Now that they were caught red-handed by someone else, and it was someone else's legal wife, even if Eldest Young Miss didn't feel ashamed, they felt ashamed. The faces of the Star Alliance experts were not looking good. They looked at Mo Zhuling with displeasure. Young Miss, a Star Alliance expert lowered his voice and said in a deep voice. His tone was very unyielding. Please consider the Star Alliance and don't cross the line. They could not afford to lose face like this. What's more, Eldest Miss still had an engagement. She thought about how Mo Zhuling was still in love with Xianxia despite his engagement. If Mo Zhuling was also interested in her, they would be happy to see it happen and go with the flow. But this would make it obvious that Mo Zhuling was not interested in her. If Eldest Miss continued to be so unforgiving, she would be throwing the Star Alliance's face to the ground and stepping on it. The Star Alliance experts could not tolerate this. If it weren't for Mo Zhuling's status, they would have forcefully dragged her back. Mo Zhuling bit down hard on her lips when she heard what the Star Alliance powerhouse said. Her pink lips were about to bleed from the force of her bite. I didn't. She forced herself to lower her voice and blurted out these words. She did not look at Xianxia that way at all. That vixen across from her was slandering her. Mo Zhuling was very sure that she did not look at Xianxia like Luo Qingtong said. She hid it very well. The girl across from her said that on purpose. Mo Zhuling was jealous that Luo Qingtong could stay by Xianxia's side. Apart from being unreasonable, spoiled, and willful, there was nothing good about her. What was there to like about her? Not to mention, Luo Qingtong was so insidious. She actually dared to lie to her face, she made her sound like she was worthless. Mo Zhuling was so angry that her chest heaved up and down rapidly. She had completely forgotten that she had always coveted Yi Qianxian. Luo Qingtong had only revealed her hidden thoughts. How was that slander? On the other hand, she had deliberately used Luo Qingtong to threaten Yi Qianxian because she didn't want to miss out on Yi Qianxian's eviction order. She didn't hesitate to distort the truth and say that the treasures in the land of the deceased immortals were discovered by the Star Alliance first. This was the true viciousness of slander. Luo Qingtong looked indifferently at the hatred and anger in Mo Zhuling's eyes. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. She didn't care at all. When the other party had the intention to slander her, she should have been aware of this. Why, did she think that a vase and trash like her was easy to bully? Unfortunately, even if Luo Qingtong was a useless vase, she would still let her know what it meant to suffer. In silence, she coveted her man and wanted to scheme against her. The corners of Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. The wickedness and coldness in her eyes didn't disappear from the beginning. Mo Zhuling, who had been staring at Luo Qingtong angrily, saw the smile on her lips. In an instant, she clenched her fists in anger. Bastard, this woman, she really did it on purpose. Mo Zhuling was already very angry because Luo Qingtong had directly pointed out her feelings for Yi Qianxian. In addition, the persuasion of the group of Star Alliance experts made her feel extremely embarrassed. Luo Qingtong made her sound like she was worse than a prostitute who could sleep with anyone. How could she let go of the anger in her heart? Not to mention, when she saw the smile on Luo Qingtong's lips, she was so angry that her whole body trembled. This woman, she gritted her teeth. Unable to tolerate being tricked by Luo Qingtong and losing face, Mo Zhuling simply ignored the persuasion of the Star Alliance experts around him. He stepped forward and said to Yi Qianxian, "Gongzi, I wonder if you've considered what I just said." As she spoke, she looked coldly at Luo Qingtong and said, "If you're sure that you don't want to join our Star Alliance, then we have no choice but to invite this girl to our Star Alliance." After all, as she spoke to hear, she raised her chin, her voice full of arrogance. "Even if we don't care about the treasures of this low-level 9th-class continent, it's not something that anyone can casually take. Especially since it involves the lives of the true Spill Continent Star Alliance Hall. We don't know the truth, but we must investigate." As she spoke to hear, she looked at Yi Qianxian and said, "Gongzi, you're strong, so we don't want to pursue this matter. We'll drop the matter of the Star Alliance Hall's people being killed. But the treasures on this girl's body will have to be taken out. We'll deal with them after we've determined the truth. If we're sure that the treasures are ours, then we'll naturally return them to their rightful owners. Of course, in order to prevent the treasures from being deceived by others, this girl will absolutely have to come with us to the Star Alliance." Mo Zhuling was determined to keep Yi Qianxian in the Star Alliance. She didn't believe that with her identity, appearance, talent and strength, she couldn't move the other party. He was just mesmerized by the vixen next to him. When he found out that the other party couldn't help him with anything other than trouble and embarrassment, he would know who was more suitable for him. Mo Zhuling was confident that he could take the other party. As for Luo Qingtong, she sneered at the girl opposite her. She wanted to see what the other party could do without the man's protection. After leaving the man, when the Star Alliance arrived, she had plenty of ways to deal with her. When Mo Zhuling's words sounded, Yi Qianming's eyes turned cold. He pressed down on Luo Qingtong's body that was about to straighten up and pressed her back into his arms. He knew that this woman would be happy to follow him to the Star Alliance. But Yi Qianming wouldn't allow it. Although he knew that this woman was evil and cunning, she might not be at a disadvantage. But this didn't mean that it was absolute. The Star Alliance's headquarters wasn't like other places. Yi Qianming couldn't let Luo Qingtong take risks. This woman had better behave herself. He could let her do whatever she wanted, but when it came to her safety, he absolutely couldn't. Not to mention that Luo Qingtong had lost all her strength. Yi Qianming wouldn't let her take risks. Luo Qingtong was helplessly held in the man's arms. Her small face knocked against Yi Qianming's collarbone. She raised her hand and rubbed her right cheek that was hurt from the knock. Her lips twitched slightly. Why did this man use so much strength? Was he afraid that she would agree? She wasn't that stupid. That Star Alliance's eldest miss was obviously digging a hole for her to jump into, and she even brought Yi Qianming along. She would only do as she wished if there was something wrong with her brain, even if it was to deal with the other party. Luo Qingtong wouldn't joke about Yi Qianming's matter. Previously, when she faced Fang Jingyu outside the graveyard of immortals, Luo Qingtong would rather expose her identity and make the Celestial Palace and beast-taming King Valley hostile than use Yi Qianming as a stake. There was no way he would agree to go to Star Alliance with Mo Zhuling just because he was angry. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong felt a burst of anger. However, the corners of his lips curled up. Yi Qianming was worried about her. Luo Qingtong found a comfortable position in Yi Qianming's arms and laid there motionlessly. Since she no longer had any strength, she might as well let this man perform well. Didn't Mo Zhuling think that she was just a pretty face and not worthy of this man? Then she would just be a vase. It felt pretty good. Luo Qingtong thought of this, and the corners of her lips curled up even higher. Yi Qianming was originally afraid that she wouldn't be willing to struggle, but when he saw that she only wriggled a few times in his arms and stopped moving, he immediately felt relieved. This woman had finally learned to be a little more obedient. Yi Qianming thought of this, and the light in his eyes softened slightly. The cold and hard lines on his face softened a lot. He lowered his head and stared at the spiral of hair on the girl's head. There was a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart. Luo Qingtong's obedient appearance was really too rare. This kind of soft and harmless, two-faced and obedient appearance was what Yi Qianming liked the most. It was a pity that this woman would only be like this when she lost her strength. But Yi Qianming also knew that if he really did that, he would only lose Luo Qingtong. The girl's radiance was dazzling and peerless. She had her own self-esteem and pride. She would never live by his side like a canary, like a bird in a cage without anyone to rely on. After losing her wings, the phoenix would only cry blood to the sky and die. She would never become a plaything or ornament in the hands of others. Yi Qianming loved Luo Qingtong, so he could only give her the freedom and pride to fly. Even if she would fly away proudly because of this, he would not hesitate. But, Yi Qianming gently stroked Luo Qingtong's hair on the top of her head. His phoenix would not fly far. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, and a pearl shines in the light. Yi Qianming believed that there was no one in this world more suitable for Luo Qingtong than him. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Get out of here immediately. Yi Qianming gently stroked Luo Qingtong's hair. He didn't even raise his head and just said coldly. As for the treasure and the Star Alliance hall that you mentioned, within 3 days, I will send someone to send a treasure that is 100 times more valuable to the Star Alliance. This Star Alliance hall matter will be written off. Mo Zhuling obviously didn't know what Luo Qingtong got, and Yi Qianming didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, with Mo Zhuling's identity, a slight move would affect the whole situation. Yi Qianming didn't care about her and the Star Alliance. But if the Star Alliance people noticed that Luo Qingtong had a lot of sector beasts, then it would cause endless trouble for Luo Qingtong. Therefore, Yi Qianming didn't make a move immediately. She dared to threaten him and even used Luo Qingtong to threaten him. This young miss of the Star Alliance thought that he would give in. He had really made the wrong decision. He would only kill all of them here. The Star Alliance was nothing to him. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Qingtong's previous strength wasn't suitable for her to go there, Yi Qianming would have already taken her away. From here, Mo Zhuling didn't even have a chance to meet him. It was merely a 9-star domain. When Mo Zhuling heard Yi Qianming's words, his face turned pale. She bit her lips and looked at Yi Qianming. She didn't expect that Yi Qianming would ignore her even after she had made herself so clear. He asked him to scram. Mo Zhuling was both embarrassed and angry. She stared at the direction where Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianming were leaning against each other. She bit her lips so hard that they were about to bleed. The Star Alliance experts around her were restless. The compensation of 100 times that of a high-grade continent was already enough to shock them. The strength of the other party and the depth of their foundation were absolutely not something they could imagine. They couldn't let the eldest miss continue to cause trouble like this. The other party's compensation was enough for them to settle the matter peacefully. To put it bluntly, not to mention the deaths of the True Spill Continent Star Alliance experts, even if another 10 groups died, they might not be able to match up to 1/10 of the compensation that Yi Qianming offered. What's more, the fact that Luo Qingtong's treasure belonged to the Star Alliance was originally the eldest miss's deliberate distortion of the truth. Everyone thought about it and immediately wanted to persuade her. If the eldest miss didn't agree, then they would take her away by force. They absolutely couldn't let the eldest miss continue to be so willful. It didn't matter if they offended the eldest miss because of this. After all, this matter was originally the eldest miss' fault. If they reported this matter, the ones who would be punished would definitely not be them. On the contrary, not only were they not at fault, they were also meritorious. Everyone thought so and immediately wanted to speak. No need. We, the Star Alliance, won't take advantage of you, Mo Zhuling said resolutely. Her gaze was fixed on Luo Qingtong. Her eyes were filled with jealousy. What right did she have to receive Yi Qianxian's love and protection? How was she not better than her? But the other party just told her to get lost. As the daughter of the Star Alliance's leader, Mo Zhuling had always gotten whatever she wanted. In the Star domain, countless young talents had expressed their goodwill to her. She had never been rejected. Nor had she been ignored so thoroughly. She saw how Yi Qianxian cared for Luo Qingtong, causing waves of anger and jealousy to rise in her heart. She definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. The other party had to go back with her. As long as she could keep the other party in the Star Alliance, she would have a chance. Mo Zhuling thought so and immediately said in a deep voice, "We, the Star Alliance, are not blackmailing you. Gongzi, please accept your compensation. As for the treasure on her, since it belongs to the Star Alliance, we must take it away. If Gongzi isn't willing to join the Star Alliance, then we can only offend you." Young miss. The moment Mo Zhuling's words left her mouth, the Star Alliance experts around her were shocked. They couldn't help but anxiously cry out. What was the young miss trying to do? This was too much, the crowd thought. They didn't even try to persuade her and directly wanted to take her away by force. However, before they could do anything, Mo Zhuling's voice rang out again. "Shut up." Her voice was cold. Her gaze swept across the Star Alliance experts. "This matter concerns the honor of the Star Alliance. Whoever dares to stop me will be smearing the honor of the Star Alliance. At that time, don't blame me for being rude when I return." As soon as Mo Zhuling said that, the Star Alliance experts who were about to attack immediately froze. Mo Zhuling's words were too serious. They couldn't bear the consequences. Even though they knew that Mo Zhuling was abusing his position for personal gain, they didn't dare to act rashly when Mo Zhuling used the honor and reputation of the Star Alliance to pressure them. "Young miss. Are you stupid?" a Star Alliance expert said angrily. That expert clearly had the intention to back down, but the eldest young miss just had to be overbearing. Did she think that by forcing him to join Star Alliance, he would do as she wished? She had pushed away an ally that she could have made a good relationship with for no reason, just because of her little girly thoughts. The experts of the Star Alliance found it hard to understand. At this time, Mo Zhuling looked at Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian and said, "Young master, please ask the girl beside you to come out. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I will do. Please forgive me, young master." Mo Zhuling's lips curled into a smile, but his face was full of arrogance. She looked in Luo Qingtong's direction and sneered with disdain. So what if he had someone protecting him? She didn't believe that this man would go against the Star Alliance for her. Since he had the intention to back down, it meant that he didn't want to go against the Star Alliance. That was why Mo Zhuling had threatened her so harshly. However, she didn't know that she had completely misunderstood the cause and effect. Yi Qianxian had been willing to back down because he didn't want the Star Alliance to find out that Luo Qingtong had a sector beast. It wasn't because he was afraid of the Star Alliance. Since Mo Zhuling was so overbearing, he lowered his head and said to Luo Qingtong, "Wait here, I'll be back soon." Mo Zhuling had a lot of venerable realm powerhouses around him. And they weren't like that skeleton with an incomplete consciousness. Yi Qianxian couldn't clash with them in the True Spill continent. Otherwise, the True Spill continent would be destroyed, and Luo Qingtong and the others would also suffer. The girl didn't have any strength in her body. Yi Qianxian couldn't let her be in danger. "You stay here and protect her," he said to Feng Yu. "Yes." Feng Yu hurriedly accepted the order. Naturally, he knew his master's scruples. Yi Qianxian went out to deal with the people from the Star Alliance. If a fish escaped the net and broke into the True Spill continent, it wouldn't be good if they hurt the evil doctor. His master really planned for the evil doctor to the extreme. But his master was probably enjoying it, right? After all, the evil doctor was rarely protected by his master like this. Feng Yu secretly thought in his heart. After Yi Qianming finished instructing Feng Yu, he turned to Mo Zhuling and the others and said, "I'll go back with you." As soon as he said this, Mo Zhuling's eyes lit up. "Okay." She looked at Yi Qianming, her face full of unconcealable joy. This man had indeed compromised for the sake of the woman beside him. Mo Zhuling's lips curled up slightly. The joy in his eyes couldn't be concealed, although he still hated Luo Qingtong in his heart. But since the man had compromised, then that woman was nothing to be afraid of. Mo Zhuling chuckled, his heart full of joy. When this man went back with her to the Star Alliance and saw her identity and strength, why would he think of this woman again? There would be no harm if there was no comparison. Mo Zhuling was confident that if Yi Qianming saw her excellence, why would he fall for a useless woman like Luo Qingtong? She suddenly looked at Yi Qianming coquettishly and shyly, then turned around and led the way. A group of experts from the Star Alliance followed behind her, their hearts filled with bewilderment. They didn't know why Yi Qianming changed his mind so quickly. Looking at the man's calm expression, the powerhouses of the Star Alliance felt their hearts skip a beat. He wouldn't be planning to wipe out all of them, would he? However, the crowd quickly denied this idea. After all, although they weren't the strongest in the Star Alliance, they were still above average. A group of Green Supremacy Realm and Cyan Supremacy Realm experts were all extremely powerful among their peers. Not to mention there were other people protecting her. No matter how tyrannical the other party's strength was, he might not be able to kill them all. At that time, as long as one escaped, the entire continent would be destroyed. The other party probably wouldn't do that. With this thought in mind, everyone immediately felt relieved. In the True Spill continent. After Luo Qingtong said something to Feng Yu, she sat on the ground and prepared to meditate. She wanted to see if she could regenerate a little power from her dantian and restore her strength. She had been sucked dry, not even a little bit was left. Otherwise, the power would have been replenished by itself. Now, she had to restart the cultivation method, just like an ordinary person who had just started cultivating. She had to regenerate power from nothing. This process would take anywhere from 2 to 4 hours to 2 to 3 days. However, Luo Qingtong was a fraud. She had transmigrated. Her body had its own strength, she didn't have the experience of starting from nothing. She had to slowly explore from the basics. The time she needed to spend was much longer than the average person. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's lips twitched slightly. No one would believe her if she told others about this. A dignified holy venerable realm powerhouse didn't even know the basics of cultivation, but she just didn't know. What could she do? As Luo Qingtong thought about it, her lips twitched even more. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared beside her. Luo Qingtong's entire body was immersed in her body, and she was unaware of the outside world. When this huge vortex appeared, her eyes suddenly opened, and the consciousness in her body fiercely returned. However, it was too late. Shua. The moment she opened her eyes, Luo Qingtong's figure disappeared from the spot. Evil doctor. Not far away, Feng Yu was slightly retreating to avoid disturbing Luo Qingtong's recovery. He was adjusting his breath as he saw this scene, and instantly turned pale with fright. He hurriedly ran over. However, this vortex was too fast for him to react. By the time he rushed in front of Luo Qingtong, the girl had already disappeared in front of him. Evil doctor. Feng Yu reached out his hand, and only caught a mass of air that had disappeared. Luo Qingtong's entire body, such a big living person, had disappeared right in front of him just like that. When Feng Yu's figure rushed towards Luo Qingtong, Su Yu and the other sect members who were adjusting their breath and increasing their strength saw the scene. In an instant, Su Yu, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others fiercely jumped up from the ground. Not only that, but Su Yu, Ling Tianhan, and the others who were adjusting their breath and restoring their strength, abruptly interrupted their circulation of breath. They spat out blood as they rushed towards Luo Qingtong. Master! Boss! Everyone's voices were filled with tears of blood as they watched Luo Qingtong's figure disappear in front of him. What's going on? How could Master suddenly disappear in front of him? The group of people were almost crazy as they bombarded the place where Luo Qingtong had disappeared, trying to find a clue as to how Luo Qingtong had left. just as they were about to go crazy, outside the Truespill continent. Xianxia's eyes were cold as he passed through the star gate with Mo Zhuling and the others, and appeared in the starry sky outside the star gate. The Truespill continent was beneath their feet. From what Xianxia and the others could see, this floating continent was a relatively large one. Such continents could be found everywhere in the starry sky. He would not leave the astral gate before reaching the venerable realm. The exalted realm was the best cultivation for a cultivator to survive in the outer realms. Although a sage realm cultivator could survive in the starry sky, there was a limit to how long they could last. He had to find another continent to enter and replenish his strength when his strength reached its limit. Otherwise, they would be crushed to death by the immense spirit chi pressure in the outer realm. This was the reason why Xianxia hadn't taken Luo Qingtong to the outer space when she had reached the Saint Realm. The strength of the Saint Realm was the minimum requirement to enter the starry sky, but it wasn't the minimum requirement to survive. That kind of strength was too low, completely at the bottom of the outer realm. The slightest accident could lead to Luo Qingtong's death. Xianxia naturally wouldn't let Luo Qingtong take this risk. Although he knew he could protect her. But what Luo Qingtong wanted was definitely not his constant protection and the ability to be at the bottom of the hierarchy. This was why he had told Luo Qingtong not to go to the outer realms when she was still in the Sage Realm. At that time, Xianxia had already planned for Luo Qingtong to go to the land of the fallen immortals. Afterwards, she refined the immortal jade bone and increased her strength. Luo Qingtong's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Xianxia's plan had not been put to use. Thinking of the girl who always brought him great surprises and shocks, the corners of Xianxia's lips curled up. But soon, he pulled them back down. Xianxia coldly looked at Mo Zhuling and the others in front of him. After exiting the star door, he stopped. Beiqing and the others behind him also stopped when they saw him stop. Each of them coldly looked at Mo Zhuling and the others in front of them. These people from the Star Alliance really didn't know what was good for them. They actually dared to threaten their master. Perhaps Mo Zhuling and the others thought that the strength of the Star Alliance was strong enough. However, if their master's strength wasn't limited, even if there were 10 or 20 Star Alliance members, he would still be able to turn them into ashes. He wouldn't give them any chance to resist. Beiqing and the others' eyes were cold. As for Mo Zhuling and the others, they had already sensed something the moment Yi Qianren and the others stopped. "Young master, why did you stop?" Mo Zhuling looked at Yi Qianxian with sparkling eyes. She glanced at Beiqing and the others behind Yi Qianxian and chuckled. "Young master, are you going back on your word?" She gently covered her mouth, smiling peacefully and beautifully. "Young master, do you think you can go all out now that you've left the Truespill continent? However, as the daughter of the Star Alliance's leader, I can't lack protection. Therefore, I advise young master not to waste his time. Unless you can kill me and the people around me in an instant. Otherwise, as long as one of us escapes or a piece of news spreads out, I'm afraid that the Truespill continent and the girl inside will be in big trouble." Mo Zhuling's voice was sweet. She looked at Yi Qianxian and chuckled. "So, young master, you should obediently come with me." Mo Zhuling was full of confidence. The people in front of her were not the only ones she had to protect. Yi Qianxian had left Truespill continent and no longer had any scruples, but wasn't she the same? She loved the man in front of her. Even if she had to force him, she would force him to join the Star Alliance. At that time, they would be together every day and every night. She believed that he would definitely be moved by her. Mo Zhuling looked at Yi Qianxian affectionately. "Young master, please." Her words were filled with strong confidence and pride. However, Yi Qianxian only glanced at her and did not say anything. Even the expression on his face did not change at all. Beiqing and the others calmly looked at Mo Zhuling, their faces full of amusement. The other party could have used anything to threaten their master, but he chose to use strength. Not to mention that she had other people protecting her, even the Star Alliance's leader and the others were here to protect her. Under the full power of his master, he was still disintegrated like a chicken or a dog. The other party did not understand the extent of their master's strength. If they did not consider the damage to their meridians, how could their master kill them in an instant? An instant was enough for them to die 100 times over. Even if the Star Alliance's leader and the others were here, it would still be the same. Everyone coldly looked at Mo Zhuling and the others. Surround them. To kill them, why would he need Beiqing and the others to attack together? Yi Qianxian didn't bring them out to surround and kill Mo Zhuling and the others. It was to surround Mo Zhuling and the others so that they wouldn't have a chance to escape and enter the True Spill continent, threatening the existence of Luo Qingtong and the others. If it weren't for this, why would Yi Qianxian bring Beiqing and the others out? Why would he leave with Mo Zhuling and the others and wait until they were outside the True Spill continent before attacking? Young master. Seeing Beiqing and the others disperse, Mo Zhuling's heart fiercely thumped. She looked at Yi Qianxian, her shy eyes revealing a trace of disbelief. The other party had actually attacked. Under the circumstances where he had made his words so obvious, why, there was no benefit to him at all. He still wanted to attack. Wasn't it better to return to the Star Alliance with her, that useless woman from the True Spill continent? How was she better than her? Was it just because of her face? How could he be so reckless? Mo Zhuling's fingernails clenched. Her beautiful eyes looked in Yi Qianxian's direction, and she coldly said, "Young master. Think about it carefully. I know you are tyrannical, but with just you and the people around you, you don't have the ability to make us all stay here and not leak a single piece of information. If you stop now, I can pretend that this never happened." In Mo Zhuling's opinion, Yi Qianxian's strength was tyrannical. Before, he had seriously injured the powerhouses of the Star Alliance who had gone to hunt the nine-tailed fox, but even with such strength, he might not be able to contend with the Star Alliance. After all, the powerhouses who had gone to hunt the nine-tailed fox were not all of the Star Alliance's powerhouses, not to mention that her father and the most powerful elders of the main hall did not participate in that hunt. Even though the other party was able to heavily injure the Star Alliance members, they didn't have the strength to kill them. Was that not the case? Now, he was actually going against the Star Alliance for the sake of a woman from a ninth-tier continent, and even wanted to kill her. This made Mo Zhuling feel as if her heart was being ruthlessly sliced by something. She simply could not accept this. She was the pride of the heavens. How could he not be comparable to a woman from a low-grade ninth-class continent? Just as Mo Zhuling was gritting his teeth in his heart, the sudden change in the aura around them caused their expressions to change instantly. This? The Star Alliance fighters around Mo Zhuling looked at Yi Qianxian in shock. The man's body exuded a terrifying power that was as vast as the long river of heaven. In that instant, all of their bodies were imprisoned. The flowing river of stars and the resplendent starry sky seemed to freeze in that instant. All of the spiritual aura around them froze in that instant. Even the aura within their bodies froze. The man's aura was so vast that it almost instantly enveloped them and the space around them. In that instant, he was the ruler of this starry sky. Wherever his aura enveloped, it was his king's domain. The terrifying power that erupted from Yi Qianxian's body made everyone tremble in fear. And this was only the power of his aura. The experts of the Star Alliance looked at Yi Qianxian with indescribable shock in their eyes, especially Mo Zhuling. She was suddenly enveloped by Yi Qianxian's aura. Even though she used all the treasures that the leader of the Star Alliance had given her, she couldn't move at all. Only now did she know how powerful this man was. Could it be that he was still hiding his true strength when he was hunting the nine-tailed fox? Otherwise, with the strength that he was showing now, how could those experts of the Star Alliance return to the Star Alliance alive? Mo Zhuling's face was full of shock. But he didn't know that Yi Qianxian's meridians were limited at that time. Before he killed the nine-tailed fox and took her essence blood to prolong his life. With his strength, he couldn't free himself to kill those experts of the Star Alliance who were secretly plotting against him while he was dealing with the nine-tailed fox. But now, he had already taken the essence blood of the nine-tailed fox, and his meridians had recovered a lot of strength. Now, the strength that he could withstand was greatly increased. Naturally, the strength that Yi Qianxian could use was also greater. Yi Qianxian's full strength was about 50% of his strength when he was at his peak. But it couldn't last long. Otherwise, the nine-tailed fox's essence blood would be used up too much, and his meridians would collapse again. At that time, the effect of the 3 years of life extension would disappear completely, but even if he could only attack for a moment, it was enough to kill all of Mo Zhuling and the others in front of him, including the people who were hiding around her, the people she was supposed to protect. Get out here. Yi Qianxian's cold voice sounded. In the next second, under the wide-open eyes of Mo Zhuling and the others, figures were all squeezed out of the starry sky by the terrifying power that was wildly overflowing from Yi Qianxian's body. Uncle Zhang. Seeing those people being forced out of the starry sky, Missouri Zhuling's beautiful eyes widened. His eyes were full of disbelief. Uncle Zhang was the leader of these people. At the same time, he was the captain of the personal guards of the Star Alliance's leader. At the same time, he was one of the 9 Amethyst Elder powerhouses, and the strength of the Star Alliance's personal guards were all at least at the Amethyst Elder realm. These people were all the trusted aides of the Star Alliance's leader. It was unknown how much manpower and effort was spent to cultivate them. If it wasn't necessary, they wouldn't be used. Uncle Zhang's people's Uncle Zhang's was Uncle Zhang. The latter's strength and identity were a mystery. Uncle Zhang's Uncle Zhang was the Star Alliance's. Kami Yi Zhang's. Thus, Uncle Zhang brought the Star Alliance's personal guards to protect Mo Zhuling. The latter's confidence all came from Uncle Zhang and the others. But at this moment, nearly 20 Amethyst Elder powerhouses were all frozen in midair by Yi Qianxian's aura. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. Even Uncle Zhang, a 9th Realm Amethyst Elder, whose strength wasn't any weaker than the Grand Elders of the main hall, was the same. The complexions of the Star Alliance's powerhouses finally changed. They looked at the man in front of them, who was like a king descending to the world. They didn't know how he could be so strong. Even a 9th level Amethyst Elder could be easily stopped by him. Just how strong was the other party? Qingtong. He could feel Luo Qingtong's aura instantly vanish from the True Spill continent. She had truly vanished. Her aura no longer existed within the True Spill continent. Yi Qianren didn't have time to deal with Mo Zhuling and the others. He flicked his sleeves and rushed towards True Spill continent. Master? Seeing Yi Qianxian's sudden movements, Bei Qing and the others were shocked. What was going on? What happened to the evil doctor? Everyone knew just how important Luo Qingtong was to Yi Qianxian. It could be said that 100 Star Alliance members added together weren't as important as a single hair on Luo Qingtong's head. Immediately, everyone followed Yi Qianxian towards the True Spill continent. As Yi Qianxian's figure left, the Star Alliance powerhouses instantly regained their freedom. Young miss, this time you've really stirred up a great disaster. Uncle Zhang's complexion was ugly. As he looked at the departing figures of Yi Qianxian and the others, he was horrified to the extreme. He had just been forced out of the starry skies, and all his struggles had been useless. Finally, he had been suppressed by the other party's mountain-like strength. He hadn't been able to use the least bit of his strength. How had the young miss managed to provoke such a powerhouse? And he had even forced them to surround and kill them. What the hell is going on here? He angrily glared at the people around Mo Zhuling. You accompanied the young miss to that low-level continent to invite that powerhouse, so how did things end up like this? Uncle Zhang's complexion was ugly. If they didn't tell the truth, he would tear them all to shreds. Because they were too strong, they didn't want to enter the True Spill continent, lest they arouse the other party's hostility. Who would have thought that Mo Zhuling and the others would go and bring them out? But in the end, the other party wanted to kill them. If they didn't explain this matter clearly, he would immediately skin them alive. The experts of the Star Alliance, on the other hand, didn't dare to hide the truth when they saw the fury on his face. Not to mention that they had always been against Mo Zhuling doing this, but the latter still insisted on doing it. Now that they had angered Mo Zhuling, who was much more powerful than they had imagined, how could they be willing to take the blame for him? He immediately recounted everything that had happened in the True Spill continent. Finally, he emphasized that they had repeatedly tried to dissuade him, but Mo Zhuling had stubbornly refused to listen. Everyone's words were exactly the same. When Uncle Zhang heard this, his expression turned even uglier. Eldest miss, you're being silly. How could Mo Zhuling force such a strong cultivator, even if the other party didn't have such strength in the end and really followed her back to Star Alliance? It would be good enough if he didn't find an opportunity to make the Star Alliance fall apart. Eldest miss actually hoped that the other party would change his mind and be together with her. But she didn't know that what such a strong cultivator hated the most was being threatened, not to mention that the eldest miss had been aggressive and had threatened the other party more than once. Uncle Zhang's complexion was ugly to the extreme. He originally thought that if this matter wasn't serious, he would immediately take Mo Zhuling and leave this place and avoid this strong cultivator. But now that something like this had happened, he feared that the other party wouldn't let it go, not to mention, listening to the other party's words, he feared that something had happened to the precious young girl he had left behind in the Truespill continent. If this matter was blamed on the Star Alliance, there would be no end of trouble. Now that things have come to this, there's no other way. He coldly looked at the Star Alliance members and said, "The only thing we can do now is to immediately gather all the elite experts of the Star Alliance and eliminate this expert. Otherwise, endless trouble." Uncle Zhang's voice was cold. Especially when the other party was the person who had previously snatched the nine-tailed fox that they wanted to kill. He thought of the secret information he had learned from the mouths of the Star Alliance's chief hall masters who had luckily escaped. They had secretly plotted against the mysterious expert and had almost let him be killed by the nine-tailed celestial fox. These grudges made Uncle Zhang's tone of voice not have the slightest hesitation when he gave the order. In an instant, he crushed the Star Alliance's emergency mobilization order in his hand. There were only a few of these in the entire Star Alliance. Apart from the Star Alliance's Grand Elders who had absolute control over most of the power in the Star Alliance, Uncle Zhang was the only one who had one. Once the Star Alliance's emergency mobilization order was issued, no matter where the experts of the Star Alliance were, they would immediately be summoned. Of course, this was only limited to the top purple venerable experts. Under normal circumstances, this order would only be used when the survival of the Star Alliance was in danger. Whoosh! Under Uncle Zhang's crushing, the Star Alliance's emergency mobilization order instantly condensed into a huge formation. Then, the top purple venerable experts of the Star Alliance all around the Star Alliance received the summons from the Star Alliance's emergency mobilization order. Apart from those who were in seclusion or in special secret realms and regions, and were unable to receive the summons, everyone else appeared in the formation. What's going on? A purple venerable level 9 expert of the Star Alliance rushed in front of Uncle Zhang. His gaze swept over the group and coldly said, "Why did you forcibly use the Star Alliance's emergency mobilization order?" The Star Alliance emergency mobilization order cannot be used unless it concerns the life and death of the Star Alliance. However, when the top experts of the Star Alliance arrived, all they saw was a desolate and remote area. This region was located at the very edge of the Star Alliance's star field. It was surrounded by level 8 and 9 low-level continents. Even level 7 ones were extremely rare. How could there be anything that could endanger the survival of the Star Alliance in such a place? This 9th-level Amethyst Elder's face was extremely stern. How could Uncle Zhang and the others expose Mo Zhuling's wrongdoings to the public? It must be known that Mo Zhuling had done something that could destroy the Star Alliance and offend such a powerful and terrifying expert. Even with the protection of the Alliance Master, it would be difficult for the young miss to escape punishment. It was very likely that she would lose her identity and everything she had. Everyone thought this way and immediately kept their mouths shut. As for the people by Mo Zhuling's side, although they dared to tell Uncle Zhang the truth, it was because they couldn't hide it from him. Uncle Zhang would definitely protect Mo Zhuling. However, in front of these top experts of the Star Alliance, they didn't dare to make a sound. Once this matter was exposed, not only Mo Zhuling, but even they wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Furthermore, the young miss had the protection of the Alliance Master. They wouldn't be so lucky. When the top experts of the Star Alliance appeared, Mo Zhuling fiercely bit his lips. She looked in Xianxia's direction. She was unwilling to give up on the man's handsome appearance and powerful strength. Something seemed to have happened to that seductive bitch. If something really happened to her, and Xianxia was under the pressure of the top experts of the Star Alliance, was willing to abandon their former enmity and compromise with the Star Alliance, would she still have a chance to be with him? Thinking this, Mo Zhuling's heart began to violently beat. She looked towards the Truespill continent and prayed in her heart. It would be best if Luo Qingtong died. Truespill continent, hidden world. Yi Qianqian's figure flashed, and he appeared at the place where Luo Qingtong had disappeared. Master. Feng Yu knelt on the ground, not daring to get up. His master had ordered him to protect the evil doctor, but he had allowed her to disappear without a trace in front of him. This was a mistake he didn't dare to explain. Yi Qianxian didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at the place where Luo Qingtong had disappeared. In that place, Xianxia could feel some spatial fluctuations vibrating. Others couldn't see these vibrations, but in Xianxia's eyes, they clearly existed. Wang, his eyes were icy cold, and the aura around his body shook. In the next second, Xianxia's body vibrated with an extremely terrifying aura, spreading to the place where Luo Qingtong had disappeared. These spatial fluctuations were extremely subtle. Besides Xianxia, no one else could see them. Rumble rumble rumble, as Xianxia's terrifying aura spread out, the entire hidden world, as well as True Spill continent, began to violently tremble. Seeing this, Suyu and the others, who had been in tears because of Luo Qingtong's disappearance, slowly calmed down. They looked towards Xianxia's direction with hope. With dark revered strength, he might be able to find out what had happened to Luo Qingtong, what that vortex was, and whether or not there was any danger. As everyone watched Luo Qingtong disappear, they nearly went crazy. They couldn't imagine what would happen if something happened to Luo Qingtong because of this. As for Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others, who stood beside Xianxia, they were also frightened. Along the way, no one knew better than them just how important Luo Qingtong was in Xianxia's heart. The young girl was Xianxia's only reason and goal for living. It was because of Luo Qingtong's existence that Xianxia had changed his mind. He had gone from going with the flow, to fighting against the heavens. He wasn't willing to accept the fate of only being able to live to 28 years old. It could be said that Luo Qingtong was Xianxia's only hope to live. Now that the young girl had disappeared, if something really happened to her, not to mention this star territory, even the entire spacetime outside would find it difficult to withstand Xianxia's wrath. Everyone's hearts trembled with fear. Xianxia's aura entered deep into the spatial ripples, carefully investigating the direction and origin of the spatial ripples. However, nothing at all. Xianxia's soul force and consciousness instantly searched the entire True Spill continent and the hidden world space mezzanine. He searched every single place, but he couldn't find Luo Qingtong's aura. The young girl was no longer in True Spill continent. Not only that, but she wasn't even in this star territory. Xianxia's eyes were ice cold. His aura continued to penetrate deep into these space fluctuations, but it was blocked. A continent barrier like True Spill continent couldn't stop him. Only the barriers between star fields could do that. Xianxia's eyes were chilling to the extreme. Without thinking, he continued to stimulate the strength within his body. At this moment, the meridians in his body even emitted a popping sound, and faintly discernible blood seeped out from his body. Master. No, the amount of power Master was using had already surpassed the amount of blood essence he had obtained from killing the nine-tailed fox. If this went on, his 3 years of life extension would be gone. Not only that, but his meridians would become even more fragile than before. Her master was already 28 years old. If this went on, Master might not be able to live long enough to find the evil doctor. Master, no. You can't continue to use your power like this. The group of people hurriedly rushed towards Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia's bloodshot eyes about to push them away, the group of people hurriedly shouted, Master, if you do this, you will hurt yourself. What will happen to the evil doctor then? Xianxia turned a deaf ear to the words that they had said earlier. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Xianxia's sleeve suddenly froze. These words were spoken by Bei Qing. Feng Yu and the others gave him a look of appreciation, and then hurriedly said to Xianxia, That's right. Master, if something happens to you, what will happen to the evil doctor? Don't forget, the evil doctor's talent is unparalleled. Her talent is incomparably valiant, and her abilities are outstanding. It's fine if she's in the True Spill continent, but if she goes out into the star field, who knows how many people will covet and spy on her. Master, you mustn't let your emotions affect your decisions. The group of people tried their best to persuade him. At this moment, only the matter of Luo Qingtong could appease Xianxia's violent emotions, and allow his master to regain his rationality. Whoever started the trouble should untie it. Luo Qingtong had always been the most important thing in Xianxia's heart. Bang! As soon as their voices came out, Xianxia's sleeve suddenly changed direction, and heavily slammed into a place not far behind them. His eyes seemed to contain countless saber lights and blood swords, and they were extremely sharp, as if they could pierce through the sky. It's the aura of an inscription. Xianxia's gaze was cold. Although his search was fruitless, he was still able to discern some things from it. The formation of those spatial fluctuations was not accidental. Luo Qingtong's disappearance was caused by the power of inscriptions. Was it caused by the inheritance of the immortal Slayer Palace? The light in Xianxia's eyes was as sharp as a sword. He forcibly suppressed the tyrannical aura in his heart that wanted to destroy everything. With a flick of his sleeve, he collected the remaining spatial fluctuations into his sleeve. He wanted to return to that side and use the spatial fluctuations to find Luo Qingtong's location. The girl would be fine. He wouldn't let anything happen to her. He would definitely investigate the matter behind the Immortal Slayer Palace thoroughly. Yi Qianren's finger gently stroked the surface of the 10-directional dragon ring. After confirming that there was no warning from the aura of the ring, Yi Qianren's eyes suddenly turned cold and his figure disappeared in front of everyone. Let's go. As his cold voice sounded, Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others all disappeared in front of everyone. Boom. When Yi Qianxian's figure appeared outside the True Spill continent again, the top powerhouses of the Star Alliance had already learned from Uncle Zhang that there was an extremely powerful powerhouse here who wanted to harm the Star Alliance. They hid the fact that Mo Zhuling had taken a liking to her and wanted to forcefully bring her back to the Star Alliance. He didn't even hesitate to threaten her with the woman he loved. They knew that if they said that, the top experts of the Star Alliance definitely wouldn't go against Yi Qianxian. After all, the man was strong and Mo Zhuling was in the wrong in the first place. This was completely a personal grudge between her and Yi Qianxian. It had nothing to do with the Star Alliance. However, Yi Qianxian was so strong that if they didn't borrow the strength of the top experts of the Star Alliance, they wouldn't be able to deal with him at all. Therefore, Uncle Zhang and the others insisted that Yi Qianxian wanted to harm the people of the Star Alliance. In addition to the matter of the heavenly nine-tailed fox, the top experts of the Star Alliance immediately believed them. They believed that Yi Qianxian deliberately came to cause trouble for the Star Alliance. The moment Yi Qianren's figure appeared in the starry sky, a group of top experts from the Star Alliance stared at him with an unfriendly expression. You're the one who stole the heavenly nine-tailed fox that the Star Alliance was supposed to kill and injured the experts of the Star Alliance? A top expert of the Star Alliance, Purple Supremacy Level 9, looked at Yi Qianxian with an unkind expression. He was on good terms with one of the Star Alliance Grand Hall Masters who went to kill the heavenly nine-tailed fox. The other party was injured by Yi Qianxian and was still recuperating. The people of the Star Alliance were searching everywhere for the person who killed the heavenly nine-tailed fox. They didn't expect the person to be on a low-class continent. When Yi Qianxian saw their imposing auras and figures, he coldly replied with a single word. Scram. He had to immediately return to that side. He didn't have time to tangle with these people here. Impudent. The top experts of the Star Alliance were furious. Which one of them was not a Grand Hall Master of a region? Who knew how many subordinates they commanded? Their strength was enough to show disdain for everyone. When they saw Yi Qianxian treating them like they were nothing, they immediately rushed towards him, not even in the mood to question him. Since the other party was so arrogant, it was obvious that what Uncle Zhang and the others said about the other party wanting to harm the Star Alliance was true. If they let him leave this time, who knew what he would do to the Star Alliance in the future? With that thought in mind, the top players of the Star Alliance immediately attacked Yi Qianxian. Yi Qianxian's eyes turned cold as he watched them charge towards him. The aura in his body that was on the verge of rioting could no longer be held back. With a boom, it violently surged out of his body. Rumble. In an instant, the starry sky collapsed, heaven and earth turned upside down, and blood splattered everywhere. All the top experts of the Star Alliance who rushed within 100 meters of Yi Qianxian exploded and died in an instant. Their bodies were penetrated by the aura of power that shot out of Yi Qianxian's body. With a boom, they exploded into countless pieces in front of everyone's eyes. Countless terrifying auras swirled around Yi Qianxian's body. The starry sky seemed to be just a stepping stone under his feet. The man stepped on the starry sky. His strength was like a dragon, and his aura was like a torch. He was as mighty as the god of the heavens. He was as mighty as the emperor of the demons. At this moment, Yi Qianxian's violent and uncontrollable anger and coldness due to Luo Qingtong's disappearance suddenly erupted. He simply raised his hand. Boom. Then with a bang, he was crushed into a pile of flesh and blood under everyone's shocked gazes. A peak level 9 Amethyst Elder was actually unable to fight back against Xianxia's casual move. The Star Alliance's peak level experts who were charging towards Xianxia were instantly stunned. They looked at Xianxia's direction in shock. They didn't expect the other party to be so strong. Uncle Zhang and the others who were about to charge forward with the Star Alliance's peak level experts froze on the spot. They looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Their hearts were overwhelmed with shock. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Everyone's hearts turned cold. Uncle Zhang deeply felt that he had made a huge mistake. He originally thought that by using the Star Alliance's emergency summons, he could use the advantage of numbers to deal with Xianxia. But now, she saw the man casually killing a group of experts. Not to mention the peak-level experts he had gathered from the Star Alliance. Even if there were 10 more batches, they still wouldn't be Qianming's match. What was going on? How could the other party be so strong? Who was he? 3 stars. 1 star. Which powerful star domain was he from? How could he appear on a low-level continent where the Star Alliance was located? Uncle Zhang was about to go crazy. The people who were even crazier than him were the peak-level experts he had summoned from the Star Alliance. Qianming's strength was completely beyond their imagination. How could such a person say that he had ill intentions towards the Star Alliance? He could destroy the Star Alliance with a raise of his hand, alright. He could kill a level 9 Amethyst Elder like a chicken or a dog. With this kind of strength, why would he need to scheme against the Star Alliance? The peak-level experts of the Star Alliance all had ashen expressions. How could they not know that there was something fishy going on? They must have been deceived by Uncle Zhang and the others. As for Mo Zhuling, when Qianming's aura erupted, his eyes were filled with shock as he looked in Qianming's direction. So strong, he was actually this strong. It was far more powerful than what she had imagined. All the thoughts in Mo Zhuling's mind were shattered. She originally thought that after everyone captured Qianming, she would run over to plead for mercy and persuade the other party. Who would have thought that this man was so strong that he could kill their Star Alliance's top expert with just a raise of his hand? With this kind of strength, all the things she thought of before were a complete joke. Such a man was powerful, handsome, and had an extraordinary aura. It wasn't hers. Mo Zhuling bit his lips and looked in Qianming's direction. His eyes were filled with infatuation and fear. After Qianming killed the top expert of the Star Alliance, he waved his hand. Boom boom boom. A terrifying aura surged around him and in an instant, it pierced through the bodies of countless top experts of the Star Alliance. The faces of the top experts of the Star Alliance were like doomsday. Uncle Zhang and the others looked at the hell-like scene in front of them and felt their scalps tingle. Just as their legs turned to jelly and they were about to collapse to the ground, boom. In the starry sky not far from the Truespill continent, a huge teleportation array suddenly appeared in front of him. Wang. Silhouettes appeared one after another within it. These figures had extremely terrifying auras lingering around them. Strong, so strong. As they looked at the figures that appeared, the shock and horror on their faces had reached the peak. Compared to when Xianxia had revealed his strength, they were even more shocked and frightened. How could this be? Where did all these people come from? How could they appear in this tiny star territory of theirs? At this moment, in front of the numerous peak powerhouses of the Star Alliance, there were figures that were countless times stronger than them. Of these figures that appeared, any one of them had strength that could crush all of them present. Every movement they made was filled with pressure. Their aura soared to the heavens, shaking the heavens. Wang. As these figures and the massive array formation appeared, even the Truespill continent and the surrounding continents in the starry skies began to fiercely tremble. They were completely struck by the powerful auras that condensed from the figures that appeared in the array formation. Rumble rumble rumble, one figure after another appeared from the massive array formation. Thousands of people, 10,000 people, tens of thousands of people, countless auras shot into the heavens, nearly causing the entire starry skies to collapse. This is. The numerous peak powerhouses of the Star Alliance were already dumbfounded. At this moment, as they looked at these figures whose aura soared to the heavens, their bodies began to violently tremble. If it weren't for the last trace of a powerhouse's dignity and reason supporting them, they feared they would have already fallen to their knees, limp and weak. Too strong, the strength that overflowed from these people completely surpassed their imaginations, and these people that appeared in front of them numbered in the tens of thousands. the group of people began to violently tremble. As for Xianxia, he had already stopped before the massive array formation appeared. His eyes were ice cold as he looked at the figures that constantly appeared from the massive array formation. He looked at the continents that were violently shaking, especially the True Spill continent. It was shaking so fiercely that it seemed as if it would disintegrate at any moment. The light in Lin Ming's eyes became even colder. He lifted his hand and the aura around him instantly surged out, covering the True Spill continent in front of him. Beneath the shroud of his aura, the violently shaking True Spill continent instantly stabilized. The expressions of Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others beside him changed when they saw the figures that appeared in the formation. Tianqian Guard. Among the 18 imperial guards of Tiandu, the strongest guard, his name was Tian, a name bestowed by the emperor. It's the people from Tiandu. Feng Yu's face was solemn as he slowly said. They had long known that after Xianxia returned to Tiandu and took away the Shifang dragon ring that symbolized the successor, the people of Tiandu would sooner or later come knocking on their door. However, he didn't expect it to be at this moment. Not only that, it was the strongest of the 18 imperial guards, the Heavenly Profound Guard. The Heavenly Profound Guard was the head of the 18 imperial guards of Tiandu. Without the emperor's permission, it could not be used. Clearly, they had appeared here at this moment because Supreme Tiandu, who had been in seclusion for many years and had not appeared in front of people for a long time, had awakened. No wonder they hadn't received any news that the Heavenly Profound Guard had appeared near the True Spill continent. If the emperor were to personally act, then the aura blockade here would have no effect at all. Thinking of this, Feng Yu suddenly felt very lucky. Fortunately, the evil doctor was not here. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. These people were definitely here for the matter between Master and the evil doctor. While Feng Yu was thinking, the huge array in front of them had stopped operating. A group of heavenly Shan guards in dark black armor densely filled this part of the starry sky. Among them, a beautiful woman stepped out. Her hair was red and her clothes were red. She had the symbol of a noble. The aura around her was astonishing. With every step she took, the starry sky around her would shatter, revealing a deep and dark space that was like a black hole. Amidst the shattered starry sky, she walked to Xianxia. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at Xianxia's handsome face. Then, she respectfully knelt down and bowed. Citoyen, by His Majesty's order, respectfully invites the young emperor to return to the palace. Respectfully invites the young emperor to return to the palace. Following Citoyen's voice, the surrounding heavenly Xian guards all half knelt on the ground. Their voices shook the heavens, and their aura soared to the heavens. Seeing this scene, the people of the Star Alliance were even more shocked. They looked at Xianxia in horror, and the shock in their hearts was 1,000 times greater than before. Who was this person? How could he appear in their small galaxy of the Star Alliance? This was simply trying to scam people to death. The faces of the top experts of the Star Alliance were pale. The Purple Elder, a level 9 expert, looked like he was about to faint from anger. Xianxia's background was too frightening. Such a scene, not to mention the entire Star Alliance, even if it was a galaxy, no one would be able to stop him. How could such a person appear in the territory of the Star Alliance? He even had a feud with them. The group of top experts in the Star Alliance thought about it and were about to go crazy. Mo Zhiling's face was also deathly pale. She looked at the crimson-clothed woman who had appeared in front of Xianxia and then looked at the heavenly profound guards. She finally realized how laughable and delusional her thoughts about Xianxia were. The other party was like the clouds and the moon. They were not on the same level as her. Don't even mention the fact that she forced him to join Star Alliance. Even if she tied him to her side, he wouldn't even look at her. Mo Zhiling's heart was filled with jealousy as she thought of this. Because she knew that the noble and dignified Xianxia already had a true love in his heart. She was a young girl from a low-level continent. She was the trash girl that she looked down on. Thinking of this, she bit her lips tightly. At this moment, Xianxia's eyes were coldly looking at Citoyen and the others. He did not expect that the heavenly profound guard would come personally to invite him. My father's orders? His voice was cold. What else did he say? He had mobilized such a large force just to invite him back to Divine Capital. His father had really gone to great lengths. Xianxia's eyes were cold and heavy, and his face was full of mockery. Sitameir immediately said in a low voice, His Majesty has ordered us to invite your highness and the woman you love back to divine capital. She narrowed her eyes slightly, hiding the jealousy in her eyes that was difficult to hide. After this matter spread throughout Sky Capital, it was unknown how many women were enraged and gnashed their teeth in anger. Xianxia's appearance was handsome and his strength was peerless. In this world, no one could compare to him, even if they knew that he wouldn't live past 28 years old, there were still many who wanted to offer themselves to him. But His Highness didn't care about the other's status or how beautiful they were. He didn't care about them at all. He had never allowed anyone to get close to him. They thought that because His Highness wouldn't live past 28 years old, he didn't want to get close to women and didn't want to leave behind his bloodline. But they didn't think that not only did he have a beloved girl, but he also had a child with her. Thinking of the news that came from Sky Capital, Sitameir fiercely clenched her teeth. But at this moment, she heard Xianxia's voice ring out, chilling to the bone. This lord advises you all to give up on this idea. He coldly looked at Sitameir, the pressure from his body overflowing, directly pressing down on Sitameir's body. With a puff, Sitameir spat out a mouthful of blood. She half knelt in front of Xianxia, her lowered eyes filled with horror. His Highness' strength was still so strong, he was almost 28 years old, his unparalleled strength had been suppressed to the extreme. Even so, the strength that he could erupt with could easily crush them. Sitameir bit her lips, nodding unwillingly, yes. We obey your Highness' orders. Xianxia's strength was something that even the Emperor feared. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not and could not afford to anger Xianxia. This time, they had come to True Spill Continent because the Emperor had ordered them to bring back His Highness, but as for the woman he loved, it didn't matter whether they brought her back or not. She was a girl from a so-called low-level continent. Who knew what kind of dog luck she had stumbled upon to climb up to His Highness? She had obtained his favor. If she didn't have His Highness' protection, who knew what would have happened to her? In this boundless star territory, in the 10 worlds, there were people who overestimated themselves and died every day. The other party should be no exception. Her heart filled with disdain, Sitameir had no intention of treating Luo Qingtong as an opponent. After answering, she immediately looked at Xianxia and said, In that case, Your Highness, please return to the palace with Mayer. Xianxia's eyes were cold and he ignored her. He was going back there anyway. It was just that Sitameir and the others had come at the right time. Otherwise, it was unknown how many of the heavenly profound guards who came today would be able to return alive. But Xianxia was clear. Since his father wanted him to go back, then he must have a backup plan. This time, they were here to confirm where his weakness was. If Luo Qingtong was here, she would definitely become their main target. His father would not be satisfied until he controlled or destroyed everything that he cared about. Xianxia looked at the top experts of the Star Alliance in front of him. The latter had long since given up on the idea of being enemies with Xianxia. Their legs trembled. The moment Xianxia looked over, they desperately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Your Highness, please spare us. Your Highness, please spare us. The top experts of the Star Alliance didn't know Xianxia's true identity. If they didn't know that they wouldn't be forgiven by someone as strong as Xianxia, they would have pushed Mo Zhuling and the others to their deaths a long time ago. She was the daughter of the Alliance Master, so what if they angered the Alliance Master? They didn't even consider it. So what if they angered the Alliance Master? Mo Zhuling didn't know his limits and tried in vain to control such a strong person. She was simply blinded by greed. The top fighters of the Star Alliance weren't fools. Even if they had been deceived by Uncle Zhang and the others. But now, after fighting with Xianxia, he had seen the other party's strength. Now, they saw the Tianxian guards line up in strength. They must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to believe Uncle Zhang and the others, since Uncle Zhang and the others had lied to them, and the other party wasn't someone who didn't know how to prioritize. Was there even a need to think about where the source of all this was, other than Mo Zhuling? Who else could make Uncle Zhang and the others protect him at all costs, and even lie to them, when they thought about Mo Zhuling's sudden appearance in this remote star sector, and the rumors and clues in the Star Alliance that said Mo Zhuling was searching for the whereabouts of a mysterious strong person? How could they not know what was going on? This Mo Zhuling really overestimated himself. A toad lusting after a swan's meat, he actually dared to covet such a strong person. They didn't know what they had done wrong to provoke the other party to attack them. Now, he remembered them and even used the Star Alliance's emergency summons to take the blame. The top fighters of the Star Alliance hated Mo Zhuling, Uncle Zhang, and the others to death. They didn't kick them to death because they still wanted to leave them for Xianxia to deal with. The top fighters of the Star Alliance kowtowed with all their might. Sitomeyer, who was watching from the side, immediately asked, "Your Highness, these people have been disrespectful to you. Do you need to get rid of them?" When Sitomeyer said to eliminate them, she naturally didn't mean killing the top powerhouses of the Star Alliance. Instead, he would wipe out the entire Star Alliance and even all the star zones under the Star Alliance. The young Emperor of Tiandu was not to be trifled with. None of them dared to be disrespectful to His Highness. To them, the people in front of them were worse than ants, yet they dared to act arrogantly in front of His Highness. If they did not eliminate it, where would the dignity of Tiandu be? When Sitomeyer said this, her eyes were completely unperturbed. She was in charge of the Heavenly Dark Guard and had destroyed countless realms and star regions. The barren land of the Star Alliance was nothing to her. If Xianxia agreed, she would immediately take action. However, as her voice fell, Xianxia coldly said, "No need." Luo Qingtong was no longer in the Truespill continent. There was no danger of the sector beasts being exposed. To Xianxia, killing these people of the Star Alliance was no longer important. Moreover, Xianxia's eyes coldly swept over Sitomeyer and the others. With the Heavenly Dark Guard here, the existence of the Truespill continent had been exposed to the people of Tiandu. He had to return to Tiandu to investigate the whereabouts of Luo Qingtong. It was impossible for him to stay here and prevent the people of Tiandu from moving against the Truespill continent. This continent had an extraordinary significance to Luo Qingtong. Xianxia would never allow anything to happen to it. Xianxia would not allow a single blade of grass or tree to be damaged, and this was left to the local tyrant, the Star Alliance. It was far better than leaving it to anyone else. Most importantly, Xianxia wanted to give Sitomeyer and the others a deterrent. He wanted to let them know that this continent, this star field, was under his watch at all times. If anyone from Sky Capital dared to move against them, he would make them die without a burial ground, their entire race exterminated. Xianxia loved Luo Qingtong. He loved her so much that he could empathize with all her emotions. He would not allow anything to be lost by his young girl's side. If she wasn't here, he would protect her. For this reason, he was willing to let go of the Star Alliance. Otherwise, with Xianxia's previous temperament, he wouldn't have cared about the life or death of the people of Truespill continent. But because Luo Qingtong cared, he also cared. No one can touch the people of Truespill continent. Xianxia's voice was cold. Keep a close eye on them. If anyone dares to touch them, write down their names and report them to me. Otherwise, everyone from the Star Alliance will be guilty of the same crime. This sovereign will personally wipe out all of you in this star field. No one can escape. As Xianxia's words left his mouth, all the peak powerhouses of the Star Alliance nodded their heads like they were pounding garlic. To them, being able to keep their lives was already a great blessing. How could they dare to bargain with Yiqianren and Yiqianren? Wasn't it just protecting the safety of the people of Truespill continent? There was absolutely no problem. This star field was completely under the control of the people from the Star Alliance. As long as they kept a close eye on Truespill continent, they would know if anyone dared to move against them. At that time, even if they had to risk their lives, they would still report this matter to Xianxia, otherwise, they would be guilty of the same crime. How unjust would their deaths be? The top powerhouses of the Star Alliance complied, and in an instant, Situmeyer's eyes flashed with a trace of haze. His Highness was extremely ruthless in this matter. It seemed that no one in Tiandu could touch those who had ideas, but does His Highness care so much about that girl? He didn't hesitate to plan for her to such an extent. Just how capable was the other party to be so generous? Situmeyer's heart was filled with jealousy. Who among these people who were born in Tiandu did not know that Xianxia's character was cold, cruel, and ruthless, because he could only live to 28 years old, and because he had the Heavenly Veins constitution and was extremely talented, Xianxia didn't care about anything or anyone. But now, he held a young girl in the palm of his hand and placed her at the tip of his heart. Even if Situ didn't place Luo Qingtong in her eyes, she couldn't help but be jealous that she was able to obtain Yi Xianxian's favor. Her eyes were red and gloomy, but she still frowned and didn't say anything. Her thoughts were far deeper than anyone else's. She would never reveal the slightest sign of malice towards Luo Qingtong in front of Yi Xianxian. The man's violent and oppressive aura from just a moment ago still remained in her body, causing her internal injuries to be unable to heal. Situ didn't doubt that if she said anything bad about Luo Qingtong, Yi Xianxian might even raise his hand and behead her here and now. The more she thought about it, the more jealousy and hatred she felt in her heart. This identity token wasn't much of a treasure, but it could easily store information that couldn't be damaged. It contained a wisp of Yi Xianxian's divine sense. Unless it was someone stronger than him, no one would be able to destroy this token. Like this, even if the entire Star Alliance died, as long as this token remained, Yi Xianxian would be able to know who had attacked True Spill Continent. This would completely put an end to the thoughts of those from Sky Capital who wanted to attack True Spill Continent. As Situ saw this, she finally couldn't bear it any longer. Your Highness. She looked at the token that Yi Xianxian had thrown out. That was the token of Sky Capital's young emperor. It represented Yi Xianxian's status. How many people yearned for it but couldn't get it? Yi Xianxian had so easily thrown it to someone from the Star Alliance. Not only that, but they had also offended his people. And everything he did was for Luo Qingtong. Thinking of this, Situ fiercely clenched her teeth. Your Highness is being too kind. She tried to hide the coldness and jealousy in her eyes. She swept her gaze around and saw Mo Zhuling looking at Yi Xianxian with a dazed expression. As a woman, she was well aware of the other party's gaze. Another person who coveted His Highness, these ant-like people, how could they overestimate themselves? This woman, the woman who had seized His Highness' favor, was also her. Situ-Mei's eyes were cold. She lifted her hand and sucked Mo Zhuling into her palm. As the saying goes, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. You dare to be disrespectful to His Highness without any punishment? Where is the dignity of His Highness and Sky Capital? As Situ spoke, she lifted her hand and blasted a force into Mo Zhuling's body. In an instant, Mo Zhuling screamed. All the bones and flesh in her body were instantly smashed to smithereens by Situ-Mei's power, leaving only the outer layer of skin intact. Unfortunately, Situ-Mei's power was protecting her heart, preventing her from dying no matter what. In the blink of an eye, Mo Zhuling had turned into a pile of minced meat in Situ-Mei's hands. Looking at her disgusting appearance, Situ-Mei sneered disdainfully in her heart. Such an ant-like person dared to covet His Highness? It was a pity that the person in His Highness's heart could not make a move. Otherwise, she would definitely let him know what it meant to be unable to live and unable to die, but it didn't matter. There would always be a chance in the future. Without His Highness, what was the other party? Situ-Mei chuckled, but her eyes were cold. She threw Mo Zhuling in front of the Star Alliance members, then half knelt on the ground and begged Yi Xianxian, Your Highness, please return to the palace. Your Highness, please return to the palace. The heavenly Xian guards replied in unison. Their voices shook the starry sky and their aura soared to the heavens. Yi Xianxian glanced at her coldly, but did not say anything. He had never intended to let Mo Zhuling off. Since the other party had already made a move, then so be it. Let's go. Yi Xianxian, Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others rushed into the huge array formation. In the next second, the huge array formation reversed. In an instant, everyone disappeared in front of everyone. Only the remaining monstrous aura, as well as the starry sky region that was constantly surging and breaking into pieces, told everyone in the Star Alliance that this was not a dream. Hurry! Looking at the token in his hand that was engraved with the words Sky Capital and Dark, the Star Alliance's peak powerhouse's voice trembled as he shouted, Immediately send out orders. From now on, in every star field where the Star Alliance is located, the people of True Spill Continent are not to be provoked. If anyone dares to touch a single hair of theirs, I will chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Also, send more people to True Spill Continent. All of them must be peak purple venerable powerhouses. He stamped his feet. Disguise. Disguise them all. Don't let anyone know. Also, no one is allowed to speak of today's matters. His voice was sharp and shrill. As for the peak powerhouses of the Star Alliance, they didn't say anything. All of them looked as if they were about to face a great enemy as they began to make preparations. Xianxia had said that if anything happened to True Spill Continent, then they, along with the entire Star Alliance, would all be punished with the same crime as those who had attacked. The peak powerhouses of the Star Alliance couldn't care about the life or death of others, but they couldn't ignore their own life or death. True Spill Continent could not suffer even the slightest mishap. As for Uncle Zhang and the other members of the Star Alliance, their faces were deathly pale. They looked at Mo Zhuling, who had been thrown in front of them like a pile of mud. Their hearts were filled with unspeakable fear and regret. This time, they had really kicked an iron plate. Who would have thought that Xianxia's background would be so great? His strength was actually so fierce. As the crowd stood there and watched the peak powerhouses of the Star Alliance disperse, they all understood. This time, the skies of the Star Alliance were about to change. In the past, within the Star Alliance, the Alliance Master's strength reigned supreme. As for the other highest elders of the main hall, they all supported the Alliance Master. However, now that Mo Zhuling had caused such a ruckus, the Alliance Master's prestige was bound to plummet. In addition, with the token that Xianxia had given them, although it might not be able to help the peak powerhouses of the Star Alliance, it wouldn't be able to help them deal with the Alliance Master. But with this token, the Alliance Master and the others wouldn't be able to deal with the peak powerhouses of the Star Alliance. Like this, these people would be able to stand on equal footing with the Alliance Master. The entire situation of the Star Alliance would change because of this. This time, Eldest young Miss had really caused them and the Alliance Master to suffer. Uncle Zhang and the others' hearts were filled with regret. Especially Uncle Zhang, if he had a chance to start over Spill Continent. He could only feel regret in his heart, but there was nothing else he could do. The group of people picked up Mo Zhuling, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, and left. As for the people of True Spill Continent, they still didn't know what was going on. But with Xianxia collecting the auras of the space fluctuations, Su Yu and the others knew that he would definitely find a way to find Luo Qingtong's whereabouts. And from the reactions of Xianxia and Bei Qing, it could be seen that although Luo Qingtong had gone missing, she might not necessarily be in mortal danger. Everyone's hearts settled down. Su Yu and the others made a firm resolution in their hearts. They would work hard to cultivate their strength so that they could rush out of the Stargate in the future and go to the outer realms to find Luo Qingtong. Master, wait for us. The expressions of Su Xiaoxiao and the others were also very cold. The group walked in front of the Grand Supreme Dean without a word and said in a deep voice, "Grand Supreme Dean, we want to cultivate in the Heavenly Yuan sect. We will provide all the cultivation resources ourselves. We only need the people of the Heavenly Yuan sect to provide the mystic realm and cultivation grounds." In the hidden world, the beast-taming King Valley was destroyed and the Star Alliance Hall no longer existed. Now, the strongest was the Heavenly Yuan sect. Of course, although the other sects were not bad, they were still lacking compared to the Heavenly Yuan sect. Su Xiaoxiao and the others wanted to improve their strength, so they naturally chose the strongest Heavenly Yuan sect. And they were not afraid that the people of the Heavenly Yuan sect would harm them. This was because although Luo Qingtong was not here, all the people of the hidden world, except for the Heavenly Yuan sect, had already sworn loyalty to Luo Qingtong and would be her slaves for the rest of their lives. They completely obeyed the orders of Su Yu and the others. It could be said that even if Luo Qingtong was not here, the entire hidden world was still in the hands of Su Yu and the others. Even if the people of the Heavenly Yuan sect had any ideas, they would not be able to stir up any waves. Moreover, these days of interaction were enough for them to see the nature of the people of the Heavenly Yuan sect. They were definitely not people who would go back on their words. They still understood the character of the Grand Supreme Dean. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoxiao and the others could not help but tear up. That was their boss. Even if she was not here, she would still arrange their future very well. In this life, they were so lucky to be able to follow by Luo Qingtong's side. "Boss, just you wait. We will definitely cultivate well and then look for you." Little Tyrant Yuan and the others said silently in their hearts. No matter how difficult the future was, no matter what they faced, no matter if they were going to face a storm of blades or a rain of swords, they would not give up. "Boss, wait for us, we will definitely find you." everyone clasped the purified immortal jade bones in their hands tightly. Their hearts were filled with determination. The Grand Supreme Dean looked at them and nodded solemnly. Don't worry. Your problem will be the Heavenly Yuan sect's problem in the future. Moreover, the Sky Yuan sect's intention to follow Luo Qingtong will not change. Master, don't you agree? The Grand Supreme Dean looked at the Heaven Yuan sect master and the others. That's right. The Heavenly Yuan sect master and the others said without hesitation. Everything I've said before is still valid. In the future, the Heavenly Yuan sect will be under Luo Qingtong. In the entire hidden world, Luo Qingtong reigns supreme. There will be no change in this matter. In addition, if you and the people around you want to cultivate in the Heavenly Yuan sect, you are always welcome. Su Xiaoxiao and the others had gone through life and death with Luo Qingtong, so they were very close to each other. Naturally, the Heaven Branch sect master and the others would not be stingy with their own cultivation grounds. Although Luo Qingtong wasn't here, the hidden world was still her world. A young girl's planning was hard to find in the world. Everyone from the Heavenly Yuan sect gasped in amazement. If it weren't for the fact that Luo Qingtong's departure was so sudden, even Xianxia would not have been able to find any clues. They would have thought that Luo Qingtong had arranged it herself. In reality, Luo Qingtong was completely unaware of all this. Buzz. What's going on? Luo Qingtong furrowed her brows and looked at her surroundings. She had already woken up and opened her eyes when the huge whirlpool engulfed her. However, it was too late and she was sucked into the whirlpool. Luo Qingtong looked at her surroundings and guessed that she was sucked into a place similar to a teleportation space. Luo Qingtong furrowed her brows. She had been teleporting for a long time, but she still hadn't arrived. This was definitely not an ordinary teleportation array. Luo Qingtong vaguely sensed a trace of inscription power from the aura of this array. Just like Xianxia, Luo Qingtong's first thought was that it had something to do with the Immortal Slayer Palace. Could it be that the enemies who massacred the Immortal Slayer Palace and forced Tian Mingzi to flee with the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace had come looking for her? Luo Qingtong could only think of one reason. Although she didn't know how the other party knew of her existence and how she was sucked into this teleportation space, Luo Qingtong was very shocked. She had already obtained the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace. The 9-story exquisite pagoda and the life and death sword had already recognized her as their master. Adding Little Pig, Luo Qingtong's enmity with the enemies of the Immortal Slayer Palace was huge. It was impossible to reconcile. If the other party wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace, they had to kill her. Then, they had to use her blood to break the contract between her, the 9-story exquisite pagoda, the life and death sword, and Little Pig. This was absolutely impossible. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. Her life was only in her hands. Whoever wanted to kill her, she would kill them first. However, the power in her body had completely disappeared. It was not the time to fight with the other party. As Luo Qingtong thought about it, her brows furrowed. At this moment, splat. In her mind, Little Pig rushed out of the 9-story exquisite pagoda. What happened? It looked at the space where Luo Qingtong was at the moment. The space around her was rapidly flowing away. Suddenly, its two small green bean eyes widened. It had just fainted due to exhaustion. How could Luo Qingtong appear in such a place? It's a teleportation array. It stared at the surroundings and asked Luo Qingtong, "Why are you here?" Wasn't she arguing with that huge skeleton? How did he appear here in the blink of an eye? Could it be that the land of the fallen immortals was hiding some kind of secret? Little Pig had no idea what happened after that. Naturally, he didn't know that Luo Qingtong had already killed that skeleton. It was a complete accident that it appeared here. I don't know. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. I can feel the power of inscriptions. I wonder if it has something to do with the enemies of the Immortal Slayer Palace. I was suddenly sucked here. Luo Qingtong briefly explained her situation to Little Pig. In an instant, Little Pig jumped up and down in excitement. Are you serious? You don't have any strength left? Ah. This is bad. Little Pig jumped up and down like an ant on a hot pan. If Luo Qingtong had strength, it wouldn't be so panicked. This woman had always had strange abilities and extraordinary means. She could use 10% of her strength as 10% of her strength. As long as she had strength, Little Pig believed that she could find a way to escape. However, if she didn't have strength, she would be doomed. Little Pig was anxious as he thought about it. Luo Qingtong's expression was still calm. She wasn't worried about whether she could escape or not. As long as the enemies of the Immortal Slayer Palace wanted to get something from the Immortal Slayer Palace, she had a way to escape from them. Luo Qingtong had been hunted down countless times in her previous life. This was not a big deal for her. The only thing that Luo Qingtong was worried about was her face. She raised her hand and touched her face. Once this face fell into the eyes of the other party, even if she was lucky enough to escape this time, her identity would not be able to be hidden. At that time, the enemies could come to the Truespill continent to find her. In this way, unless she didn't go back for the rest of her life, they would find her sooner or later. Moreover, what about Grandpa and the others? Luo Qingtong frowned as she thought of this. It wasn't that she didn't think of disguising herself, but the transmission space was extremely unstable. It wasn't convenient to disguise herself here. More importantly, the enemies of the Immortal Slayer Palace were very powerful. Her disguise technique could deceive ordinary people, but it might not work if she wanted to deceive them. Luo Qingtong frowned even harder as she thought of this. At this moment, chirp chirp chirp. In Luo Qingtong's sleeve, there was a faint and weak cry. It was the small sector beast that had almost been sucked dry. It had come back to its senses and was struggling in her sleeve, trying to get out. Luo Qingtong listened to its voice, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She took the little guy out. Chirp chirp chirp. The little guy was twisting in her hand as if it was protesting something. It was a sector beast. It wanted a hug. Did you know that it wanted a hug? However, Luo Qingtong didn't understand what it was saying at all. She ignored it and said to Little Pig, "Humph, ask it if it has any power left. The kind that can turn me into my previous life's appearance?" Luo Qingtong remembered that when she had flashed through the small sector beast space of consciousness, she had seen an image of herself from her previous life. There was a huge birthmark on her face that covered more than half of her face. He looked as ferocious as an evil spirit. Such an image was enough to cover her face and prevent the enemies of the Immortal Slayer Palace from recognizing her identity. At that time, she would find a way to escape and return to Truespill continent. The world was so big, where could the other party find him? He didn't believe that the other party would be able to use such a method of crossing star fields again and again. What's more, he wouldn't give them the chance to do so. At that time, she would naturally set up layers of protection around herself. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she stared at the little ball in her hand with a burning gaze. Chirp. The little dumpling felt goosebumps all over its body from being stared at by her, and the little ahog on top of its head instantly stood up. It stared at Luo Qingtong, wondering why she was looking at it like that. Did she think that it was useless because it could only help her recall the power of her previous life once? Chirp chirp chirp. It was wronged. The power of the previous life that she had chosen was too strong. It was completely beyond its ability. Okay, woo woo woo, it was still a baby, how could she treat it like this? While the two little guys were humming and chirping, Luo Qingtong felt the space around them fluctuating more and more violently. It was obvious that the teleportation formation was about to reach its destination. How is it? Luo Qingtong said in a deep voice when she saw Little Pig turning to look at her. It says it can, Little Pig's voice sounded. Before it could finish, Luo Qingtong gave the final word, okay, let it transform. Little Furball, transform me into someone from my previous life, the one with the birthmark on my face. Luo Qingtong gave Little Furball a brief instruction. She knew that Little Pig could understand her words. The reason why she let Little Pig talk to it was because Luo Qingtong couldn't understand it. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong would be able to communicate with it directly without Little Pig. Chirp chirp. Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, and Little Furball immediately nodded. At this time, the space around them fluctuated more violently. It was as if Luo Qingtong was going to be ejected in the next second. Quick! Luo Qingtong said to Little Furball. Once she was ejected, it would be too late even if she could transform. Once her face was exposed, her identity would also be exposed. Chirp chirp. Hearing her voice, Little Furball suddenly jumped up. Then, a force from its body landed on Luo Qingtong's body. With a boom, the space around them fluctuated more violently when its force landed on Luo Qingtong's body. In the next second, Luo Qingtong was ejected. Hey, wait a minute, I haven't finished speaking. Oh. While Luo Qingtong and Little Furball were talking, Little Pig was about to speak. However, it was too late. The space around them fluctuated violently. With a boom, both Little Pig and Luo Qingtong were ejected. Ow ow ow. Master. Little Pig's round and chubby body tumbled in the air. Just as it was about to be flung to God knows where, Luo Qingtong reached out her hand and firmly caught it. Shwa. Luo Qingtong's body somersaulted in midair and then stabilized. The surroundings had already changed. Clearly, she had already left the teleportation space. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly flashed. She lowered her head, and under the cover of her spinning body, she raised her hand to wipe her face. Very good. Half of it was smooth, while the other half was rough. The smooth areas were delicate and tender, while the rough areas were hard to touch. One could even vaguely feel the rough surface of the skin. Clearly, Xiao Tuanzi's power had been successfully unleashed. Luo Qingtong's current appearance was her appearance from her previous life. That rough area should be where the birthmark was. After confirming that her appearance had changed greatly, and that her original appearance should be unrecognizable, Luo Qingtong's heart calmed down. She casually touched her sleeve and found that Little Furball had fainted after unleashing its power. She immediately covered her sleeve and then raised her head to look at the surroundings. This place is, she put on an ignorant expression and pretended that she didn't know anything. She wanted to think of a way to get away with it. Then, a ghost-like wailing sound rang out. Ah ah ah. Good disciple, I've finally found you. Disciple, save me. As this voice rang out, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed and her body, which was about to dodge, froze. This voice, this tone of voice, Songqing? Luo Qingtong looked at the figure flying towards her. Who else could it be but Songqing, the teacher of the Empire of Qin branch in the Tianyu Empire? It was actually him who summoned her here. Damn, Luo Qingtong's heart was full of curses. She was scared to death. She had been thinking for a long time in the transmission space about how to escape from the evil hands of the Immortal Slayer Palace's enemy, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Simply, Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. She didn't expect it to be Songqing. He had left a letter for her, saying that he had something to do and had left. But there was no news from him. Who would have thought that he would suddenly appear at this time? And he even used such a method to summon her here. It would be strange if she thought it was him. Damn, Luo Qingtong's mood was up and down. It was simply too exciting. When Songqing rushed in front of Luo Qingtong, he saw her face covered by a birthmark. He couldn't see her original face at all. In an instant, he flashed to the other side. You. Who are you? Songqing stared at the girl in front of him who had no strength or aura and had a large birthmark on her face. The shock in his heart was simply indescribable. Why are you here? He raised his hand and pointed at Luo Qingtong. He was flustered and exasperated. Where is my good disciple? He clearly used something with Luo Qingtong's aura to summon her here. Why wasn't it Luo Qingtong who appeared here? Who was this girl? Songqing did not recognize that the girl in front of him was Luo Qingtong. After all, the birthmark on Luo Qingtong's face couldn't be any more real. He would never have thought that this unfamiliar girl with a large birthmark in front of him was Luo Qingtong. When the latter heard his words, he felt a wave of annoyance in his heart. Obedient disciple, your sister. I've never seen a master who cheats his disciple like you. She was almost scared to death just now. However, the situation was still unclear. Luo Qingtong was not ready to acknowledge Songqing. She glanced around and found that there was a group of people around. At this moment, seeing that Luo Qingtong had been summoned by Songqing and that the latter had obviously found the wrong person, a tall and skinny middle-aged man in the crowd laughed. Haha. Song City, the heavens really don't bless your heavenly wind inscription city. I gave you such a good opportunity to gather the strength that your heavenly wind inscription city had accumulated for so many years to activate the interstellar domain teleportation array and summon someone with the power of inscription patterns. You actually summoned the wrong person. What a joke. As he spoke, he laughed loudly. That's right. The group of people behind him laughed as well. A man looked at Luo Qingtong behind Songqing and laughed. I don't think he summoned the wrong person. His gaze was filled with contempt. Luo Qingtong did not have any aura of strength around her, let alone knowing inscription patterns. Songqing, that fool, must have been so anxious that he thought of using such a method to stall for time. He said that his disciple was a genius and would definitely be able to beat them in inscription patterns. Who doesn't know that Songqing's inscription technique is terrible to the extreme? He can't even enter the entry level. His existence is the biggest joke in the entire Heavenly Wind inscription city. For his disciple to be able to win against them in inscription technique is even more of a joke than the heavens. This inscription man seeking array has never made a mistake, let alone gathering all the energy stored in Heavenly Wind inscription city. From what I see, he's deliberately stalling for time. He wants to borrow the 3 days of activation of the array to delay the deadline for Heavenly Wind inscription city to hand over the inscription tower. However, the man looked at Songqing and Luo Qingtong and laughed in disdain. Trash will always be trash, sooner or later they'll show their true colors. Songqing, you can't delay any longer, so you purposely said that you summoned the wrong person, right? What? You want to do it again? Unfortunately, even if you want to play a joke for us to see, the people of Lingyu Inscription City won't bother to continue tormenting you. Just wait for the inscription tower to change owners tomorrow. The man said as he looked at the tall and thin man beside him and said, City Lord, don't you agree? The City Lord of Lingyu Inscription City immediately nodded and said, that's right. Songqing, you're not afraid of losing face and want to play a monkey trick for us, but the people of Lingyu Inscription City aren't willing to see it. The inscription tower has stayed in your Heavenly Wind Inscription City for long enough. If it wasn't for the bet you made with us to learn the inscription technique within 12 years, we would have let the inscription tower stay in your Heavenly Wind Inscription City for another 3 years. The inscription tower would have long been in our Lingyu Inscription City. Now, no matter how many impossible conditions and requests you make, we will definitely not agree to it. Speaking until here, the City Lord of Lingyu Inscription City had a gloomy expression. It was because they were certain that Songqing, who had 0 inscription talent, would not be able to learn the inscription technique, so they made a bet with him with the inscription tower. In the end, Songqing, this trash, actually learned the inscription technique within 12 years. Although he was trash, he was still a proper inscription master. Therefore, they had no choice but to place the inscription tower in Heavenly Wind Inscription City for another 3 years. During these 3 years, they couldn't challenge Skywind Inscription City, nor could they take the inscription tower away. Because of this, he almost lost his position as the City Lord. At this moment, when they heard that Songqing had decided to call his disciple over to help, everyone from Lingyu Inscription City came over to watch the show. They wanted to see what kind of trick Songqing could play and what kind of deity he could summon. In the end, he called out such an ugly girl. What's more, he's a trash with trash strength. The group of people from Lingyu City felt disdain in their hearts. They were certain that this was another trap set by Songqing. He wanted them to wait for him to summon them again. What kind of joke was this? Did he think they were fools? This time, the interstellar domain teleportation array had already used up all the power that Heavenly Wind Inscription City had accumulated over the years. If he wanted to activate the interstellar domain teleportation array again and use the inscription technique to search for someone, he had no idea how long he would have to wait. Unless there was something wrong with their brains, they wouldn't let him do it again. Behind him, Songqing hurriedly shouted, Hey, wait! City Lord Zhang, please wait. I really summoned the wrong person. Give me another chance. Just one chance. However, when the people of Lingyu City heard his words, they were even more certain that he was deliberately stalling for time. They simply ignored him. In an instant, the crowd had all left. As for the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, they looked at Songqing and sighed. Forget it, Qing, you've already tried your best. An old man who was supported by others walked out at this time. He coughed and said to Songqing, Master. Seeing the old man walk out from the crowd, Songqing's eyes turned red. This old man was none other than his master, the City Lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. The old man believed in education without discrimination. As long as someone wanted to learn inscription techniques, he would teach them regardless of their talent. Songqing had been his disciple for dozens of years, but he had never learned inscription techniques. Others mocked him and told the old man to stop teaching him and kick him out to avoid tarnishing the old man's reputation. But the old man had never done that. The old man treated him like a teacher and a father. That was why when Heavenly Wind Inscription City was in danger, Xianxia stood up without hesitation and used 12 years as a bet, desperately wanting to learn inscription techniques. He heard that returning to his true self was the easiest way to gain enlightenment. That was why he sealed his strength and returned to his hometown, the Truespill continent. In the Tianyu Empire, where he was born, he became a small mentor, hoping that he could gain enlightenment and comprehend inscription techniques. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not succeed. Just when he was disheartened and prepared to stay for another year and return to Inscription City to live and die with Heavenly Wind, he met that weirdo, Luo Qingtong. The young girl said that she wanted to learn inscription techniques from him, but Xianxia did not take it seriously. However, who would have thought that such a young girl would reveal such a peerless talent in inscription techniques? Xianxia was restricted by the bet, so he could not tell Luo Qingtong his identity. Even the inscription technique that was taught to him was something that he had accidentally obtained. However, who would have thought that under such circumstances, Luo Qingtong would be able to deduce many things from one instance? Not only did she learn the inscription technique, she even taught him. If this matter was spread out, it would probably cause others to roar with laughter. No one would believe it at all. In this world, how could a student teach a teacher? However, Luo Qingtong did it. Hence, Xianxia had no choice but to think of Luo Qingtong for the crisis in Skywind Inscription City. Because he was afraid that Luo Qingtong's strength was not enough, traveling through the star field would damage her body. He had purposely convinced his master and the people of Skywind Inscription City to allow him to use the power that Skywind Inscription City had stored for so many years to summon Luo Qingtong. Who would have thought that he would summon the wrong person? Thinking of this, Xianxia felt that he was extremely useless. Thinking about the terrifying situation his master and Tianfeng Inscription City would face once the people of Lingyu Inscription City succeeded, Xianxia could not help but tear up. Master. He looked at the old man and choked with sobs. Uncle, why don't you solve the problem on my side first? Luo Qingtong looked at the red-eyed Xianxia and sighed in her heart. She was originally a bit angry that Xianxia had suddenly summoned her here. After all, Suyu and Su Xiaoxiao still didn't know anything about the Truespill continent. There was also Yu Qianxian. Thinking of her sudden disappearance, Luo Qingtong frowned. She didn't know how worried and anxious that man would be. But as she saw Xianxia's red-eyed appearance, she couldn't find the words to blame him. She was well aware of Xianxia's personality. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't have used such a method to summon her here. Listening to the words of those people, this place seemed to be called Heavenly Wind Inscription City. And those people were from Cold Jade Inscription City. Were they fighting over something called the Inscription Tower? Was it because of this that Xianxia had specially used an interstellar transmission array to summon her from the Truespill continent? Luo Qingtong wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. From the words of the people around her, she could feel that this array formation wasn't easy to use. She feared that Xianxia's purpose in using this array formation, besides quickly summoning her from the Truespill continent, was to protect her. After all, when Xianxia left the Truespill continent, she was only a martial king. No matter how much he thought about it, he never imagined that her strength would increase so quickly over the years. She was already a Saint Venerable. In such a situation, if he wanted to bring her to the outer realms without damaging her body and foundation, he could only use a special method. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she couldn't be angry at Xianxia for suddenly summoning her here. And as her voice sounded out, Xianxia also remembered that there was a little girl here that he had mistakenly summoned. He had clearly summoned Luo Qingtong, but the result was a little girl that he didn't know at all. Xianxia's heart felt stifled. He couldn't figure out where the problem came from. Maybe it was just like what the people of Lingyu City said, the heavens didn't bless their Heavenly Wind Inscription City. The old man beside him also coughed and said to him, "That's right, Cheng-er. You must make sure this young lady is well taken care of. She was summoned here by mistake. She's innocent. As for the matter of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, you don't have to worry about it. Everyone has their own fate. Maybe our Heavenly Wind Inscription City's calamity has arrived." Yes. Songqing looked at him and nodded. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. In any case, if he really couldn't do it in the end, he would just live and die with Heavenly Wind Inscription City. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Luo Qingtong, "Come, little girl, come with me." No matter what, he was the one who summoned her, so he had to settle her down. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. However, if she wanted him to send her back to the Truespill continent, that was impossible. Firstly, Songqing didn't have that kind of ability. Secondly, the power of Heavenly Wind Inscription City had been exhausted. It was impossible to restart the array formation again. As Songqing thought of this, he felt very guilty. He brought Luo Qingtong to his place of residence. "Don't call me teacher. Although I accidentally summoned you out, I'll make sure you settle down properly. Other than that, there's nothing else," Songqing said without turning his head. Although his demonic disciple didn't respect him and was always unwilling to acknowledge him as her teacher, she still had to urge him. However, Songqing had already decided that Luo Qingtong was his only disciple. Furthermore, with his inscription skills, what kind of disciple could he teach? It was enough to have his precious disciple. Songqing was very suspicious that he had summoned the wrong person this time. Perhaps it was Luo Qingtong's masterpiece. That girl had always been cautious and had many tricks up her sleeve. Perhaps she had tampered with the inscription tool and changed the aura inside. That was why his inscription manhunting array had gone wrong. When he thought of this, Songqing couldn't help but feel proud. That was his disciple. She was peerless and unique in the world. Although she was too smart and he would be cheated for no reason. However, he was happy to do so, so what if he was happy to pamper his disciple? He didn't want anyone else no matter how many came. No, he waved his hand as he spoke. When his voice sounded, Luo Qingtong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Master, it's me." Luo Qingtong rolled her eyes. She knew that he had misunderstood and thought that she wanted to acknowledge him as her master. "I'm Qingtong." When Luo Qingtong spoke, Songqing suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Qingtong?" Songqing suddenly turned around and looked at Luo Qingtong as if he had seen a ghost. No matter how he looked at her, the person in front of him didn't look like Luo Qingtong. His precious disciple was born beautiful and beautiful. How could she be so ugly? She even had such a huge birthmark on her face. "Don't lie to me." Songqing looked at Luo Qingtong with a serious expression. His gaze towards the young girl was extremely cold. Although he had summoned the wrong person, he was willing to compensate her. However, this wasn't a reason for her to lie to him. She wanted to pretend to be his disciple and reap benefits. She had the wrong idea. Luo Qingtong looked at him speechlessly. "Do you want me to tell you about how you couldn't learn the inscription technique no matter how hard you tried? You treat a 10 square meter space inscription pattern array as a treasure. You..." Before Luo Qingtong could finish her words, Songqing pounced on her and covered her mouth. "Wait." Songqing looked at the ugly girl in front of him and asked, "Where did we first meet?" "In the dormitory of Tianyu Academy." "Right." Luo Qingtong looked at him and said with a smile, "Someone said that he would accept a disciple on behalf of a friend, but in the end, he didn't mention it at all. Since you don't recognize me as your disciple, why don't you introduce me to your old friend?" "I don't mind changing my master." "I mind." Songqing was now completely convinced that Luo Qingtong was his disciple. He looked at the young girl in front of him, feeling both puzzled and excited. "You stinky girl. It's really you. How did you become like this? Also, why didn't you recognize me when you just came out? You made me so anxious." Songqing's voice was trembling. His heart was on a roller coaster ride. It was simply too exciting. This stinky girl played him like this. "You still have the nerve to say that?" Luo Qingtong rolled her eyes at him. "Why did you summon me here so casually? Who knows what's going on? I thought it was my enemy." Luo Qingtong said with narrowed eyes. She had the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace, and she didn't know what was going on here. Naturally, she had to be careful. After all, this was the Outer Realm, and not a small place like the Truespill continent. What if she accidentally exposed herself and attracted the enemies of the Immortal Slayer Palace? Not to mention, this was a place related to inscription patterns. The Immortal Slayer Palace used to be the leader of inscription patterns, the #1 sect. Maybe the forces here were related to the former enemies of the Immortal Slayer Palace. How could Luo Qingtong be careless? Song Qing thought about it. This time, he summoned Luo Qingtong here, and it was indeed too sudden. No wonder this girl hid it from him and didn't want to acknowledge him. Seeing Luo Qingtong's face change, Song Qing's lips twitched. He felt a little guilty in his heart. At that time, he only thought of the benefits of the interstellar transmission array, but he didn't expect that Luo Qingtong didn't know anything and was teleported here. It was already good enough that she wasn't scared to death. Cough, as he thought about it, he suddenly felt that he was not in the right. This Master didn't consider it so clearly. But I really didn't mean it. My dear disciple. You have to believe me. Song Qing looked pitiful. He was afraid that Luo Qingtong would be unhappy and really replace him as her master. At that time, where could he find such a good disciple? No way, he begged for this disciple shamelessly, and he didn't want her even if he died. Okay, I know. Luo Qingtong looked at him with a burst of annoyance. If not for this, she would have ignored Song Qing long ago. Why would she acknowledge him, who was sincere and who was insincere, who had the intention and who didn't? She couldn't tell. That's good, that's good. Song Qing patted his chest and rejoiced. But very quickly, he thought of the reason why he called Luo Qingtong over, and immediately said with a sad face, "My precious disciple. You have to help me this time. Your master, I, was bullied so badly." Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she looked at him. He had never seen someone who could ask his disciple to help him so smoothly. She had to hand it to this master of hers. "Let's go back to your place first," Luo Qingtong said. She also wanted to understand where she was and how to return to Truespill Continent. She had given up on the interstellar domain teleportation array. The words of those people were very clear. Using the teleportation array had almost exhausted all of the power of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City. It was almost impossible to send her back again. Moreover, if the reverse teleportation array was so simple, Song Qing would not have only summoned him here and not gone over himself. With that thought in mind, Luo Qingtong and Song Qing immediately returned to his place. Soon, she learned the basic situation of this place from the other party. The place she was at was indeed Heavenly Wind Inscription City. Inscription City was specially built by the Inscription Masters Association as a place for inscription masters to communicate and live. It was independent of the major star fields and was not threatened by any powerhouses. Every star field of 6 stars and above had an inscription city. As Luo Qingtong heard this, she looked at Song Qing with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "So Master is from the Heavenly Wind region. Sorry for the disrespect." She used to think that Song Qing was someone from the Truespill Continent who was lucky enough to discover the inscription pattern technique. Although she found it strange that his analysis of the inscription pattern technique was so simple, she thought that it was because Song Qing accidentally came into contact with the inscription pattern technique. He didn't understand the theory behind it, so he studied it repeatedly. That was why he had such an understanding. In the end, he was someone from the Heavenly Wind Inscription City. How could he not know what the inscription pattern technique was when he was from the inscription pattern city? He might even have memorized the low-level entry-level techniques by heart. That was why he was able to analyze those theories so thoroughly with a body that had zero talent. Damn it. Luo Qingtong put on a fake smile, but Song Qing felt a chill run down his spine. Without thinking, he pounced on Luo Qingtong and howled. "Disciple. Master, I was forced to do this. At that time, I made a bet with the people of Cold Jade Inscription City. 12 years, that is, if I could learn the inscription pattern technique, then they would not be able to challenge Heavenly Wind Inscription City and take away the inscription pattern tower. At that time, the content of the bet was that no inscription master was allowed to help me. If I went out to seek a breakthrough, I could not reveal my identity to the outside world. I could not reveal the matter of Heavenly Wind Inscription City and Cold Jade Inscription City to seek help from others. That's why Master hid it from you and did not tell you my identity. Even my cultivation, because it was related to my identity as a foreigner, that's why the seal could not be lifted." Song Qing was just short of clinging onto Luo Qingtong and bawling his eyes out. Seeing him like this, Luo Qingtong tugged at the corner of her lips. Alright, I was just casually saying it. Luo Qingtong also admired this master of hers. He didn't have any integrity at all. What happened to the dignity of a master? However, ever since the other party shamelessly insisted on being her master, he had lost all sense of shame. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched even more as she thought about it. That's enough. Seeing that Song Qing was about to continue howling, Luo Qingtong held her forehead and hurriedly stopped him. She said, "Hurry and sit down. Master, I still have something to ask you." As soon as Luo Qingtong's words came out, Song Qing immediately sat upright and still, looking like a filial master. He asked Luo Qingtong, "Disciple, if you have something to ask, feel free to ask." "Master, I will definitely tell you everything I know." Luo Qingtong's lips twitched, then she asked him, "Since you've successfully learned the inscription technique, logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to challenge Heavenly Wind Inscription City. Why are they here now? And that inscription tower, what exactly is it?" The moment Luo Qingtong's words left her mouth, Song Cheng's serious expression instantly collapsed. "Don't mention it." His face was gloomy as he said angrily, "Those bastards from Cold Jade Inscription City, we agreed that if I successfully learned the inscription technique, they wouldn't be able to challenge Heavenly Wind Inscription City and take away the inscription tower. Saying this is already giving us a lot of face. And these 3 years were exchanged by my master, the City Lord of Sky Wind Inscription City, using his own inscription master skills." As Song Qing spoke, there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. He looked at Luo Qingtong, and his lips twitched. Then, he felt very dejected in his heart. He said in a low voice, "Qingtong, am I very useless? You are my disciple, and I was the one who shamelessly begged you. I know, with my inscription talent, let alone being your master, I might not even be qualified to be your disciple. I'm really sorry for suddenly calling you here." But, as Song Qing spoke, he sighed heavily and said, "I really have no other way. Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. In Skywind Inscription City, I am the most disappointing one. No matter how hard I try, I can't learn the inscription technique that Master taught me. I'm completely different from you. You can infer many things from one example. However, Master has never turned his back on me." As Song Qing spoke, he bitterly smiled. He looked at Luo Qingtong and said, "Qingtong, I know that rather than saying that I brought you in, it's better to say that you comprehended it on your own. Your talent is peerless and rare. In Skywind Inscription City, I don't know how many inscription geniuses I've heard of. I've even heard of some of the top geniuses of the Central Union, but none of them can compare to you. No one can be like you, in an environment like the True Spill continent, and still be able to comprehend it on your own and cultivate to a high-level inscription master. Qingtong, your future is limitless. In the past, even if you didn't have my guidance, with your talent and ability, you wouldn't have stopped at the entrance. You would have just entered a little later." As Song Qing spoke, he sighed. He looked seriously at Luo Qingtong and said, "But even so, I still want to shamelessly ask you for help. Qingtong, please help me. I can't watch the people of Cold Jade Inscription City take away the inscription tower. I don't want Skywind Inscription City to be forced to disband, and I don't want Master to lose the inscription technique that he was so proud of. From now on, he will never be able to inscribe inscriptions again." As Song Qing spoke, his eyes were already filled with tears. At this moment, there was no trace of the mischievous smile on his face when he was joking around in front of Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong frowned and said, "How do you know that I can help you? Your Heavenly Wind Inscription City has so many inscription masters, and I'm sure you don't lack high-level inscription masters as well. Furthermore, they are more powerful than me. If they can't do anything, how do you know I can?" Luo Qingtong couldn't understand why Song Qing would think that she could take back the inscription tower for Heavenly Wind Inscription City. To be able to cause their Heavenly Wind Inscription City to be at a loss, the other party's inscription skills must be extremely powerful, definitely above a high-level inscription master. How long had she been learning inscription techniques? Even if Luo Qingtong was confident that she could learn most of the inscriptions with her pair of blood eyes, Luo Qingtong was confident that she could learn most of the inscriptions. But to be able to learn and to be able to use were two different things. Otherwise, why would Luo Qingtong learn inscription techniques from the beginning? It was because in order to use inscription techniques, Not only did one need to know how to inscribe inscription marks, one also needed to have the right amount of energy. Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes could only help her decipher the inscription mark as quickly as possible. She didn't need to spend too much time comprehending and analyzing it. As for the specific usage and power infusion, she still needed to explore and cultivate by herself. It was just like how she cultivated to increase her strength. Therefore, Luo Qingtong couldn't figure out how Songqing was so sure that she could help him. He didn't hesitate to use the inscription pattern searching technique to summon her from the True Spill continent. Of course, it's because of your super strong comprehension ability. Songqing looked at Luo Qingtong and said, "You little girl, you probably don't know how terrifying your inscription talent is, right? I've never seen someone like you. When you were just a beginner in the inscription pattern technique, you were already able to guide me to a higher level of inscription pattern technique. Do you know what this means? It means that your comprehension ability has long surpassed your own inscription pattern level. It's only because your strength isn't enough that you can't use it. But do you know?" Songqing looked at Luo Qingtong with a burning gaze. "The challenge in the inscription tower is to create a seal through space." Songqing said to Luo Qingtong, "You might not understand if I put it that way. I'll explain it to you like this. In other words, in the inscription tower, as long as you have enough comprehension of the inscription pattern technique, you don't need to inject your own strength. You can guide the power of the inscription tower into it and create a seal directly. In other words, the battle in the inscription tower doesn't rely on your own strength, but on your own comprehension. Even if you don't have any strength at the moment, as long as you have a deep enough understanding of the inscription pattern technique, you can use it in the inscription tower. As long as it's an inscription mark that you understand, you can use the power of the inscription tower to manifest and inscribe it. In that case, can you understand?" Songqing's words resounded. In an instant, Luo Qingtong's eyes lit up. "You're saying that as long as I can completely comprehend the inscription mark, I can use it in the inscription tower even if I don't have enough strength? So powerful? This inscription pagoda is a rare treasure." However, this was only limited to inscriptionists. Luo Qingtong finally understood why the people of Cold Jade Inscription City wanted this inscription tower so badly. "Yes." Songqing nodded his head and said proudly, "The inscription tower was given to our inscription city by the Central Inscription Union. It was the result of the combined efforts of my master and all the ancestors of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. Among all the inscription cities in the 6-star region, only our Skywind Inscription City has such an inscription tower. This inscription tower can increase the strength of us inscription masters, allowing us to practice the inscription technique without any restraint. We don't need to waste any of our strength. It's extremely beneficial for us to consolidate our strength and break through bottlenecks. Not only that, I heard that the inscription tower has battle inscription marks left behind by inscription masters of the Central Union. If we can obtain them, we can directly inject energy into them and activate them. Even if it's the lowest level of the inscription of battle, it's equivalent to the strength of a warrior at the 9th level of the human martial realm. It can't be underestimated." Human martial realm? This was a new name. Luo Qingtong felt that ever since she left the True Spill continent, she had realized just how vast the world was. It was far beyond her imagination. But this was also what she wanted. If it was like the 24th century on Earth, she wouldn't be able to find any opponents. Then what was the point? But now, it was more interesting. As Luo Qingtong thought this, her lips curved up in a smile. It was indescribably evil. Human martial realm. As Songqing heard Luo Qingtong ask about this, he simply explained it to her. In any case, she was already in the outer realms. Sooner or later, she would learn about this. And the earlier she knew, the better it would be for her future motivation. It's like this. The hidden world of your True Spill continent is the gateway to your True Spill continent. The powerhouses there are between the Saint Realm and Saint Realm. As Songqing spoke, he wanted to tell Luo Qingtong about the division of strength between the Saint Realm and above. However, before he could speak, Luo Qingtong nodded and said, I know. I am already at the Saint Realm." Puff. As Songqing spoke, he was thirsty. After all, he had just spoken so much with Luo Qingtong. He was about to take a sip of tea. However, just as he poured himself a cup of tea and was about to continue speaking, he heard Luo Qingtong suddenly say this. He spat out all of the tea in his mouth. Luo Qingtong quickly dodged, but Songqing was the one who sprayed himself with tea. However, he didn't care about this. He pulled Luo Qingtong aside and said with wide eyes, "What did you say? What cultivation are you at?" Songqing thought that he had misheard. His own disciple should have said the Saint Realm. Although rising to the Saint Realm in such a short period of time was truly extraordinary, as he thought of Luo Qingtong's monstrous talent and ability, he was somewhat relieved. However, Luo Qingtong's next words completely shattered his guesses. Saint Realm. Luo Qingtong faintly said. Oh, that's not right. You should be at the 9th realm of the Saint Realm. As Luo Qingtong said this, Songqing was clutching his chest as if he had a heart attack. As he heard Luo Qingtong's words, he calmed down a little. It was impossible. In just a few years, she had been in the true Spill continent, an inferior and barren continent. How could Luo Qingtong possibly be? Just as he thought of this, Luo Qingtong's last sentence rang out. Instantly, he felt unwell. 9th realm, 9th realm. Songqing clutched his chest and stared at Luo Qingtong with widened eyes. Not only was she at the Saint Realm, but she was at the 9th realm? What kind of tonic did this girl take? In just a few short years, his strength had actually soared to such an extent. Songqing couldn't believe his own ears. He looked up and down at Luo Qingtong. Although he knew that if he questioned her then it would easily anger his precious disciple, he still couldn't help himself. No, I must say, my disciple, your strength doesn't seem right? Songqing looked at Luo Qingtong in a daze. It was only now that he realized that there weren't any fluctuations of strength coming from Luo Qingtong's body. At first, he thought that he had summoned the wrong person. Then, he thought that it was because Luo Qingtong's strength was too low, so he couldn't sense it. Not to mention that she was a 9th realm Saint Venerable, she was almost the same as an ordinary person. Alright, what was going on? There was an accident. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. It was a long story, so she did not want to tell Songqing too much. You will recover very soon. Luo Qingtong's strength was only temporarily gone. As long as she found a way to draw energy into her body again, she would be able to nurture a trace of strength in her body again. By then, she would be able to use her cultivation technique to recover her strength. Hence, she did not feel too burdened when she said it. When Songqing heard her words, he was so stifled that he almost could not breathe. He was doubting her strength. His precious disciple dismissed him with a simple accident. But then again, what kind of accident could cause Luo Qingtong to lose all her strength? She looked like an ordinary person. If not, he would not have directly confirmed that he had summoned the wrong person. After all, Luo Qingtong's face was full of birthmarks and her weak body. It was hard for Songqing not to believe it. However, Songqing felt that Luo Qingtong would not lie to him, and she would not purposely say that her strength was high for the sake of grandiose achievements. So it was true, this girl had really advanced to the 9th realm Saint Venerable? Was it because of this strength that the strength in her body disappeared? After all, it was reasonable for there to be some side effects after suddenly increasing her strength to such a high level. Songqing thought so and accepted Luo Qingtong's explanation. He sighed in his heart. His precious disciple was indeed different. If other disciples did not see each other for 3 years, they might think that the other person's cultivation had regressed or that their strength had not increased at all. His precious disciple, on the other hand, had directly jumped 30 feet high. The speed of her strength increase was like sitting on a rocket. It was simply frightening, Songqing said and immediately drank another mouthful of tea to calm himself down. Then, he asked Luo Qingtong, "Are you really okay? Don't force yourself. Tell me directly if you need anything. I can still get many good things in this inscription city." Songqing patted his chest and said. All right. Luo Qingtong looked at him and said with a smile, "When I need your help, I will definitely look for you, master." Luo Qingtong smiled sweetly. She didn't need anything, but in the true Spill continent, Su Yu, Old Man Luo, and Su Xiaoxiao did. Since Songqing had spoken, Luo Qingtong naturally wouldn't be polite with him. Songqing still didn't know how serious the consequences of his careless words were. Now that he heard Luo Qingtong agree, his vanity as a master was greatly satisfied. He finally had a sense of being a master. He thought to himself happily. This precious disciple of his was really too powerful. Every time, it made him feel that this master of his was super useless. Now, he could finally do something for her. Thinking so, Xianxia immediately agreed. Then, he continued to introduce the next division of strength to Luo Qingtong. Since you are already a Saint Venerable, you should know the division of strength above the Saint Venerable realm, right? Seeing Luo Qingtong nod, he immediately continued, the human martial realm I want to talk about is the realm of strength after breaking through to the Saint Venerable realm. In the world, there are 3 great martial realms. Heaven, Earth, and Human. The human martial realm is the lowest, the earth martial realm is second, and the sky martial realm is the highest. Each realm is divided into 9 stages. And it is said that above the sky martial realm, there are even higher realms. As Xianxia spoke, there was a tinge of regret in his tone. With his aptitude, it would be lucky if he could reach level 9 of the human martial realm. He didn't dare to hope for a higher realm. So, little girl, do you know what the battle inscription that represents the peak of the human martial realm represents? Battle inscriptions can only be carved by inscriptionists who have reached the human martial realm. The stronger the inscriptionist, the more powerful the battle inscription. At that time, the inscriptionists can look down on all enemies of the same level. However, there are too few people who can balance inscriptions and cultivation. And not everyone has the talent for inscriptions. Therefore, such inscriptionists are extremely rare. They are all in the Central Union. Xianxia's words made Luo Qingtong's eyes light up. A battle inscription that was comparable to the peak of the human martial realm. Although it could only be used once, it was definitely a great weapon. Everything else aside, Luo Qingtong had a golden ticket to avoid death in the 6-star region and below. Since there was a chance for such a good thing, she must get it. Moreover, Luo Qingtong couldn't ignore Xianxia. Although the other party had shamelessly begged her to be his disciple, his heart was sincere. Otherwise, with Luo Qingtong's temperament, if she didn't want to acknowledge him as her master, what was the use of Xianxia's shamelessness? For Luo Qingtong, if she didn't want to do something, no one could force her. However, if she wanted to protect someone, she would go even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. I'm going to the inscription tower. Are they going to do it tomorrow? Luo Qingtong looked at Xianxia. Yes. They have been delaying it for 3 years. I'm afraid they can't wait. When the people of Lingyu Inscription City were mentioned, Xianxia was annoyed. Those people were too cunning. If they hadn't broken the bet, he wouldn't have used this method to call Luo Qingtong over. God knows how much he was afraid that Luo Qingtong would be angry and abandon him as her master. All right. Luo Qingtong nodded and said, then we will go and meet them tomorrow. But before that, master, I have something to tell you. Your disciple Luo Qingtong hasn't come yet. You summoned the wrong person. As Luo Qingtong said this, Xianxia suddenly let out an ah sound. He didn't know what Luo Qingtong meant. However, before he could ask, Luo Qingtong had already pressed his hand down. Master, didn't I tell you before? I have enemies in the outer realms. This matter is too complicated, so I won't tell you more about it. Luo Qingtong had always been cautious. She had the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace and now she was going to use her inscription technique to fight against the people of Lingyu Inscription City. Once he won, his reputation would immediately spread. Luo Qingtong didn't want to attract any unnecessary trouble. She would help Xianxia, but not with the identity of Luo Qingtong, but with another identity. At that time I will have to trouble Master to accept another disciple. Luo Qingtong said with a smile as she looked at Xianxia. When the latter heard this, he immediately understood. He immediately laughed happily and said, okay. As long as it is my precious disciple, I will accept as many as you come. In any case, he would only accept his precious disciple. Xianxia naturally wouldn't disagree. All right. Luo Qingtong looked at him and smiled, then Master, quickly prepare an identity for me. Sigh. Xianxia hurriedly agreed and then hurriedly went out to prepare. He didn't dare to neglect what his precious disciple wanted to do. Furthermore, Luo Qingtong had already agreed to help him, which made Songqing even more ecstatic. Others might think that it was ridiculous for him to place his hopes on a disciple, but Songqing knew that with Luo Qingtong's peerless talent, if there was really someone who could help Tianfeng Inscription City turn the tide, it would only be her. If Luo Qingtong couldn't do it, then Tianfeng Inscription City wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. As he thought about it, he immediately went to prepare. And at this moment, in a luxurious courtyard, the group of people who had left Lingyu Inscription City earlier walked in. After the city lord of Lingyu Inscription City let the others return to their rooms to rest, he immediately brought a few of his trusted aides to a room. Master Chen, he said respectfully to an old man in the room with a flattering expression, we can take back the inscription tower tomorrow. Thank you, Master Chen, for helping our Lingyu Inscription City. Otherwise, our Lingyu Inscription City wouldn't have been able to take the inscription tower from Tianfeng Inscription City. As the city lord of Lingyu Inscription City said this, he was extremely proud in his heart. Their Lingyu Inscription City's strength had always been below Tianfeng Inscription City, especially himself. He was absolutely no match for the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City. The other party's strength was tyrannical and his inscription ability was first-rate. It was said that he could break through the level of an advanced rank 9 inscription master at any time and enter the level of a spirit seal master. At that time, he would be able to condense his natal inscription mark and have the qualifications to cultivate battle inscriptions. Of course, it wasn't that easy to cultivate battle inscriptions. He still had to raise his strength to the human martial realm or above. Even so, the other party's inscription ability completely crushed him. This inscription tower had been in Tianfeng Inscription City for who knows how many years, but no one had ever succeeded in seizing it. However, there was someone helping them in Lingyu Inscription City. Thinking about it, the city lord of Lingyu Inscription City felt even more proud. He looked at the old man opposite him. This Master Chen suddenly appeared in their Lingyu Inscription City and said that he would help them seize the inscription tower in Tianfeng Inscription City. At that time, City Lord Lingyu thought that he was joking. However, the latter had really defeated the Heavenly Wind City's City Lord in the Inscription Tower's battle. If it wasn't for the latter destroying the inscription mark that he was about to successfully condense and temporarily increasing his comprehension of inscriptions, they would have already won. However, because the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord destroyed his own inscription mark, he was basically crippled. Even if his inscription ability was still there, what was the use if he couldn't use it? This time, the inscription tower would definitely be theirs. Thinking about this, the city lord of Lingyu Inscription City had a complacent expression on his face, and he was full of joy. Master Chen looked up at him and snorted, "Are you sure? There won't be any changes? For example, another bet or something?" Hearing this, Lingyu's face immediately darkened. When he thought of the bet he had agreed to with Songqing in a moment of stupidity, he felt a heart attack. Who would have thought that the joke in Tianfeng Inscription City, who had no talent in inscriptions, would actually be able to learn inscription techniques within 12 years? He had clearly stayed in Tianfeng Inscription City for so many years, but he still hadn't learned it. Even if someone like the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord personally taught him, he still couldn't do it. The so-called rotten wood can't be carved was probably referring to Song City. In the end, after signing the bet with him, he went out to seek a breakthrough. In the end, he actually succeeded. Simply Mother *Ker, Lingyu Inscription City Lord felt a wave of depression in his heart. Then, he hurriedly said to the old man, "Master Chen, don't worry. There definitely won't be any problems this time." If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid that Song City would cause trouble again, he wouldn't have even gone to look when the people of Tianfeng Inscription City set up some inscription man-seeking array. However, the final result was just as he had expected. It was just a trick to scare people and stall for time. It was obvious that the people of Tianfeng Inscription City had already run out of ideas and had no other choice. "I guarantee that the inscription tower will be ours tomorrow. And the battle inscription mark at the peak of the human martial realm that you want will definitely be yours," Lingyu Inscription City Lord said with a flattering expression. When this Master Chen came to help them, he had pointed out that he wanted the battle inscription mark. Since Lingyu Inscription City Lord could obtain the inscription tower, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, no matter how precious the battle inscription was, it couldn't be more precious than the inscription tower. However, he actually couldn't figure out why the other party didn't directly go to Tianfeng Inscription City to request to join and then directly enter the inscription tower to seize the inscription mark. After all, the people of Tianfeng Inscription City didn't stop the people of Inscription City from entering to seize the inscription mark. The city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City even advocated for the capable. As long as the other party had the ability to take away the battle inscription mark, the people of Tianfeng Inscription City definitely wouldn't stop him. Lengyu Inscription City Lord felt that it was strange. However, when he thought about how powerful the other party was and how mysterious his background was, he probably didn't want to join. Tianfeng Inscription City, after all, he had invited the other party to join their Lengyu Inscription City many times, but the other party had rejected him. As he thought about it, he didn't think about it anymore. However, Lengyu Inscription City Lord didn't know that as he spoke, a strange light flashed in the depths of Master Chen's eyes. Battle inscription at the peak of the human martial arts realm, that kind of trash was not his target was something else hidden in the inscription tower. If he hadn't been lucky enough to know the whereabouts of that item, how could a heaven-grade spirit seal master appear in such a small 6-star domain? Why would he fight for the inscription tower for such a lousy inscription city? If it wasn't for him being afraid of exposing himself too much and attracting unnecessary trouble, he would have been able to defeat the city lord of Heavenwind Inscription City with a flick of his finger. How could he have given the city lord of Heavenwind Inscription City the chance to make a comeback at the last moment? With that thought in mind, Master Chen snorted. Losing to someone who hadn't completely condensed his inscription mark was the greatest humiliation of his life. Fortunately, no one here knew of his identity. Once he obtained that item, he would immediately leave this place. As for the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, they naturally had to pay the price for this humiliation. Humph, as Master Chen thought about it, he waved his hand and asked Ling Yu and the others to leave his room. On the other side, after Luo Qingtong asked Song Qing to prepare an identity for her, she also asked him to prepare a residence for her in Tianfeng Inscription City. She asked Song Qing to send the items to her residence after he finished preparing her identity and documents. Luo Qingtong put on a veil hat and went out. Master, where are you going? Little Pig didn't show up when she was talking to Song Qing earlier. When he saw Luo Qingtong leaving with the veil hat, he immediately poked his head out of Luo Qingtong's bosom and asked curiously. I'm going to prepare some things. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She had no strength and her blood eyes were limited. Although Song Qing said that the inscription tower didn't care about strength and only relied on the comprehension of inscriptions, Luo Qingtong liked to plan ahead. Moreover, she didn't know if the power in the tower could support the operation of her blood eyes. Since Luo Qingtong promised Song Qing to help, she would do her best. Moreover, she didn't want any accidents to happen in the inscription tower. That place was a place she wasn't familiar with. Without strength, she didn't feel safe at all. Oh. Little Pig nodded and then asked, then why don't you ask your master to prepare it? Wasn't it the most cost-effective and reliable thing to ask him for the items in Tianfeng Inscription City? It's too troublesome. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. Of course, she knew that Song Qing was the most convenient. However, he had already prepared an identity for her. Moreover, she wanted to hide her identity and couldn't let Song Qing do everything. Otherwise, if someone were to keep an eye on him, they would be able to find out everything. Luo Qingtong couldn't let others associate her with the girl summoned by Song Qing. Thus, other than having Song Qing take care of her identity, she had to take care of everything else herself. Luo Qingtong put on the veil hat and walked into a pharmacy. She quickly prepared the herbs she needed. The medicinal herbs she concocted were enlightenment spirit pills that could help her draw qi into her body as quickly as possible. This kind of medicinal pill Luo Qingtong used to give a lot of people in the Luo family's Iron Army. She didn't expect that one day she would give it to herself. Originally, according to her inventory in the Truespill continent, there should have been a lot of materials needed to refine the enlightenment spirit pill in her trash ring. However, what Luo Qingtong needed was to be able to fully comprehend the spiritual aura and draw it into her body within a day. After all, tomorrow was the day when the people from Cold Jade Inscription City would come to retrieve the inscription tower. It was obviously unrealistic to ask the people of Cold Jade Inscription City to delay the date of taking away the inscription tower. Luo Qingtong could only work on the effects of the Enlightenment Spirit Pill. In order for the Enlightenment Spirit Pill's effects to be good, the medicinal power of the medicinal herbs needed to be rich and of a high grade. With such conditions, the medicinal herbs in Luo Qingtong's waist ring did not meet the requirements. On the contrary, Skywind Inscription City was a city in a 6-star region. Even if the medicinal herbs were of the lowest grade, the medicinal power contained in them could instantly kill the high-grade medicinal herbs in the Truespill continent. Therefore, Luo Qingtong directly went to the pharmacy in Skywind Inscription City to purchase. The management of Skywind Inscription City was excellent. Luo Qingtong didn't encounter anything bad along the way. The shopkeeper of the pharmacy was also very enthusiastic. When Luo Qingtong was about to pay, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it, you're just a little girl. Forget about this bit of medicine money. It's not a big deal." As he spoke, he sighed and said, "Sigh, this Heavenly Wind Inscription City might be disbanded tomorrow. My pharmacy might not be able to continue operating at that time. After all, the other inscription cities don't have a good person like Old City Lord Zhang. A small shop like ours can only survive in a place like Heavenly Wind Inscription City. If it was any other inscription city, it would have long been swallowed up by those rich and overbearing shops." The shopkeeper of the pharmacy waved his hand and said, "Seeing that it's not easy for a little girl like you, I'll treat it as doing a good deed today. After all, if we can open for one more day, it's one more day." As the shopkeeper of the pharmacy spoke, he sighed heavily. A small shop like theirs couldn't be compared to a big shop. A big shop had an alchemist overseeing it, so they could do well wherever they went. However, a small shop like theirs, once they left the place where they grew up and went to another city, it would be very easy for them to be squeezed out of existence by others. Not to mention that the other cities weren't as benevolent as Heavenly Wind Inscription City, with the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord protecting them. If they were to go to another place, even if they were to take root, it would be very easy for others to maliciously squeeze and swallow them up. Thus, the shopkeeper of the pharmacy had already made preparations for this to be the last day of business. He looked at Luo Qingtong, who was wearing a veil hat, and waved his hand. "All right, little girl, let's go." Luo Qingtong smiled when she heard this. She didn't insist on paying and only took out something from her trash ring and placed it on the counter. "Uncle, don't worry. Heavenly Wind Inscription City won't fall." She turned around and left. Hearing this, the shopkeeper of the pharmacy was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and shook his head as he looked at Luo Qingtong's departing figure. "Little girl, you're too naive." The shopkeeper of the pharmacy didn't take Luo Qingtong's words to heart. The other party probably wasn't from Heavenly Wind Inscription City. Otherwise, he wouldn't not know how powerful Cold Jade Inscription City was. The other party should have taken away the inscription tower 3 years ago. And Heavenly Wind Inscription City should have been disbanded at that time. Sigh, I hope a miracle. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly landed on the things that Luo Qingtong had placed on the counter. Then, he was stunned. This. He looked at a prescription on the counter to be a prescription. On it, the steps to concoct this medicinal liquid were written in detail. From when to add the herbs, when to start the fusion, and what color represented the success of the fusion, all of it was very clear. It could be said that as long as there was this prescription, even an ignorant person would be able to refine the medicinal liquid on the prescription. 2. He knew very well in his heart that even an alchemist who had already become a grandmaster might not be able to take out such a prescription. The shopkeeper of the pharmacy thought with his mouth wide open and hurriedly rushed out. However, at this time, there was no trace of Luo Qingtong on the street. The young girl had already left after leaving the pharmacy. That prescription was just one of the prescriptions that she had casually taken out from the Empire of Qin's Academy of Medicine students. Back then, she had used this method to deal with the students of the Academy of Medicine and had written countless prescriptions. After Luo Qingtong went back, she prepared to start refining pills. She set up layers of arrays in her room. After making sure that no one could disturb her while she was refining pills, she took out the square immortal cauldron from her waist ring. This square immortal cauldron had been in Luo Qingtong's waist ring for a long time. With Luo Qingtong's previous alchemy strength, she no longer needed to use the square immortal cauldron to refine pills. However, this time, she had no strength and could not open her blood eye. To refine an excellent enlightenment spirit pill without wasting the medicinal power, she naturally needed to use the square immortal cauldron. Only this immortal cauldron could accurately control the furnace fire inside when Luo Qingtong had no strength and refine the medicinal power of the medicinal herbs inside just right. Luo Qingtong placed the medicinal herbs she bought from the pharmacy into the square immortal cauldron and made a seal with her hand. In an instant, the entire pill furnace lit up fiercely. The raging flames inside instantly soared up. There was no need for Luo Qingtong to use any of her strength. According to the steps of refining the enlightenment spirit pill, Luo Qingtong added the medicinal herbs she needed bit by bit. Under her precise control, even without the help of her blood eye, Luo Qingtong still succeeded in refining the enlightenment spirit pill. It was just that the retention rate of the medicinal power was not as good as when Luo Qingtong opened her blood eye, but it was still 90%. Luo Qingtong looked very satisfied. After all, the pills on the market that reached this level were already considered top grade. Above that level, even alchemy grandmasters would not dare to say that they were confident. Of course, if Luo Qingtong opened her blood eye, she would be able to achieve 100% retention rate. In that case, the medicinal effect would be even better. But now, 90% was already very good. It was enough for Luo Qingtong to fully comprehend the spirit qi before tomorrow, draw the spirit qi into her body again, and recover her strength. Luo Qingtong took out the enlightenment spirit pill from the square immortal cauldron and swallowed it. Boom! As soon as the medicinal pill entered her body, the medicinal power inside began to circulate throughout Luo Qingtong's limbs and body. As the medicinal effects flowed through Luo Qingtong's body, she sat down cross-legged and carefully sensed the spiritual aura around her. Under the effect of these medicinal herbs, Luo Qingtong's sensitivity to the surrounding spiritual energy greatly increased. The enlightenment spirit pill was used to help martial artists open up their meridians and increase their perception of spirit qi. From there, they would be able to draw spirit qi into their bodies and step onto the path of cultivation. A single enlightenment spirit pill was enough to allow ordinary people to ignore the difference in talent. It allowed those who did not have talent and could not sense the existence of spiritual energy around them to become warriors. As for Luo Qingtong's enlightenment spirit pill, it was an enhanced version of an ordinary enlightenment spirit pill. As soon as this enlightenment spirit pill entered her mouth, the attributes and types of the spirit qi were completely presented in front of Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong circulated the lowest level of martial artist entry-level techniques and slowly drew the spirit qi that was suitable for martial artists to cultivate into her body. As for the spirit qi that was not suitable for martial artists to cultivate, she excluded it. This process would normally take a few months or even a year for talented martial artists. With the help of the enlightenment spirit pill, Luo Qingtong could easily distinguish the spirit qi and draw it into her body very quickly. The spirit qi entered Luo Qingtong's body. Soon, the cultivation technique in Luo Qingtong's body was activated. It quickly carried the spirit qi around in Luo Qingtong's body. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. 36 rounds. After 1 round of circulation, Luo Qingtong's energy center produced a strand of power. Boom! The moment this strand of power appeared, Luo Qingtong's spirit qi and medicinal power were mobilized. Soon, the spirit qi in the girl's body became stronger and stronger. The spirit qi circulation in her body also became faster and faster. Boom! 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 The spirit qi in Luo Qingtong's meridians surged like waves in the sea and roared like thunder and dragons. Waves of dragon and tiger roars were emitted from her body. Then, each wave was louder than the previous one, and each wave followed the previous one. Luo Qingtong's skin rippled violently due to the thunderous sound of the tide of power. Boom! 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 The spirit qi in Luo Qingtong's body became stronger and stronger. In the next second, bam, the spirit qi in Luo Qingtong's body exploded. In an instant, countless spirit qi flew in all directions. In just a moment, the entire room shook. This was a residence that Songqing had specially prepared for her. Ordinary venerables would not be able to destroy this room. Not to mention the array formation that Luo Qingtong had set up. The peak of the holy Venerate realm. I'm about to step into the Venerate realm. Luo Qingtong smiled and held her hand. She felt the surging power in her body. It felt so good to have her strength back, and this time, she had clearly surpassed the 9th holy Venerate realm and could break through to the Venerate realm at any time. Although she was still a little short, Luo Qingtong was not in a hurry. After all, she had already reached this level. It was only a matter of time before she entered the Venerate realm. The absorption of her spirit chi this time brought her many benefits. In comparison, temporarily losing her spirit chi for a period of time and being called trash was no big deal. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up as she thought of this. She looked up at the sky outside. Seeing that it was still dark, she immediately raised her hand and prepared to put away the square immortal cauldron. However, just as she was about to move, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a certain place in the square immortal cauldron from the corner of her eye. Luo Qingtong's hand stopped. The square immortal cauldron. The square immortal cauldron was in the square immortal cauldron was in the square immortal cauldron. The spirit. When Luo Qingtong obtained this square immortal cauldron, she knew that this immortal cauldron was extraordinary. However, she was not strong enough at that time, so she did not open this immortal cauldron. Gradually, she forgot about the cauldron immortal cauldron. Now that she saw that place again, Luo Qingtong immediately recalled what had happened. At that time, her spirit chi was too weak. Now that she was a holy Venerate, or even close to it, could she open the square immortal cauldron spirit chi? Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light as she thought of this. She sucked the square immortal cauldron in front of her and carefully examined it. Then, her bloody eyes flashed. Bang! Luo Qingtong struck the seal in her hand and directly slapped the Sun Moon Mountain River diagram of the square immortal cauldron. Very quickly, waves of white light emerged from the divine cauldron. The aura of these white lights was very powerful, and they constantly wandered around the square immortal cauldron. Luo Qingtong's power was greatly hindered. The bloody light in her eyes flickered. Very quickly, she resisted the power of these white lights and slapped out 2 more times. In an instant, with a boom, the aura of this divine cauldron suddenly flourished. Then, in the next second, ka. The entire cauldron suddenly rotated from nearly 1/3 of the top of the cauldron. The entire cauldron split into 2 halves in an instant, revealing a space that looked like a mezzanine. The amazing thing was that this space clearly existed in the cauldron, but before Luo Qingtong opened it, she couldn't see the existence of this space in the entire square immortal cauldron. At this moment, the mezzanine of the divine cauldron opened, and Luo Qingtong could see the appearance of this space. Illusory form pill? Luo Qingtong looked at the pill formula that was revealed and raised her hand to take it out. At the same time, there was a medicinal herb that emitted an extremely strong medicinal power. The medicinal power contained in this medicinal herb was so strong that it almost forced Luo Qingtong to take 2 steps back. One had to know that the aura of medicinal power was the softest. Under normal circumstances, it didn't have any offensive power. However, the medicinal power emitted by the medicinal herb in front of Luo Qingtong was actually like an exposed sword aura, full of offensive power and pressure. It could be seen that the grade of this medicinal herb was very high. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Could it be a divine item of heaven and earth? Luo Qingtong looked at this medicinal herb and guessed in her heart. In this world, there were some top-grade medicinal herbs that were born naturally. Regardless of grade or medicinal power, they were not comparable to ordinary high-grade medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs already contained spirituality. There were even medicinal herbs that were tens of millions of years old that could transform into a human form. They were extremely rare. Of course, just like plants that had turned into spirits, it was extremely difficult for these medicinal herbs to cultivate into a human form. However, the spirituality in their bodies was innate. It could be said that they were blessed by the heavens. Luo Qingtong looked at this medicinal herb and secretly guessed whether this medicinal herb was such a divine item of heaven and earth or not. However, upon closer inspection, this medicinal herb seemed to be only a small section. Even if it was a divine item of heaven and earth, it would only be a small part of its body. It contained a limited amount of spirituality, and it couldn't be cultivated. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she frowned and felt a little regretful. At this moment, she heard little pigs. blood-weeping parasol tree? Little Pig stared at the herb that looked like a dried-up twig. The other party's branches were thick and strong, twisting and turning in a spiral. Looking at it, there was a kind of majestic and boundless aura. Was on. On. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is the true blood of a phoenix that has successfully undergone nirvana. The blood-weeping parasol tree actually contained the true blood of a phoenix that had successfully undergone nirvana. The phoenix itself was already an ancient divine beast. After successfully undergoing nirvana, it was close to the level of a divine beast of heaven and earth. Even the realm beast, which was born and nurtured by the heavens and earth, was the heavenly Tao's favorite, could be compared to it. A phoenix that had successfully undergone nirvana was equivalent to surpassing the level of an ancient divine beast and reaching a whole new realm. Who would have thought that the blood-weeping parasol tree actually contained the true blood of a phoenix that had successfully undergone nirvana? If it was refined into a pill and swallowed, the person would immediately obtain the power of the raging true fire that was comparable to a phoenix's. Moreover, because it was inherited from a phoenix that had successfully undergone nirvana, the power of the raging true fire was even greater than any fire element power in the world. Sigh, it's a pity that there's too little true blood of a phoenix in it. It's not enough to form a pill. Little Pig was excited when he discovered that the blood-weeping parasol tree contained very little true blood of a phoenix. There was only a little on the surface of the blood-weeping parasol tree, and the insides weren't soaked. Even if this true blood of a phoenix was refined, it still wasn't enough to form a pill. What a pity. Little Pig's excited expression instantly disappeared when he thought of this. What the hell was worse than seeing a treasure, only to discover that it was just an empty shell when you eagerly rushed up to it? You could only look at it to satisfy your craving, but couldn't use it. Little Pig's ears, which had been raised up, instantly drooped down like a frosted eggplant. On the other hand, Luo Qingtong glanced at the blood-weeping parasol tree before looking at the pill recipe in her hand. Then, her lips curled up as she said, "That's right. I'm afraid this blood-weeping parasol tree isn't used to refine the pill you mentioned. It's used to refine the illusory form pill." As she spoke, she handed the pill recipe in her hand to Little Pig. Little Pig caught the pill recipe with his two little hooves and glanced at it. Then, his eyes widened. Holy crap, this person is a genius. Just who was the one who developed this pill? It's 2F** King. Awesome. Little Pig's eyes widened as he looked at the pill recipe's introduction. The words written on it were, illusory form pill, origin pill. It can be infused with the blood of spirit beasts of heaven and earth, and after consuming it, it can transform into the original form of a spirit beast. Depending on the strength of the medicinal herbs and the level of the transformed spirit beast, one could obtain 1/10 to 1/5 of the transformed spirit beast's strength. The time limit was 1 hour. Oh my god, this illusionary form pill was simply awesome to the heavens. No wonder there was a blood-weeping parasol tree beside this pill formula. Didn't this mean that if Luo Qingtong was able to refine the medicinal pills on the list, with the true blood of the phoenix from the blood-weeping parasol tree, she could transform into the appearance of the phoenix that had successfully undergone nirvana and possess at least 1/10 of its original strength? F***ck. That was awesome. Little Pig's eyes were wide open. A phoenix's true body that had successfully undergone nirvana, if it was one of the best in the phoenix clan, it would have strength that was not inferior to its true body. Wow, what the F***ck? Did that woman Feng Yuan know what kind of treasure she had given to his master? She probably didn't know, otherwise, she would have vomited blood and died from anger. Ha ha ha. Little Pig laughed as he thought about it. But soon, it smacked its lips and said regretfully, unfortunately, the aura of this blood-weeping parasol tree is too strong. With your current strength, you still can't refine the true phoenix blood in it. She would only have a chance when she reached the human martial realm. After all, the true phoenix blood was extremely powerful and contained the will of the true phoenix fire. Moreover, it was the blood of a phoenix that had successfully undergone nirvana. A single drop was enough to burn mountains and overturn seas. However, that was the blood essence of a phoenix's heart. The blood in the parasol tree was only the sporadic blood that was spat out when the phoenix underwent nirvana. It didn't possess that kind of power. Otherwise, not to mention the human martial realm, even if Luo Qingtong broke through to the sky martial realm, she might not be able to refine the true phoenix blood in it. This was based on the fact that Luo Qingtong's tyrannical strength far surpassed ordinary Sky Martial Realm experts and the assistance of the Blood Eye. If it was an ordinary Sky Martial Realm expert, just touching the true Phoenix blood would burn them to ashes, let alone refining it. Therefore, even if there was a heavenly treasure, one needed the corresponding strength to possess it. Now, the sporadic blood in the blood-weeping parasol tree was just right. When Luo Qingtong's strength increased, she could refine it into a pill. At that time, Luo Qingtong's trump card would be unimaginably great. She would be able to do whatever she wanted in this starry sky and countless starfields. Little Pig was overjoyed when he thought of this. The stronger Luo Qingtong was, the more cocky he could be, when he thought of how he could do whatever he wanted even if he couldn't recover the power of his original body for the time being. He was overjoyed and completely forgot about his previous state. Ao, Master, this is a good treasure. Quickly put it away. Little Pig said to Luo Qingtong with glowing eyes. They couldn't lose such a good treasure. After all, where would they find the true Phoenix blood if it wasn't in this cauldron? Even if they found other spiritual beasts, could their strength compare to the true Phoenix blood of the true Phoenix? What a joke. Even if they could refine a pill that could activate 50% of the true Phoenix's original body's strength, it wouldn't be as powerful as 1% of the true Phoenix's strength. Little Pig felt smug in his heart. Luo Qingtong was naturally aware of the benefits. After looking through the pill formula for the illusory form pill, she locked it together with the blood-weeping parasol tree back into the interlayer of the square immortal cauldron. It was safest to place such a treasure in the square immortal cauldron. After all, in this world, other than Luo Qingtong who knew the method and could easily open it, others might not be able to open it even if they obtained the divine cauldron. Not to mention that they might not even know that there was an interlayer in the divine cauldron. After Luo Qingtong sealed up the divine furnace space, she didn't put it away. Instead, she opened the lid of the furnace once more. She thought for a moment, and then took out some high-level herbs from the true spill continent from her trash ring. Master, what are you doing? Little Pig watched as she reignited the flames in the square immortal cauldron and tried to throw the herbs into the cauldron. He was stunned. Hadn't the Enlightenment Spirit pill been successfully refined? Luo Qingtong had already recovered her strength. What pill was she refining now? It's almost dawn. At this time, shouldn't she be tidying up and preparing for the battle at the inscription tower? There's no hurry. Luo Qingtong's eyes dimmed. She looked at the flames rising from the square immortal cauldron, and a bloody light flashed in her eyes. Soon, the image of the illusory pill recipe that she had imprinted in her pupils with her eye technique began to spin in her eyes. Countless scenes appeared in front of Luo Qingtong. With the help of her eye technique, Luo Qingtong quickly extracted the most crucial elements from the illusory pill recipe. Then, she searched through the high-grade herbs she had from the true spill continent. The medicinal efficacy of these herbs could not be compared to the low-grade herbs in the Heavenly Wind region, but Luo Qingtong did not need them to be very effective. After all, the illusory pill was an origin pill. Ordinary herbs could not completely replicate its medicinal efficacy. Even the top-grade herbs in the Heavenly Wind region could not. But Luo Qingtong did not want to refine the complete illusory pill, she only needed a small part of its medicinal efficacy. After the initial decomposition, combination, deduction, and evolution, Luo Qingtong quickly came up with a brand new pill recipe. The medicinal efficacy and elements of this pill recipe could be obtained through Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes and superimposed on the high-grade herbs she had from the true spill continent. It was like the fusion of red and blue, and finally evolved into a purple color. Luo Qingtong superimposed the medicinal efficacy and elements of the various herbs she had in her hands. Soon, she had extracted the medicinal elements she needed. This process was completely inconceivable for an ordinary alchemist. Because for an alchemist, the pill recipe determined the medicinal ingredients, and at the same time, it also determined what kind of pill could be refined. Like Luo Qingtong, taking herbs that did not belong to the pill recipe, extracting the medicinal elements from them, and combining them at will, was absolutely impossible. Because no one had Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes, which could see through everything and directly strike at the essence. Phew! It feels so good to have my strength restored. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. She grabbed the pill from the four-sided immortal cauldron. The pill was round and small, and its appearance and aura were somewhat similar to the pill described in the illusory form pill formula, but they were not exactly the same. If there was any difference, it would probably be the miniature version of the illusory form pill, the mini-castrated version. Little Pig was dumbfounded as he watched Luo Qingtong refine the pill from the square immortal cauldron. When he saw the pill in Luo Qingtong's hand, his eyes widened. You. Illusion pill? It pointed at the pill in Luo Qingtong's hand, and its jaw almost dropped. How was this possible? That was an origin pill. How could Luo Qingtong possibly refine it, even if she could understand the pill formula with a single glance? The medicinal ingredients recorded in the formula were all extremely rare. It might not even exist in the heavenly wind region, and it might only exist in the star domains of 3 stars and above. No matter how capable Luo Qingtong was, without the corresponding medicinal ingredients, it was impossible to refine such a pill, right? Little Pig's beady eyes widened. Of course not. Luo Qingtong glanced at him. Did this guy think he was the reincarnation of a god? Without enough high-grade medicinal ingredients, it was impossible to refine the complete version of the phantom pill. If she was really that awesome, why would she need to level up? She could destroy the heavens in a matter of minutes. Luo Qingtong was speechless. Although this pill wasn't the phantom pill, it was modified by Luo Qingtong according to the effects of the phantom pill. She removed the effect of refining the phantom pill with the blood of heaven and earth spirit beasts and changed it into another effect. The other effect was very suitable for Luo Qingtong to hide her identity. Luo Qingtong looked at the pill in her hand and said with a mysterious smile, "This pill will be called the small phantom pill." She didn't expect that there would be a pill like the phantom pill in this world. With that thought, Luo Qingtong swallowed the elixir. In an instant, Little Pig saw the changes on her body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Plop! Because Little Pig was too shocked, he fell from Luo Qingtong's shoulder and heavily fell on his butt. If it was any other time, he would have already cried out. However, at this moment, because it was too shocked and incredulous, its eyes were wide open, and it forgot that its butt was hurting from the fall. Oh my God! You! When Little Pig's voice sounded out, there were already people impatiently rushing over to the inscription plaza at the western end of Heavenly Wind Inscription City as the sky lit up. Today was the day that the people of Lingyu Inscription City took away the inscription tower. The inscription tower was located beside the westernmost inscription plaza. It was the place where the inscription masters of Heavenly Wind Inscription City gathered early in the morning. At this moment, other than the inscription masters of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, there were other people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. As a city, Heavenly Wind Inscription City naturally didn't only have inscription masters. There were also many ordinary people, cultivators, and soul cultivators. These people relied on Heavenly Wind Inscription City to survive. Now that the inscription tower was going to be taken away by the people of Lingyu Inscription City, they were naturally heartbroken. Not to mention that Heavenly Wind Inscription City was going to be disbanded. From now on, there would be no more Heavenly Wind Inscription City in the Heavenly Wind region. Everyone was heartbroken, but there was nothing they could do. Unless they could defeat the people of Lingyu Inscription City and take back the inscription tower, the owner of the inscription tower would definitely change. But if they could defeat the people of Lingyu Inscription City, why would they need to rely on the bed in Song City to escape from the owner changed 3 years ago? The city lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City had been severely injured in the previous inscription tower battle and was unable to participate in the battle. As for the other inscription masters, none of them could surpass him in terms of inscription attainments. Inscription masters of Lingyu City. Originally, by relying on Song City's bet, they could have avoided the challenge of the inscription tower 3 years ago. 12 years later, they might have been able to nurture a person who could take on Lingyu's Inscription City alone. But who would have thought that the people of Lingyu Inscription City would act shamelessly and admit that they lost the bet? In reality, they used the loophole in the bet to say that the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City didn't give up the challenge. They wanted to challenge again 1 year later. But even so, the time they needed was far from enough, and the savior that Song Qing spoke of was summoned wrongly. Although no one placed their hopes on the disciple that he spoke of, they still held on to a trace of hope. But at this moment, this sliver of hope was shattered. Everyone's hearts were filled with sadness. While the people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City were gathering, the people from Lingyu Inscription City also arrived when the sky was completely bright. They stepped on the morning mist and arrived. Looking at the towering and majestic inscription tower in front of them, a trace of greed flashed across the eyes of Lingyu Inscription City's city lord and the others. Then, they looked at the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City who had sorrowful and helpless expressions and said, "Haha. Everyone from Heavenly Wind Inscription City, it would be impolite for us to refuse this inscription tower." As he spoke, he laughed complacently. Then, he waved his hand and was about to let someone take over the inscription tower and bring it back to Lingyu Inscription City. After all, such a magic tool naturally had a way to fly in the air. Lingyu Inscription City's city lord didn't have to worry about how to bring it back to his city. When the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City heard his words, the sorrow in their hearts was indescribable. And the shopkeeper of the pharmacy who had received Luo Qingtong's prescription and heard her say that Heavenly Wind Inscription City would not fall was also in the crowd. He was full of hope as he waited for a miracle to happen. However, until the people of Lingyu Inscription City arrived, there was still no change in Heavenly Wind Inscription City. It was still the same people. A miracle did not happen. Sigh, how could this be? That little senior clearly said that Heavenly Wind Inscription City would not fall. His voice was muttering, completely unable to accept such an outcome. Senior expert, that was his impression of Luo Qingtong. Ever since the young girl gave him the prescription, the shopkeeper of the pharmacy had regarded Luo Qingtong as a reclusive senior expert. He believed her words without a doubt. However, he had been waiting for this moment, but a miracle did not happen. As for the shopkeepers behind him, who relied on the Heavenly Wind Inscription City to survive, they were even more sobbing. At this moment, Songqing stood out from Heavenly Wind Inscription City's group. Wait. Songqing was panicking to death. Where was his precious disciple? She said that she wanted him to get her an identity and sent her to her place before disappearing. Luo Qingtong's room was covered with layers of array formations, including illusory array and maze array. Songqing could not find Luo Qingtong, so he naturally thought that she was not in her room. Before he came to the inscription plaza, he had almost turned the entire Heavenly Wind Inscription City upside down, but there was still no sign of Luo Qingtong. If Songqing didn't know his disciple's temperament, he would have thought that his disciple had run away because the task was too difficult. Although he didn't know why Luo Qingtong hadn't arrived yet, for the sake of Heavenly Wind Inscription City and Inscription Pagoda, Songqing still braced himself and stood out. People of Lingyu Inscription City, have you all forgotten something? He looked at Lingyu Inscription City's city lord and the others and shouted sternly, "This inscription pagoda can only be taken away after a challenge. Aren't you all being too impatient?" Oh, my disciple, come back quickly," Songqing scolded sternly while praying in his heart that Luo Qingtong would hurry over. With his understanding of Luo Qingtong, the young girl would definitely do what she promised and would definitely rush over. He hoped that she would hurry up. The people of Lingyu Inscription City immediately looked at him. Yo! Songqing, is there something wrong with your head? A person from Lingyu Inscription City said with a fake smile, "You want to challenge our Lingyu Inscription City with just a group of defeated soldiers? I'm afraid you've forgotten why you made that 12-year bet with us, right?" The person from Lingyu Inscription City said as he sneered and looked at the group of people from Tianfeng Inscription City with disdain. Ever since the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City was injured by Master Chen, the inscription tower in Tianfeng Inscription City was already in the bag of their Lingyu Inscription City. Now that the people of Lingyu Inscription City had come to take the inscription tower, the people of Tianfeng Inscription City actually wanted to challenge them. They were simply overestimating themselves. The group of people from Tianfeng Inscription City also looked at Songqing in confusion. They had no way of winning against the people of Lingyu Inscription City. Songqing's challenge was just to give the people of Lingyu Inscription City another chance to humiliate them. Why would he do that? A group of inscription masters beside the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City wanted to stand out and stop Songqing, but they were stopped by old city lord Zhang. Forget it. He coughed lightly and waved his hand. It's rare for Cheng'er to have such intentions. He wants to fight for the last bit of dignity for the people of Tianfeng Inscription City. Let's not stop him. Actually, even for me, I really can't bear to give up the inscription tower without even competing. As he spoke, he coughed violently, but his bent back slowly straightened bit by bit. He returned to his previous appearance before his life inscription mark was destroyed. His face was flushed red, but he forcefully suppressed the injuries in his body and returned to his previous glory. Teacher. City Lord. Looking at the appearance of the City Lord of Tianfeng Inscription City, the people of Tianfeng Inscription City felt something in their hearts and immediately cried out. They knew in their hearts that the City Lord of Tianfeng Inscription City had clearly decided to fight with the people of Lingyu Inscription City to the end. Even if he lost in the end, he would never give up. Sure enough, as soon as they spoke, the City Lord's voice continued to ring out. People of Skywind Inscription City, get ready. As his voice rang out, Tianfeng Inscription City Lord directly stood in front of Songqing. His back was straight and his face was filled with arrogance as he looked at Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others. Lu Zhitong, your people from Lingyu City want to take away the inscription tower from our Heavenly Wind Inscription City. Sure. As he spoke, he nodded slightly towards the City Lord Lingyu, who was called out by his name, and said, "Just step over my corpse." The inscription tower was lost, and Heavenly Wind Inscription City was disbanded. From now on, he would never be able to touch his most beloved inscription technique. The Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord felt that his life was meaningless. Even if he lost, he would do his best. Even if he were to die, he would die standing. Master. Hearing his voice, Songqing was instantly dumbfounded. With his master's strength, how could he possibly gamble with the people of Lingyu Inscription City? Fighting with Lingyu City like this was equivalent to courting death. Songqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The reason why he stood out to let the people of Lingyu City accept the challenge was to stall for time and wait for Luo Qingtong to come. However, because he couldn't expose Luo Qingtong's identity and was afraid that the City Lord wouldn't believe him, he didn't tell them about this matter. Thus, from the beginning to the end, he was the only one who knew that Luo Qingtong would come to help their Heavenly Wind Inscription City. With the young girl's monstrous talent, she might be able to help their Heavenly Wind Inscription City win a miracle. However, Songqing had never thought that he would drag his master, the City Lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, into this. Thinking of this, he hurriedly wanted to explain to the City Lord. However, before he could open his mouth, the City Lord and the others on the other side had already sneered. All right. Lu Zhitong, who was also the City Lord of Lingyu City, looked at the City Lord and the others who stood out and said coldly, "Since you all want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. However, Zhang Tianhong, you have to consider it carefully." He looked at the City Lord and sneered, "Although the inscription tower doesn't allow casualties, someone like you can't even use the slightest bit of inscription strength. Even if you accidentally die inside, you can't blame the people of Lingyu City." As he spoke, the expression in his eyes was extremely cold. "There are so many of you here, you have to watch carefully. When the time comes, don't come looking for our Lingyu City to settle the score. We won't admit it." As he spoke to her, his words were already filled with cold killing intent. This Zhang Tianhong, there was a path to heaven, but he didn't take it. Instead, he barged into hell. She was already worried about him. With Zhang Tianhong's teaching ability, other than that trash Songqing who couldn't be taught no matter how hard he tried, everyone who received his teachings were all outstanding inscriptionists in the 6-star region. In terms of overall strength, the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City would definitely crush their Lingyu City. Thus, even if she used the bet to force Heavenly Wind Inscription City to disband and didn't allow them to touch the inscription technique again, Lingyu Inscription City Lord's heart was still not at ease. He was afraid that the people of Skywind Inscription City would rise again and help the people of other inscription cities to seize the inscription tower of Lingyu Inscription City. At that time, without Master Chen's help, the people of Cold Jade Inscription City might not be able to deal with them. However, it was different now. The Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord had requested to join the challenge. With his current situation where he had lost all his inscription power, if anything were to happen to him, it would have nothing to do with Lingyu Inscription City. At that time, they would be able to kill Zhang Tianhong in the inscription tower and they wouldn't have to be afraid of the Inscription Association's investigation. Thinking of this, a bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in the eyes of the City Lord. Hearing his words, how could the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City not know what he was planning? Immediately, they all looked at him furiously. At this moment, Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's voice rang out. All right. He had already disregarded his life and death, so he naturally wouldn't care what Lingyu Inscription City Lord was planning. Songqing was about to interrupt Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's words, but he didn't have the time. Master, oh master, I'm just stalling for time. I'm not going to fight to the death with the people of Lingyu Inscription City. There's still hope for the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. Songqing wanted to cry but had no tears. He never thought that things would develop to such a stage. He hurriedly shouted, no, no. He definitely could not let his master take the risk. It was fine if it was the other inscriptionists of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. In any case, when the challenge began, they would definitely enter together. But his master no longer had any inscription skills, so he definitely could not enter. My master can't enter. He shouted loudly at the people of Lingyu Inscription City. Your master has already agreed. Songqing, what qualifications do you have to disagree? Lingyu Inscription City Lord looked at him with disdain and said coldly, why don't you take a look at yourself? A person who wasn't even a beginner inscription master, what right did he have to make a fuss here? Did he really think that he was someone important? Lingyu Inscription City Lord's words rang out, and in an instant, Songqing's face flushed red. He gritted his teeth and was about to continue speaking when at this moment, a cold, slightly hoarse and clear voice of a youth floated over from the crowd not far away. People of Lingyu Inscription City, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. What my master means is that with just you guys, you're not worth the master ancestor's injury. It's enough for him to deal with you guys. Master, don't you think so? As this voice rang out, Songqing instantly jumped up. His words were only halfway through when he suddenly paused. The word brother was forcefully poured back down his throat along with his saliva. In an instant, Songqing choked on his own saliva and coughed violently. But even so, his eyes, which were so frightened that they were round, did not leave the figure that walked out from the crowd. Oh my God, his precious disciple, his peerless and obedient disciple, how did she become a man? A youth walked out from the crowd. His figure was graceful and elegant. He held the fan in his left hand. His jade-colored skin and the ivory handle were mixed together. It was hard to tell which was whiter. The young man's face was covered by a dark golden mask that covered most of his face, only revealing a pair of eyes that were like stars and moons. The starlight inside was so bright that it could compete with the sun and the moon. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, giving off an indescribable sense of evil and unbridled indulgence, as well as a cold aura. Under the mask, her lips were as red as fire, and the red was reflected on her perfect, jade-white chin. When the corners of her lips curled up slightly, it was indescribably breathtaking. Even though they couldn't see the face under the mask, they could still feel that such a young man was incomparably beautiful and stunning. However, what Songqing noticed was the Adam's apple on his precious disciple's throat. Ow ow ow, oh my God, the world was a fantasy, oh my God, how did his precious disciple become a man? Disciple. You didn't tell me that you would become a man. What's going on? How did Luo Qingtong become like this? Disciple, you told me that you wanted to get a new identity, but you didn't say that you wanted to transform into a living person. Songqing's eyes were glazed over. Luo Qingtong's figure had already arrived in front of him. She raised her hand and tapped Songqing's shoulder with her folding fan. With a smile, she said coldly, what's the matter? Master, are you too happy that you don't recognize Xianxia anymore? Luo Qingtong's words implied that she was introducing her new identity to Songqing. She didn't think that she would obtain something like the phantom form pill, so she didn't have time to inform Songqing of her new identity. However, a man's identity was indeed more convenient for her to hide her identity. Even if the enemies of the Immortal Slayer Palace suspected her identity, they would never think that she was the disciple that Songqing had summoned from the Truespill continent, Luo Qingtong. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Songqing had summoned her and caused such a big commotion that almost the entire city knew about it, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have painstakingly concealed her identity. It was always better to prepare for a rainy day than to deal with trouble when they came knocking on your door. Luo Qingtong had faced countless pursuits and naturally knew what the best way to deal with these troubles was. That was to never give others a chance to catch your flaws and weaknesses. All threats, she would nip them in the bud. She would never give anyone a chance to take advantage of her. If she didn't even have this little bit of caution, she wouldn't have been able to live to become a supreme technique master in her previous life. Therefore, the moment she obtained the phantom form pill formula, Luo Qingtong changed her inner thoughts. She replaced her previous plan with the identity of Xianxia. As for the identity that Songqing had prepared for her, as long as she changed her gender and name, and made some small changes, it would be fine. Wasn't that right? Luo Qingtong thought so and suddenly smiled. She raised her hand and fanned herself, covering half of her face. I'm not late, right? Master? Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Songqing finally reacted. He clutched his heart. Luckily, he hadn't been scared to death by this ever-changing disciple of his. However, Luo Qingtong's last sentence instantly pulled his attention back. He hurriedly said, I'm not late, it was fine as long as his precious disciple was here, as for whether it was a man or a woman. Forget it, it didn't affect her status as his disciple. Songqing felt that if he continued to bicker with Luo Qingtong, he would be shocked in the future. This disciple of his had too many tricks up his sleeve. She could even transform into a man. While Songqing was thinking, the people of Cold Jade Inscription City looked at Luo Qingtong and coldly said, Who are you? You actually dare to interfere in the matters of our Cold Jade Inscription City and Heavenly Wind Inscription City? They looked suspiciously at Luo Qingtong and Songqing, wondering when the latter had accepted another disciple. Moreover, he was so arrogant and boastful. Let Songqing replace the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord to fight with them. They could crush him with just one hand. Okay, the Cold Jade Inscription City Lord's face was even colder. Just as he was about to force Zhang Tianhong to enter the inscription tower and fight to the death, Xianxia appeared out of nowhere and cut off their words. At this moment, they couldn't say that the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City were going back on their words. However, he couldn't just bluff his way out like this. Thinking about it, he sneered and said, Alright, let Songqing replace Zhang Tianhong, right? Sure. He said slowly, then looked at Luo Qingtong and the others with a cold expression and said, However, since you guys are so confident that he can replace Zhang Tianhong, he must have had some fortuitous encounter in the past 2 days, right? As expected of someone who successfully learned the inscription technique in 12 years. His face was full of ridicule as he said to Songqing, Since your inscription technique has improved, then we'll let you replace Zhang Tianhong. But, when he said this, he dragged his voice and looked at Songqing and the others with ill intentions. If you guys lose to us, then it means that what you said just now was a complete lie. At that time, Zhang Tianhong will kill himself for his cowardice and the shamelessness of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. How about it? Lengyu Inscription City Lord looked at Luo Qingtong's people with a sinister expression and laughed loudly. Do you dare to agree? Haha. His voice was savage, and his face was full of coldness as he looked at Luo Qingtong and the others. A group of ignorant fellows actually thought that they could easily bluff their way out. No matter who he used as a substitute, Zhang Tianhong would still die. It was not easy for the other party to give him an opportunity. How could he not seize it? Lengyu Inscription City Lord sneered. When Songqing and the others heard his words, they were all furious. Damn it, simply shameless. Songqing was so angry that his eyes turned red. These people from Lingyu Inscription City clearly wanted to kill his master. They were 2F** king shameless, and his heart was also filled with guilt. It was all his fault. If only he had told his master in advance. However, Songqing also knew that unless he saw it with his own eyes, Zhang Tianhong and the others would not believe him if he just told them how powerful Luo Qingtong was. The reason why they agreed to let him open the array of Heavenly Wind Inscription City to search for someone. It was because if the inscription tower changed owners, Heavenly Wind Inscription City would cease to exist. At that time, the power of the inscription array would be useless even if it was kept. That was why he went with the flow and agreed to let him use it to look for people. It was just to fulfill his filial piety. Songqing's heart ached at the thought of this. His master was such a good person. But why was it that good people always had bad karma? As he was thinking, he heard Luo Qingtong's faint voice. Sure. Luo Qingtong looked coldly at Lingyu Mingwen and the others. They wanted to use her words to kill the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. He could only say that they were too naive. Luo Qingtong, this stepping stone, was not so easy to step on. thinking about it, Luo Qingtong's lips curled into a smile. Then she said, what if we win? City Lord Lingyu, you maliciously slandered the reputation of our Heavenly Wind Inscription City and the character of my martial ancestor. Shouldn't you also commit suicide to atone for your crimes? The smile on her lips was cold. Humph, brat who's still wet behind the ears, you want to scare me with just these 2 sentences? City Lord Lingyu Mingwen looked at Luo Qingtong with a cold smile on his face, his heart filled with disdain. A little brat who only knew a little sharp tongue thought that he would be able to frighten him. Unfortunately, if it was anyone else, he might really suspect that there was a trap in his words. Lingyu Inscription City Lord looked at Songqing who was beside Luo Qingtong with disdain. His face was full of disdain and contempt for him. Such a trash, when he went out to train and break through, he was lucky and luckily learned a little inscription technique, but that was it. With his lousy talent, how could he represent Zhang Tianhong and win against him and the others, not to mention that they have Master Chen behind them? As Lingyu Inscription City Lord thought this, he felt even more contempt in his heart. However, it was related to his life, and this brat who came out of nowhere was indeed a little strange. As Lingyu Inscription City Lord thought this, he immediately said cunningly, okay. However, Songqing has to defeat me personally. Otherwise, I won't admit that his inscription technique is comparable to Zhang Tianhong's. Sinisterly saying that he would never lose, Lingyu Inscription City Lord looked at Luo Qingtong and the others with a cold and proud expression and said, as long as Songqing can defeat me personally, not to mention committing suicide to apologize, even if you ask all of us from Lingyu Inscription City to cripple our own inscription techniques, we won't even blink an eye. Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingtong's voice had already sounded out with a light laugh. Okay, I'll bet with you. As she spoke, she turned around and said to everyone present, everyone, you heard it. The people of Lingyu Inscription City slandered us from Tianfeng Inscription City. Promise yourself, if they really slandered us, then Lingyu Inscription City Lord will apologize with his death. In addition, the people of Lingyu Inscription City will cripple their own inscription techniques. All of you, listen carefully. As soon as Luo Qingtong said this, Lingyu Inscription City Lord was so angry that his mouth almost twisted. Who the hell slandered the people of Tianfeng Inscription City? It was obviously the truth. How could that trash, Songqing, be a match for him? The other party actually said that they slandered them. How shameless. Lingyu Inscription City Lord could be considered to have experienced the grievances of the people of Tianfeng Inscription City. When Songqing heard Luo Qingtong's words, he immediately panicked. In front of everyone, he couldn't say much, but in private, he fiercely tugged on Luo Qingtong's sleeve and pulled her down. He lowered his voice beside her ear and urgently said, Disciple. No, my dear disciple, how can I defeat Lu Zhitong? Disciple, let's not joke around anymore. Heavenly Wind Inscription City can't take this loss. Previously, when Songqing heard that the old city lord was going to commit suicide, he couldn't even stand it. Not to mention that Luo Qingtong and Lingyu Inscription were going to cripple the members of both sides. Damn, City Lord Lingyu is so shameless. Although he was the one who said that if he lost, the people of Lingyu Inscription City would cripple their own inscription techniques, Luo Qingtong didn't say anything. However, with Lingyu's sinister personality, he would definitely use this as a reason to attack Heavenly Wind Inscription City. Songqing didn't want Tianfeng Inscription City Lord to go on stage, but he couldn't go on stage himself either. He was really trash. After learning inscription techniques for so many years, Songqing had long been disheartened by his own inscription techniques. It wasn't that he was belittling himself. In this life, he really had no fate with inscription techniques. To be able to learn some shallow inscription techniques from Luo Qingtong, he was already overjoyed. He really didn't wish for anything else. Songqing bitterly said to Luo Qingtong, Quick, let's think of a way to go back on our words and reject this matter. My precious disciple, be good. Songqing was muttering to Luo Qingtong. On the other side, Lingyu Inscription City was originally angry that Luo Qingtong's words were wrong. Now that she saw him approaching Luo Qingtong and speaking urgently, she suddenly sneered. She didn't have time to correct Luo Qingtong's words and said loudly, That's right. Everything is as Xianxia said. People of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, please. Following Lingyu Inscription City Lord's voice, Luo Qingtong also looked at Songqing and blinked her eyes. She shrugged and said, "It's too late, master." As she spoke, she lightly patted Song Cheng's right shoulder with the fan in her hand and said, "Maybe a miracle will happen?" "Master, don't you think so?" Luo Qingtong's smile was evil. When the corners of her lips were slightly raised, it carried a sense of elegance. She was completely in the posture of a man and was used to disguising herself. When she smiled like this, there wasn't the slightest bit of pretentiousness. Instead, there was an indescribable carefree and unrestrained feeling. When Song Cheng heard her words, he was about to cry. "Master, all the inscription masters of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, I've let you down." Song Cheng had never hated himself for being so useless like now. He hated himself for being so useless. If it wasn't for this, Lingyu Inscription City Lord wouldn't have used him to force him because he was sure that he would lose. That's why he dared to be so unrestrained. He had let down his master and all the inscription masters of Inscription City. Their future was going to be destroyed in his hands. Thinking about this, Song Cheng's face turned pale. He was like a ghost as he followed Luo Qingtong and the inscription masters of Heavenly Wind Inscription City into the inscription tower. When the latter and the others saw him like this, they couldn't bear it and immediately comforted him in a low voice. "Song Cheng, you don't have to blame yourself too much. It's not your fault. Yes, even if you don't show up, Lu Zhitong and the others won't let us go. After Heavenly Wind Inscription City disbands, who knows how he will deal with us in the dark. He won't give us a chance to rise again. So, it doesn't matter even if you lose." When they stood out with City Lord Zhang, they had already disregarded themselves, so why would they care about their inscriptions being crippled? Song Cheng had already done very well. It was not his fault that he was not strong enough. The Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord did not blame him. Therefore, when Luo Qingtong opened her mouth to discuss the bet with Lingyu, he didn't say anything. Otherwise, if the Skywind Inscription City Lord had spoken and insisted on entering the inscription tower, the bet between Luo Qingtong and Lingyu Inscription City Lord would not have been established. However, he was willing to give Song Cheng this opportunity. Let him fight in his place. This disciple of his, who had zero inscription talent, had always been very sincere to him. The Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord didn't want his sincere heart to be wasted, therefore. He had been silent the entire time. When Luo Qingtong and the others entered the inscription tower, the people of Lingyu Inscription City had already reached the first floor and was close to the second floor. Standing on the stairs, Master Chen, who had been hiding among the inscription masters of Lingyu Inscription City, suddenly spoke. "Who allowed you to act on your own just now?" When he spoke, Lingyu Inscription City Lord's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he remember that there was still a great Buddha in his team. Originally, Master Chen was very dissatisfied that he had agreed to the bet with Song Cheng without permission, causing them to delay the inscription tower for 3 years. Now, he had been provoked by Song Cheng's disciple to make a bet with them. As Lingyu Inscription City Lord thought about it, cold sweat instantly dripped down his forehead. He looked at Master Chen and stuttered. However, he quickly found a suitable excuse. "Master Chen, I wanted to vent your anger for you." After finding a reason, Lingyu Inscription City Lord hurriedly said, "Look, that Zhang Tianhong didn't know how to appreciate favors. This inscription tower should have fallen into our hands. He would rather self-destruct the inscription mark in his body than admit defeat. He even almost injured you. How can I tolerate this?" As he spoke, he smiled at Master Chen and said, "Master Chen, don't worry. I put in a lot of effort into this bet. With that Song Cheng, not to mention defeating me, even if any of my inscription apprentices came out, they might be able to crush him. You really don't have to worry about this." As his words rang out, Master Chen snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He indeed knew that it was impossible with Song Cheng's strength. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have remained silent and allowed Lingyu Inscription City Lord, Luo Qingtong, and the others to make the bet. He spoke now because he was dissatisfied that Lingyu Inscription City Lord didn't inform him and made the decision on his own. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with this bet. On the contrary, he was very satisfied. If Zhang Tianhong didn't know how to appreciate favors, he would have obtained the item in the inscription tower 15 years ago. "Let's go." Just as Lingyu Inscription City Lord was holding his breath and didn't dare to breathe loudly, Master Chen snorted coldly and walked directly to the second floor of the inscription tower. The first floor of the inscription tower wasn't used for fighting. It was meaningless to fight with the people of Tianfeng Inscription City here. Moreover, the outcome of the inscription tower was determined by who could climb the highest and stay the longest in the inscription tower. Master Chen was already impatient to beat around the bush with the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. He wanted to directly obtain the inscription tower and let the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City know that their resistance was futile. Ah, good, good. Let's go. When Lingyu Inscription City Lord heard this, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and followed. For some reason, he was afraid of Master Chen. He had a feeling that Master Chen was not as simple as he appeared to be. If she had listened to him, she might have been able to ensure her safety. If he disobeyed the other party, it wouldn't be difficult for the other party to change Lingyu Inscription City Lord. Although this feeling had no basis, inexplicably, Cold Jade Inscription City Lord felt that his intuition wouldn't be wrong. That was why he was so cautious when dealing with Master Chen. He was afraid that the other party would blame him. The group entered the second floor. At this moment, Luo Qingtong and the others were walking towards the entrance of the stairs from the first floor to the second floor. However, they had only walked 100 meters on the first floor when they saw Song Cheng's face turn pale. The rules of the inscription tower were very strange. The tower battle was also very different. It wasn't a fight to the death the moment they entered. Instead, they had to continuously climb the tower. Whoever reached the highest floor and stayed there for the longest time would be the winner. Of course, it wasn't that simple. This was because the process of climbing the tower could be destroyed. Both parties could attack each other while climbing the tower. Not only that, during the process of climbing the tower, the pressure and aura of the tower would constantly suppress and obstruct them. This pressure and aura was also the source of power for the inscription mark. Only those who could withstand the pressure and aura of the inscription tower would be able to use the power of the inscription tower for their own use. The higher they went, the stronger the pressure and the less power they could use from the inscription tower. At that time, it would depend on whose attainments in the inscription technique were deeper. They would be able to resist the pressure and use more power to injure the other party and expel them from the tower. Those who were injured would not be able to withstand the pressure of the inscription tower and would be expelled from the tower. This was the true meaning of the tower battle of the inscription tower. At this moment, Song Cheng was enduring the pressure and aura of the inscription tower. His voice was panting. His face was as white as paper. Among the group, he was the weakest in inscription techniques. Therefore, the moment he entered the first floor of the inscription tower, he felt an extremely strong pressure. The first floor of the inscription tower was not for inscription masters to fight. It was for inscription masters who had just entered the inscription tower to adapt and familiarize themselves with the rules and aura of the tower. Generally speaking, as long as an inscription master had some talent, it wouldn't be a problem to pass the first floor. However, Song Cheng's inscription talent was too weak. He had already done his best, but he was still crawling on the spot like a turtle. A group of people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City looked at him worriedly. A disciple of Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord advised, "Junior brother Cheng, why don't you just admit defeat and leave? Don't worry, we won't blame you." "Yes, junior brother Cheng, you have already done your best. Don't force yourself anymore. If you continue like this, you'll be heavily injured by the aura of the inscription tower." "No." Song Cheng shook his head. He wouldn't allow himself to be so useless and weak. He wouldn't even give it a try before admitting defeat. This was the first time Song Cheng had entered the inscription tower. He wasn't an inscription master before, so naturally, he couldn't enter the inscription tower. Now that he had learned some inscription techniques, he was able to enter the inscription tower. However, he didn't expect that it would be so difficult for him in the inscription tower. Every step was an obstacle, and every step was like there were countless iron plates in front of him, blocking his advance. While Song Cheng gritted his teeth and walked forward, Luo Qingtong was also feeling the suppressive aura in the inscription tower. This oppressive aura came from the top of the tower. He could feel that the pressure on the first level wasn't especially strong. As long as one had a bit of talent in inscription patterns, they would be able to survive. Furthermore, he was able to gain strength from this oppressive aura. After Luo Qingtong withstood the pressure, she found that she could use the power of the aura. As Luo Qingtong's fingertip landed, countless energy auras surged out from the first floor of the inscription tower and rushed into the inscription pattern drawn by Luo Qingtong's fingertip. In an instant, the inscription pattern drawn by Luo Qingtong lit up and kept spinning in the air. Swoosh, as Luo Qingtong's fingertips trembled, the inscription mark was quickly dissipated into nothingness. As expected, the aura in the inscription tower can form a pattern on its own. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. Her bright eyes were shining brightly at this moment. Her eyes, which were like the stars and the moon, were pulsing with a blood-red light. Ever since she entered the Holy Venerate realm, Luo Qingtong was able to control the blood-red light in her eyes. Her blood-red eyes flickered in the deepest part of her eyes. Ordinary people couldn't see it. Only when Luo Qingtong was extremely excited and couldn't control herself would her blood-red eyes reveal themselves. Otherwise, in the 24th century, Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes would have been treated as a monster. Of course, the reason why her special ability was exposed back then was because her blood-red eyes were too shocking when they were awakened. But it was different after coming to this alternate world. The people here only thought that Luo Qingtong's eyes were a little strange and didn't pay too much attention to it. Therefore, Luo Qingtong didn't deliberately hide her ocular ability in the past. In addition, she wasn't strong enough back then. Even if she wanted to hide it, she couldn't. Otherwise, why would she be hunted down for so many years in the 24th century? It was because her blood-red eyes couldn't be hidden. Now that Luo Qingtong's strength had increased to the Holy Venerate realm, the power of her blood-red eyes had also increased. Luo Qingtong could control the color of her eyes. Her subconscious told her that unless it was necessary, she shouldn't reveal her unique blood-red eyes in the outer realm. Because Luo Qingtong's ocular ability was close to mastery, the blood-red light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. It was no longer misty and blood-red like before. It was an extremely beautiful red jade color. The current Luo Qingtong's pupils were completely red even if she didn't use her ocular ability. Like a red agate, it was dazzling and beautiful to the extreme. It was also extremely bewitching. It was very easy to expose one's identity if it was too iconic. Luo Qingtong knew this from her previous life. She looked towards the top of the tower with the blood-red light. The suppressive aura was the strongest among them. Luo Qingtong could faintly feel that there seemed to be something within that was attracting her. Strange, why is there something attracting me in the inscription tower? Luo Qingtong felt that there was a faint restlessness in her body and felt strange. Could it be because of her inscription talent? Luo Qingtong raised her brows as she thought about it. At this moment, plop. A heavy muffled sound suddenly came from beside her. It was Songqing who knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. He could no longer withstand the pressure of the first level of the inscription tower. And they were only close to the stairs to the second level. They hadn't even touched the stairs. Sweat fell from Songqing's forehead like a waterfall, drenching his entire body. His legs were trembling, but he couldn't get up no matter what. The lives of the people of Tianfeng Inscription City and his master were on his shoulders, but he was so useless. Why was he so useless? Why was his inscription talent so poor? Junior brother. The moment Songqing knelt down, the inscription masters of Heavenly Wind Inscription City all gathered around him. They looked at Songqing, whose legs were trembling as he desperately tried to stand up. Their hearts ached. Junior brother, you have already done very well. Give up. That's right. Junior brother, don't persist any longer. No one will blame you. If it weren't for Songqing, the inscription tower and Heavenly Wind Inscription City would have ceased to exist 3 years ago. Perhaps the people here had looked down on Songqing before and complained that he had lost face for Heavenly Wind Inscription City. But now, they looked at the man who was being suppressed by the pressure of the inscription tower until his bones were creaking. It was as if he could be crushed into powder at any time. There was only respect in their hearts. A person's degree of respect was not determined by talent or aptitude. That was too shallow. Even if Songqing was still a waste, he was still a waste that they respected. Everyone tried to persuade him, but Songqing refused to give up. If he was a person who gave up so easily, he wouldn't have spent nearly 12 years in the Truespill continent just for that last glimmer of hope of breaking through. If he didn't have that last glimmer of perseverance, perhaps he wouldn't have met Luo Qingtong. He would never give up. Songqing stood up with a bang. At the same time, the powerful pressure of the inscription tower fiercely bombarded his body. If one's inscription skills were not strong enough, forcefully resisting the pressure of the inscription tower would only lead to the most terrible result. His bones would be crushed by the inscription tower and thrown out. Just as the pressure of the inscription tower was about to hit Song Cheng's body, a jade-white hand landed on Song Cheng's shoulder. Xianxia. Seeing Luo Qingtong's hand on Song Cheng's shoulder, the other inscription masters of Heavenly Wind Inscription City suddenly shouted. Their voices were filled with panic. Quick! Let go of him. It's impossible to resist the pressure here. It's also impossible to help others resist it. Otherwise, they would be suppressed by the inscription tower and thrown out. At that time, both of them would suffer together. A group of inscription masters from Heavenly Wind Inscription City cried out in alarm and hurriedly asked Luo Qingtong to release Songqing. However, Luo Qingtong turned a deaf ear to them. The blood-red pupils in her eyes spun, and she could easily see that the oppressive aura around Songqing had already weakened, turning into a power that he could use. Songqing had broken through under the pressure. He had officially become an inscription master, and was no longer an inscription apprentice. Who? Luo Qingtong supported Songqing. The latter was already gasping for breath. He was so weak that he almost fell to the ground. Luo Qingtong looked at the nervous and surprised people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City and said, "Martial uncles and seniors, please go up first. Don't let the people from Lingyu Inscription City take the lead. My master and I will take a rest on the first floor." All right. The group of inscription masters from Heavenly Wind Inscription City also saw that Songqing seemed to have broken through. They sighed in their hearts. They did not expect Songqing's willpower to be so shocking. He actually broke through to the level of a beginner inscription master in the inscription tower with such poor talent. However, that was all. It was basically impossible for Songqing to step into the second floor. Thinking about this, everyone sighed in their hearts. If Songqing's inscription talent wasn't that bad and was just a little stronger, even if it was only mediocre inscription talent, with his perseverance, he would definitely be able to achieve great things. Who knows how powerful an inscription master he would become in the future. What a pity, what a pity, everyone shook their heads and felt pity in their hearts. At the same time, they nodded in agreement with Luo Qingtong's words. The young man was right. At this moment, the members of Lingyu City were already a step ahead. If they were allowed to ascend to the higher levels of the inscription tower ahead of time and stay there for a sufficient amount of time, then they would lose for sure. No one was willing to lose to the inscription tower. Even if they still lost the inscription tower in the end, they would still give it a try with all their strength. Thus, after hearing Luo Qingtong's words, they immediately asked Luo Qingtong to take care of Songqing and persuade him to stop trying to be brave. Then, they chased up to the higher levels. After the people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City left, Luo Qingtong helped Songqing sit on the stairs from the first level to the second level. Master. After Luo Qingtong helped Songqing sit on the stairs, she immediately spoke. However, just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Songqing. If you want to persuade me to give up, then forget it. Songqing waved his hand weakly. Disciple, master can do anything you want. Just this point alone won't do. Don't worry about me, go up with them. Don't let the people from Lingyu City succeed. Even if he really failed in the end, at least the inscription tower would be preserved. It was a pity that the people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City and his master would be unlucky with him. As Songqing thought about this, his heart felt sour. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice sounded. You're thinking too much, master. Luo Qingtong was in a bad mood. Do I look like the kind of person who would persuade you to give up? She was the kind of person who would never give up on something she wanted to do. I just want to ask you, do you believe in me? As soon as Luo Qingtong's words came out, Songqing immediately looked up at her. Disciple? His voice was trembling. You have a way to help me, he stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say the last word. He was afraid that this was just an unrealistic fantasy and an illusion. But he also wanted to believe that this was the hope that Luo Qingtong gave him. When Luo Qingtong had asked Luo Qingtong, she watched as his lips trembled, but he just couldn't open his mouth. Luo Qingtong was both angry and amused. Was there a need to be so exaggerated and nervous? She raised a finger to Songqing and said, if you're willing, nod your head or blink your eyes. If you're not willing to believe in me, then you don't have to do anything. As soon as Luo Qingtong said this, Songqing's eyes almost flew out. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. She really didn't know what to say. Her master was good at everything, but sometimes, when he made a mistake, it was unbearable. Wasn't it just a sentence? Was there a need to make him so nervous? However, Luo Qingtong didn't know that to Songqing, it was the salvation of the entire inscription city. Quick, quick, quick. Disciple, do you have any way to help me? Tell me quickly. After a long while, Songqing regained his senses and hurriedly grabbed Luo Qingtong and asked. His inscription talent was poor. If he wanted to win, he had to raise his inscription technique to the level of a senior inscription master. However, although Lingyu City Lord's strength wasn't as strong as Tianfeng City Lord, it wasn't a problem for him to deal with the other 6-star regions. Songqing really couldn't think of any way that Luo Qingtong could help him. Even if Luo Qingtong was an immortal, she couldn't possibly turn herself from a trash into a high-level inscriptionist in such a short period of time, right? She could even be one of the best high-level inscriptionists. In fact, Songqing had completely underestimated Luo Qingtong. Who said that she couldn't do it? In the past, she might not have been able to do it. But now, after she recovered her strength, she used some time to sort out and improve her eye technique. It was also because of this that Luo Qingtong came a little late at the inscription plaza. Because she had activated a new eye technique, in Luo Qingtong's previous life, this eye technique was of little value to her. Of course, it wasn't completely useless. It still helped Luo Qingtong a little. When she was building her own secret power and business empire, it came in handy. But it was only a little. In that world, Luo Qingtong didn't really trust and was willing to nurture anyone. But this world was different. Luo Qingtong looked at Songqing and said, Master, look into my eyes. Later, no matter what appears in your mind, don't resist it. The moment Luo Qingtong said that, Songqing's expression froze. Because following his gaze, he saw Luo Qingtong's bloodshot eyes. In an instant, the blood-red light in the girl's eyes began to spin rapidly. His blood-red eyes, which were originally like red jade and agate, were like blazing suns that were bursting with countless flames in this violent rotation. It was almost blinding. Shwa! A ray of light shot out from Luo Qingtong's eyes and into Songqing's. It was really a projection. Luo Qingtong's eyes seemed to shoot a blood-red ray of light into Songqing's eyes. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. A blood-red seed-like thing appeared in his eyes. Following the appearance of this blood-red seed, Songqing felt as if something had been implanted in his mind. He subconsciously wanted to resist. But Luo Qingtong's previous words rang in his ears. In an instant, he gritted his teeth fiercely. He believed in his disciple. This time, Luo Qingtong came to Tianfeng Inscription City specially because he asked her to help. The girl didn't need to take on this matter. But for her own sake. Just for the grace of her guidance back then, she had agreed. As Songqing thought about it, he immediately let go of his mind and allowed the thing that had intruded into his mind to directly implant itself into his soul. It was only when this thing entered his soul that Songqing realized what it was. In an instant, he sucked in a deep breath. Oh my God! He was shocked as he used his mind to look inside his mind. In his mind, a blood-red seed was spinning rapidly. Among them, profound explanations and demonstrations about the inscription patterns appeared in his mind in detail. Songqing looked at the blood-red seed as it spun. He only felt that the explanations and demonstrations regarding inscription patterns had completely entered his heart and soul and were deeply engraved in his mind. Songqing found it hard to explain this feeling. He only knew that this blood-red seed created by Luo Qingtong had opened up all his understanding of inscription patterns. Wang. As the blood-colored seed spun in the air, Songqing received the knowledge of inscription patterns. His heart was shocked to the extreme. This was inscription talent, or rather, this was the inscription pattern knowledge that Luo Qingtong knew herself. But at this moment, she had imparted it to him. Songqing only felt that he had learned it all by himself in an instant. He only regained his senses when the blood-red color in Luo Qingtong's eyes disappeared. SSSSS, Songqing stuttered for a long time but couldn't say the word brother. What did Luo Qingtong do to him? Why did he feel that he understood inscription patterns in an instant? He understood all the inscription pattern techniques in the blood-red seed. Master. Luo Qingtong smiled and looked at him, interrupting his stuttering. You can try to control the aura of the inscription tower now. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. Her face was hidden under the golden mask. Even though her appearance couldn't be seen, it was still extremely evil and unscrupulous. What she had just used on Songqing was the newest pupil technique that she had comprehended, sharing all the knowledge and skills that she had comprehended. As long as she comprehended something, she could share it with the people around her. Let the other party have the same comprehension and talent as her. However, there was a time limit to this sharing. With Luo Qingtong's current strength, she could at most last for 6 hours if she shared the inscription patterns she had comprehended with Songqing. In other words, 6 hours. However, this should be enough for Songqing to challenge the tower and obtain victory. Songqing was both surprised and delighted. He looked at Luo Qingtong, then tried to stand up and take a step forward. Boom! When he took a step forward, the pressure from the first level of the inscription tower surged towards him. Then, in the next second, Songqing stood firmly. He stood still. Songqing almost cried tears of joy. On this floor, it was almost difficult for him to move. It was all because his inscription talent wasn't enough. Songqing knew this as well. However, his inscription talent was bestowed by the heavens and he had no way of changing it. Even if he had put in more effort than others, if his innate talent wasn't enough, it would seal off all his paths of improvement. However, at this moment, with the help of the blood-red seed that Luo Qingtong had implanted in his mind, Songqing's understanding of inscription patterns had increased. He had withstood this oppressive aura. Songqing almost cried tears of joy. He looked at the energy and raised his hand. In an instant, the energy entered his body. Following his movements, an inscription pattern was drawn in mid-air. This inscription pattern was completely unfamiliar to Songqing. He was sure that he had never seen this pattern before. He had never even learned it before. But at this moment, he was able to draw it so naturally and smoothly. Songqing was pleasantly surprised and shocked to the extreme. He didn't know what was going on. How did Luo Qingtong do this? How could she improve someone's innate talent in an instant? And Songqing felt that the innate talent in his body didn't belong to him. It belonged to Luo Qingtong. It belonged to his disciple. Songqing felt that only Luo Qingtong could draw such a monstrous innate talent and such an unheard-of inscription pattern. In addition, Luo Qingtong asked him to look into her eyes and not resist. Songqing immediately thought that Luo Qingtong had transferred her innate talent to him. Thinking of this, Songqing was shocked. The worry in his heart overshadowed the shock. He hurriedly ran to Luo Qingtong's side and hurriedly asked, "You silly girl. Is my innate talent yours now? You gave me your innate talent. Where is your innate talent? You." Before Songqing could finish his words, Luo Qingtong waved her hand and an inscription pattern appeared in front of him. "I'm fine, master." Luo Qingtong looked at Songqing's shocked reaction and smiled. The latter, on the other hand, could do nothing but stare with his mouth agape. What the f***ck? He looked at the inscription pattern that appeared beside Luo Qingtong and was shocked. What was going on? Luo Qingtong's innate talent had been transferred to him. She still had an innate talent. Then didn't she create an innate talent for him? She copied her innate talent for him? How did he do it? Songqing was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Luo Qingtong. He had no idea how she did it. This was inscription talent. Since ancient times, one's innate talent was destined. Just like how geniuses were born, it was impossible to change it with human effort. A lack of talent in martial arts could be compensated with other treasures of heaven and earth and the ability of the soul seal. But with their inscription talents, how could they make up for it? This was the same as alchemy talent and array formation talent. They were all fated from birth and couldn't be changed. Songqing was shocked to the extreme. He pointed at Luo Qingtong and said, you, I, for a long time. Before he could say anything, a violent collision of energy suddenly came from the top floor of the inscription tower. Boom, the impact of the collision of these forces was particularly strong. Especially when Luo Qingtong and Songqing were surrounded by the aura of the inscription tower. This feeling was even more obvious. Oh no, it's senior brother and the others. Songqing's face turned solemn. He said coldly, they must have caught up with the people from Lingyu's inscription city and fought with them. Disciple, let's go up quickly. As Songqing spoke, he hurriedly rushed up. On the third floor. The people from Lingyu inscription city were confronting the people from Tianfeng inscription city. Humph, you want to charge up with just the people from Tianfeng inscription city? The people from Lingyu inscription city sneered. As they drew inscription patterns, they smashed towards the people from Tianfeng inscription city and mocked them. In the inscription tower, one was not allowed to fight directly. They could only use inscription patterns to attack each other. The two parties involved in the attack would use inscription patterns to determine the victor. This was the Dou seal that Songqing and Luo Qingtong had mentioned before. Whoever produced the higher level inscription pattern would be able to win against the opponent. And the loser would naturally be expelled by the power of the inscription tower. Of course, because of the uniqueness of the Dou seal, both parties who used inscription patterns would inevitably suffer some injuries. Most of these injuries came from the power of the explosion when the inscription patterns were lost. When the power of the inscription patterns exploded out, it would sometimes injure the nearby caster. Thus, it was normal to be injured in the battle of the inscription tower. Of course, there were also people who deliberately used inscription techniques to crush their opponents. They controlled it to a certain degree, not only preventing the opponent from being expelled by the inscription tower, but also causing the opponent to suffer serious injuries, torturing the opponent like this. Right now, the people from Lingyu inscription city and Tianfeng inscription city were in such a situation. The people from Lingyu inscription city sneered as they looked in the direction of the people from Tianfeng inscription city. The power of the inscription patterns in their hands was just slightly stronger than the power of the people from Tianfeng inscription city. Every time it hit their inscription patterns, the power of the explosion was like a sword that cut into the bodies of the people from Tianfeng inscription city, causing them to bleed profusely without being expelled by the inscription tower. Haha. You people from Tianfeng inscription city, resist. Why aren't you resisting? The people from Lingyu inscription city were extremely pleased. They looked at the people from Tianfeng inscription city, their faces full of ridicule. Lingyu inscription city Lord and Master Chen were not among them. The two of them had already climbed up. Lingyu city Lord also brought along a few of his trusted subordinates, who were also high-level inscription masters from Lingyu city. The rest of the people stayed on the third floor to snipe the people from inscription city. And most of the injuries on their bodies were caused by Lingyu inscription city Lord and the others. You people from Lingyu inscription city are shameless. An injured Sky-Wind inscription city senior inscription master scolded as he struggled to defend against the inscription patterns blasted out by the Cold Jade inscription city. With his strength, he wouldn't have been threatened by the people of Lingyu inscription city. However, City Lord Lingyu and the others had purposely waited on the third floor and purposely injured them. Then, they would let these low and mid-level inscription masters of Cold Jade inscription city humiliate them. This Heavenly Wind inscription city's senior inscription master was so angry that his eyes turned red. Haha. What shameless. We're winning with our strength. That person from Cold Jade inscription city laughed loudly. He felt proud in his heart. Don't you people from Heaven Wind inscription city want to climb up? Didn't he want to win back the inscription tower? Climb. He laughed loudly, causing the surrounding people from Cold Jade inscription city to burst into laughter. They had received orders from City Lord Lingyu to play with this group of people from Tianfeng inscription city to death. Didn't they want to climb up? They wanted to block them here and let them watch in despair as the City Lord and the others won the inscription tower. It would be best if they could force their minds to collapse and kneel down to beg for mercy. Haha. The group of people from Cold Jade Inscription City attacked the people from Tianfeng Inscription City. An attack suddenly came from the back of the Lingyu Inscription City's people, which was the path from the second floor to the third floor. Bang! When the people from Lingyu Inscription City felt the attack, they immediately stopped laughing and coldly shouted towards the direction of Luo Qingtong and the others. Who is it? The person who will make you all suffer. Following Song Cheng's voice, he and Luo Qingtong instantly appeared on the stairs from the second floor to the third floor. Song Cheng's eyes were spitting fire. He looked at the arrogant people from Lingyu Inscription City in front of him and his eyes were extremely red. These bastards. After Song Cheng rushed to the second floor, he realized that there were no people from Lingyu Inscription City and Tianfeng Inscription City on the second floor. He hurriedly rushed towards the third floor. He didn't expect them to really be here. After hearing what the people from Lingyu Inscription City said, Song Cheng wished that he could kill them. The people from Lingyu Inscription City had gone too far. Not only did they want to snatch the inscription tower from Tianfeng Inscription City, they also wanted to block the people from Tianfeng Inscription City and let these people from Lingyu Inscription City who were weaker than them humiliate and crush them. Song Cheng looked at the wounds and blood on the bodies of the Tianfeng Inscription City's senior inscription masters and was about to die from anger. The inscription tower didn't allow anyone to injure others, unless the difference in strength was too great and they couldn't withstand the power of the inscription tower and died. However, the power of this kind of attack was measured by the inscription tower. Once the inscription tower determined that it was a malicious attack that caused death, the right to fight for the inscription tower would be taken away. Therefore, even if Song Cheng looked at the people from Lingyu Inscription City and wished that he could cut them into pieces, he couldn't do it in the inscription tower. When the people from Lingyu Inscription City saw him and Luo Qingtong appear, their laughter became even more savage. Yo, our Tianfeng Inscription City's trash is here. His strength is not bad. He actually broke through the second floor and came up to the third floor. Let me guess, did he crawl up? A beginner inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City looked at Song Cheng's miserable and sweaty appearance and laughed loudly. In Xiao Chen's opinion, Song Cheng had gone through a lot to reach the third floor. Now, he looked like he was putting on a brave front. However, who knew how much pressure he had suffered inside? As for Luo Qingtong beside him, there was no need to care about her at all. He had no idea where this young man had come from. He had appeared beside Song Cheng out of nowhere and stood up for him. The other party claimed to be his disciple. However, Song Cheng was such a piece of trash. Even if his disciple had some talent, what was there to care about? Moreover, Luo Qingtong didn't look old, so they didn't need to worry about her. Given the other party's age, it was impossible for him to be a hidden reinforcement from Song City. Therefore, everyone looked in the direction of Song Cheng and Luo Qingtong without fear. After loudly mocking Song Cheng, the junior inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City directly threw an inscription pattern at Song Cheng. He wanted to see Song Cheng fall to the ground in a sorry state. Song Cheng was just a piece of trash from Tianfeng Inscription City. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter outside, he wouldn't even be an inscription master. What right did he have to shout at him? As the junior inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City thought about it, he sneered in his heart. Song Cheng rushing up was like walking right into a trap. Since he wanted to be unlucky, then they would fulfill his wish. However, just as the sneer and smugness appeared on his face, it instantly froze on his lips. How is this possible? He looked in front of him in shock. He saw Song Cheng raise his hand and draw an inscription pattern to block the inscription pattern that he blasted out. Not only that, after the inscription pattern broke his inscription pattern, it rushed towards him. The inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City looked in the direction that the inscription pattern was rushing towards and was dumbfounded. What was going on? That Heavenly Wind Inscription City's famous trash, Song Cheng, actually blocked the inscription pattern that he blasted out. Not only that, he even blasted the inscription pattern that he blasted out and blasted it towards him. The inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City was shocked. He couldn't believe it no matter what. He looked at the inscription pattern that was rushing towards him and suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, there was a loud bang and another inscription pattern blasted out from his hand to meet the inscription pattern that Xianxia had blasted out. Bang! The two inscription patterns collided in midair. With a bang, under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the crowd, the inscription pattern blasted out by the inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City was instantly blasted into pieces. The inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City let out a blood-curdling scream. After that, his body was cut by the energy that blasted out from the inscription pattern. Fresh blood spurted out and the inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City fell to the ground. Looking at the inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City's fallen body, the crowd from Cold Jade Inscription City and Heavenly Wind Inscription City were all shocked. They looked at Xianxia, who was standing at the entrance of the staircase, and their hearts were shocked to the extreme. Especially the crowd from Heavenly Wind Inscription City. They originally wanted to ask Xianxia to leave quickly and not suffer for nothing. However, they didn't expect that Xianxia would actually defeat the inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City with just a raise of his hand. One had to know that if this battle result was placed on anyone else, it wouldn't make them so shocked. However, the person who did this was Xianxia. Junior apprentice brother Chung. The people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City were both surprised and happy. As for Xianxia, when he first made his move, he was still very nervous. However, when he saw the beginner-level inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City that was defeated by him, his heart was filled with an indescribable excitement. He really did it. The inscription talent that his disciple passed to him was actually real. Xianxia could feel the ease with which he had just blasted out that attack. The flaws of the other party's inscription patterns were easily grasped by him. It was obvious that his inscription talent was above his opponent's. That was why he was able to see through the flaws in the other party's inscription pattern and break it with ease. Xianxia's heart was filled with excitement. He nodded towards the group of people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City and said coldly, "Senior brother, all of you stand aside and let me deal with them." Xianxia's words were filled with great confidence. As for the other people in Cold Jade Inscription City, they had also recovered from their shock. End of chapter 23:10. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.